This is it. This is the official radio station for the 33rd Annual Convention and Exposition of the Home Builders here in WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
News, sports, and talk radio for the Metroplex. This is WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
CBS News. The call for expelling Jimmy Carter from the American Legion is out of order, according to the organization's national commander. But he says that doesn't change the Legion's belief that the president erred in pardoning Vietnam War draft evaders. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The call for lifting the president's American Legion membership card came from the State American Legion Convention in Hudson, Wisconsin. Delegates voted unanimously for a resolution calling on Mr. Carter's post number 2 in Americus, Georgia, to oust him, and further urged that he never be allowed membership in the Legion again. National Commander William Rogers says he was astounded by the action and told CBS News it was out of order. He explained expulsion action must be initiated by a member's own post, then is reviewed by state and national executive committees. But his repudiation of the Wisconsin Legion action, said Rogers, doesn't mean he's changing his assessment that the pardon is socially divisive.
The American Legion's position is, of course, unchanged. We believe that each case should be tried on an individual basis, whether it be evader or deserter. Mr. Carter said that he agreed that the deserter should be tried on a case-by-case basis. And we think his priorities are misplaced. We think that the priority should go to those millions who did serve their country.
One of the draft evaders, a Toronto high school teacher who hasn't returned to this country since 1969, Sunday saw what it was like to cross the border and walk once again on U.S. soil. Tony Rodriguez visited in Buffalo, and though enjoying being able to do so legally, expressed concern for those still unable to return.
I really hope that someday they'll be able to see that we had to do that against the war because it was a very bad war, and I certainly hope, too, that I'm only half of the issue. There's still all those deserters. People, I know that's a more serious thing, but I certainly hope that someday they'll be able to come back also with the same sense of relief.
Rodriguez went back to Toronto, saying it was nice to visit with his friends, but that he wanted to think about the whole experience. A White House spokesman says Agriculture Secretary Bob Bergland will go to Florida to survey freeze damage to citrus and vegetable crops and discuss the situation with state officials there. Governor Ruben Askew already has declared Florida's agricultural counties disaster areas, and an application for a federal declaration of disaster is expected when further detailing of the extent of damage has been compiled. Milder temperatures Sunday reduced pressure on gas and heating oil supplies in most sections of the country. Lingering sub-zero weather in parts of Ohio, however, impelled Governor James Rhodes Sunday night to declare a statewide natural gas emergency. The order broadens the statewide energy alert he declared in an executive order last week. Ohio's legislature will convene in special session Tuesday to see what it can do about the worst energy crisis in the state's history. Senator Henry Jackson, the Washington Democrat, says he believes Congress now is ready to come to grips with setting up an energy department that is able to operate effectively.
Our problem in the past have been vetoes, and I think we're over that one now, and I see are moving quite rapidly now to reorganize and set up a Department of Energy for the first time, in which we can get everything under one roof, and then hopefully an all-out effort on conservation. We waste energy right and left. I mean, the worst participant in all of it is the automobile. Detroit has to be told that thou shalt not turn out any more of these gas guzzlers.
Some 8,600 striking auto workers at General Motors' Saginaw Steering Gear Division ratified a new local contract and began returning to work Sunday night. GM officials had feared a lengthy strike in the 7-plant complex. Since it's the only facility making steering gears for GM cars, a protracted shutdown there would affect all of the company's other plants. One other GM plant, the one at Doraville, Texas, which turns out 1,000 cars a day, is shut down because of the gas shortage. Both GM and Chrysler are threatened with more strikes this week over local contract issues. In all, more than 100 United Auto Workers units have yet to agree on local issues in contract negotiations that began last summer. Now this.
I'm Ray Brady of CBS Radio's Today in Business. Every day, Monday through Friday, my reports on the business scene bring you headline news, background information, sometimes interviews with government, industry, or investment people. All sorts of items you'll find helpful in understanding national and international business and monetary affairs. For the latest in current activities and a look toward future trends, tune in Today in Business, Monday through Friday, here on the CBS Radio Network.
Looks great on you. We'll take in the waist a little bit.
This suit has no label.
Nobody cares about labels anymore.
Nonsense. Why, you wouldn't file a tax return without using a label.
A tax return label?
Sure, the peel-off label the Internal Revenue Service sends you with the tax package. It has my name, address, and Social Security number already on it. Saves time, helps speed my refund.
Why don't I just have this tax label sewn right inside your jacket?
You can't do that. I need my label to file my return. Now that you mention it, though, an embroidered replica would sure be nice.
The tailor won't believe this one.
A number of large companies reportedly have passed the word to the Carter administration that they have billions of dollars ready for capital spending if Mr. Carter's economic policies prove favorable to business. Newsweek magazine says the firms, including such biggies as DuPont and AT&T, are looking for more generous tax incentives to spur investment, congenial appointments to key regulatory posts, and even eased environmental and job safety rules. The large corporations, according to Newsweek, are holding off on spending the money allocated. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
The future of Dallas depends on you. New goals for Dallas are being formulated now. A series of neighborhood meetings to get your opinions on the new goals are being held. Attend one of these meetings and participate in the future of Dallas. How do you feel about questions facing us like the possibility of establishing a mechanism for qualified and representative people from the private sector to review the Dallas city budget, then report back to the citizens? Or the revitalization of the central business district and inner-city neighborhoods to stimulate the economy? How do you feel about the establishment of a regional transportation authority to finance and operate major inner-city systems? These are just 3 of the proposed goals for Dallas. There are many others, and perhaps you have some to suggest. You can really make a difference in the future of Dallas by attending one of the neighborhood meetings on the new goals for Dallas. All comments received will be used to revise the goals to reflect the views of the people who take part. Let your voice be heard. Call 741-1738 to sign up for a meeting in your area.
We're something brand new walking down your street. Why don't you walk along with us? We're News Talk Radio 57, WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We live in a permissive era. No holds barred. All the taboos are swept away. Anything goes, and the sky is the limit. Do you sometimes yearn a little for an older day with a rigid code of living and an automatic acceptance of certain standards? The flag, the Marines, our country, right or wrong, and Mother with a capital M. Let's ponder that as we listen to this story.
I don't want it to be this way, Megan.
But that's how it must be. If it is to be, and why not, Hank, if you want to take the risk?
What risk?
Oh, don't worry, my sober-sided Philadelphian. I won't blow any whistles on you. I'll be glad to be your handmaiden. But what will you be to me?
Your slave. Your willing slave.
Remember that. I may call you to account one day.
mystery drama, The Living Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Hurd Hatfield. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealers, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trim, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone with a parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
What happened when last I walked these streets?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, what's the matter? May I help you, madam? I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau, helping consumers with their problems. Maybe you have one.
Maybe you can help me. I have so many bills. I don't know how to pay them. I'm afraid to answer the phone. What am I going to do?
Now, don't be afraid of the phone. Use it. Call the people who are dunning you. Perhaps you can work out a revised payment plan which will satisfy them and take the pressure off you.
Oh, thank you. Now, can you give me some money for a phone call?
And that's the way it was.
Philadelphia didn't just happen. It was planned. 2 main streets, Broad and Market, bisecting each other at the center of town. 4 squares in each quadrant, of which the only one we need pause to consider is Rittenhouse Square. To own a house on Rittenhouse Square was to be the creme de la creme of Philadelphia society, and so, by extension, of the world. The Peabody House has been there since the square was built, and the family has never lived anywhere else. Why should they? After all, where else is anywhere?
My name is Henry Gerard Flower Peabody. Most everyone says I was born middle-aged. Not to my face, of course. But I don't think I'm necessarily so stodgy. I'm a product of a very special society by birth and breeding, and naturally a certain decorum must be observed. But even though I was born in another century, I think I've kept up pretty well with the one in which I've lived 79 years of my life, in spite of my isolation ever since Mother died and the other. But before they locked me up and threw away the key, all those people would have been surprised to know that I wasn't at all what I seemed.
Yeah? What do you want?
May I ask to whom I'm speaking?
I'm Lieutenant Quinn, Chief of Homicide. Who the deuce are you?
A citizen of our fair city in pursuit of his duty. My name is Henry Gerard Flower Peabody V.
Good Lord, there are more of you.
The name travels in the family.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't mean the Henry Peabody. I mean the son of... Look, you mean your mother is Mrs. Peabody?
I should certainly hope so.
That lives on Rittenhouse Square, the philanthropist like that gave all them millions to the church and charities and all like that?
The same.
Well, sit right down, Mr. Peabody. Now, what can I do for you?
I don't believe I feel exactly like sitting. You see, I want to report a murder.
How about that? You seen one committed?
That's right.
You know the victim?
Of course.
And the name?
Megan.
Megan? That's all?
I don't know any other name. Just Megan.
Well, a man or a woman?
Don't be silly. A woman, of course. It means child of light.
What does?
Megan. It's short for Margaret in Welsh.
Oh, is that a fact? Any idea who the perpetrator was?
I am the murderer. But that was such a very long time ago. 45 years ago. And I'm starting with the end of my life. Perhaps I should start a little closer to the beginning. I was born in 1897 when William McKinley was in his first term, a Republican naturally. In 1901, when Mr. McKinley was assassinated and Teddy Roosevelt became president, I was 5 years old. And in 1915, when the Germans sank the Lusitania, I was 19, which made me old enough to be one of the first to sign up when America entered World War I 2 years later. Mother made quite a fuss.
I just can't believe it. How dare you, Henry?
It was my duty to my country.
But without consulting me first?
Mother, I am a man now.
There's no need for you to go over to those backward countries with their dreadful plumbing while there's a war on.
It's too late. I've already signed up and I'm of age.
Oh, don't be silly. Jack Pershing is an old acquaintance of your poor dead father's. All it will take is a word from me.
No, Mother.
What did you say?
No, Mama. I can't back out now. It isn't just me. It's my whole class.
Class is just the point. There's no need for
I meant my college class. Look, I couldn't back out on Fizzy.
Lambert Fizdale has signed up too? I thought he was going to be a doctor.
Well, that can wait.
And what about your degree?
That can wait, too. Mama, there's no use arguing with me this time. I've made up my mind.
Ah, just as stubborn as Henry IV, your dead father. Oh, it all comes from that man in the White House being a Princeton graduate. Wilson. Naturally, he got us into the war. He's a Democrat. Now it's up to us Republicans to get us out of it.
That's not fair.
Nevertheless, it is true, and it's the way I feel.
As you can see, Mother was quite formidable. But there wasn't any use in arguing with her. Usually it was easier to submit with good grace. But not this time. This time I was going to have my way. Mother always reminded me of the joke. You can always tell a Harvard man, but you can't tell him much. Well, a Philadelphia mainliner dowager is in the same boat. You see, 3 years of college, my Army service, and then back to college to graduate, taught me that what was inside me didn't exactly go with my staid, sober outsides. Funny now, Fizz was absolutely different, even though he planned to be a doctor.
Well, Henry, I'm certainly glad that's over.
What's over, Fizzy, old bean?
The war.
What war?
The one we've just... Henry, are you inebriated?
Not on your tintype, dear fearless Fizzy of the fighting Fusiliers. Anyway, if I were, I'd be drunk, not inebriated. You mean the war we never got to fight?
Well, that was hardly our fault.
Of course it wasn't. Do you know, I suppose I should be ashamed, but I'm not glad it's over, not one bit. I never expected to feel so free and emancipated, ever.
Now, that's a peculiar thing to say.
Why? Isn't it time I was? Don't you want to be?
Well, I don't consider myself enslaved.
All right. You finish your moxie and I'll down my beer and let's go over to Aunt Molly's together.
Aunt Molly's? Well, you must be off your rocker. Why, that...
A house of ill repute, eh? Now, that all depends on the point of view. I've never heard it anything but highly recommended, and I can vouch for that myself.
Obviously, you can't handle your liquor.
Oh, stop being such a stuffed shirt, Fizzy. You're going to be a doctor. You mustn't flinch at anything that has to do with the flesh. It's a new world, and a liberated one.
There's no need to be coarse. First of all, you're talking to an engaged man. Second, you're a Philadelphian and ought to know better. And last, you know that Aunt Molly's is off limits to enlisted men?
Well, you're right about the first and the last, but the second question is gravely open to doubt, or vice versa. You see, I now consider myself an American at large.
Henry Peabody, you know what I think?
What?
I think the sooner you get back to Rittenhouse Square and your dear mother, the better off you'll be.
Oh, dear Fizzy, I couldn't have agreed with you less. I'd had my taste of how the other half lived, and it lingered sweet and pungent in the mouth and in all the vitals. I'm afraid those first 2 years after the war, I was both an enigma and a terrifying, inexplicable burden to my mother. But I felt that my cutting of her apron strings was something we both had to face. Until that terrible day when her life began to come to an end. Darling, what is it? What's happened?
I don't know. I've been getting rather tired these days for some reason, and... Henry, help me up. Oh, this is most unseemly.
Mama, what is it?
I don't know. Oh, it's just like Dr. Parker Godwin to go and die on me. At my age, I'm much too old to start with another doctor.
Mama, I won't let you not have one. Tell you what, I'll call Fizzy. He can give you a look-see.
Lambert Fisdale? Oh, but he's only a boy, like you.
You may not have noticed, but boys tend to grow up. Fizzy just passed his exams. He's been at Pennsylvania for his internship. At least he could sort of talk things over with you.
Well, perhaps it would be, in a manner of speaking, keeping things in the family. Why don't we ask him to tea? Say tomorrow or the next day?
And Fizzy came to tea very proper, in a pearl gray suit with a lavender tie and linen spats. Mother had what they have a name for nowadays, myasthenia gravis, terminal and progressively more and more limiting, needing almost constant nursing and supportive care, and most important of all, affection, cheer, and love to keep the spirits up and the feeling of despair down. I had found a kind of freedom, only to lose it for the next 10 years or so, and I have never regretted it. Because in a peculiar way, it's how I found the woman in my life. I suppose the only thing that kept me reasonably sane through those years, outside of the bottle, was Aunt Molly and her various demi-mondaines. I was on my way there across Rittenhouse Square that evening when all of a sudden...
I'm sorry. I haven't had much practice.
You mean in knocking people down? Here, let me help you up.
Oh, no. No, thank you. No. Oh, I meant in riding a bicycle.
Well, I should think not. Are you hurt?
Oh, no. I never get hurt. Oh, but you, sir, are you?
I don't think so, Miss...
My name is Megan.
Miss Megan?
No. Megan. Just Megan.
I was wounded to the heart, stricken with love at first sight. Oh, Megan, Megan, you're a taste in my mouth like spring strawberries, a smell like early hyacinths, a sound in my ears of my blood coursing through my veins. You were the beginning and the end, a symbol of life and death, yours and mine together. You were the best thing that ever happened to me, and the worst. I cannot think of you as evil, and yet you were born to destroy.
Megan, a strange and lovely name to taste on the tongue. Who was she? Where did she come from, suddenly? And how was she to affect the life of a man wrapped in a cocoon from which he ached to escape? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
55? Man, you gotta be kidding. My car won't run right at 55, and I get better mileage when I go faster. Come on, you're gonna have a better reason than that.
All right, in the first full year, the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit law was on the books. 9,154 fewer people died on the highways than in the last year at higher speeds.
9,154 people didn't die?
This station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council remind you to drive 55. It's a law we can live with.
I'm Hyman Brown, producer-director of the Radio Mystery Theater. For 4 years now, we have been thrilling you with our haunting tales. Beginning Saturday, February 5th, we have something new for your children, your neighbors' children, and you. We'll take you into the realm of high adventure on a brand new series. Remember, adventure will be yours beginning Saturday, February 5th, on this station.
Hello, this is Julius Irving. When I'm on the court, I can't allow myself to be distracted by anything. because basketball is a game of total concentration. The work of the March of Dimes also involves total concentration. The March of Dimes is concentrating on how to solve the nation's #1 child health problem, birth defects. And that's something that should concern all of us who want a healthy future for our children. As the facts stand now, more than 250,000 babies are born each year in this country with birth defects. But there is hope. The March of Dimes is supporting research programs that may one day find the means to protect the unborn and the newborn from birth defects. Researchers have already found ways to prevent some birth defects. I believe that with our help, yours and mine, the battle can be won. So please help the March of Dimes efforts and ensure a healthy birthday for all babies. Be as generous as you can and give to the March of Dimes. Thank you.
It was Prospero the magician in Shakespeare's play The Tempest who said that we are such stuff as dreams are made on. But he also went on to add, and our little lives are ended with a sleep. For nearly 50 years, Henry G.F. Peabody V has lived a strange life that sleep has not rounded or death come to still. Where has he lived it, and how? That's his story, not mine.
All those years ago, and I have only to shut my eyes, and the memory of Megan is as bright and clear as it was that first moment I met her. Was she tall, short, blonde, or brunette, brown-eyed, or blue-eyed? I can't answer you. Not because I don't remember, but only because I seem to remember she was all, or any of those. She was woman. She was desire. And she was glowing with an inner light that seemed to me to be the answer to all life and love. Megan. It's a lovely name.
It's short for Margaret, and it's Welsh. And it means, if it has to mean something, the child of light. What's your name?
Peabody.
Peabody?
Well, Henry Peabody.
Henry? You know what that means, don't you?
No, I mean, well, what does it mean?
The ruler of an enclosure of private property.
It does?
It does. Does it fit you?
I suppose, in a way.
That's your picture of yourself?
Well, perhaps not what I want to be, what I am.
Henry. The name has other derivations. Teutonic. Hagen. You know what Hagen means?
No.
It means fierce warrior. Do you feel fierce, Henry?
I feel a little embarrassed.
I guess that isn't very fierce. If you don't feel fierce, what do you feel?
Hard to say. For the moment, I'm lost.
Then let me help you find yourself. Your real self. Let's go.
Where?
Anywhere. See what we can find together. Bring the bicycle.
Yes, of course. Where are we going?
Where the four winds blow us. Where were you going?
To
Aunt Molly's, the house across Walnut Street.
What do you know about that?
I know a lot I shouldn't know, and I wish I knew more than I've been allowed to.
Who are you? What's your whole name?
Megan. That's all. Enough. Take me as I am or not at all. No, I know. Let's go skinny dip in the fountain.
What?
You heard me. I'm going. Take off your clothes and join me.
I can't, Megan. I can't.
You can do anything you want if you're only fierce enough, Henry.
But it's insane. What would my mother or anyone say? A Peabody bathing nude in the fountain in Rittenhouse Square?
Try and shed your Philadelphia crust. Shuck it like a snake skin and be who you are. Who you want to be. Want to be. Want to be.
Hello. Yes, this is Dr. Fisdale. Who? Henry Peabody, Indecent Exposure.
Well, of course, I'll be right down, arrange to bail him out. Well, it's all arranged, Henry. You're free to come home. But what on earth possessed you to...
What happened to Megan?
Who?
Megan. The girl who was with me when I was arrested.
Henry, there was no one with you. You were all alone in your birthday suit paddling in the fountain when you were arrested.
I was alone?
Is that all you're worried about? Have you seen the coverage in the bulletin?
Did Mother?
So far, I hope not. It's enough to send anyone into a decline. Now, my advice is to pay the fine, hush it up, and get back to the center track.
You mean the main line?
If they'll let you climb aboard. Henry, what possessed you?
A girl who summed up all I was missing in life. And maybe you, Fizzy.
Well, speak for yourself, Henry. I'm not in the process of going loony.
What does that mean, going loony?
I suggest you take a good, long, hard look at yourself and then ask me that question again. Now, let's get into old Lizzie, and I'll drive you home.
If you'd asked me then, I suppose I'd have thought of it as my bill of divorcement. A term that was current. Certainly from that moment on, I was cut off from, not exactly ostracized, but just avoided by most of my acquaintances. I didn't care, actually. I had the long tribulation of Mother, and here I'm only speaking of the physical problem of caring for her. And I had this other life, half-life, dream existence, whatever it was with Megan.
Yes, Hank?
I wish you wouldn't call me that.
Oh, do you? Would you rather I said Henry Gerard Flower Peabody Fifth?
You know I don't like that either.
And I don't like it neither. That's why I call you...
Hank. All right. Hank it is. Only...
Only what?
Only these chance meetings in the park. It's not enough, Megan. There has to be more between us.
Why, Hank, are you making a proposal?
No, well, all I meant was, can't we meet somewhere else?
You should shun me, Henry.
Why?
Because I'm not safe. You don't know me or anything about me.
Megan, I want to take you home to meet my mother.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think she could ever see me for dust.
Why not?
I have no family, no background. I'm not very safe at all. You want to take a girl home to meet Mother, take Prudence Holmes or Deborah Williams.
I don't want Prudence or any other girl. I want...
You want what? Me?
Yes.
Oh, Henry, ruler of the enclosure, be careful. I'm very dangerous. Who knows who I am? I might be Bronwyn, the love goddess, or from Glencook in the southwest county of Dufed. Should you look below my left arm for the blue half-moon mark of the witch, or maybe if you listen too close, you might find me one of the 3 birds of Rhiannon.
The what?
Did you ever hear tell of them? Their song was so sweet that they could sing the dead to life, or put the living into the sleep of death. Don't I worry you, Henry? Don't I frighten you?
No. You only make me love you more. I want to be with you. Live my life with you.
Are you sure? It wouldn't be easy. I have no conscience, you know.
Is that why you left me alone with the bicycle and not a stitch of clothing wading in that pool?
Oh, poor Henry V. What did you say when the policeman caught you? Once more into the breach?
I'd rather have said once more into the breeches. But that's past and done. We've seen each other enough since then. Megan, there has to be a way I can spend time with you.
How then?
I've taken a little apartment on Chatham Street. Could we meet there? Or better still...
Would I move in and be there for you to come to?
I don't want it to be this way, but
But that's how it must be, if it is to be. Well, why not, Hank? If you want to take the risk.
Risk? What risk?
Oh, don't worry, my sober-sided Philadelphian. I won't blow any whistles on you. I'll be glad to be your handmaiden. But what will you be to me?
Your slave, Megan. Your willing slave.
Remember that. I may call you to account one day.
It was only 3 flights up. Philadelphia's old red brick houses don't run to many stories, and we had the top floor. Megan and I. Oh, it wasn't what you might think. Just a place to be alone, to grow drunk on the fragrance of her, to live a dream richer and more satisfying and soothing than any distillation of poppy seed or that bitter derivative of the cocoa plant, cocaine. A shield against the world that battered me every day.
Henry? Henry?
Yes, Mother.
Where do you keep disappearing to? You're never about when I want you.
I'm sorry.
Far be it from me to complain, although I am dying by inches. I don't expect you to be at my beck and call every instance, of course, but these long absences, where do you go? What do you do?
I have to get out of the house now and again, Mother.
Well, naturally, of course. But you always seem to pick the moments I feel my worst. One of these days, during one of these unexplained absences, I'll slip away. And you'll never forgive yourself, I hope, for not being here to brush back the angel of death. If I at least knew where to reach you.
Well, sometimes I'm just taking a walk. Or having lunch with someone like Fizzy.
Don't mention Lambert Fisdale's name in this house. He's the one who made a chronic invalid out of me.
Mama, he only diagnosed your problem. He didn't give it to you. You mustn't think you're dying.
I have no intention of doing so.
That's the spirit. You'll outlive us all.
Well, I don't know about that. But I do plan to live out my 70. And that gives me a long time to go.
I felt sick to my stomach at the thoughts that raced through my head. She probably would. And it was an eternally long time. And I was trapped. Hopelessly trapped. I carried a splitting headache with me to Chatham Street, and it was a long time alone with my darling, my head on her lap, her hand gently stroking my brow, before I felt the tension beginning to ease.
Feeling better, Hank?
Yes.
Oh, you've got to do something about it, you know.
Something about what?
Mama, if you want to have me, or anyone like me...
What are you talking about?
You know, there's no use taking me home to meet her.
She wouldn't understand about you.
And if Mama doesn't understand, you can't run away, can you?
She has the money. I have no job. I don't know what kind I could get, but whatever it was, it would be a long time before
We've been all over this before ad nauseum, Hank. You know as well as I do. There's only one way to make Mama loose the purse strings.
How?
For her to die.
But myasthenia gravis, there's no definite prognosis. There are constant remissions and the progress is slow. There's no telling when that will happen.
Oh, yes, there is.
What do you mean?
Well, if she won't die by herself, you'll just have to arrange it for her, Hank.
And as poor Henry stares at her calm, untroubled face in horror, aware of all the sensual promise of his beloved, drawn irresistibly to her with desire, I think we should leave him to digest her shocking suggestion until I return shortly with Act 3.
It's Athletes versus MS, multiple sclerosis. This is Frank Gifford with the word on the fight against MS. Athletes from every sport are banding together to do everything they can to help stop the great crippler of young adults. MS strikes in the prime years, usually between the ages of 20 and 40. The best years in the life of an athlete, in the life of anyone. When fathers are trying to carve out a career, young mothers are trying to raise a family. Well, the sports world is fighting back against MS, People like Brooks Robinson, Tom Seaver, and Eddie Arcaro.
Right, this is Eddie Arcaro. Before now, the only team I've been part of is me and my horse, which isn't bad when you're riding such greats as Citation and Whirlaway. But I've joined the Athletes versus MS team because I know what this great crippler can do to a strong, healthy body. There may not be a cure for MS as yet, but there is hope through research. So join us. Support the work of your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thanks very much.
Do you realize you're slowly becoming part of the fastest growing minority in this country?
What?
Would you mind standing up for a minute?
Hey, where are you going with my rocker?
Are you willing to take old age sitting down?
Sitting?
You are going to be old someday, and you're going to have to face the same problems older people face today.
What is this, some kind of joke?
If you think it's funny now, wait a few years.
I don't understand.
The older you get, the fewer opportunities you'll have. You might even be deprived of your ability to make your own decisions.
What can I do about it?
Change your attitudes about aging. Try and imagine what you'll want to do, what you'll want to contribute.
All right, but you didn't have to take my rocking chair to prove your point, did you?
You have to get off your rocker and stand up. Stand up, or be prepared to sit back and rock your life away.
I see what you mean.
This message has been brought to you as a public service by this station, the Advertising Council, and the National Council on the Aging.
Thank you.
Is that what the ethereal Megan is suggesting? Is she perhaps, after all, as she herself hinted, a descendant in the second decade of the 20th century of some ancient line of Welsh witches? Or is she just a Welsh girl from West Philadelphia on a predatory quest for a rich man? Or for that matter, any girl who just is trying to create an air of mystery to gain what? Wealth? Social position? Power?
Even today, across that gap of nearly half a century, the stinging shock that jolted me as I faced Megan and her amazing suggestion still sears and burns.
Why not? She's going to die.
But in her own good time.
What's good about it? It could take years, and we're not growing any younger, either of us.
Stop it. Stop it. Don't say anything.
Oh, sooner or later, you're going to have to face it and make your decision.
No, Megan.
Yes, and it will have to be sooner, Hank. Sooner than soonest. I told you. I can't wait for life to come to me. It's slipping past too fast. I have to go out and grab it. Gobble it up while I can still digest it. Catch it before it passes me by.
I won't listen to you anymore. I'm not going to stay.
No, you can't run away from me, Hank. I have you in my spell. You can't get away.
I can and I will.
The faster you run, the closer I'll be on your heels. You can't get away. Never, never until she's dead.
I fled as if I were pursued by the hound of heaven. I was smothering, suffocating, my stomach churning, her laughter ringing in my ears. And then I was out into the front door, stumbling blindly into the street, the door closing behind me, careless of my usual precautions, before leaving that secret clandestine rendezvous and running full tilt into Fizzy before I could stop myself.
Good Lord, man. Why don't you look where you're going? For heaven's sake, Henry Peabody. Where have you been hiding yourself lately?
Sorry, Fizzy, accident. I didn't see where I was going. Can't stop.
You look as if you'd seen a ghost. Whatever it is, you're in shock, Henry. We've got to get you at least sitting down for a moment. Now, come on now. Lean on me. I'm taking charge for the moment. Now, go ahead. Finish that brandy.
I'm not sure I...
Do as you're told. You just sit back and let me loosen your tie. There. Let me see. No fever. But your pulse is racing as if you'd had an electric shock. What on earth happened to you?
Something I can't talk to you about.
Well, what are you doing in this part of town anyway?
Please, don't question me.
Now, don't tell me, Henry, you have a mistress stashed away in a little love nest.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I can't, Fizzy. I wouldn't dare.
But it's all in confidence.
I wish I could ask for help But I can't. There's no way.
I'm speaking first as a doctor.
I don't need a doctor.
Well, then, as a friend.
Or a friend.
And I'm telling you, you do. I don't know what's happening to you, Henry, but you're a nervous wreck. Someone has to help you.
No. No one can do that but myself. No one.
Henry? Henry? Oh, where is that boy? Henry!
I was here, Mama.
Oh, yes. But where have you been all afternoon? I've had everyone hunting high and low for you, and no one could find a trace.
I was with Fizzy. We had something to talk over.
About me?
No, Mother.
You're sure?
Well, Why, dear?
Because just about an hour ago, not so long after you left me, I had the strangest and most terrible attack. I saw everything double. And my hands and my arms and my eyes and my mouth was so tired, I couldn't hold them up. I couldn't swallow. I felt exactly as if someone was trying to choke me to death. I kept calling for you, Henry, and calling to help me, to save me.
I'm sorry, Mama, but I'm here now.
Yes, dear. You're here. And I feel so much safer. Oh, Henry, my darling, don't leave me alone again.
I'll try not to.
I don't want to die alone. And something tells me I will if you're not close by. Now, put another pillow behind my head, dear. Help me sit up a little. I still feel a little choked. Difficult to breathe. Henry? What are you doing? Just standing holding the pillow like that. Put it behind my back.
I did as I was told, automatically. What was racing through my mind was the answer I might have made to Mother's question. What had I been going to do with that pillow? I mean, what might I have done with it? Hammering at the back of my brain was Othello's line just before he smothered Desdemona. Put out the light, and then put out the light. Appalled by the seed that Megan had sown in my head, even more appalled by the thoughts that had sprouted from it. For almost 2 weeks, I scarcely left the house, conscience-stricken and ashamed. I tended my mother hand and foot, resolutely trying to strike Megan out of my mind. But it was no good. Eventually, I found my way back to her.
Come in, Hank. I've been expecting you.
I couldn't stay away.
I thought you couldn't. How's Mama?
What? Oh, she's fine. She seems better.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Megan, you don't mean that.
But of course I do. She's the only thing that stands between us and the life we want, isn't she?
I can't believe you would dare say such things so openly. Take that back, or I won't be back.
I can't. But you'll be back, Hank. You'll be back.
I swore I wouldn't. But the pull was too strong. Besides, there was something about the way she looked. Within a week, I was back.
Come in, Hank. What happened to your key?
I forgot it at home. I can't stay long.
Oh? How's Mama?
I don't want to talk about her.
What do you want to talk about?
You. I thought the last time I was here that you didn't look well.
In what way?
I thought maybe you weren't getting enough to eat.
That isn't what you thought. You thought I looked older. And you were right. You see? Crow's feet coming around my eyes. Deep wrinkles by my mouth. Soon the flesh will begin to sag, the hair to turn dull. I told you. I had a fury about living. I have to take life in gulps and savor it in great bunches because I haven't time. It's passing me by. only one way you can save me.
How?
I told you. Get rid of her.
Again I fled, and the battle raged inside me, tearing me apart. Mother was in a remission herself again, difficult, cantankerous, demanding, at her most stifling. That last one evening was the climax.
What's the matter, Henry? You seem so fidgety.
I don't know, Mama. It seems stifling to me. I need a breath of fresh air.
Oh, well, if it were hard to breathe for anyone, it would be me, with my condition. Now, just settle down. Plump up my pillows, dear, and then you can read to me.
I'd be glad to later, but first, you've really got to excuse me.
Oh, don't go off and leave me tonight, dearest.
But you said you were feeling so well.
I am, but I'm afraid of being alone. And also,
Also what?
I don't know. I have the eeriest feeling tonight, as if there was someone else in the room. A cold, strange presence. Oh, now, give me the pillow, dear.
I've just got to get away.
From your own mother? Oh, don't be silly. I'll never let my boy go. Now give me the pillow.
I blacked out. I just don't remember anything. Until suddenly I was with Megan, and her voice came to me as though drifting out of a fog.
Kill her. Kill her, or we have nothing.
I can't. I could kill you for even suggesting it.
I'm rooted too deep inside you. You'd have to tear me out, rout me out, dig me out like a dandelion root. You'd have to kill me to get rid of me. And you wouldn't dare. You haven't the courage.
I warn you, don't drive me too far.
The problem is I haven't driven you far enough. I waited too long. And now you see me as ugly. I am ugly. Hideous. If you're ever going to do it, it had better be now while you still have the chance.
This is the apartment where you killed her?
Yes.
You say you smothered her with a pillow?
That's right.
Where is she?
In there. The bedroom.
All right, stay with him, Sergeant. I'll go have a look-see.
What is going on here, Mr. Gerard?
Oh, Mrs. Clark. Nothing. Nothing to bother you.
I don't know about that. I do not like the police in my building. What has happened?
You can ask the sergeant here. Better still, here comes Lieutenant Quinn. He can tell you.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. I am Mrs. Clark, the landlady. I want to know what is going on.
Well, that makes two of us, Mrs. Clark. From what I can find out so far, nothing.
Didn't you find Megan?
There's no one in that other room, either dead or alive, Mr. Peabody.
Peabody? He said his name was Gerard.
Oh, now you wonder, Mrs. Clark, if I could have a word with you first.
He took her aside, but not so far that I couldn't overhear what they were saying, even if it made no sense.
And you're absolutely sure?
Mr. Lieutenant, I'm a widow woman, and I keep a close eye on all my tenants. I don't have enough problems without them. I thought he was a writer, because he came here alone all the time. I can tell you one thing for sure, Lieutenant. There wasn't no woman living there, let alone visiting. I don't stand for none of that nonsense in my house.
Where have you been, Henry?
Does it matter?
I think it does. Your mother.
What about Mama?
Why, she's dead, Henry. The maid called me. She was dead when I got here.
How?
Respiratory failure.
You mean she just stopped breathing?
Well, it's not uncommon in her condition. I just wouldn't have expected it so suddenly. I don't know what you're trying to suggest, Lieutenant. Smothered? Why? Well, I can only tell you what my report will be. And I'm quite sure an autopsy wouldn't change it. Cause of death, acute myasthenia gravis resulting in respiratory failure. About the other, as a doctor, there never was any woman named Megan. She was a phantom, a figment of my poor friend's disordered brain.
So long ago, nearly 50 years, Fizzy is gone, the lieutenant, Megan, Mama. Only I live on. For what? Oh, I'm happy enough here. I'm not nearly so mad and disjoined as they like to think me. And thank heaven there's enough money. Why do I stay? I'll tell you why. First, because I'll never admit there was no Megan. A man has to have at least one woman to love and cherish and remember in his life. And second, damn if they only knew. I believe I killed someone. Smothered her with a pillow till she could breathe no more. If it wasn't Megan, then it could only have been my mother. That's a real horror for which I deserve to be punished.
To quote from Henry Peabody's favorite poem, The Hound of Heaven, my mangled youth lies dead beneath the heap. My days have crackled and gone up in smoke. And when at last the hound caught up, he said, Thou dravest love from thee, who dravest me. I'll be back shortly.
United States Travel Service.
The mores of any society are a pendulum that swings from side to side under the pressure of events and the changing whim of human nature. If we are permissive today, we were equally repressive yesterday, or will be tomorrow. Why does the human spirit always act and react so violently? Somewhere in the middle would be the best, wouldn't you say? But the pendulum never stops there. Our cast included Herb Hatfield, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
4! Oh, not in the water again. Well, the other guys are going to think I'm worried about my tax audit, but I'm not. I'm just a lousy golfer. An audit is very straightforward. It's just a check to see if I owe them or they owe me. I keep good records, so there shouldn't be any problem. If I don't agree with the auditor, well, I have the right to appeal through the IRS and the courts. And I'll just reach into the water for my ball. Oh! Hey! Help!
And now, a preview of our next tale.
So, you admit there was an argument?
It wasn't an argument, exactly.
What was it? Nothing. Why were you mad at her?
I wasn't mad at her. Me and Louisa never argue. She wanted me to give up football. She wanted me to give up football, which is why I wound up being cut from the team.
That's it. You didn't want to give up football. She wanted it.
She was right.
That's why you crashed the car.
Will you put me back on the team?
What's your name? You know my name. It's Chappie.
Once and for all, and for the last time, what's your name?
The Chopper.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's the time of Halloween, when evil spirits abound. Ghouls and ghosts, pariahs and phenomena, witches and warlocks, vampires, werewolves, poltergeists, emanations, phantasmagoria, and crawling things too awful to imagine. All the outcasts from the natural world. Not only the supernatural and the dead, but the half-dead. The haunting army of the lost between two worlds.
Look! By the sepulcher!
Hey, you! Get away from there! What do you want?
No, Digger, leave him. He's running away.
Oh, but Miss Linda, he was trying to break in.
I can't believe it. Why would anyone want to break into my mother's tomb?
Well, I don't know. I don't guess now that he's gone, we are going to find out. I had a notion you might have recognized him.
Why would I recognize a complete stranger?
Our mystery drama, Absolute Zero, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jada Rowland.
It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If we are to believe St. Peter that God is no respecter of persons, then it is one thing the Almighty has in common with death. No money, no power, no wisdom or guile can circumvent those dread wings once they fold about you. Or can you escape the shadow of finality? Long before the dawn of this 20th century, men had wondered and tried and failed. But with the turn of the century and the giant leaps forward in medical knowledge, did it become a possibility? Or was it still only an illusion?
Come away, Miles.
In a moment, George.
Of course you must weep for Emily, but not sorrow. She's gone home, you know.
What?
To her eternal rest. Oh, my dear old friend. How can I comfort a man who's just lost the wife he adored?
I need no comfort.
In this case, I believe my kind of doctorate to be more capable of prescription than yours.
Oh, Reverend Dr. Armbruster, I cannot agree with your diagnosis. I have lost my wife, not myself. And the last thing I need in this world or the next is divine guidance.
I'd have been hard put to describe my emotional state. Grief. Terrible, drenching, stifling grief at the death of my mother. Even though it had been expected. Guilt that I hadn't been with her during the last agonizing months. That I had been coward enough to accept my stepfather's offer to run away to school in Europe. and pity for him. Because Dr. Miles Hendon had been the loving husband my mother always deserved. And a good father to me ever since my own papa had died. And perhaps to my shame, frustration. Because I was going to be too late for my own mother's funeral.
Excuse me, miss. Are you all right? Can I get you a glass of water?
You cannot. Why?
Oh, you looked a little pale, as if you were faint.
Are you a doctor?
No, miss. Donald Anson Caton, attorney at law, and at your service.
Did you think I looked as if I needed a lawyer?
No, I thought you looked as if you needed a friend.
I'd rather be left alone.
Well, I can do that on the train. I must apologize that we will be at much closer quarters on the coach.
What coach?
The coach from Hyannis to Orleans.
You're going to Orleans?
As far as the coach does. You're going to Wellfleet.
How do you know?
Oh, come, Miss Hendon. You are from a well-known family, particularly in the Cape Cod area. But forgive me, I had no wish to intrude on your privacy, only a desire to help if I could ease your troubles.
I think you could best satisfy both by leaving me alone. I could see him hesitate for a moment at my blunt answer. And in that instant, I had the irrational urge to take back my dismissal. But in the moment of decision, I had waited too late. And with a deep bow, he withdrew. And then suddenly the train ride was over. And I was seated next to him in the coach from Hyannis to Orleans. The other 4 men in the coach seemed to know each other well, and in the intimacy of their conversation, we were locked out and perforce thrown together.
You all right, Miss Linda?
Miss Linda?
I mean Miss Hendon.
My name actually is Russell. I didn't mean to be abrupt on the train. It's just that...
Oh, it's all right. I quite understand.
I'm sure you mean well.
I hope I did. You want to talk about your mother?
What does that mean?
Well, you seem so terribly upset. I thought perhaps talking about it might help.
What is there to talk about? She had a cancer of the blood. There's a new medical name for it. I don't know.
Leukemia?
I honestly don't know the name, but it's well, in modern terms, they call it progressive and terminal. How could it have been so quick?
Well, so many cancers become wild and untamed. It's hard to anticipate how fatal they can become overnight. And yet...
And yet what?
Oh, nothing. Let's just say that I'm an interested bystander and that I'll be staying at the Orleans 1776 house. If you should need any help, you can always reach me there.
Linda, my dear, how nice to see you again.
Oh, Reverend Armbruster. Where is Miles? Dr. Hendon?
Your father sends his deep regrets, but...
But what?
Well, he quite frankly, my dear, ever since your mother's demise, he's become, what shall I say, he's gone into a kind of seclusion.
He is expecting me back.
Oh, yes. After all, he sent for you. Digger Wells is here with a trap, but the horse threw a shoe. He'll be along any minute.
I am too late for my mother's funeral.
I'm afraid so, my dear. For the funeral.
But not for what else?
Well, I would hope there might be a sort of memorial service.
Why?
Well, it was a somewhat, how should I say, hasty affair. Not altogether satisfying from, well, in a religious sense, shall we say. No, don't let me put it that way. In a ritual fashion is perhaps more precise.
But Mama is buried.
Oh, yes. I saw her casket into the grave.
And my stepfather was there.
Beside me.
Where is he now?
Holed up on Slate Island.
He's expecting me out there?
If you want to go.
After coming all the way back from Europe, I haven't much choice.
I don't know. It's no place for a young girl under the best of circumstances. That menacing pile of rock. And with your mother gone, the house is a sad and lonely place. I've tried to persuade Miles to leave it and come back to the house in Boston. Money should be no problem.
Then what is?
Ghosts of the past. I suppose that's why Miles has chased himself back to the miserable island. Because there he does have something to grasp at. A picture of Emily by the sea. A feeling of her footsteps in the house and the linens of the bedroom. Preoccupation with the dead is a sterile emotion. And he has so much to offer the living, a brilliant doctor. And I don't think it's a healthy place for a young girl to be.
He needs me, Reverend Armbruster. And she was my mother.
I don't know why, but I have this uneasy feeling that you should have more company on your trip.
You're a perfect old darling. But I don't want you to worry. I won't pretend it will be a very happy trip. But what on earth would I have to fear? I was to think a great deal over that exact choice of words during the days to come. But of course, I didn't know, or even suspect that then. My head was much too full with memories of my mother anyway.
We're most all the ways to home about now.
I know.
Master should have met you.
Why didn't he?
Doctor's mighty busy ever since don't see much of him.
Busy doing what?
I don't rightly know. Turned the turret room and the rest of the top floor into a laboratory after you. Oh, I don't mean to keep bringing it up, Miss Linda.
It's all right, Digger. It isn't something any of us can dodge. Where is Mama buried?
Why, in that fancy marble house your grandfather built in the eastern churchyard.
Could we stop there just a moment before we go over to the island?
Well, if you want to.
I think I would.
Ain't nothing to see. She's closed up tight in the coffin.
I don't want to see anything. Just feel. I had a cold, shivery feeling to think of going into that dim, echoey mausoleum my grandfather Russell had built for the family. But I also knew I loved my mother, and I had this overpowering desire to be near where she lay, and just to whisper, "Mama, I'm sorry. I didn't want you to die, and I should have had the courage to see you all the way." I was almost ready to say to Digger, "Forget it. I'll come some other time in the full light of day." Then I reproached myself. What did I expect to see? A ghostly shape? My mother snaking up in some strange ectoplasmic form from the sealed coffin?
I'll come with you, miss, and bring one of the carriage lamps.
No, I'll be all right. Still just twilight.
Pretty dark. Right spooky here in the graveyard.
Oh, I have nothing to be...
What is it, miss?
Look! There, by the sepulcher.
Hey, you! Get away from there. What do you want?
No, Digger, no, leave him. He's running away.
Yeah, but he was trying to break in.
I can't believe it. I would not... I mean, why would anyone want to break into my mother's tomb?
What? I don't know. I don't guess. Now he's gone, we're going to find out. Listen. I got the notion you seem to recognize him, Miss Linda. Eh?
Why would I recognize a complete stranger? Come, let's go see if any damage has been done.
As they approached the dark tomb, Linda knows that she's not being honest with Digger, and certainly not with herself. There's no doubt that it is Don Caton, the young man who introduced himself on the train. Why has Linda's first impulse been to protect him? Has she been right to trust her heart rather than her head? I shall return shortly to pursue that question in Act 2. You are Linda Russell Hendon, back from school in Paris, hastening in a race back to Cape Cod, a race against death, which has claimed your mother. At this moment, of all times in your life, you have met the young man who might be the one you have dreamed of. But it's the wrong time. And worse than that, there is something mysterious about this Don Caton and his seeming familiarity with your family. Who is he? What brings him to the Cape? And most troubling of all, what brought him to the tomb where your mother lies buried?
Who was it, Miss Linda?
I tell you, Digger, I don't know. I only caught a glimpse of him.
Appeared to me you thought you knew him.
I thought for a moment I did. But in this half-light... Never mind that now. The important thing is not who it was, but what he wanted. Let's go.
Couldn't get much. Tomb sealed up so tight you couldn't get inside without a load of dynamite. Or a key. Of course, I have a key. Only reason I brought you here. Wouldn't let no one else in but you, Miss Linda. But, there's nothing to see.
I told you I don't expect to see anything. Just a feel. Oh, but that was before. Let's get the door open.
Give me a moment. There. Now, excuse. Here. You take the lantern, give you a bit of light, and I'll stay by the door.
What have you got there? A pistol.
With a prowler around, right smart thing to have handy.
Oh, but I'm sure he... Well, perhaps you're right. But if he comes back, don't shoot till we talk to him first.
Oh, why would I, Missy? Sheer matter of self-defense. And, yours.
Thank you, Digger. My mother's coffin was rich mahogany, ornamented in heavy brass, which shone no less brightly than the other sarcophagi and the ledges within the mausoleum. It only had a newer, more recent patina. It was sealed tightly. In the guttering light of the lantern, I could see it was undisturbed. The final proof, the gossamer web of some spider who had already fabricated his own seal to protect my mother's rest. I thanked him silently in my heart and wondered vaguely for a moment what Don Caton, if indeed it was he I had seen, wanted in this place of private sorrow. Beneath my breath, I asked my mother to forgive me for coming home too late. And then I asked Digger to take me home.
Bad weather making up. Real nor'easter.
Why does Father insist on living here now, Digger?
I reckon you have to ask him that, Miss Hendon. Oh, Birdie, you see her waiting for you on the dock?
Where's Papa?
I don't rightly know.
But he is here on the island.
Oh, sure. Only, he keeps himself to himself, as a fella says.
What's that?
Oh, them's geese. Better watchdogs than hounds, the master says. It used to use them back in ancient times, he says. Won't no stranger set foot on the island here without they give us warning.
Warning against what, Digger?
Well, just warning. Person wants his privacy. Oh, now there. Maybe that's what they were trying to tell us. Coming down of a sudden like the 40 days and nights. Why'd you go below, Miss Linda, till I make fast at the dock?
heaven's sakes, child, let's get you out of that rain. And a fine welcome home.
I've got to say, Bertie, I don't exactly feel like the prodigal son. Where's Papa?
Oh, upstairs, I reckon.
Is he expecting me home?
Oh, why, sure.
But he's not here, not anywhere to meet me. What's wrong with him, Bertie? Is he ill?
Now, Lamb, let's get settled first. Here, I'll take your wet things. Oh, now, where were we? Oh, your father. No, love, he's hale and hearty enough. Outside.
But inside?
Well, he took the missus going awful hard, even though everyone knew it had to be sooner or later.
But wasn't he looking forward to having me home?
Oh, well, I don't know how to give that a straight answer. Sometimes I think... I don't know as I just blame him in a way. I think he was scared to look on you again.
Why? Why on earth?
Well, because your mother has gone to the beyond. There's you, full of health, and anyone looked at the two of you in the bright heat of noonday sunlight, a person would be hard put to know your part.
And that's why Papa isn't here to meet me.
Oh, no, not that alone. Ever since we laid her in the grave, he's took to the turret room and shut off the whole top floor.
And he just hides away up there?
Oh, Lord knows what he does, but it sure isn't much sleeping.
My dear sir, in deference to your credentials, I have submitted to this interview and smothered my impatience at the implications of it. I accept you as a young man eager to do a good job in your chosen profession, Mr. Caton, but I don't like your implication that I am trying to corrupt something.
But, Dr. Ferguson, you did sign the death certificate for Mrs. Miles Hendon.
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Hendon is a close friend of yours.
That is beside the point. I signed the death certificate because I was called in to examine a woman who had been my patient for over 3 months. She was suffering from a cancer of the blood, which was gradually vitiating it to useless water. I will admit that neither I nor my esteemed colleague, Dr. Miles Hendon, her husband, had anticipated the speed and deterioration of the blood in that last week.
But you both concurred that once this terminal stage set in, death was inevitable.
It is the common pattern of the symptomatology.
Mm-hmm. And on the last day, the day you signed the death certificate,
I examined a woman who had no pulse, who had ceased to aspirate, who reacted to no reflex tests, and who, on thorough osculation, had not the slightest sign of a heartbeat. I was examining, if you will, a corpse. Naturally, I pronounced her dead.
And there was no possibility of any mistake.
Sir, by any criterion we have to judge by, no possibility whatsoever.
Miles.
Oh, Linda, my dearest daughter. Forgive me for welcoming you so tardily.
Oh, it's all right. I don't mind. I just don't understand.
Please, Linda, let me mourn your mother in my own way. I offer no excuses. I only beg you to allow me to control the conduct of my temporary bereavement.
Temporary?
Well, death is a bridge between the known and the unknown. Why do we accept without cavil that the traffic must be only one way?
What are you talking about?
Well, certainly not a subject for your homecoming.
Not exactly the term I'd have picked for this return.
Well, why? Surely this is your home?
With Mother gone?
Well, it was and still is hers, too, I hope.
Only because she was so ill and wanted to hide from the world. But she never loved this grim old island.
Oh, she'll find cause to before I'm done.
Miles, Father, I know how much you are hurt. The last thing Mama would have asked of you was to become a martyr. To bury yourself here.
You don't understand what you're talking about, child.
Better than you, maybe. It was nothing Mother would have wanted, except for her illness, and nothing she would have wanted from or expected of you. Or me. I tell you frankly, I won't stay here.
No, but you must.
I did come back to try to give you support. I did intend to stay with you a while till the wound had healed. I was ashamed of myself for ever allowing Mother and you to talk me into leaving when her time was so short.
Linda, she didn't expect. The doctors, no one expected that it might be so sudden.
No excuse. I should have been here to help her. Sustain her.
Well, then promise me you'll stay and do the same for me.
No. Mother had a reason for running away from life. It was being taken from her. You don't. Staying here is a sickness, and I won't baby you. If you won't fight it, I won't stand by you.
Oh, if you only knew. Why, Linda, I've just begun to fight, and I'm going to win.
Win what?
When I'm ready to tell you, I'll show you. And then you'll thank me for it for the rest of your days. You and my beloved Emily, your mother. You'll stay and you'll see. You'll stay because you must stay.
Well, perhaps tonight.
That's all I ask, my darling. All I need.
Must we have that music, Mr. Downer?
My apologies, Mr. Caton. Reggae from Jamaica. Such a strong beat, so full of life. I find it such a welcome contrast for the necessary preoccupation of an undertaker with death.
Mm-hmm. I just want to make certain. Now, there was no question of Mrs. Hendon's death.
Heavens, no. I mean, we drained the blood.
Beg pardon?
To prepare for embalming. She was all ready for perfusion.
That is...
a preservatory chemical recirculated to guard against, well, any deterioration during the viewing.
But there was no viewing.
There was not. Such a pity. A lovely woman. Lovely woman.
Mm-hmm. Why?
It was the wish of the husband of the deceased.
But you did place her in the coffin. That was your responsibility.
Well, now, I don't know if I like your tone. But since you pressure me, not exactly. No.
What are you suggesting, Mr. Caton? It is unconscionable. I will be no part of it.
I don't see how you can avoid it, Reverend Armbruster. You were the officiating minister at the burial.
But I mean, it's preposterous.
You've seen my credentials, Reverend Armbruster. You've double-checked on me. And where a large enough sum of money is involved, nothing is preposterous or even impossible.
But what about the police?
Oh, I haven't enough evidence. Even if I had, it would take time to get an authorization from the courts. In the meantime, I am concerned that another life is at stake. I'm asking you, sir, can you and will you open Mrs. Hendon's coffin?
What do you expect to find?
Nothing, Reverend Armbruster. Neither her body nor her soul. I expect to find that coffin empty.
The Reverend George Armbruster gazes at this intense, determined, and completely sure young man. And of all the questions buzzing in his startled mind, surely, as with us, the main question must be, why? Why would he expect to find the coffin empty? I shall return shortly with Act 3. For the moment, the storm, a typical sou'wester, has passed over the Cape, although the rain is still coming down in a steady drizzle. Approaching the mausoleum by total dark, with the damp cedars dripping and the elms and maples rustling in ghost voices to each other, the building looms even more eerily than earlier in the day. And while the Reverend George Armbruster hesitates, thinking about changing his agreement through this strange young man's request on Snake Island, Linda also is regretting her agreement with her stepfather.
Who's there?
It's me, Digger.
Oh, Miss Linda. What are you doing out in this storm? Come in the barn, quickly.
Thanks. Oh, it's cozy in here. Oh, I love the smell of horses.
Oh, seems like you've got a friend who returns the favor.
But not those geese.
Well, they quiet down once they know you. But they're hell on wheels with strangers. Let me close the door.
I don't want to stay on the island tonight, Digger. I want you to run me over to the mainland.
Oh, in this weather?
In any weather. I don't want to stay here.
Mm-hmm. You told your father?
He doesn't want me to go.
Oh, then I'm afraid I couldn't take you.
Digger, I don't know why it is. But I'm scared.
Huh? You're not afraid of ghosts, are you?
Not my mother's. The last person she would harm is me. And she's not here anyway. She lies in the family tomb at Eastham. Brave words. Because I was afraid. Of what all of us are most afraid of. The unknown. Ever since I'd come back to the Cape, I had sensed it. Known that something was desperately wrong. I had to fight this unimagined terror rising in my throat. And the feeling that something evil was about to engulf me.
No, don't force it.
Just this one last nail and...
Well?
See for yourself.
Oh, dear Lord. You were right.
Empty.
What does it mean?
I'm not quite sure, Reverend Armbruster.
But you're the detective. You're the only one who suspected.
No, I'm not a detective, just an insurance adjuster. Anytime a policy is written for $1 million and death occurs within an unexpectedly short period, the company has to investigate.
Dr. Hendon insured his wife for that amount?
Yes.
When?
Oh, just about 1 year ago.
Oh, at that time she was in perfect health.
Was she?
Well, yes, it seemed so to me.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps a doctor could have known better. I want to know why Mrs. Hendon's remains aren't buried in their own casket.
What difference does it make? She's dead.
Are you sure?
Of course. I saw her so.
I ought to bow out, but I'm a stubborn guy. I met her daughter. And I'm just perverse enough to have this big bump of, I don't know what you want to call it, extrasensory perception, maybe, that she's in danger.
Of what?
It's nutty. I can't justify it in any way, but I have this insane notion that Mrs. Hendon is somehow still alive, and that it's her daughter, Linda, who is in danger of ending up dead.
Who is it? It's Birdie, dear.
Oh, come in.
I just brought you up one of my old toddies to help put you to sleep.
I don't feel much like sleeping. Where's my stepfather?
Oh, still locked up above there in his chemistry laboratory or whatever it is.
Does he know I want to see him?
Oh, well, Digger must have told him.
I don't want to stay here tonight, Bertie. I want to get off this island.
Oh, now, darling, it's a terrible night out. No time to make the crossing. Where would you go?
I just have this terrible feeling I shouldn't stay here tonight.
Look, what you need is a good night's rest. At your age, that makes a world of difference. Now, come on. Drink the old drink I used to brew for you. Chocolate and my secret ingredient. All those years you were growing up. It always made you sleep like a top.
All right, Bertie. No sense in trying to run tonight. I'll wait for tomorrow.
Want me to help you into bed?
I think maybe I'm a little too old to tuck in anymore, Bertie. But I promise to drink my drink.
Oh, well, good night then, dear. And sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. In hindsight, that was the most cynical statement, since the serpent said to Eve in the Bible that she and Adam should eat the apple because then they would be as gods. But I can't blame Bertie, or even Digger, because I truly believe they did not know my drink was drugged. I might, as it happened, have slept through all that dreadful night. And what was to happen to me if it hadn't been for the geese and their warning cries?
What's that?
The geese, sir.
Now, what's disturbing them?
I don't know.
A stranger on the island?
Not in this weather.
Something disturbed them.
Well, it's a night for all of us to be disturbed, sir.
All right, you can ease your conscience. You may leave us now.
I don't know as I ought.
I suggest you do as you're told.
I serve the Russell family, not you, Dr. Hendon, who only married into it. And it's Miss Linda I offer my services to, yes. And protection when I speculate what you have in mind. You can't fly in the face of the Almighty, Dr. Hendon.
Oh, you fool. You can't stop me. No one can. Till I bring Emily back to life again.
It was like a dream. Faces and figures elongated, out of focus. The sound of words, far away and echoey, and not quite clear. But what was happening? Too bizarre and ghastly to be anything but a nightmare. I saw Miles pick up Digger's limp body and literally toss it into a corner. Miles?
Yes? What is it, Linda?
Oh, I feel so weak. Everything's so far away.
Now, that's as it should be. It's the sedative I put in the drink Bertie brought you.
Bertie drugged me.
No. She had no idea what it contained. The anesthetic was mine. I'm sorry all this commotion has brought you out of it.
An anesthetic? What for? What are you doing? What's happening?
It hasn't happened yet, but it's just about to. The miracle of the 20th century.
What are you planning to do?
I am about to reverse the whole human process. I'm about to bring the dead back to life.
He moved away from me. I tried to sit up, but I found that I was bound by heavy straps to a medical table on which I was lying. I was conscious now of some sort of a machine throbbing in a steady rhythm. Turning my head in the direction of the sound, out of the corner of my eye, I could see that Miles had gone in that direction and was pulling aside a heavy drape on traveling rings. As he pulled it aside in one impatient movement, I saw... Oh, God, help me. In a kind of blinding flash, resting on a huge base, what looked like an enormous fish tank. The frame was heavily leaded, and the glass panels narrow and heavily frosted. Through the tiny particles of ice and snow that churned and swirled about beyond the glass, inside the tank, in that one blinding flash, I could see a figure lying. My mother! What's Mother doing in that thing? She's dead.
Oh, no, not dead. Merely in suspended animation. The diseased blood has been taken away, her body purified. The flesh and organs and all the intricate convolution of brain and web of nerves and artery preserved by being frozen with liquid hydrogen at almost absolute zero. The body, waiting only for new blood to feed the heart and lungs and all the rest. Fresh, wholesome blood from you.
From me?
You will feel nothing, my dear, I promise you. And have no fears. It will be only temporary.
But why me?
The blood must be harmonious, consanguineous, so that the organs do not reject it.
No.
My dear, you will only be taking your mother's place for a little while. And when the time is right, I shall bring you back to life, too.
No! Oh, you're mad! You can't!
I can do anything I want, and no one can stop me now. Come, don't struggle.
No! Oh, no, take that needle
let her go, Dr. Hendon.
Digger, should have stayed decently at rest. Very well, the first needle will be for you.
I warn you. Don't come near me. I have a pistol.
You wouldn't dare use that on me, old man. You're so weak you can't even aim it. Give it to me.
I warn you. Stay back.
You wouldn't harm me, Digger. I'm your master.
No! Digger has always served the Russell family, not you.
I know where my loyalties lie. With you, Miss Linda.
Why, damn you! What for? You hit the compression chamber. Why, man...
Hendon, open up. Hendon, it's too late for you. The police are here.
Oh, let them in. Quickly, Digger.
And get her loose. Fast. This room is filling with hydrogen. One spark and the floor is all to hell.
I never thought I'd be so glad to see a man I'd seen only 3 times in my life. It was Don Caton who unstrapped me and carried me down and outside the house. And just in time. For suddenly the flame from one of the lamps must have ignited the hydrogen in the laboratory. And with one terrible roar, the house on Snake Island was gone forever. Did everyone get out?
Everyone except Miles and...
If you mean my mother. She was dead already.
Of course. And Miles was quite mad. If it hadn't been for this young man here, we would all have been innocently involved in a terrible and tragically unjustified death.
Mine.
Well, not while I was around. Once I found you, I wasn't going to let you go.
But I don't understand how.
Well, I'm an insurance adjuster, Linda. A year ago, your stepfather took out an enormous policy on your mother. Our doctors didn't realize she had an incurable disease. It's not very common. But apparently, Dr. Hendon did.
He spent every cent of his own and your mother's trying to find a cure for her. But in the back of the mind, he must always have had this incredible scheme. And knowing how much money he would need to even attempt what he dreamed, the insurance was taken out.
My company, were alerted by some strange things about your mother's funeral. And with the help of the Reverend here, I found that her coffin was empty.
So that's what you were doing last night at the mausoleum.
Mm-hmm.
Insurance business.
I'd like to write a policy with you.
Oh, no thanks. I have no intention of dying.
I have even less notion to allow you to. The policy I had in mind was between you and me. For life.
Linda and Don Caton were married by the Reverend George Armbruster 2 months later. The bride was given away by Digger Wells. Dr. Ferguson retired from practice, convinced both in his heart and by the state medical board that he had gotten too old to practice. As for Mr. Downer, faced with false statements and the prospect of jail, he gave up undertaking very suddenly, and the police are still trying to overtake him. I'll be back shortly. You know, in the period of this story, cryobiology and cryogenics, the study of living matter's reaction to intensely low and freezing temperatures, was a gleam only in the science fiction writer's fertile mind. Today, they are recognized and viable sciences, and there exist across the country many deceased who have elected, instead of burial, to be frozen and preserved until someday human science might be able to reverse divine will. I choose no side, but only comment that once again it reminds us that truth can be stranger than fiction. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Russell Horton, Ian Martin, Bryna Rayburn, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, True Value Hardware Stores, and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
A time when witches might ride or confound the pure or work their fateful wickedness. This is it. The time of Halloween. The last gasp for the damned and the wicked to wreak their horrors before the midnight, beyond which dawns All Hallows Day, All Saints' Day, the celebration of all that is good. But until that lovely dawning, everything evil moves, building their revels higher and higher, till the powers of darkness are dispersed by the light of the world.
The way you look, Margot, you've been growing young just as fast as me going the other way.
You keep going that other way, Mike. Forget about me.
I can't.
Then you'll just have to wait. Our paths really haven't crossed yet. There's still the matter of age.
I don't care how old you are. Makes no difference.
Ah, but someday it would. Oh, you'd be surprised beyond belief how someday it would make a difference.
Our mystery drama, The Unborn, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Certainteed Fiberglass Attic Insulation. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are cities in the world, for all their good points, where the boiling pot of evil is the most libertine and unprincipled in the world. Many of those who vie for the title might be Macau, Casablanca, Sodom, and Gomorrah in ancient times, and in this century, Hamburg, Germany. In the early 30s, before Hitler's rise to power, it could well lay claim to being the most licentious city in Europe. It is there that our story begins.
You are sad tonight, Duchess. Do you miss the Duke so much?
I miss the Duke not at all. The man was an unprincipled cad.
Tell me what makes you unhappy. I live only to light a smile on your lips.
You live only to possess me. But you've not yet calculated the price. And now that you find me at liberty, you are busy calculating just what I might cost you.
I would not haggle. I'm rich enough to give you the world.
Too late, I've had the world. At least all of the civilized world.
It is still yours to have again. You are a woman of incredible beauty, Margot. But beauty is finite and eventually fades.
You
to see me by moonlight, Consvari. You couldn't possibly. Oh, no, not yet.
Time is inexorable, Madame la Duchessa. No human agency can arrest it, except briefly.
Oh, you are a devil.
Why generalize it?
I don't want to listen to you. You're beastly and you're cynical. And I don't need your criticism. I need
help. Perhaps I can bring it to you.
You? How can you? No one but God, or the devil you say you are, could bring me what I want.
Eternal youth?
I'm not that greedy. Only not to grow old until I die.
Which are you the most afraid of? Death or growing old?
Oh, that's easy. Death is nothing. I'm afraid to grow old, as I am at last beginning to do.
Suppose I could offer you a way to avoid both. What would you offer me in return?
What else can I offer you? But my immortal soul. Isn't that the classic bargain?
Let me assure you that I really am the devil, and you are on the brink of sealing a bargain you cannot break. Everything you ask for.
Never to grow old.
Never.
You accept? Oh, yes. If what you promise is true.
Then the deed is done.
So simply. I mean, don't we cut our veins or sign in blood?
That won't be necessary. There are other ways we can seal our bargain more intimately.
Of course. But you had better deliver.
Oh, my dear Margot, you can trust me absolutely. Never to grow old, never to die. That I promise you.
The first time I ran across Margot was at Mahaka. It was just before the big run for the championships at Mahaliwa. We were taking on some pretty good surf, 8 to 10 footers, big enough to weed out the weekenders and tough enough for any surf buff to hang 10 and remember it. I'd just ridden on down a real pretty. Then as I pulled out and took my lumps before planing onto the beach, there she was.
Yeah. You rode that one very well, sailor.
She broke just right for me.
What's it like, slipping and sliding through that green tunnel?
Oh, too much. Beyond any words I can describe.
Well, that's one thrill I've never had.
Yeah, I never figured you'd miss too many.
Could you take me with you on a joyride like that?
No way. It's strictly one-on-one.
I mean, could you teach me to do it for myself?
Babe, that's asking for trouble.
Maybe I'm looking for it.
Yeah, I got a feeling I lost the ball here somewhere. I don't know just what we're talking about.
Well, you're a very nice young animal. Don't try to push anything out of context. All I'm talking about is riding a surfboard, and I could pay you very well.
The rates are $10 an hour when I'm working.
When could I have my first lesson? On the surfboard, I mean.
I was afraid that's what you meant.
Well, you'd be surprised how much safer you'll be if that's all we do together. Tomorrow morning.
No, the chop will be too high for beginners. Make it afternoon. The 2?
Just the right time. And number. For beginners.
Oh, I was gone. Oh, sure, I knew she was out of my orbit. She had to be somewhere in her 40s, and, well, I was just out of high school. Well, give or take a couple of years. I blew the college route. Like, who needs it? Go where you want, how you want, who calls the turns. So, that was one great trip. For the couple of months it lasted.
Hey! Okay? Oh! My feet gone!
You didn't fake out. You popped!
Oh, what's the difference?
Yeah, you didn't duck it. You tried to hang in. Like you always do. Yeah, you just couldn't cut it.
That's all.
Oh, you translate that.
Margot, it's all instant reflex,
And you mean that I'm too old?
I didn't say that.
No, that's what you meant. What you don't know is that I'll grow into it. I still want to learn to surf for it.
What's the big hang-up? There are other things in this world.
Well, let's make it that this is the main thing I have right now.
So I'll try. Well, let's face it. I got a two-way interest.
Me? Like, for instance?
You. Like, for I'm right up the wall.
Well, that's too bad. I'm a little too old for you, didn't you say, Mike?
Well, that was for surfing.
But that's all there is with us.
You sure?
No. But we're not going to do anything about it.
Why not?
If I tried to answer that, heaven knows what trouble we'd be in. Let's just say it all could have gone our way in another world in another time. But this way, the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle just don't lock. They're out of sync. So, quits. Better.
Hey, well, wait a minute. You can't just walk out of my life like that.
There's no way to stop me. But only because it isn't quite the time for us yet. We need a chance to grow into each other. And maybe I'll see you then.
Crazy. 2 long months, and all it was Mike and Margot. I didn't even know her square name, or if she was hanging as loose as she seemed. There could have been a husband around, but who wanted to dig too deep? So I'd never level on this around the beach. There was no makeout. That was 1968. Then things happened in bunches. Well, like there was this war, and I got tapped. I spiked for Air Force. Oh, I learned to fly all right. I also learned to hate my own guts real good. Those 2-week leaves in Japan were way out. Especially the one where I found Margot again. J.D. Bernstein had something to do with our State Department. I never asked what. All I knew is that every time I hit Tokyo, he lit all the fires for me to burn.
All right, Mad Mike. What's it going to be this trip?
I don't know. Not geisha tea and flower arrangements. I'm ready to bust out wilder than that.
When weren't you? All right, what shall we bomb ourselves with? Mike? Well, if you're not interested in drink, then what? Oh, well, that's different.
Her name is Margot.
How do you know that?
I'm a famous seer.
Prowler is a better word.
Actually, I know her. Or knew her. What's her name?
You already remembered it.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, her other name.
She is Mrs. Demetrios Konstantin Stavrianos.
What's she doing here in Tokyo?
Sailing around the world. Just a port of call. How the other half lives.
Tokyo isn't a port.
The yacht, I imagine, is tied up in Yokohama at, where else? The Yacht Club.
She looks marvelous. I mean, younger.
Oh, there are ways, my friend. Little man with scalpels and silicone.
I don't mean that. No. This is a sort of inner thing. When I knew her, she was almost old enough to be my mother.
She could adopt me right now.
Knock it off. That was all of 6 years ago, and now it's something I don't understand myself. What was it? Well, that I did feel for her. Oh, sure, she was something. You follow the big waves I did, and there are 1,000 babes with all the same standard equipment. So, what's the big deal? The big deal is that this one I hadn't forgotten in 6 years. This one sent me all the way out of orbit. Like the old-fashioned way to say it would be, sell my soul for. Except there was a warning voice that kept saying,
This one is bad news, Mike. She's real bad news.
Hello, Mike.
You look terrific.
I can ride a board now.
Yeah?
I'm getting better and better all the time.
I'll buy the last part. Can we go somewhere?
No.
Why not? I've grown old real fast the last few years.
Old enough for me, do you think?
With the way you look. You've been growing as young just as fast as me going the other way.
Well, you keep going that other way, Mike. Forget about me.
Oh, I can't.
Well, then you'll just have to wait. Our paths really haven't crossed yet. They're still a matter of age.
I don't care how old you are. It makes no difference.
Oh, someday it would. You'd be surprised beyond belief how someday it would. Oh, excuse me. This is Mr. Stavrianos.
Oh, Sophie.
And this is Mike. He's a nice young boy who tried to teach me to surfboard. Mike, I'm afraid I don't know your last name.
Burns.
I am going outside. This is no place for a woman, a non-geisha woman, shall I say. Are you coming, Demetrius?
In a second, my love.
All right, I'll meet you in the car.
Yes. Fabulous woman, no? Why, no, have no embarrassment. Everyone is in love with her and wants to possess her. Like the Queen of Diamond or Helen of Troy. I would forget her if I were you, if you can. Is that a threat, sir? Oh, dear me, no. I don't have to make threats. She's something quite beyond any human being's comprehension. I should know. But for your own health, you should avoid her like the plague. Just a warning. Take it or leave it.
Well, what is going on here? Did a woman named Margot make a pact with the devil? And if so, just exactly what were the terms? And if she did, what fate lies in store for a determined young man who has decided to love, not wisely and certainly too well? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Let's see now. This is a story preoccupied with time, or in which time will have an important bearing on the outcome. So we left Mike and the mysterious Margot in, what year? Oh, yes, 1972. Still the past. Although the present and most of all the future may have a far more important bearing. But slowly, we have yet to leave Japan and the 72nd year of this 20th century. And it is going to take the best diplomatic effort by J.D. Bernstein to get Mike out of Japan and the local jail.
I got it. I'll have him out of here as soon as I can. Oh, hi, J.V. Am I sprung? You are sprung. But it took some plain and fancy oiling. Yeah, can you stand up? If my head doesn't fall off. You're lucky you didn't get it handed to you in a basket, nearly severed by a samurai sword. What did I do? Oh, just tried to take Tokyo apart single-handed. What made you flip your lid? I couldn't get to see Margot. Margot? Mrs. Stavrianos, or whatever her name is. Oh, that one. Well, naturally. What do you mean, naturally? Because she sailed that same night we saw her together in the geisha house. Huh? How do you know? Look, this is no place to talk. Come on, let's get back to the embassy. You mean I'm free to go? Well, it'll cost you a couple of $100 in fines for breaking up a few straw doors and such like. No criminal charges? Lucky. It's been written off to combat fatigue. Come on. This is the embassy? This, Mad Mike, is a park where birds do sing and bugs don't listen. Yeah.
Much more happily suited for a little heart-to-heart talk.
Oh, come on with all this super spy crud. I'm just looking for the woman I love.
Who happens to be married to a guy who enjoys the interest of almost every major government in the world.
Enjoys?
Well, it's a figure of speech. Engages is perhaps a better word. Although I must say he seems to get a bang out of his notoriety.
Well, what is he?
Financier, international broker, ship owner, puller of strings that make the universe dance to his tune. He's about as close to being the biblical conception of the devil incarnate as we have around these days.
And Margot?
I don't know.
What I'm asking you, is she part of it all or just an innocent bystander?
Oh, you really have it bad.
Well, how long has she been married to him?
If you mean legally, I don't know. How long have they been together?
Yeah.
Okay, sonny boy, brace yourself for a shock. To the best of our research, about 40 years.
40 years? Oh, well, that would make her at least...
There was a woman with her name, a Contessa Margot Baranya. But the records of the family were all wiped out during World War II.
So this could be her daughter.
Could be. Even a daughter is stretching the imagination a little if it's the same woman.
What are you getting at?
I don't know, Mike. There's something rotten about the whole setup. The guy we know is a louse who got filthy rich on wars and the weapons he brokers to keep them alive. The woman, the girl...
You don't know anything about her.
No, we don't.
Well, where are they now?
Rome, I think. I could check it out, but what are you planning to do? Fly there from Vietnam in a combat plane?
My tour of duty's up. I'm getting out of this war. Keep track of Margot for me. By the time I was discharged, Margot had dropped out of sight. Ditto Stavrianos. Although I chased around after rumors which had them in Mozambique, the Middle East, Crete, anywhere trouble was brewing or could be stirred up. And along the way, I picked up a new kick, racing cars. The same reflexes that made me a surfer and a hotshot pilot worked for me behind a wheel. Within a couple of years, I was beginning to get tabbed for the top races. My first big win was Most Part Park, and the only kind of car that could make me forget Margot, a Lola T330. And it was like crazy that, in a way, she led me back to Margot, the car, and my old buddy, JV. He came by my trailer after the race. Hey, JV, what are you doing in this neck of the woods?
Just watching an old pal trying out a new way to achieve his death wish. You like to live dangerously.
Oh, why not? It's my neck. And there's nobody I owe any responsibility to.
Good. All right, now I'll tell you the real reason I'm here. I want to offer you a job.
No, thanks. I don't need a job.
This is an offer you won't be able to refuse.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Undercover agent.
Me? You gotta be kidding.
How would you like to cross paths with Margot again?
You found out where she is?
Yes.
Well, where?
We've lost touch with Stavrianos. He's disappeared, and for reasons I can't tell you, at least not yet, we've got to find him.
And you think I might get to him through Margot?
Yes. The last place Margot has been located, and as far as we know still is, although she disappears every now and then, is back in Rome.
You've got to hand it to old JV. He might look like a cube in his Brooks Brothers button-down shirts. But dig deep enough, and you could come up with what I always knew was there. An all-right guy. Right on. So, now I was a spy, or a counter-spy, or whatever I was supposed to be.
Margot. Oh. I didn't know you were there. I am always there. Or here. Don't you remember? You gave me little chance to forget. Are you dissatisfied with our bargain? Would you rather be dead, which by this time you assuredly would have been? I might have been better off. I didn't quite understand the terms. No one ever really does. But everyone always accepts them, whatever they are. But you misled me. I told you I didn't mind dying. May I remind you that you were also quite paranoid about growing old? I blame myself bitterly that I allowed myself to fall into your trap. Oh, you are lovely when you are angry. Thanks to you, Constare, or whatever you want to call yourself. I am lovelier by each minute that passes. I am grateful for your thanks. A figure of speech. A bitter one. I wish I could find a way to defeat you.
It really was for laughs. A guy ought to be ashamed to take the money. Most of the time, I sat sipping Campari at Doni's. Doni's on the Via Veneto. Just sit there long enough, and the whole world goes passing by. Like 10 days after I got to Rome. Margot. Buongiorno, bellissima.
Non sono interessato.
Stai sicura?
Molto sicura. My, it's you. What are you doing in Rome?
You look fabulous.
Oh, thank you. So do you. So like you used to way back when we first met.
It's, being unemployed. I haven't felt so good since I was a surf bum. A big deal. How can you... You know, you're fabulous. I mean, you look 20 years younger.
And I feel every year of it.
That's a funny thing to say.
I wish I could think there was anything funny about it.
I'd think most women would give anything to know your secret.
If they did, they'd be sorry for anything they gave.
Hold on. This conversation's getting out of hand. What are you talking about? I don't dig it.
No, you couldn't, but it doesn't matter.
Hey, babe, you're pretty down. Anything I can do?
Maybe. Maybe it's about time for us, Mike.
You mean it?
You're still interested?
I never changed, but... Well, what about your husband?
I never said he was my husband.
Oh. Like that, huh?
No, not like that.
But you're still, together.
Do you see him anywhere?
Well, no, but, you always know where he can be found?
Oh, yes, I always know where he can be found. But he doesn't own me yet.
I'm lost again.
Not yet, Michael, darling, not yet. But you soon will be, if you still want me.
I've wanted you since the first moment you walked into my life 6 years ago.
12.
No, only 6.
Time goes twice as fast for us, Mike. Now come away. Let's forget everything. Except each other.
I looked at this golden woman. No, girl. This golden girl. Glowing as if she were molded out of burnished bronze. Except Margot could never have come from any mold. She was too original. I could feel the warmth of her breath caressing my cheek as she leaned close to whisper. Then why that strange, cold feeling in the pit of my stomach? What was I scared of? What was I getting into? And if I did want to
hit the panic button. Was there any way out?
You should have looked more carefully, Mike. What happened to the few wrinkles by the eyes that used to mar her beauty ever so slightly? The slight sag of flesh beneath the chin and along the jawline. And how could this mysterious woman, once old enough to be your mother, now growing older, have the skin and muscle tone of a woman your own age and younger? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Packing in his hotel room in Rome, Mike Burns was in that super high state of euphoria that a man reaches only when at last a long sought-for conquest is within his grasp. Well, let's be fair to Mike. He was a man in love, and young enough to be in love with love. Young enough to forget everything else in life, till a phone call brought him out of the rose-colored clouds and back to reality.
Yeah?
Mike?
Sure, who's this?
A friend. Long time no hear. Now look, just listen and answer short and sweet. You're hooked up with M again.
You asking or telling?
We know you have been and that you're going away.
What business is that of yours?
It's a silly question. It's your business, too, if a third party turns up. Where is Stavrianos?
Look, buddy, I guess it's something I'd like to know myself anyway. I'll try to find out.
Where do I reach you?
Forget it. I know where to reach you.
Not good enough. The stops are all out for reasons you're not aware of, and the world could be sitting on a powder keg. Where?
All right. Anna Capri.
About the nearest thing to heaven. Let's keep our fingers crossed that you locate Stavrianos before there's hell to pay.
I picked up Margot at the Spanish Steps, and together we drove south to Naples. We dumped the rented car there and went by boat to Capri. From the dock, we snaked back and forth around impossible turns by bus to an eagle's nest high above the Adriatic. Wherever you looked from there, everything was blue and flooded by sunlight. I guess if I have a picture of heaven, it looks like Capri. And we were madly in love. And Margot was astonishingly a girl again. Younger and more alive than me. Shining with youth. What are you doing up this early?
I couldn't sleep.
Was I snoring again?
Oh, do you ever? My darling, I love you whether you're awake or asleep. There's no problem there.
Where's the problem?
Did I say there was one? What shall we do today?
Eat, sun ourselves, and go back to bed again.
Maybe we shouldn't even get up.
You suppose I'm dead?
I know very well that you're not.
If I was, this is the only way I'd like it to be.
Oh.
Who the devil is that?
Anyone but who you mentioned, I hope. Who was it?
It was, for me. I have to go down to the village and make a long-distance call.
Is it so important?
Yeah, I guess it has to do with us.
Us? How?
Darling, forget that for a moment. I want to ask. I'm sorry, but I have to. What's the deal with you and Stavrianos?
Well, what do you mean? Deal?
Are you married?
No.
Where is he? Do you know?
Oh, yes.
Where? Okay. You don't have to tell me. Just, well, after this, will you and he still be together?
We never have been. Not the way you mean.
He's out of your life?
I didn't say that. I wish I could.
I wish you could, too.
Why not? Mike, I love you, but I don't answer questions. You've got to take me on faith, or not at all.
I'll take you on faith. But I also have to go make the phone call. All the way down the hill, I was busy making my decision. If it was JV on the phone, he could go climb a tree. Right at this moment, I couldn't care about international spy games. I was with the woman I loved, and nothing was going to interfere with that. I thought.
I quit. You can't. Now, Mike, listen to me. All our information tells us that Stavrianos already has in his possession a small nuclear device.
Well, how do you know he has it?
Well, let's define terms. We don't know that he actually has it. He is, one might say, the broker between the country that developed it and the potential buyer.
Well, who's the buyer?
We don't even know that much. Just think of it this way. Can you imagine such a weapon in the hands of any terrorist organization? The threat they could pose if their demands are not satisfied? The Holocaust they could bring down on the whole world?
Okay. But what can I do about it?
Find Stavrianos. We can't.
I don't know if Margot will tell me where he is.
Well, if she doesn't, heaven help us all.
And if she does, heaven help me.
What's wrong, darling?
I don't know that anything is yet. Just a hunch everything could be.
The telephone call?
Yes.
Bad news?
Yes.
Is there any way I can help?
Yes.
Then ask me.
Where is Stavrianos?
Darling, I told you. He doesn't mean anything between us.
I got news for you. He does.
Why?
All right, I won't hack around. The only way I could find my way back to you was as a government snoop. My job is to find Stavrianos through you.
Mike, is that your only interest in me?
Oh, you know it isn't.
How well I know. And how sorry I am that I ever allowed you to meet me.
Why?
Because we have no future, Mike. Especially now.
I won't accept that.
You'll have to accept it. We've had this short time together, and it was right, and it was wonderful. But it couldn't last. No, don't interrupt me. Listen to me. Remember back when you first met me. I was old enough then to be your mother. I was 41 to your 18. But already, I was coming back to you.
Coming back to me?
Listen to me. When I first met Stavrianos, I was headed for my 60s, and I had an absolute terror of growing old. And he turned the clock upside down for me.
I don't understand.
How could anyone understand who hasn't made a pact with the devil?
The devil?
Haven't you learned enough about Stavrianos to know that's what he is?
But what kind of pact?
One that really ended our love affair before it could have begun.
No.
Oh, yes, my love. Believe me, these past few weeks have been my only taste of heaven. But now I have to go. And I hope I can take him back to hell with me.
Margot, don't go to him. I'd give my own life to save yours. You know that.
I know that, and I also know how foolish that would be.
Why?
Because you don't understand. You don't understand the pact I made. I have no fear of death, since I will never die.
He promised you that.
He tricked me, but his promise was a true one. That I should never grow old and that I should never die because he reversed the life process for me. And from the moment I sold my soul to him, I have been growing younger day by day, week by week, and year by year. And so, Mike, as we grow apart, you and I, at twice the pace. And you grow older, and I grow younger. Don't you see? There is no hope for us. No. There is no hope. There is no hope for us, no hope for me. So this is goodbye, my love.
Look, I know you must think I'm crazy, J.V., but that's how it was. We argued all through the day and back and forth till exhaustion, and finally I fell asleep, and when I woke, she was gone. You've got to help me find her. I can't, old buddy. No, you got me into this. Now, if it hadn't been for you, you've got to. Where is she?
I can only tell you one thing. By our standards, Stavrianos and she are dead.
What do you mean by our standards?
You haven't been reading the news lately, not even the headlines.
So what?
A small island in the Aegean Sea just up and disappeared yesterday.
I don't read you.
You will. Oh, it's written off to a sudden earthquake or other natural causes, but it seems to have been the private property of one Demetrios Stavrianos.
How do you know that?
Because a woman named Margot left Capri suddenly and flew directly there.
You mean Margot is dead?
I'll tell you something, buddy boy, from my heart. I hope Stavrianos, whoever he was, and your girlfriend Margot, whoever she might have been, are dead forever and buried 6 feet deep. The rest of the world is better off if they are, as even you, old buddy, will find out in time.
It took a little time, but I guess the human spirit is elastic. I came back. But I still get the shakes and I wonder about things. She haunts me. Margot and her husband, or whatever he was, Stavrianos, were burned to a crisp in a terrible explosion that wiped out a whole island as well. And yet, more and more as I grow older, I'm afraid to look at children. I watch them playing in a park, on a beach, at amusement parks, and so often I see a girl who might be Margot. It used to be teenagers, but now as the years pass, it's the little tots, younger and younger. Is it faintly possible that Faust is more than a legend? That one can make a pact with the devil? And that he could switch the whole deal? Instead of holding off age, could reverse the whole process of growing old so that, in the end, a person would be nothing. Unborn, a thing that never was.
Interesting question. What do you think? And whether you agree with it as a possibility or not, aren't you terrorized by the very concept? To live life in reverse, to travel backwards to an innocent infant, even to the conception itself. Certainly if the devil wanted to steal the purest soul, where else could he find one more pure? I shall return shortly. By some miracle of fortune, upward air currents after the explosion carried the deadly byproducts over the Sahara Desert, where they were dispersed and absorbed. Margot and Stavrianos have never been seen again. Is it too much to speculate that she had her revenge and that the devil is locked up in hell for good, where he belongs? Why not hope Someday, we must all believe that the world will wake up and banish him as we come to our senses. We must believe, or else go mad. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Robert Dryden, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. And at midnight, according to the old chronicles, there would be a convocation of sorcerers, devils, demons, goblins, and ghouls, and they would thereupon proceed to hold an orgy in a manner and fashion too sinful even to contemplate. And woe to the unfortunate mortal who would be compelled to participate in these hellish rituals that were profanely called a witch's Sabbath. A witch's Sabbath. You say it's superstition, an old wives' tale, a throwback to a more innocent era. Don't be too sure the era you live in today isn't the most innocent era in all history.
What is this? Where am I?
Where you always wanted to be, baby. You're at a party, Tiger. What a party. Look, beautiful women. All for you. And fabulous food. That fountain, it's champagne. All yours, baby. It's what you always dreamed of, Tiger.
Oh, I'm dreaming again.
Not this time. It's real. Now it's real.
But why? Why are you doing this for me?
Because we love you. How we love you. We would even die for you, baby. Just as you might even die for us.
Our mystery drama, Witch's Sabbath, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes, a kind of amused contempt for the superstitions of our ancestors. We civilized people, we know everything, except perhaps that civilization is only skin deep. For a highly reliable estimate of the human condition, we refer you now to Francis Aloysius O'Boyle, whose knowledge of mankind was acquired during 35 years of faithful service behind a bar.
In a place like this, you get all kinds, and you hear everything. The rich man has his psychiatrist, the religious man has his priest, and the drinking man has his publican. All them words. Is it a coincidence they all begin with a P? Here I spent my whole life thinking I was just a bartender, but this professor comes in here one night. There's another smart word that begins with a P, huh? And he calls me publican. Oh, that's the traditional English word for saloon keeper. I think it sounds kind of dignified, don't you? Well, anyway, like I started to tell you, you get all kinds. It's a pretty good evening. All the regulars are here. And just about midnight, this guy comes through the door. His clothes, not too expensive, not too cheap, just middle. You know what I mean? The only thing is, he's got a very scared look on his face. So I say to him, what do you have? And he answers, what do you got? Me? I got everything, pal. Name it.
Well, I want a drink.
Sure. What kind of drink?
Now, please, I didn't come in here for an inquisition. I want a drink. Just pour me one, if you don't mind.
So I reached for the nearest bottle and poured him a glass. He made a very, very sour face as he drank it down. You could tell he didn't like it. Yet for a guy who didn't like it, he kept putting it away. So I said, don't you think you had enough?
No.
he still seemed perfectly sober. It was just that he appeared to be more scared than ever. Now, in my business, you make it a rule. Never start up with a customer. But this guy was so frightened that I felt I just had to break that rule. Just this once. And I did. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Please, I'm asking. You don't look too good.
You know something? You should mind your own business.
You know something? I think you're right. Well, I forgot all about it until about 1:45 when I give everybody in the place the usual warning. All right, last call.
Last call for what?
I don't need a comedian in a joint this hour of the night. It's the last call for what do you think?
Well, I'm not sure. You see, I don't frequent places like this as a rule.
Well, what are you doing tonight? Slumming?
No, please, I didn't mean it to sound that way.
You decided you want to rub shoulders with the peasants?
No,
Well, you've been pouring down that juice. Where do you usually go first?
Well, you see, I'm not really a drinker.
How's that a fact?
No, the reason I came in here is because I'm so upset and I'm so frightened, you see, and it's so light in here and it seems so safe.
Like I said, last call. If you want to have another drink, one more is all you can buy.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean 1:00. I close the joint and go home.
Close? Oh, no, you can't close. You can't do that. You have to stay open.
As it is, I stay open 16 hours a day. It's enough.
Just tonight, please. Stay open a little longer.
Now, look, we got a state law that says lock the joint at 1.
But I don't want to leave here.
I do.
No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to be out in the street.
So call a cab.
No, that won't help.
Call a cop.
It's no use. They'll find me.
Who's going to find you?
They will.
Well, that's what we're trying to establish. Who is they?
The witches.
Oh, the witches.
Yeah.
I see. The witches. You're the kind of guy who gets his load on, then he sees witches.
No. I saw them. I saw them even before I had my first drink. I've been drinking to see if I could get rid of them.
Oh, that's a switch.
Oh, please, don't humor me.
I wouldn't think of it.
You don't believe me?
Sure, I believe you.
Now, don't tell me the customer is always right, either. You've got to listen to what happened to me tonight.
If you can tell it before 1:00, you got 10 minutes.
All right, look. Every word I'll tell you is true. My name is Harry Harnischbecker. I'm a computer engineer. I design computers.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
So tell me something. Why do them computers always keep fouling up?
No, they don't. They can't. It's the people who use them.
Yeah? So how come I keep getting bills?
No, forget about it.
No, forget about it. These clowns want to take me to court because I didn't pay them for a piano. I never even bought it. And you say forget about it?
Look, the reason I told you I was a computer engineer was to impress you.
That don't impress me.
With the fact that I'm a reasonable, sane, and practical man.
If I'd known who you was, I'd have thrown you out of the joint.
No, a man like me. I should be the last person in the world to be upset by my primitive superstition. So you must hear me out.
Well, I warn you. Better not take more than 9 minutes.
Okay. You see, I had left my office at the usual hour of 5 p.m. I was walking to the bus stop. I commute, you see, from Blairville. We own a house there. It's a split level, and we were able to buy it very...
Is the house important to this story? I'm saying it's for your own good because all you got left is 8.5 minutes.
Is it important to the story? I don't know.
I listen to thousands of these stories. Stick to the point.
Okay. I left the office. I was walking to the bus stop.
We already established the bus stop.
Please.
You only got 8 minutes.
I stopped to wait for the light to change, and suddenly I heard a voice say...
Hiya, baby. You want to have a little fun?
Oh, I see where this is going.
No, you don't. You don't. Believe me, you don't. Well, I looked, and there at the curb was a brand new sports car, imported. It was an Aracata.
Uh-huh.
And in it were two of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen in my whole life.
That never happens to me.
One was blonde, and one was brunette. And each had creamy white skin and sparkling red lips. And the blonde had sea green eyes. The brunette, her eyes were a flashing black. You know the kind?
I know the kind. How would it do?
Oh, like the goddesses of ancient Greece, but much more slender.
That's a promising start. All right, now get to the action. You got 7 minutes.
Okay. It was the blonde who had asked if I wanted to have some fun.
And what do you say?
No.
You've done the right thing. You could have gone along with him. There'd been a guy waiting with a gun. And he lifts your bankroll. The old Murphy game. You've done the right thing. You always got to think of that.
No, I was thinking of the fact that I had taken a solemn vow to be faithful to my wife.
And you should get a gold star for that.
Yeah, but then the brunette said...
Come on, Tiger. We're going to a party.
So what did you say?
I said... I said...
Well, come on. You got 6 minutes.
Now, believe me. You must believe me. There was a confusion of signals between my brain and my voice.
Yeah.
Now, consider the mind as a computer.
You say that word one more time and you'll be barred from this joint for life.
No, but it's true. The answer that my brain fed to my voice was, no thanks. But the answer that came out was
yeah?
Hey, honey, what are we waiting for? And before I knew it, I was in the sports car.
Well, you are a sly one, Mr. Harney.
Where those words came from, I'll never know. Why I said them, I'll never know. I didn't want to get into the car with those women.
No, of course not.
No, and anyway, the brunette turned to the blonde and asked...
Will he do?
And the blonde winked at me and said...
How about it, baby?
And you said?
I said... I wanted to say, please let me out of here. I'm a most happily married man. I wanted to say that. But the words that came out said, let's go, girls.
Well, why didn't you just open the car door and jump out?
Because I couldn't.
I'm with you, pal. I couldn't either. So, look, you got 4 minutes. And you ain't even got to the good part yet.
Well, we were going down Main Street. And the blonde placed her arms around me, and she kissed me.
Now we're getting there.
And I think I must have passed out.
That must have been some kiss.
Oh, yeah, it was. There was fire in it, and ice, and champagne bubbles, and I just don't know how to describe it.
Oh, you don't have to describe it.
And then everything sort of disappeared, you see, or I might have passed out.
It was like that, huh?
I don't know how long it lasted, but when I woke, I was in a kind of a room, and there was a kind of music, and there was a fire burning in the middle of the room, and I thought that was kind of strange because there was no fireplace, and I shouted, fire, fire!
Don't get excited, baby. Nothing to be scared of yet, Tiger.
And they were there in the room, this crazy-looking room with wild kind of pictures on the walls, the blonde and the brunette, and each was wearing a long robe. And I looked at myself, and I was wearing a long robe, too. Hey, where am I? What's the meaning of this?
Well, we asked you to come to a party, baby. Oh, yes, indeed, Tiger. A party.
But my clothes, what happened to my clothes?
Well, it's a formal party. Now you're dressed right for it.
Now, what party are you talking about?
The kind of party you've been dreaming about all your life. Wild, crazy, the most beautiful women in the world. And here we are, with a fountain of champagne. Look, baby, there it is.
What? The fire. What did you do to the fire? How did the fire turn into a fountain of champagne?
Well, would you rather it was a fire?
Well, I...
All your life you wanted to swim in a champagne fountain.
Who are you talking about?
You, Perry Harnessfeger, Jr. Haven't you always dreamed about it?
I never told anyone.
Beautiful women, a champagne fountain, music.
Wait.
You're a king, Tiger. A king. It's what you always wanted, baby.
No, it's not what I always wanted.
Who are you kidding? Your secret dream. His Majesty, King Perry Harnessfeger. Hail His Majesty, King Perry Harnessfeger. Hail, King Perry! Tiger, your loyal subjects await your command.
Look, please, tell me what this is. How did I get here?
Oh, we invited you to a party. This is a party.
But this fire that turns into a champagne fountain, this table with the most fantastic food, and the people, all these people, who are they?
Well, they're your loyal subjects. You always wanted to be a king. Your secret desire. Every wish comes true tonight.
Yes, but...
But what?
My wife is expecting me home. She'll worry.
What do you care? Well, you want her to worry.
No, that isn't true. That isn't. What was that?
You made him angry.
He? Who is he?
But don't do it again.
Who did I make angry?
The prince.
The prince? Who is he?
The Prince of Darkness.
The Prince of Darkness?
Who spoke my name?
What? Where did he come from?
Who is this?
This is the Tiger Prince.
Yeah, the guest of honor for the party.
He doesn't look like much to me.
That's true.
A meek little watery-blooded clerk, if you ask me.
Well, that's what he looks like.
But he's a tiger inside.
A lover.
A killer.
Ruthless.
Reckless.
Fit to be the guest of honor.
Then, let the party begin.
Let the party begin.
The lights. What's happening to the lights? It's getting dark in here.
Who shall speak the invocation?
That's you, baby. Recite the prayer, Tiger.
What prayer?
The Sabbath prayer. Let the Sabbath begin.
Sabbath? I thought this was a party.
Well, it is, baby. Say the Sabbath prayer.
What kind of Sabbath?
A witch's Sabbath.
A witch's Sabbath.
A Sabbath for witches.
A witch's Sabbath. Well, you must admit, you don't get invited to one of those every day. And the question you might be asking yourself is, how did our rather prosaic Perry Harnish figure get invited to this one in the first place? Well, by this time you know perfectly well you don't get any of the answers in the first act. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party. Two very pretty ladies, one a blonde and one a brunette, were driving about in an expensive sports car looking for a gentleman to escort them to a party. And gallant Perry Harnishfigger volunteered. Well, when he arrived, he discovered that the party had a kind of indefinable religious tinge to it. It was a Sabbath of sorts. Or to be exact, a witch's Sabbath.
A witch's Sabbath? Oh, yes. These ladies are witches.
Witches? But witches are
what? Hideous old crones. Why? I am the prince. These are my handmaidens. Why shouldn't they be beautiful?
Oh, please, where am I? What's happening to me?
This is a religious assembly.
I want to go home.
Why?
Why?
Well, answer the prince, baby.
Answer the Prince of Darkness, Tiger.
Why do you want to go home? You hate your home.
No, that's not true. What?
Oh, we told you not to do that.
You mustn't lie to the Prince of Darkness.
You hate your home. You hate your wife.
No, that isn't...
Don't say true.
You'll get him mad again. Relax, Tiger, relax. And let it happen.
Let what happened?
What you came here for.
What you've been dreaming of.
Toll the bell. Once. Twice. Thrice.
Say 3, baby.
What for?
It's the magic number. Say 3, Tiger. 3.
3.
Weave a circle round him thrice.
3 times.
3 times tonight.
3 times. You will do it 3 times.
Do what?
He doesn't know what.
He doesn't know why.
Tell him 3 times. Kill.
Kill? What do you mean, kill?
You know what we mean. You'll kill your boss.
Your wife.
Her lover.
No. Let me out of here. Do you understand? Let me out.
Go.
What are you waiting for?
So long, Tiger.
Well, why don't you leave?
My clothes. I don't even know how I got into this robe. What did you do with my clothes?
You're wearing them.
What? How did you do that?
I can do anything. I'm the Prince of Darkness.
Now, look, please. I'm just a very quiet, ordinary type of person.
Don't talk like that to him, baby. You know what happens when you lie.
You're a machine. You make computers and you become one yourself. Your boss steals your ideas. Your best friend steals your wife.
They laugh at you? 3 people laugh at you, Tiger. Your boss, your best friend.
Your wife. Now kneel and pray with us.
Oh, but...
Kneel. Pray. Speak that same prayer.
What same prayer?
The prayer that was in your heart when you were walking to the bus station.
I wasn't praying.
Don't lie.
Well, I wasn't.
Look out there.
Where?
See, baby, that's the street. That's you, walking to the bus station. Listen to what you're saying to yourself. Listen, Tiger.
I'll kill that smirking, thieving who does he think he is?
That's you.
I designed the circus. I alone worked out every production problem. It's mine. He stole it from me. He made millions. I'll kill him. One day I'll kill him.
That's you, Tiger. Now you see us in the car. And we hear what you're saying. Loud and clear. It's a prayer.
But I didn't mean what I was saying.
You didn't?
No, it wasn't even true. A man says a lot of things he doesn't mean.
A man means every word he says.
But that's not why we picked you up. The streets are filled with human beings who want to kill one, but you wanted to kill 3 times.
No, that's not true.
Well, look at yourself walking down the street. Listen to yourself. Talking to yourself.
Who do they think I am? I'm not blind. I'm not stupid. I deal in facts. Facts. You feed facts into a computer, you get answers.
What answers were you getting, Betty?
How did you know what I was thinking?
I know everything. Why do you want to kill your wife?
Because I see now.
Yes? What do you see now?
My wife. I see now. She must have always had a roving eye. But why with Joe? Why with my best friend?
Well, you know why, baby. Because he was there, Tiger, and you weren't. The French, they have a saying. The one who is absent is always in the wrong. Listen to the French. They know all about love.
Summon the demons. Summon the devils. The ghosts. The specters. The phantasmagoric spirits of murder and death. Summon the incubus of revenge. The evil genius of retribution. Come, all. Pray. This is the witch's Sabbath. Repeat after me. Death and the fires of hell.
Death and the fires of hell.
To the unholy 3.
To the unholy 3. Death to all 3. Toll the bell 3 times.
And now, Petty Harnish Face, do you shed blood tonight? Do you want to kill them? Your boss?
Your wife? Her lover?
Do you want to kill them?
It's wrong.
That's not the answer. Do you want to kill them? Search your mind.
Search your heart. Your soul.
Do you want to kill them? Answer. Rejoice, my children, rejoice! Now he is one of us. You will kill them.
Kill?
Yes, tonight. This is the night of the witch's Sabbath. The service needs one thing to be complete. Blood. My children, how wonderful are our prayers tonight. There will not be one victim, but 3.
But I can't kill. I don't know how.
I shall teach you.
I don't have the nerve.
I will steady your hand. I will harden your heart. You will kill, and then you will be free.
Free?
Free of the hate that poisons your mind.
But I'll be a murderer.
You will only murder those who murdered you. Haven't you been cheated and disgraced? Your life is empty. Your world is dead.
Oh, you have to kill, baby. 3 times, Tiger.
My son, I know the anguish of your soul. I have also been cast out. My rightful place is now held by others. My patrimony has been stolen. Here is the revolver.
No.
Would you rather use a knife? The gun is quicker, Tiger. Surer. Better.
The gun is in your pocket. Close your eyes. When you open them, you shall be in a room. The room where your boss sits in his palatial home. A comfortable room. There he counts his money. Your money. You will kill him.
Oh,
You must. It is a ritual that must be performed on the holiest of all nights. Now, when I say, open your eyes, you will be with your boss. Open your eyes.
I opened my eyes, and I was there, in the den of his home, my boss's home. He was listening to that hi-fi of his, which must have cost a small fortune. Listening to that classical music he pretends to love. I say pretends because all he loves is money.
Harry, I didn't hear anyone announce you. Do you like Mozart? Excellent recording it. But you don't go in for classical music, as I remember. But why did I send for you?
You didn't send for me.
No? Then what are you doing here?
Well, don't I have the right to visit you?
Perry, I see enough of you all day. Too much.
Well, you won't see me anymore.
Why? Are you quitting?
No, but you are. You're quitting this world, this life.
Oh, really? I hadn't given it much thought.
Yeah, I know, but I have. I came here to kill you.
You what? Oh, no. Not you. Not Perry Hornisfager.
With this?
Perry, you're a comedian. Put that cat pistol away.
Oh, you think I won't do it?
Why should you kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Who else would give you a job but me?
I could work anywhere. I'm top man in my field.
Sure, Perry, sure. But you haven't had a new idea in 5 years.
Now, by that you mean you haven't stolen one of my ideas in 5 years.
When did I ever steal one of your ideas?
Our new A-line computer. That wasn't mine. Go ahead, I dare you. Say it wasn't my circuits that made it possible.
The truth is, Perry, your circuits made it impossible. It's only after we threw them out.
You're lying.
Come on, Perry, have a drink. You'll feel better. Who else could you ever work for? Who else would put up with your tantrums, your delusions of grandeur? Sometimes I wonder why I do it myself.
You know why. Because you're waiting to steal my next design. That's why.
No, that's not why. It was for your mother's sake.
Don't you mention my mother's name.
I guess I must have been in love with your mother.
I said don't mention her name. She was a vicious, hateful woman.
She was the most beautiful woman I ever met, your mother.
I warned you.
Perry! Perry! What did you do?
Well, what has he done? He went from that witch's Sabbath, or whatever it was, straight to his boss's home, and very quickly, before we could even get to know that gentleman, Perry shot him dead. Now, you're probably saying, is this really happening to Perry, or is it a dream? Well, it could be one, it could be the other. Or it could be both. As usual, we need the third act, and I shall bring it to you in just a very few moments. Perry Harnischfeger is telling a story to a rather cynical bartender in a saloon. Perry is almost milquetoast in appearance, speech, and manner. But that's on the outside. Inside, he seethes and boils and seems to be a potential volcano. It's the old story about books, covers, and judgments. So, before you form yours, listen.
Now, what are you telling me? These two dames picked you up, took you to this hotel room.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. If it was a hotel room, it was more like a cavern.
And you had this dream of all this stuff like the devils and witches.
No, it wasn't a dream.
They must have fed you one of them things like poison mushrooms or something. It gives you them wild nightmares.
It wasn't a dream.
You mean you actually killed your boss?
No. I had a vision of killing my boss.
Now, look. The only reason I'm listening to this is for those two dames, the blonde and the brunette. What happened with them? If they don't come back, then as far as I'm concerned, the story's over.
No, they never left me, you see. They were with me all the time, even when I had the vision of killing my boss.
Yeah? So what happened?
I stood there, looking at his body on the floor, in this vision that I had. And I was holding the revolver. And the blonde stepped forward and removed the gun from my hand.
I'll take that, baby. We have to reload it. The prince is very proud of you. The service can now continue. You brought us blood. Are you ready to go home?
No, I don't want to go home. I don't feel it's my home any longer.
It's because she shut you out of it. She stole your home. A man's home is his castle. What right does another man have to live in your castle, Tiger? What right? Get your home back. Kill them.
Oh, but...
Look at him. Now on the floor, the man who robbed you of your standing as a scientist, the man who used to be your boss, you killed him. So now, for those who robbed you of your standing as a man, kill them also. The pistol is in your pocket. Will you speak the word to him, Prince?
Close your eyes. When I say open your eyes, you will be in your own home. At least it's the place you pay for. But another man enjoys. When I say open your eyes, you will be home. Kill them both. Open your eyes.
So, Perry, I see you finally got home.
And I see you're here as usual, Joe.
Usual. I wish he'd come more often.
Oh, you do? Why?
Well, it beats being alone.
Hey, Joe, why don't you get yourself a wife of your own?
Why don't you mind your business, Perry?
Oh, but this is my business. It's very much my business. It could very well be that Joe feels he doesn't need a wife of his own as long as he has mine.
And just what is that supposed to mean?
Now, Perry, I don't
say anything, Joe. Don't even signify that kind of slander with a reply.
Do you think I'm blind?
Yes. You're also deaf and dumb.
I know what's going on here.
Well, then tell me.
Are you kidding?
Look, Perry, you have to work late at the
He
plant.
doesn't have to. He wants to.
Yes, that's right. And the next time I design a new circuit that's worth a fortune, I won't say a word about it. I'll just walk out and sell it.
When did you ever design... What was the use?
Are you saying I did not design the A-line computer?
Oh, Perry, please. You need help.
Yes, I know.
What did you say?
I said I know. I need help.
You never said that before? Hey, darling, don't you see? That's half the battle to face yourself squarely, to admit you need help. But don't you agree, Joe?
Yes, it's really true.
We'll find you the best psychiatrist.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
But you just said you need help.
I have the best help, the truest help, actually. The only real help there is. Religion.
Religion? Oh, sure, why not? If belief helps you, it's the most wonderful thing in the world.
Did you have a religious experience, Perry?
Yes.
I'm so happy for you. And you look so peaceful. What do you pray for?
Death.
What did you say?
Death.
You mustn't pray for your death.
I'm not praying for my death. I'm praying for yours.
For mine?
And his.
What are you doing, Perry? That's a gun.
Yeah. A .38 caliber Valentine Porter revolver. A highly accurate weapon.
Now, Perry, don't do anything foolish.
Oh, no. No, I intend to do something smart. Very smart.
You don't want to kill me.
But I do, Joe. I do.
Why, Perry? Why?
You know why.
I don't.
The two of you.
Perry, we never did anything.
You never even thought of it. Go ahead, tell me that. I bet you never even thought of it. Well?
Yes, Perry, we thought of it.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
Well, we thought of it, but we decided we couldn't do it.
And that's a lie.
We're not made that way.
Perry, you don't love me anymore, and I don't believe in divorce, so all three of us will have to go on being miserable forever.
Oh, no, not all three of us. Not all three of us. Two of us will be dead.
No, Perry.
And the dead, as far as I know, are not miserable.
Perry, please, stop. Think.
And I won't be miserable.
But you will, Perry.
Oh, no, I've been commanded to do this.
Commanded? The only command there is for a thing like this is thou shalt not kill.
That's not my command.
Perry, you can't.
Oh, yes, I can. Because he has darkened my soul. He has hardened my heart.
No.
He has steadied my hand.
For the love of heaven, Perry.
Not heaven, Joe. They were on the floor. Dead. My wife and her lover, who had also been my best friend. I closed my eyes for a moment as if I couldn't believe what had happened. And when I opened them again, I was back. Back in that other place. And he was there, the one who was called the Prince of Darkness. And they were there. The two who called themselves witches.
You did it, baby. You're a terrific tiger.
You're my best-loved child, Perry.
I want to go home.
You're home now.
No.
You have a place here. You have two wives.
He means me. Oh, me too.
Look at them, aren't they beautiful?
No, please.
You have a job, too. Keeper of the flame.
Hey, baby, that's the best job there is. You light the fire for the witches' Sabbath.
Now let the service continue.
Now, let me out of here, please. Please. I'm frightened. I'm leaving.
Did you hear that? He's leaving.
He's leaving.
I ran from that place and from the sound of the laughter, that terrible laughter. And I ran through the dark and deserted streets of the city. I didn't stop running until I saw a light. It was safe. Here. With the bright lights and the soft music and the friendly faces. Here. I'm safe.
So? What happened? You mean you killed your wife and your friend in addition to your boss?
No. I didn't kill anybody. But the terrible thing is, I wanted to. And it dominated my mind, which is why they came after me. Don't you understand?
All I understand is I stayed open past 1 o'clock because I thought you were going to tell me about those two dames. What happened to them?
They're after me.
Yeah?
I'm one of them now. Don't you see? They'll be after me as long as I live.
Okay, mister, this is it. Closing time.
Oh, please. Please don't send me out to the street, please. They're looking for me.
The men in the white coats are looking for you.
They read your mind. They read your heart.
Two beautiful dames in a sports car. Why don't I run into things like that?
You will. You will if there's evil in your mind. If there's murder in your heart, they'll find you.
Oh, for crying out loud. Did I say guys in white coats are looking for you? Two guys in blue coats are looking for me. On account of you, I broke the law. I'm open. Look, officers, my watch must have been wrong. I'm not serving on this.
Phil, you at the bar.
Sure.
Grab him, Jack. Don't try anything.
Hey, look, there's nothing going on here.
Careful, Jack. He's a killer. He's armed. Now, hand over the gun, mister. Easy. That's it. I'll cuff him, Jack. Your name's Perry Harnischfager?
Yes.
This is your gun. This 38 caliber Valentine Porter?
Yes.
Hey, wait a second. I'm not dreaming. This is for real. You mean he killed somebody?
3 people.
The unholy 3.
Let's go.
Officer, wait. Let me tell you why I did it.
Mister, you better tell that to a judge and a jury.
So, like I was saying, you stand here behind a bar, you get all kinds. The stories I hear. Anyhow, the reason I bring it up is because I was reading in the paper today, and you might have seen it on the late news on the TV. Perry Harnischfager was found guilty of murder, triple murder. His boss, his wife, his best friend. Yeah. He's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. What's that? Oh, the witch's Sabbath. Now, how could a thing like that be legit? I mean, this here is the 20th century, ain't it? Hey, where'd the time go? It's 1:45. Excuse me, friend. A couple of dames just walked in down the other end of the bar. Hey, not bad looking, huh? Yeah, I'll be right back. Well, ladies, you got time for one more before closing. What'll it be?
Hiya, baby. Hello, Tiger. You want to have a little fun?
I'm a married man.
That's why we asked. Why don't you close the place and we'll take you to a party?
Oh, well, look, I told you, I'm a married man.
Yeah, we know. That's what you have to say, baby. But what do you want to say, Tiger?
I want to say, what are we waiting for?
Well, what are you waiting for? More? The story's over, isn't it? Or is it? Isn't this a story that has been going since the beginning of the human race? The longest continued story in the world. And if you think about it, between all our characters, we have seen practically every one of the 10 Commandments violated. When we tell you a story about wrongdoing, we present wrongdoers wholesale. I'll be back shortly. The wish is father to the thought. Who said that? Shakespeare. Who else? To which we may add, the thought is father to the deed. Or if you think about doing something, it's because you really want to do it, no matter how strange or violent it may be. And if you think long enough and strong enough, who knows? You may wind up as a guest of honor at a witch's Sabbath. Of course, you can prevent that by listening to Mystery Theater and leave all thoughts of violence here with us. After all, we do it so much better and neater. And you pay nothing in the end. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Leon Janney, Marion Haley, E.V. Juster, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. October 31st is a date of deep antiquity. In the Christian calendar, it is the day before All Souls Day, All Hallows Day, the eve of which is known as Halloween, a time for trick-or-treat and benevolent mischief, long celebrated by children. But the history of this eve is mephistic and malevolent. In the Celtic calendar, those brooding, dark, bloody people celebrated it as the last day of the year, a day given over to witches and warlocks and their sinful and wicked revels.
We found her this morning, ma'am, just the other side of Grant's Woods. The child was dead.
Oh, my dear. How?
Well, that's the question. She'd been savaged by... Well, if it wasn't for the fact we ain't had a panther, a cougar, or a mountain lion in this area for the last 20 years, I'd figure one of them for the cause.
It wasn't... What do you figure?
Well, Miss Taylor, that's just what brought me to you.
Our mystery drama, The Queen of Cats, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tammy Grimes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If I were to mention casually lycanthropy, kinanthropy, or let's say versipellis, I doubt if the words would stir any emotion. But if you knew that all these terms apply to the transmigration not only of souls, but of bodies, further than that, if you knew
They apply to the unholy and unnatural exchange of the human body for that of an animal. If you are informed that these words are part of the glossary that refers to the werewolf specifically and in all his forms, would you not feel a run of icy fingers down the backbone, a clutch of terror in the throat, a desperate feeling to cry out, "Let me wake up, I don't want to live this nightmare"? If you don't, just turn off the dial. But if you do, don't go away.
They are hunting me down again. They are hunting me down the night again. As they have through all recorded history. The bullets whistle through the air and jump home as they thud and flee. In other years, they would have been arrows before that spears. The same swish. The same thwunk as they find a mark. Only century after century, they travel faster and make more noise. Yet today I have less concern, for I know none of the weapons turned against me. Lest I knew it. The sharp open stake is a literary anachronism. Besides, even if I'm it, what does it matter? I have 99 times 9 lives to use up since the dawn of time. 9 times more than the lesser gods. I am a cat. Pussy, now behave yourself. Plenty for all. Napoleon, Nero, Marie Antoinette, behave yourself and no cake. Now then, there we are. Plenty for all. Good wholesome food. Oh, dear. Why do people always drop in unexpectedly at dinner time? Coming! All right, now be good, kiddies. Maybe a new brother or sister is coming to join you. Yes, can I help you?
Sheriff Lige Bascom, ma'am. I wonder if I could come in for a short spell.
Why, you're more than welcome, Sheriff. Can I get you some tansy tea?
No, I reckon not, ma'am. The reason I come by...
Sorry I don't have anything stronger. I know how you men are.
No, it ain't that, Miss Taylor. I'm here strictly on business.
Oh. Well, won't you sit down anyway?
You suppose there might be somewhere a bit more private than...
Than here in front of all my boys and girls busy at a hearty meal? Of course. Let's go out of the kitchen and go into the sitting room. Don't use it all that much being alone, so I hope it's fit to visit in.
I'm sure it will be just right, Miss Taylor. Now, I'm sorry to have to bring this up, but, well, it's sort of a question about your cats.
What about them?
Well, you gotta admit you got a powerful lot of them.
I do. I know my neighbors figure me a mite touched, but I don't want to be just plain human. I want to be humane.
Ma'am, I don't mean to score you, but...
These Rockies, we're lucky enough to live and breathe in, are one of this country's great natural preserves. But we got outsiders come by the thousands from the east and the south, the north and the far west. We make them welcome here. And all we ask is they leave it the same as they come. So why did they leave all the debris behind them? The garbage is nothing. We can pick it up or let it rot into the earth. The animals are something else again.
The animals?
Pets. Birds, dogs, raccoons, whatever. But most of all, the easiest animal to take advantage of. The cat. They fondle them, feed them, and pet them for a quick summer. And then, when they head for their real home, leave them to fend for themselves. You think me loco because I gather the strays and give them a home?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to.
I reckon I do now.
Oh. Why?
Well, I don't want to make this any more unpleasant than it has to be, ma'am, but, well, one of the Clark children, Susie to be exact, going on 16, disappeared last night. We found her early this morning in Silver Mine Woods, just the other side of Grant's Clearing.
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't think so, ma'am. The child was dead.
Oh, my dear. How?
Well, that's the question. She'd been savaged, but... Well, if I didn't know we haven't had a panther or a cougar or a mountain lion in this area in the last 20 years, I might figure something like that for the culprit.
And if you don't figure something like that, what do you?
Well, ma'am, no one of them alone, of course, but if they was in a pack...
Are you trying to suggest that my cats could have been responsible?
Well, I'm only doing my duty by asking questions.
And then let me answer them for you. I have 63 cats, each of which has a name, and each one is just as different as you and me. I let them run free, but they cannot go beyond the fence I keep them inside of. Silvermine Woods is at least 4 or 5 miles beyond my compound, and every one of my cats is accounted for as of this minute and last night. And the door out is through the parlor arch to the left.
Oh, no, it ain't exactly me, Miss Taylor. It's the rest of the town. This isn't the first accident of this kind that we've had since...
Since I came to town?
Well, since you took to collecting all them cats.
And since when has that been a crime?
Well, it ain't exactly a crime, ma'am. Now, Miss Taylor, I'm asking you to be reasonable. The people in this town are up in arms. That poor child was badly mutilated, and
they want to blame it on my little pussycats. Let them prove my little boarders were responsible.
Well, maybe they can't, but can you prove they weren't? Ma'am, I got to warn you. They are forming a citizens committee.
Vigilantes, more like.
Well, I hope it won't come to that. No, they mean to go to law first.
All right. I'll meet them attorney for attorney.
Well, that could be an expensive process. And you'll be hard put to find any local lawyer who'd want to represent you in this. It wouldn't make them a heap of friends.
Then I'll import one if I have to.
Yeah, I was afraid you might be stubborn. Anyways, meantime, I have a warrant here to search the premises.
What for?
Evidence of any kind. I'd like to see the cats.
I'd better come with you.
Why, are you afraid they might tear me apart?
My cats are as gentle as babies. I just want to make sure you don't do any harm to them. I knew it would come to this sooner or later. I could move on or fight. For me, there was no choice. I had to protect my cats. I wasn't going to be ousted. I would stay and fight.
This is the office of Anthony Reddick, attorney at law. Well, come in. The door's open. Mr. Reddick isn't here, but I expect him back from court any moment. Be with you in a minute. Please, sit down. Yes, sir. Well, you see, I'm not his regular secretary. I'm just his landlord. Yes, sir. I'll tell Mr. Reddick to call you back. Ma'am, did you want to see Mr. Reddick?
Quiet, Harris. Yes, miss, I do.
He should be back any moment. Could you wait?
I think so. I'm quite good at it.
I'm sure he could make time to see you.
I'm sure he could, since he doesn't have any other clients.
I beg your pardon? That's not true.
Of course it is. That's why I'm here. But it's very brave of you to cover up for him.
I'm not covering up. But as his secretary...
Oh, my dear, you're not his secretary.
How do you know?
Because I'm a very old lady who knows a great deal more about too many things than possibly she ought to.
Hey, Carrie, I'm sorry, but they didn't have any yogurt at the...
This is a client, Tony. I didn't have a chance to get her name.
Hush, Harris. My name is Mrs. Taylor, Mr. Reddick.
Well, how do you do? Honey, Carrie, you want to take the groceries while I take Mrs. Taylor into the office and, Hey, that's quite an amazing cat.
Yes. She's my most favorite. Although one shouldn't have favorites.
What breed is she?
I don't think Harris could be confined to any one breed. She's unique. Very special cat. An original. Shall we all go in together?
Oh, I don't think I'd...
I didn't mean you, dear. I meant Mr. Reddick and me and Harris. You see, she and I are never really separated. I saw the girl's puzzled look, but I didn't stop to explain. How could I? wondered to myself as I followed this young man into his inner office what he might think if he could see Harris. Human shape. That other reflection of me. Someday he would. For he drew me, this young man, with his blonde Viking looks and the sinuous, easy ripple of his muscles that I could see beneath his clothes as he moved. It was a long time. And desire, like a sleeping snake, uncoiled and undulated all along the old body I had lived in too long. But first came safety, as I told him what had brought me there.
Well, from what you tell me, I don't think you have any real problem, Mrs. Taylor.
But you're afraid to take my case.
I didn't say that.
Then why do you hesitate?
Well, I am a lawyer. I should take a look into it first of all.
You think my cats are responsible for the child's death?
Not if what you tell me is true.
Hush, Harris. You see, it isn't only my cats I'm afraid for.
I beg pardon?
Mass hysteria. Mob violence. I'm an old woman alone. I could be in danger, too. I need help. Please.
I don't think you have anything to be afraid of. Well, neither of us do. If you want me, Mrs. Taylor, you have me. And like they say in the old funny story, that goes for your cat, too.
Nothing to be afraid of. Oh, my naive and trusting young lawyer, my need for you was far different than the other life force which drove me to reach for sustenance, but no less strong. You were my desire, my blonde and trusting love god. And although you couldn't know it yet, like the queen bee and the chosen drone, your fate was written in fire and destruction. Your doom was sealed.
The nightmare has only begun. The fabric of it still in the weaving. The terror and disaster and agony not yet stitched into the tapestry. Remember, I said in the beginning, no need to listen unless you couldn't resist. For those of you who can't, I shall return shortly with Act 2. A sweet old lady, Sarah Taylor, lives with 63 stray cats that she cares for. Many people, out of compassion, are kind enough to sacrifice something of themselves to help and care for defenseless and abandoned animals. But this old lady is a very special lady, a Halloween figure of monstrous and terrifying evil. If you haven't guessed that already, you will shortly begin to find out.
Hush, my darling. Your mother is taking care of all of you. You have nothing to fear. Let those who move against us learn to cower in terror. As long as the moon is full, we rule the nights. Ours is the power and the glory. You will inherit the world, and I am your queen in whatever guise I choose to cloak myself. You like me as I am now, huh? As I was in my first reincarnation, Harris Wola. Oh, in this guise I could hold the world in thrall. But I need the flesh of virgins to keep this flesh whole and viable, and the chase is seldom worth the effort. Still, this one time, perhaps, there is a full moon, and whenever the need arises, I shall take your shape, our shape, my original form, and stalk my prey.
Come in.
Excuse me, Tony, but the sheriff is here to see you.
Oh, well, show him in, Carrie.
I'm already on my way, Mr. Reddy. Hey, mighty good-looking new secretary you got.
Well, that isn't my secretary. It's my fiancée.
Oh. Well, now, it's a pleasure to meet up with you, ma'am. You're not from these parts.
No, up north. Collins. But we met in the east at college. Carrie, this is Sheriff Elijah Bascom.
Howdy.
How are you, Sheriff?
Well, a whole lot better just to see someone as pert and pretty as you, ma'am. Tony, when's the big day?
Ooh, late spring, I guess, soon as Carrie's graduated.
I'm just out here on a visit, Sheriff. Between terms. I do get to miss the man.
I wonder, Miss Chisholm, if you could leave me here with Tony, Mr. Reddick for a minute. I got some official business with him.
Oh, of course.
Look, honey, why don't you go back to the hotel? You don't have to tie yourself up here.
But I like it here. Besides, I have some official business with you myself. Just as soon as you're free. Bye, Sheriff. Nice meeting you.
Bye, Miss Chisholm. Tony. Why'd you have to go mix into this whole mess with Sarah Taylor and her damn cats?
I think the town is giving a very sweet and kind old lady a raw deal.
Sweet and kind, my foot. She's a crack brain.
Why, just because she digs cats?
Oh, 1 cat, 2, 3, 4 maybe, but 63? Now, come on. You think that's natural?
For her, yes. She's a little eccentric, but you know as well as I do that she isn't breaking any laws. What's the idea of harassing her? You know, you're leaning on her, Leach.
Sure, I'm leaning on her. You want to know why? Because the whole town's scared and is pushing and pressuring me.
Now, you don't seriously think these mysterious deaths in the past year have anything to do with her cats? Where's the evidence?
Well, there isn't any. You know, I know these girls weren't mauled by any house cat, or even a whole pack of them.
Everybody in town knows that. Knows that it's one big cat we got to hunt down.
But that we haven't been able to. And that's what's getting to the people.
It's still no reason to start picking on a poor old lady who gives shelter to animals that human beings have abandoned. I sure to get a medal instead of threats and abuse.
Oh, son, there's just no sense to a mob, and that's what this town is becoming. I gotta stop it while I still got some control. That Ms. Taylor and her army of cats is just like lighting a match next to a short fuse. We gotta find out what animals out there in the dark, sure. But till we do, we also got to get rid of all them cats, or this town's going to explode high, wide, and fancy.
Oh, my innocent and beautiful one. My naive Adonis. How simple all problems seem to the young. Why should you draw me so close? I who have known the heights and the depths, to whom all carnal knowledge is not only familiar, but a frequent indulgence. And yet, the old, inescapable desire, the hope and compulsion makes the phoenix rise again and again from the ashes. It was the girl who began it all. She walked into my parlor by herself.
Mrs. Taylor?
Yes?
I don't know if you remember me, but...
Of course I do, my dear. You were that nice girl in Mr. Reddick's office.
Who wasn't his secretary. As you guessed, somehow. I don't know how.
That wasn't very complicated. What brings you here?
I'm just here visiting Tony, and I'm renting a room. Whoever was there before me picked up this poor little kitten and made it a pet. Then when her vacation was over, walked out and left it behind. The landlady won't take him, and I'm going back to college where they don't allow pets in my dorm. I was wondering if maybe...
Of course, my dear. Come right in. Just let me take care of you. First of all, give me the little kitty. Has he been fed?
Oh, yes.
Then we'll just put him out with the rest of the boys and girls to play. You see, they have the whole backyard to frolic in. It's over an acre. No. Playtime isn't over. No one comes back in the house yet. Here's a new friend for you. Sometimes they really are a handful.
I don't know how you manage without any help.
Oh, I manage. I'm not completely alone, you know. I have a relative is always with me. Tell me, did Tony send you?
Tony? No. Why?
I thought he might be doing a little checking up on me before he takes me as his client.
Oh, no. Honestly, this was my idea. I don't meddle in Tony's business ever.
Then I'm sure you'll make him a very good wife. You are going to be married, aren't you?
Oh, yes. This spring when I graduate.
So, what is it you study that is so important?
Oh, a sort of obscure field that I'm sure you wouldn't be very interested in. parapsychology.
Just what is that?
Well, it's the study of, experiences and happenings beyond a natural explanation.
You mean the supernatural?
Well, depending on the definition.
I mean ghosts and spirits and vampires and werewolves and the like.
Well, that's why it's sort of hard to explain to someone who... Well, I don't mean you couldn't understand, but... Well, it's a science. See, not a superstition. The real supernatural. Something we aren't yet ready to explain. Like ESP.
ESP?
Extrasensory perception. It's like clairvoyance or precognition.
My, such big words.
Oh, I didn't mean to be a bore.
Oh, not at all, my dear. You have all my interest. Tell me, are you like that? I mean, can you see things in advance or get messages from another world?
Well, I'm not sure yet. I think. That's why I'm studying, but, I haven't yet proved it all the way.
Maybe it would be better if you didn't. Tell me, when do you have to go back east?
Well, Tony's driving me to Denver on Tuesday. I fly from there.
Then you only have a couple of days left?
That's right. Then I disappear.
Disappear? Tell me, are you going straight back to college or university or whatever you call it?
College. And as a matter of fact, I'm not going straight back. I guess it's a little wanderlust. But I'm making a couple of stopovers on the way. Drop in on some old friends.
Going to be out of touch,
Well, never really thought of it that way. But yeah, I guess I am. I really must run now. I can't thank you enough about the kitten. And I guess maybe I should say goodbye.
Of course. I shouldn't think we'll be seeing each other again. Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye.
You might tell your Tony I'd like to see him as soon as he has time for me. I watched her move away from me, lithe, long-limbed, her stride loose and easy with the spring of youth. How I envied her for being young and for being carefree and for knowing that soon she would be beside that vital man, Tony, touching, loving, and being loved. The winds of change are blowing again. I feel the pull of the moon, the call of all the ancient carnal appetites stirring in me, the heady scent of blood in my nostrils. Death is in the air. I feel its trailing scars touching me like smoke, swirling about me, tempting me to destruction. But whose destruction? And is it worth the risk?
The musings of Sarah Taylor, a kindly little old woman with a fondness for cats. Is she becoming senile, and is her brain stocked with the dreams of madness? Or is she something so primarily malevolent that she stretches beyond the borders of our belief? I shall return shortly with Act 3. In J.M. Barrie's play, Peter Pan, the tiny sliver of darting, reflecting light, who is called Tinkerbell, when she is dying and fading from the light of the world, is revived by Peter Pan's fervent plea to the audience. If you believe in fairies, clap your hands, and Tinkerbell will be saved. Or words to that effect. It is an appeal that never fails. Young and old find themselves responding, even vocally, and certainly from the heart. Do we believe as profoundly, or even more so, in the spirits of darkness and terror and total destruction? It's a question you may answer for yourself after the conclusion of our tale.
Yes?
Mr. Reddick? Tony?
They're speaking. Miss Taylor?
Yes. I was wondering, did that sweet child, Carrie, give you my message?
Well, yes, ma'am, she did. I was going to call you first thing this morning, but you beat me to it. I didn't want to call too early.
Heavens, I've been up since dawn. My kiddies wake me with the sun. I've just been waiting till you got to your office. Even thought you might be later with a young lady to dally with.
Well, there hasn't been much time for dalliance. I was up all night with the sheriff hunting that panther, the cougar, whatever it is we got killing here.
Does that mean you ain't coming out to see me?
What? No, ma'am. As a matter of fact, I want to talk to you myself. I'll be out to see you right after lunch.
That's right, nice. I'll be looking for you.
Morning, Tony.
Hey, darling, I thought you'd still be catching some shut-eye after last night. I didn't know you were here.
You were on the phone. I didn't want to barge right in.
Well, the door was open.
I know. I couldn't help overhearing the end of your conversation. You were talking to the cat lady.
Yeah, gotta go out there and see her later and break some bad news to her. But first, we forget that and proceed to this.
Now that's the way to start a day.
Yeah, and finish it. You have to go back to that damn university.
I thought I did. But I'm beginning to wonder if I should.
Hey, now, wait a minute. With your degree right around the corner, I don't want to interfere with that.
You come first in my life, Tony.
I'll buy that, with reservations. I mean, honey, we had it all planned.
I know. That was before I began to get the bad vibes.
About us?
Mainly you. I get this message that you're in danger.
Me?
Both of us.
How?
I don't quite know. Well, I know you kind of laugh about ESP.
Now, whoa, I don't laugh at it. I just don't buy it.
Maybe you'd better.
What are you talking at?
It's something to do with that Mrs. Taylor. She isn't what she seems to be.
She isn't just a sweet old lady with a thing for stray cats?
I mean, she isn't just a sweet old lady.
You mean she's right off the tracks?
No, I mean a whole lot more than that. Oh, Tony, hold me a minute.
Hey.
I'm scared.
Come on, hey, take it
right
easy.
Down to my heels.
Come on, sit down here. Get in. Yeah, that's better. All right, now come on, level. What is this?
I don't know how to tell you. Tony, you and the sheriff and a bunch of others were out all night hunting.
Yeah.
Did you see any signs of this big cat, this whatever it is that killed that young girl?
No.
Were there any tracks around where it happened?
No, and the ground was soft enough so there should have been. That's why folks got the notion that maybe it wasn't one big one, but a whole lot of small ones that did the damage.
Were there any small tracks?
No.
So how did a big cat like a panther get to that girl?
I don't know. Honey, what are you getting at?
3 other girls were killed this year, weren't they?
Yes.
When?
I don't know. Let's see. One early in February, then in May sometime, then the one before this, and... Well, wait a minute. I know just when it was. It was August 1st, the day after my birthday.
Tenderness, rudeness, malice, and now Halloween.
Hey, Carrie, hang in there. You sound like you're going around a bend.
I'm turning some strange corners and finding myself in dark, evil places. But I can't help it. I told you I was getting bad vibes.
Look, hon, if messing around in parapsychology and metaphysics is going to get you like this, maybe you shouldn't go back to college.
It isn't parapsychology. Exactly. It's just... Tony, part of our courses are not in science, but in history. I mean, we have to study the Kabbalah, demonology, witchcraft, and so on.
But that's just superstition, a perversion of anything that's really scientifically supernatural.
Right at this moment, I'm not sure, Tony. Oh, don't go and see Mrs. Taylor, please.
Honey, I've got to. She's a client. And why not?
Because it's full moon. It's Halloween. And whether or not you think I'm crazy, I think she's a witch.
Witch. The meddling little fool with the childish dabblings into a world far beyond her. If she thought she had special perceptions, had she no knowledge of how rudimentary they were? and how sophisticated and total mine are. But now she has loosed the winds of disaster, and no one can blow them out but themselves, unless both she and her man-slave are destroyed before their knowledge can infect and drive an already uneasy town into an unchecked witch hunt. But first, one last effort to calm his suspicions, and someone better than me for that. Harris, the spellbinding, the sensual, the supreme, salacious epitome of man's basest desire. Shamaluk! Yes, mistress of my soul. Harris, my domestic familiar, I give you back your own shape as you began when you first evolved from the cat, and I adjure you this: capture and enslave the young man, Tony Reddick. Wash his mind of all suspicion of me and us and ours and of the child woman who put it there. It shall be done. It will be done. I so command you in the name of him whose name must never be said aloud. Do not fail. I will not fail. If you do, you will send us back to full slavery as a beast, and you and I will cease to exist from now till the end of time. Go. He is here. Won't you come in?
Well, thank you. I wanted to see Mrs. Taylor. Is she in?
She's not feeling too well.
Oh.
She's in bed. She asked me to see you instead. I'm her niece. Harris, roll up.
Well, how do you do? I hadn't known that Mrs. Taylor had someone living with her until Carrie, that's Miss Chisholm, my fiancée, mentioned something about it today.
I just arrived.
Are you from America?
No, I'm from Europe. Transylvania.
Well, that's in Romania. How did you get a visa?
Oh, I got it.
I didn't mean to be nosy. I can see where most things aren't too difficult for you, Miss Roland.
I prefer first names. Mine is Harris, and yours is Tony.
Yeah, well, that's close enough. It sounds better.
So, what did you want to see my aunt about?
Well, that's kind of a long, complicated story, Miss Harris.
Is it about the cats?
Well, yes. Yeah. Harris, I'm going to level with you. You know there have been some strange deaths around here.
I know. But you know these little cats were not responsible.
Well, if it was a big mountain cat of some kind, we'd have flushed him out by now. I know damn well it couldn't have been the ordinary little cats.
Then what? Or who?
Not who. No human being could have mauled anyone the way those kids were torn up.
So? What?
I don't know. I've had an explanation that I can't quite dig, or believe.
Would I believe it?
Why, I won't try you. Look, let me talk to you.
No, you can't go in there.
I've got to now. Let me go.
You really want me to?
Well, I don't mean to be ungallant, but...
You can't be unfeeling also. You're a very attractive man.
Well, you're a very tempting woman.
Let me tempt you.
You got me too late. I'm a good boy now.
Are you so sure? Kiss me.
Oh, come on.
But not like a good boy. Like a very bad boy. Mm-hmm.
Wow. What are you after?
Sooner or later, what I need from everyone, your immortal soul. Kiss me again.
No. Look, this... Harris?
Yes.
But... You're not. You're changing as I look at you. You're Sarah Taylor. Carrie was right. You are?
Damn you to eternal hell. If I cannot destroy you in one shape, I will go through all of them to stop you and all meddlers in our world. Die, fool, die. No one must know my secret.
How is he, Sheriff?
Well, I can't rightly tell you, Miss Chisholm. He wasn't marked up too bad, but he sure lost a lot of blood.
What happened?
He got me. I had a show cause order from the health department. I took it out to Miss Taylor's. Well, when I got there, the door was open. I didn't get no answer, and when I went in, well, that's when I found Tony.
Where was Mrs. Taylor?
I don't know. Unless one of them cats carried her off.
A cat?
Look, ma'am, I got there just at dusk, and I had a deputy with me. We both seen a big mountain cat. Only one such I never seen. Loping away just as we got there. I sent a couple of shots after her, but I missed.
But it wasn't carrying anyone.
Oh, no. If it was an animal like that, well, there must have been two. And the first one carried off Miss Taylor.
Or the one you shot at was Mrs. Taylor.
Now, Miss Chisholm, I listened to all you said, but I'm a plain man, and even at Halloween, I don't take so good to tricks and superstition.
Okay, you don't believe me.
Now, I ain't had no college education.
Never mind that. You have a posse going hunting that cat?
Sure have, or caused enough damage.
Can I come along?
Oh, no, I don't know about that. But...
Elijah Baskin, you know my father was D.J. Chisholm. He taught me to shoot and handle a gun since the day I was 12. It's the day of women's liberation, and besides, I'm the only one of you can carry an old Sharps rifle that's fitted to fire its own ammo.
Yeah, but it ain't much of a recommendation.
You better change your mind. The bullets in my magazine bag are the only thing that'll bring your black mountain cat down.
They're hunting me down through the night again, as they have through all recorded history. The bullets whistle through the air and chunk home into trees. In other years, there have been arrows before that spot. Same swish, same thunk as they found a mark. Only century after century, they travel faster and make more noise. And even if I am hit, what does it matter? I have 9 times 99 lives to use up. Even more than the lesser gods. And no bullet that is not blessed by St. Hubert can touch me. And who in the 20th century ever heard of St. Hubert, let alone werewolf? But someone... That was no ordinary bullet. Oh, no, not the end. The end of time, of timeless time. And yet... I know.
I guess I owe you an apology, Miss Chisholm.
Why?
Well, you was the one who brought that cat down.
I only fired the gun. A bullet found the mark.
You aimed it.
But God drove it home.
Pardon?
You know my daddy belonged to a little church way up in the hills north of here. I don't even know to this day what denomination it was, but it was called St. Hubert's. My daddy always said he was the patron saint of hunters. And he claimed every bullet he owned was blessed by the church. It was one of those I fired. But I fired at a black cat.
Good Lord. That wasn't no black cat we hit. It's a young woman.
Watch.
Oh, the shape is changing. Why, that's Miss Taylor.
Whatever her real name was. Look now.
Oh. There ain't nothing left but decaying flesh. Oh, and even that's gone now. It's just a skeleton.
And the bones of which are turning to dust. You know something, Sheriff? No one will ever believe what we have seen. Something as old as time. A werewolf in all its aspects. The best of which is dead. Forever.
Isn't that a nice, gruesome little tale for Halloween? I hope you enjoyed it, or at least were caught in its spell. If you were, have no worries, because I can assure you that, like the witch in The Wizard of Oz, ding dong, this wicked old witch is dead. I'll be back shortly.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Remember FDIC, where your money grows like magic.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Over 2/3 of the globe on which we live is water. The oceans, the sea. From the beginning of time, that sea around us has been a source of mystery, an enormous watery world of fear of the unknown. To some, like the great American poet Walt Whitman, it was also a place of miracles. To me, he said, the sea is a continuous miracle. The fishes that swim, the rocks, the motion of the waves, the ships with men in them. What stranger miracles are there? Our mystery drama, City of the Dead, was adapted from the H.G. Wells short story, In the Abyss, especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori and Earl Hammond. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Certainteed Fiberglass Attic Insulation. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The stand. The year is 1896. More than 80 years ago, in a marine biological laboratory in New England, a little group of scientists and technicians are gathered before Dr. Stanley Weybridge, director of the Institute and chief of a newly developing science called oceanographic studies. He stands, pointer in hand, before an enlarged wall map of the Caribbean Sea as he concludes a briefing on the most adventurous, the most perilous project ever undertaken by the Institute.
I cannot say, gentlemen, that the plan is without danger. I wish I could. Indeed, there is every risk imaginable. But I assure you that no precaution, even the most minute, will be overlooked. Every safety device we know of will be used. Are there any questions? Yes, Sam?
Dr. Weybridge, will you tell us a little more about the place we're going to, the Cambridge Trough?
Well, it starts about here on the map, deep off the coast of Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
Here you see how it follows a southwesterly course for almost 1,000 miles to the Pacific coast of Guatemala. Yes, sir?
That big crack on the map there.
Well, that huge crack in the surface of the Earth was produced by movements within the Earth. Movements which have never really stopped, which accounts for the frequent earthquakes in that part of the world. So far as we know, the trough is the deepest point of the sea on the entire face of the globe.
Do we know how deep the trough is?
Well, we've taken soundings. In some places, over 22,000 feet. That's more than 4 miles.
And in 6 months from now, that's where Star and I will be making the dive.
Correct. The mothership, the Captain Nemo, will be stationed right about here.
Mm-hmm.
Not far off the coast of Grand Cayman Island itself.
And the Poseidon, our little home away from home, the steel globe that will be our transportation to the bottom of nowhere,
will be detached and dropped from the stern of the Nemo from this scaffolding, here on the drawing. It's constructed of 3-inch steel, 8 feet in diameter.
With all the comforts of home, right? Special air cushions padding the inside, 2 portholes near the bottom of the craft.
So we can play peekaboo with the barracuda.
The windows of the portholes are made of a special variety of glass, 3 inches thick, to withstand the pressures you'll meet at that depth.
Dr. Weybridge, we have volunteered for what I'm sure will turn out to be a huge barrel of fun. A little dangerous, maybe, but fun.
Sam, be serious for a moment. I give you my word that everything will be minutely inspected. The ballast device for submerging and getting back up again, the pressure mechanisms, the depth indicator, the oxygen supply, the Myers apparatus for purging the carbon dioxide you'll be exhaling. We've thought of everything.
Everything except that we won't be able to communicate with you on the surface in case of trouble.
Well, that is true. It's the one thing we'd like to do, but we can't.
I understand. Once we start down, we'll be free-floating, entirely on our own.
For the next 6 months, you two will go through the most intensive training possible in handling the sphere. I wish I were young enough to see for myself firsthand the things you're going to see.
Have you any idea? Like what?
No, not exactly. But there have to be things down there that no living man has ever experienced. Things that go beyond the wildest dreams of our imagination. Sam, Star, the day has come when man, through you, is about to probe some of the darkest mysteries of the universe.
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge, for permitting my wife to come aboard.
Oh, Doris is one of the best research assistants the Institute's ever had. She's more than welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge. I envy Sam and Star. I wish I were going with them.
You picked the perfect day for this Caribbean holiday, didn't you, Doctor?
Yes, clear sky, blazing sun, and a gentle swell. Water temperatures nearly 80.
An ideal day for swinging those 20 tons of iron out into the briny.
To say nothing of the 2 utterly defenseless young men inside that iron. You know, Doctor, last night Doris and I were making some quick calculations. Now, at the surface, the pressure is 14 pounds per square inch.
Right.
30 feet down, it's double that, right? And at a mile, that's 5,280 feet.
The pressure becomes something like 1.5 tons per square inch.
And at 5 miles...
Yes, I know. But you've got the steel walls of the globe to protect you. And the globe is pressurized. Now, we put that sphere through every test we could think of. The margin for error has been reduced to the absolute minimum. Well, it's 11:56, boys. 4 minutes to noon, and the descent of the Poseidon. Prepare to climb the scaffolding for boarding.
Yes, sir. Ready, sir.
One final review of the procedure. Now, the 2 of you will let yourselves into the open porthole. It will then be screwed into place from the outside. The sphere will be hoisted over the side, the lines cut, and the sphere dropped into the sea. You understand?
Oh, yes, we understand, sir. And once in the water, only we have control of the ballast.
Right. You will regulate ballast so as to let yourselves down gently. 35 minutes for the descent, and then an hour for observation, and 2 hours for coming up. Total, a little over 3.5 hours. Your oxygen supply is good for 5 hours. For each of you.
Well, we'll watch it like hawks.
And the pressure indicators.
We'll be lying off a couple of miles to the southeast. So you don't collide with us as you service.
Any questions? Yeah, one last request, sir, if there's time. I'd like to kiss my wife.
I love you, Sam.
Oh, well, don't worry, dear. I think everything's going to be fine. Just 100% fine. Oh, and remember, we've got a big date for a turtle steak when I get back up. At exactly 12 noon, they swung us overboard. My heart nearly burst with excitement as they let us down foot by foot to the surface of the water. And then they cut the line that attached us to the tackle above us. For a moment, we seemed to be stationary. And then with a gigantic splash, the sea closed over us, and we started our journey. Well, this is it, Star. What are you thinking?
How my mother always hoped I'd grow up to be a brilliant criminal lawyer instead of a marine biologist.
That's very funny. So did my mother. Only she wanted me to be a doctor. Look above you, Star.
I'm trying to, but that huge burst of air bubbles shooting upward is blocking the view.
Well, they're just about gone by now. How quickly the color of the sea changes. From light greenish blue, darker and darker, to that rich blue of stained glass windows.
Yes. Well, now it's almost midnight blue.
Yeah. How far down are we?
A little over 600 feet.
Good. Mark that in your log. Absolutely pitch black already. It's like velvet.
Now, I better turn on the electric spot.
No, not just yet. Take a look at those.
Why, it's like a whole world of tiny blinking lights. What do you suppose they are?
Not the faintest idea. They're flashing by so fast, like streaks of green lightning.
Some of them strung together like a train racing by on a very dark night.
All right, turn on the floodlights.
Oh, no. They all disappeared with the light.
Oh, wait a minute.
Will you take a look at that?
The famous reverse snowfall Weybridge and the divers told us about, as if millions and millions of little snowflakes were falling up as we go plunging down.
Some of them living creatures, and the others the remains of those that have died, right?
Head of the class, Mr. Norton.
Just keep your fingers crossed that we don't wind up as part of a reverse snowfall.
We kept on falling. Down, faster and faster. It was like being in an elevator in one of those new skyscrapers, and the cable that holds it in place suddenly breaks, and you keep going down, waiting for the inevitable crash that will destroy it, and you. You all right, Star? You look a little uncomfortable.
It's got a little warm.
Yeah, well, I guess we underestimated the effect of the friction of the globe against the water. We'd better take off some of these heavy clothes. Careful. Don't touch the glass of the porthole. You might burn yourself. Where are we?
Over 10,000 feet, nearly 2 miles.
Hey, see how the sides of the trough, the trench walls, keep going straight up and down like the sides of an underseas mountain.
Well, which is what it really is. The water temperature outside must be close to zero at this depth.
Yes, I would think so.
Let's hope Weybridge was right. That the windows of the portholes will hold up against the pressure and against the contrast in temperatures inside and outside the sphere. We're past 21,000 feet.
And still dropping. Oh, there has got to be an end. You all right?
Oh, yes. Great. You?
I'm pretty warm. I'm going to take my shirt off.
Me too. I'm bathed in perspiration.
Any change in the scenery?
Just more slabs of rock. Once in a while, a huge, gigantic sponge growing out of the rock. Then there's some coral. A few jellyfish. No, not.
Well, I think we've come to the last stop, Star. What's your reading?
It's almost 26,000 feet.
Wow. Can you believe it? 5 miles. Turn the lights on all over the place. Star, it's beautiful. It's just beautiful.
Not many fish.
Well, at this depth, what do you expect? Well, there are a few, and they're so brightly colored.
Yes, in spite of the darkness.
There must be some kind of built-in headlights that we can't see that lets them see one another.
I'd say all of them are blind.
Maybe. Hey, hold it, Star. Hold it. Look at that big one coming right at us. The size of him. And how slow he moves.
Well, he must be the grandfather of everything down here.
He's pushing his nose right against the glass.
How can he live under this pressure?
I don't know, but the fact is he's very much alive. And that is what I find so hard to believe.
Well, What are you talking about? Now, look, Star, either I'm dreaming and this is all some kind of crazy nightmare, or what? Take a very good look at old Grandpa out there. What about him? Star, that species of fish has been dead, extinct for over 100 million years.
Scientists tell us that every form of living thing had its beginnings in the sea. That the morning of the world was started in the depths of the oceans, in the dark, backward abysm of time, as Shakespeare put it. Sam Elstead and Star Norton have been startled by the sight of a living, prehistoric fish, a species that died out long before there ever was a man on Earth. What other wonders will their strange journey to the bottom of the sea lead them to? I shall return shortly with Act 2. In 1896, the time of our story, the airplane, the automobile, radio, all were but a gleam in the brain of geniuses. Nothing more. These discoveries were yet to come. The two young biologists of our tale have already accomplished a miracle never before attempted by man. In their specially constructed iron globe, equipped with every scientific device known at the time, they have probed 5 miles below sea level to the bottommost part of the oceans. In the interest of enlarging man's knowledge of the world about him, as well as the world beneath him, they have made their first amazing discovery.
Take a look at that fish, Star. Do you remember ever having seen anything like it before? Well, I'm not sure. But there's something very familiar about it. Back at college, when we were reading about things like dinosaurs and brontosaurs and all those kind of fantastic animals that lived millions of years ago. Yes, what about them? Well, those were the land animals. Do you remember what was in the sea? Let me see now. There was this one fish that was the ancestor of all the amphibians, and as time went on, of other vertebrates on land. What was the name of it? Does the name coelacanth ring any kind of a bell? Of course, coelacanth. With the overdeveloped fins that grew strong enough to get it out of the water and onto the land. Exactly. Now take another look at old Grandpa out there. A coelacanth. That's what it is. But there isn't any such thing. Not anymore. They've become extinct. They died out with the dinosaurs. That's exactly the point. Those prehistoric monsters died out over 100 million years ago. Only nobody ever told that to our friend out there. What's that? A storm? Down here? Are you out of your mind? Well, then what is it? The noise seems to have stopped. Did you feel anything, Sam? It must have been some sort of a minor tremor. Did you see how old Grandpa skidded away into a cave when the noise began? Star, are you finding it hard to breathe? Not really. Well, maybe. Yeah, a little. I had this slight headache. I'll make a note of it. Okay, well, now, why don't you take it easy for a couple of minutes? I'll take over while you rest. I sat looking through the window of the porthole, fascinated by what I saw. There were hundreds of small, large-eyed things, all of them certainly blind, crawling sluggishly like little lobsters across the track of our lights, leaving furrowed trails behind them. I made notes of everything. Suddenly, I saw the outlines of something working its way slowly, threateningly toward the Poseidon. It was upright and seemed as tall as a man. What do you suppose that is out there? I don't know. I can only see the dim outlines. But it's coming closer. It's not swimming. It seems to be walking. Yeah, here, focus your light onto its head. Okay, yeah, there we are. Shut its eyes to close out the light. What is it? An animal of some kind. I think it's not a fish. Certainly no kind of fish we've ever seen. It seems to be standing upright on 2 strong legs, balancing itself on a long, thick tail. Look at its dark purple head, like a lizard or an iguana. And two large protruding eyes bulging out of their sockets, like a grog or a toad.
Look, Star, where the ears should be.
There are two large gill covers. I see. And threads or filaments floating out of them like the branches of a tree. What can they be?
I have no idea. Here, move the light a bit.
As long as we keep the light on it stands still. But when we move the light, it moves. Its skin is so loose, it's almost as if it were wearing clothes.
Look at its paws or fins.
Yeah, whatever they are.
They're shaped like hands, like
the hands of a man. He's holding something in one of them. A long shaft of bone tipped with copper. Like a hammer of some kind. A sledgehammer. That face. It's almost human. It's grotesque, distorted maybe. But those are the features of a living man. Sam, look what it's doing now.
It's blinking its eyes open.
Shading them with its free hand against the light.
Oh, now it's opening its mouth, as if it were trying to say something. I'll turn on the listening device.
Why is he bellowing that way? What does it mean? What do you suppose he wants?
I don't know, Star, but I think we're about to find out.
It's asking who we are.
He's coming closer.
Do we answer?
No. Stay perfectly still. Don't move.
Look at him now.
Moving sideways to get out of the glare of our light. He's disappeared.
I can't see him. No, neither can I. He may have moved around to the back of us. He's around somewhere, hiding. What's that?
The whole globe is swaying. Star, look. Look at the glass. Peering right into the porthole. Their noses pressed against the glass, their popping eyes staring in on us. Now, there are two of them.
Another cup of coffee, Mrs. Elstead?
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge. We'll make this the last one. What time is it now?
You just asked.
Did I?
It's almost 2 o'clock. The boys have surely started up on their way back now.
Oh, I hope so. If they could only get through to us some way.
Well, all they have to do is put the clockwork mechanism in action, and up they go.
And that's foolproof.
Nothing is absolutely foolproof, my dear. But there's nothing to be concerned about. It's all so simple. The mechanism outside the globe releases a spring knife.
The knife cuts the cord that holds the ballast?
Exactly. And then they just get rid of enough ballast for them to float upward to the surface. Matter of a couple of hours, more or less.
Another hour and a half, then?
By 3:30, you should have your husband right back here on the deck of the Nemo.
What on earth are those monkeys trying to do, banging on the outside of the sphere with those sledgehammers?
Every once in a while, they stop and then peer in through the portholes.
Get away from there! Stop that banging!
They're looking in on us to see what effect their hammering is having on us. Star, what's our depth?
It's still 26,000.
Pressure?
Satisfactory.
Oxygen?
Enough to stay submerged for at least another hour. If we have to, before surfacing.
And the mechanism for the release of the ballast?
Ready. Anytime you say, Sam.
Right.
I took a particular care of that one myself before we came down here.
If they get anywhere near the ballast released or the glass of the porthole windows, we're in real trouble.
I'm going to turn on the listening device. Hear what they're saying. I'm finding it a little hard to breathe.
I don't find breathing any easier than you do.
Then what is it?
I don't know. All right, turn on the device. What do you hear? What are they?
Let me listen.
turn it off. You hear what he said?
I heard.
They declared war on us, Star. And we haven't a single weapon to fight back with, except one. Now, it's the only thing we can do. We've got to cut our ballast lines and get out of here as fast as our ship will take us.
Yes, there's no choice.
What? What's happening?
What's happening?
Hey, Star.
Yeah.
Star, I think we're moving.
We certainly are.
Yeah, but not up. As much as sidewise.
How could that be?
I don't know, but the spear is beginning to spin.
I think we're being drawn through the water.
Do you see anything? No, nothing. There's nobody out there. We've got to get out of here just as fast as we can.
Those monsters out there probably attached the line of some kind of spear.
Well, if they have, once we cut the ballast lines and start shooting up to the surface, we'll rip that line right out of their ugly little hands.
Why do you suppose they're towing us away?
I wouldn't know. You look at them. Can you see them, Star?
There must be at least 500 of them.
Yeah, jumping around like a pack of crazy kangaroos.
And they are pulling us.
Well, let them. And let us keep our minds on getting up to the Nemo. Weybridge calculated about 2 hours for the ascent.
Could we drop more ballast than we planned and get up any sooner?
No, I wouldn't dare. If the slightest thing went wrong, we'd both get to the surface all right, but there's a couple of corpses. Hey, how are you feeling?
It's not too well, Sam. That headache has tightened around my head like an iron band.
Oh, no. No, not another earthquake. Here, take this handkerchief, Star. You've got a bit of a nosebleed.
I don't feel too well at all, Sam. I think I'm going to pass out.
Well, not before we put the clockwork into action. Get rid of some of this ballast. Steady, Star, steady. While I regulate the pressure gauge and the oxygen control, you cut half the ballast. Now, Star, now. What are you waiting for?
Stuck, Sam. It's not working. The mechanism's gone dead.
Are you out of your mind? It's got to work.
Then you make it. See for yourself. Nothing's happening.
Maybe a piece of seaweed or something is temporarily jammed it.
Sam.
What?
Our friends out there.
Yeah?
Is it possible they knew our lives depended on that ballast mechanism and that they have destroyed it by knocking it out with their sledgehammers?
Hey, you may be right. But we've got to keep trying, Star. We have got to.
Between those crazy devils out there and what may be an earthquake, we're in trouble.
Very serious trouble.
In this strange world of heavy blackness, a swarm of luminous, man-sized creatures, looking almost human, have appeared outside the iron globe, Poseidon. They have lifted it off the bottom of the sea. The attempts of young Elstead and Norton to break away, to rise to the surface and the safety of the mothership, seem to be thwarted by these weird sea animals who are dragging them off to where? To Act 3, of course. I shall return shortly. The sea, we have been told, is the right-hand man of time. Every secret since the beginning of time lies hidden somewhere in the water's depths. The time in this instance is 1896. Outside the underwater globe Poseidon, a funnel of pale light pierces the darkness for a few yards, disclosing the peaceful, undulating expanses of graying white ooze, broken here and there by the tangled thickets of a growth of sea lilies, waving their hungry tentacles. Inside the metal globe, two men scramble desperately to free themselves from what seems to be the inevitable, to escape from the perils of the unknown to the safety of the known.
Star, you've got to cut the lines on that ballast. Every extra minute we stay down here is another minute off our lives.
I'm doing the best I can, Sam. The cutting mechanism, it just isn't working. I'm almost sure those devils smashed the clockwork mechanism.
We have got to go on hoping that they didn't. That it's only being blocked by something.
I hope you're right.
Well, I'm turning the oxygen supply down a bit.
And the apparatus for purging what we breathe out, up. Oh, no, not too much, Sam. I'm having trouble enough breathing as it is, and so are you.
Well, I'm going to crouch down low, close to the lower porthole. Going to feel my way to that side. Maybe I can get a look at what's happening below us.
Good idea. Do you see anything?
No, it's just some huge cracks in the sea bottom. I can just barely make them out.
Anything else?
No, our friends have some kind of cable on us. They're still very much with us.
Oh, I'd give anything to know.
Where they're taking us?
Yes.
Well, wherever it is, Star. Well, let's hope it's soon. Because the way things are going...
You don't have to say it. Sooner or later, that oxygen gauge is going to read a perfectly round zero.
Which we will never see. Then it won't matter where those monkeys have taken us, will it? Oh, any luck in the ballast lines?
No, nothing.
You know, I've heard of dead men being buried at sea. But this may be the first time it's going to happen to two men who are still alive. What time is it, Star?
Nearly 4 o'clock.
No. I hope my wife won't be too disappointed if she doesn't have turtle steak for dinner tonight.
Isn't there anything we can do, Dr. Weybridge?
Well, for the past hour, we've been sweeping slowly in a spiral around the spot where the Poseidon was submerged.
With no sign of it. I don't think I can stand it any longer, Dr. Weybridge.
Now, you've got to get hold of yourself, Doris.
What possibly could have happened?
I couldn't say.
Maybe the windows burst in on them and mashed them to pieces.
No, I doubt that very much.
Maybe the clockwork's gone wrong.
Well, that's not very likely either.
But if it has, Sam and Star are down there 5 miles under our feet. In the cold and the dark, anchored in that little bubble of yours. Counting off the minutes of life that are still left
now,
to them.
Doris, stop that. Stop it and listen to me. If anything serious has gone wrong, and I'm sure it hasn't, remember, they have enough oxygen for another good hour at least. It's too soon to start worrying. You've got to be patient.
Oh, if there were only something we could do.
Now, stop that, Doris. Stop it.
I can't help it. It's so funny. What pitiful, arrogant little creatures we humans are. Down there, miles and miles of water reaching to Lord knows where. And this beautiful blue sky stretching out over us with no end. And we, proud, insignificant little pygmies, feel we have to conquer it all. Why do we have to stick our big noses into every unknown secret of the universe? Why can't we let things alone?
Do you see anything?
Oh, you stop moving.
The spinning stopped. So is the rocking.
Something funny is happening out there. It seems to have got lighter, as if there were a broad horizon and a pale, luminous sky.
And our friends?
They've got us suspended like a balloon, some 100 or so feet above the bottom. There seem to be thousands of them.
No. What is it?
Star. There's a whole city down there. Streets and houses and waving trees spread all over the place. There's a building much taller than the rest. It looks like a ruined abbey or a cathedral of some kind. Take a look for yourself.
You're absolutely right. It's all laid out like a big map. But none of the houses have a roof. Look, you can see inside every one of them.
Everything's so white.
Sam, where are we? Where have they taken us?
They've got us inside the walls now. They're made of waterlogged wood and twisted copper wire rope and iron spars and...
Yeah, and what?
The dead white bones and skulls of human beings. All over the place. in zigzag lines, and spirals, and curves.
Let me take a look. Thousands of silvery little fish darting in and out of the eye sockets.
Look at those devils now. What are they up to?
Lying down flat on their bellies, prostrating themselves in front of our globe.
All except that very tall one standing in front of them.
Yes.
On top of a platform encrusted with more skulls and bones.
Oh, it's a woman.
Her scales, or whatever they are, look like a shining robe of some kind.
And she's got a crown on her head.
She just stands there above the rest of them, opening and shutting that snake mouth of hers as if she were leading the others in some kind of prayer.
I'm turning on the listening device.
Oh, beloved people of perpetual night, lend ear to what I say. It has been told that there exists another world above us, a strange heaven of light called the sun, the moon, the stars.
It seems she's the high priestess of this place.
The ancient scrolls tell of fantastic creatures who inhabit this unknown world. Creatures who breathe air, who know of a thing called fire, whose blood is warm. We know them from the bones and from the skulls we have collected.
Can you shut up?
Two of these shining creatures have rained down upon us like a blessed meteor out of the mysterious blackness of our watery sky. We must show them our reverence and our love. These are the gods that were described in our ancient writings. These are the gods to whom we must do honor.
She's talking about us, Sam.
I know.
We must now release them from the star that brought them to us, so we may worship them with fullness of heart. You may proceed.
What are they going to do? You hear? They're going to release us from our star. They're going to open this thing and let us out.
No, but that's a certain death sentence.
That's the choice. Suffocation from lack of oxygen or drowning.
They're back at the windows. If they manage to crack one of them...
No, it's not likely. The glass is 3 inches thick.
Stop. Something's happening.
I can feel it.
The line may have passed to us.
It's loose.
It's been torn out of band.
Or it's been cut by the rocks. We're going up, Star. I can't believe it. We're rising up. Up! We could feel the impact of the globe shooting up to the surface, slowed only by some of the lead ballast that was still attached to it. Star had already passed out. Then, something like a huge wheel was suddenly released in my head, spinning around and around. I fought with every ounce of strength left in my body to hold on, but in seconds, I too collapsed and lost consciousness completely. The next thing I saw was the face of my wife looking anxiously into mine.
Are you all right, darling?
I suppose so. Where's Star?
Still with the ship's doctor.
The doctor says he'll be all right. Well, you had us so worried there for a while, Sam. But we're glad you're back. You have no idea how glad I am to be back, Dr. Weybridge. What happened? Let's say we had a couple of anxious moments.
The main thing is you're here.
Whatever it was, you're very lucky. The doctor says that you'll both be back to your normal selves in a couple of days. Where did we surface, Doctor? I blacked out before I could tell. The Poseidon shot up out of the water not more than a quarter of a mile from where we were waiting. We unscrewed the hatch and found the two of you lying crumpled up on the bottom.
They couldn't tell whether you were dead or alive. What really made us swallow hard was the fact that you had only 6 minutes of oxygen left.
6 minutes.
That's all.
What's that you're holding in your hand, Doctor?
Well, I thought after you were arrested, you might be able to tell me.
Well, what is it?
Well, in going over the outside of the sphere, one of the boys found these two little things jammed into the clockwork mechanism.
May I see them, please?
Handle them carefully, Doris. They're a specimen of sea animal I've never seen in my entire professional experience.
About 5 inches long. Head's like a lizard of some kind. Strong legs, wide, flat tail.
Look at the pectoral fins, if you can call them that. They're like little human hands.
Their faces, in some peculiar way, look pretty human, too.
Did you come across any of them down there, Sam?
Well, we saw something like them, but what we saw was longer than 5 inches.
I remind you that seen through the 3-inch thick glass of your portholes, they would have been magnified.
Magnified?
Of course. Yes, at least 12 or 15 times. From where you sat, one of these fellows, if you had seen them, would have appeared to have been almost as big as a man.
As big as a man? What do you think it is, Doctor?
Well, I can't be sure. But what you brought up may well be a kind of prehistoric cross between some kind of fish, a hangover from a long-forgotten past, and what millions of years later was to evolve into a man.
If I told you we'd seen thousands of them, that they attacked us, and that their top lady tried to make gods of us, would you say that we had gone out of our minds?
No, not out of your minds, but definitely out of this world.
Some scientists have stated, without equivocation, that they see no reason why, under certain conditions, intelligent, water-breathing vertebrates could not live at the bottom of the deepest sea. Of course, you're entirely free to disagree with the scientists and say that Elstead and Norton, suffering from a lack of oxygen, may have dreamed the whole thing up. The choice is entirely yours. I shall be back shortly.
How?
In February 1976, 3 men in a craft called the Alvin actually made a journey 2 miles deep into the waters of the Caribbean off Grand Cayman Island. Their findings were little short of astonishing. What is most remarkable is that so many of the things they saw were identical to what H.G. Wells created out of his imagination over 80 years ago in the story you have just heard. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Earl Hammond, Court Benson, and Catherine Byers. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Stay tuned now for the WORC Theater, which brings you The Colony.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, in charge of the bizarre, keeper of the grotesque, collector of the fantastic. It is my duty to delve into unfrequented places in search of the unexpected. I deal in that touch of the improbable, which gives a series of events the quality we call mystery. If an element of horror creeps in now and again, you don't really mind, do you? I thought not. Actually, that's why we're all here, isn't it?
You want to take some advice from an old woman who...
Our mystery drama, The Colony, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If you were doing the looking, where would you look for an occurrence that could be properly described as macabre? Where would you expect a nightmare to happen? In some dusty dungeon overlaid with a patina of past horrors? In an ancient Middle European principality famous for its vampires and walking dead? Well, weird goings-on would seem suitable in such places, it's true. But how about a well-maintained highway in beautiful New Hampshire, caught basking in the glory of the late afternoon sun?
I can't believe it.
Can't believe what, Michael?
3 weeks, Mary. 3 long weeks of gypsying. 3 lovely weeks of going wherever we choose to go and staying as long as we like. Going on whenever we like. I just can't believe it.
Well, what we'd better start thinking about is a campsite for tonight. Now, there's supposed to be a very good one at a place called Essex. You don't suppose we passed it, do you?
Well, check the map.
I have. I just can't seem to find it. Oh, Michael, slow down. There's a sign coming up.
Yeah, I see it.
Colony, New Hampshire. Population 634. Well, maybe we can stop and ask somebody here where Essex is.
Okay.
I'd like to get everything squared away before it gets dark.
We will. Remember, we haven't a care in the world.
Michael, look out!
What in the name of...
What was that thing?
I have no idea. I never saw anything like it before. What's some kind of an airship?
It looked like it came right up out of the road right in front of us.
Yeah, I think it was behind that clump of trees at the turn, right up there. I'm going to get out and take a look.
Look at what? The thing's gone now.
Yeah, but it must have burned off some grass or something. Hey, didn't you see the flames shooting out underneath it? Some kind of rockets, I guess. Come on. I think it's just in back of these trees.
Oh.
I'm sure this is where it came from.
Michael, do you think it was an unidentified flying object?
Yeah, well, I sure couldn't identify her. Hey, there. Look.
The ground's burned to a crisp in that big circle. Was the thing that big?
No, I don't think so. Hey, if you ask me, there's been more than one of these landing and taking off here.
Michael, let's get back to the car, please. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we ought to report this to somebody, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, everybody who reports an unidentified flying object always gets treated like a crackpot. If nobody believes you, what's the good of reporting it?
They'll have to believe us. We saw it.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
Well, we can bring them back here and show them where the grass is burned off.
Yeah, there is that.
Michael, that was a real thing we saw. And we don't know where it came from or what kind of a threat it may represent. Well, somebody ought to check it out.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay. We'll report it when we get to, what was the name of that town?
Colony, New Hampshire. Population 634.
And that's the way it was, Sheriff Marcus. I mean, the thing nearly scared us to death. Whooshing up out of nowhere right in front of us, shooting out flames and everything.
What they always say, about flying saucers is that they're just some kind of optical illusion.
Well, this was not an optical illusion, Sheriff. It was just as real as you are sitting there.
Yeah, and we can take you back there and show you where the grass is all burned off.
Well, we'll have a look later on, that's for sure.
Later on?
Right now, what I'd like is to have a talk with Annie Stebbins about this.
Oh, who's Annie Stebbins?
Mayor of Colony. You don't hardly ever do anything without consulting Annie on it first. Where was you on your way to?
Oh, well, we're just sort of jiggling around, We're on a camping trip. Thought we'd see as much of New England as we can in 3 weeks.
Well, we did want to get to a place called Essex before dark. They say there's a good campsite there, and, well, we just thought we'd like to set up camp before dark.
Don't know as you'd be able to do that. Essex is about 60 miles on down the road.
Oh, darn. It would have been nice to get there before dark, that's all.
Tell you what, I'll take you on down to May Norton's place.
Where's that?
May's widow lady lives other end of town in the old Daly place. We haven't got a real honest-to-goodness restaurant in Colony, but May sometimes gives folks on the way through their dinners. Even puts them up for the night.
Oh, well, I don't think we'd want to stay for the night.
Well, dinner doesn't sound like such a bad idea, though.
You could have dinner while I'm having my talk with Annie Stebbins. Then we can all go have a look at the place where your thing took off. Ought to be able to make it there before dark. I just don't like to make a move without I talk to Annie first. I want to tell you, Mr. and Miss Duncan, you're going to get one of the finest meals you ever ate.
Mrs. Norton's a good cook, is she?
Good. Never seen her equal.
How do, Thad?
Hello, May. You feel like cooking a big dinner for a couple of tired tourists tonight?
Well, I reckon I could see my way clear to. Be the regular price.
It's $4 a piece, which she always charges.
Well, come in. Come in. You can make yourself comfortable there in the sitting room till I get things on the table. Be maybe a half hour or so.
Just make yourselves right at home. May doesn't stand on ceremony. I just want to have a word with her, and then I'll go have a talk with Annie.
How long do you think you'll be?
Oh, ought to be back by the time you finish dinner or shortly after.
Something you want to talk to me about, Thad?
You wouldn't have a cup of coffee, would you?
Well, I got some I made a while back. I guess it's still fit to drink.
Sure it is.
You didn't leave them in the sitting room just to get a cup of coffee, though, did you?
Truth is, I've been wanting to talk to you, May.
Well, go ahead and talk.
Them folks you got out there in your sitting room, the Duncans, they come into my office saying they seen a flying saucer.
Oh. Happened again, did it?
I have to go talk to Annie Stebbins, of course. And I don't want them getting restless before I get back.
I'll give them a good big dinner and see they take their time eating it. They won't get restless.
Do you think there was anything odd about the way Sheriff Marcus took it when we told him about the unidentified flying object?
No. In fact, I thought he took it very well.
Well, I guess that's what I mean. I think he believes us.
Well, didn't you want him to?
Yeah, but I didn't expect him to. He didn't even seem surprised.
Well, it's just too bad there aren't more people around like him. Would have had the whole UFO mystery cleared up years ago.
Maybe. It just seemed sort of strange to me, that's all.
You sure you wouldn't like another piece of the blueberry pie, Mr. Duncan?
Oh, I just wouldn't have any place to put it, Mrs. Norton.
Oh, I can't remember the last time anybody called me Mrs. Norton. You better just make it May. Well, if I can't get you to eat anything more, why don't we just take our coffee into the living room while we're waiting for Thad to get through chewing the fat with Annie?
I'm kind of surprised it's taken him so long.
Oh, things don't move very fast in Colony, Mr. Duncan. A couple of old town people like Thad and Annie get to talk and they could go on half the night. Maybe you'd like some of my blackberry brandy?
Oh, no, thank you. I don't think so.
Oh, I feel fine just the way I am.
So, you seen a flying saucer, did you?
We sure did.
How did you know that?
Thad said something about it before he left. What was it you wanted Thad to do about the flying saucer after you told him about it?
Well, I don't know. I just always thought you report a thing like that to an official, that's all.
Yeah. Well, maybe Annie can think of something, though I don't know what it'd be. If you don't mind my saying so, you might have been smarter just to mind your own business.
I think UFOs are everybody's business.
Yeah, why do you think we would have been smarter?
Well, no reason, I guess, except it usually is. Smarter to mind a person's own business.
And I still say that a UFO sighting is my business. I think people shrug them off too easily. They can't all be weather balloons or optical illusions. Too many of the things have been seen.
Well, I never said you seen a weather balloon.
Well, you did say we... should have minded our own business.
For your own good was what I meant.
Yeah, how do you... In what way? For your own good?
If I was you and wanted to finish my nice vacation like I planned, I'd just get up from here right now and get into my car, and I'd drive right on ahead to wherever it was I wanted to get to in the first place. I wouldn't spend one more minute than I had to in the town of Colony.
Why?
Just advice, I said. No explaining.
Well, you can't just advise us to do something like that without giving us a reason.
Sure I can. I just did.
That's the story they told me, Annie. I figured there wasn't much question but what they seen the thing. It was too bad. I figured I'd better come to you with it. Best for you to decide what has to be done. Oh, you done right. I'm just wondering if maybe it won't have to go a little higher than me before it's settled. Up to you to decide that, I guess. Well, one thing I can tell you right now. We've got to keep those two in town. We can't let them leave Colony. Keep them how, Arnie? They're itching to get on their way right now. How am I going to talk them into staying? You're the sheriff, ain't you? Yeah. Got a jail, ain't you? But, Arnie... Well, you have to hold them, Thad. Hold them for what? Ain't no law against thinking you saw a flying saucer. Well, think of something. They can't be allowed to leave Colony. Not alive. They can't.
A quiet drive along a peaceful New England road has led to a UFO sighting. And the UFO sighting has led to danger for two innocent people. So much for the idea, if anyone had it, that you must go looking in the wilds of Transylvania for improbable and dangerous happenings. Start being careful right in your own home while waiting for me to return shortly with Act 2. There's been a great deal of speculation upon the nature and origin of unidentified flying objects. The speculation has led to a wealth of conjecture, but a remarkable dearth of answers. Many reasonable thinking men and women believe the UFOs to be very real. At least as many others believe them to be figments of mass imagination. Our story doesn't pretend to offer an answer. It simply explores one of many possibilities.
That's most likely the sheriff back from talking to the mayor. Now, don't let on I said what I said to you.
And advising us to run, you mean?
It wouldn't do you two no good, and it'd most likely get me into a mess of trouble.
Well, all right. If we won't say anything about it, will we, Michael?
Oh, I suppose not, although I...
All right, I'm coming. Keep your shirt on.
Everything all right, May?
Well, of course, everything's all right. Come on in.
Sorry to keep you two waiting around like this. Annie made me go over your story about 2-3 times. He was right concerned about it.
Are we going to have a look at the place the thing took off from?
Oh, well, yes, we'll do that, of course. First, though, we're all going to meet in my office, Town Hall.
Well, it's going to be dark if we don't stop fooling around.
Little lady's 100% right. We'd better be on our way. Mayor Stebbins, I want you to meet Mr. and Miss Duncan, two I told you about. A pleasure indeed.
Glad to know you, Mayor.
Don't you think we'd better get started? I mean, Michael and I still have to find a place to spend the night.
Oh, there's plenty of time, Miss Duncan. I'm a man never did like to rush on things headlong. Better to consider a thing from all angles first, don't you think? Now, where were you two driving from today?
Well, we spent last night at a motel just outside Stamford. We plan to start our real camping tonight.
A place called Essex was where you wanted to get to?
Yes, that's right.
Well, now, where'd you stop for lunch today?
What difference could that possibly make?
We stopped at a roadside restaurant. Didn't notice what town it was near.
Have anything to drink at the roadside restaurant?
Drink? A cup of coffee, I think.
No alcoholic beverages?
We don't drink, Mayor Stebbins.
You didn't stop anywhere along the way in the afternoon and have a drop?
No, I told you we don't drink.
Well, why all the questioning, Mayor? We stopped at the sheriff's office to report the sighting of an unidentified flying object.
Why are we being questioned?
Well, I'll tell you how it is, Mr. Duncan. Thad and I take our responsibility to the town of Colony right serious.
Yes, so?
One of the things we will not tolerate is drunken driving.
I couldn't agree with you more, sir, but what has that got to do with us?
Well, I'm the kind of man, Mr. Duncan, that likes to keep both feet on the ground. I believe half of what I see and very little of what I hear. So, when it comes to saucers, I never seen one.
Neither did we, sir, until this afternoon.
And you're sure you saw one then?
Yes, sir, quite sure.
Thad, remember the time Roy Beecher thought he saw a flying saucer? Drunk scoot he was at the time. Spent the night in jail and had a good laugh at himself the next day for thinking he'd seen a flying saucer. I remember it well. It's been my opinion ever since that anybody thinks he sees a flying saucer, he's been drinking too much. All there is to it. Flying saucer, too much booze.
This is ridiculous.
You're accusing us of drunken driving?
I've got no choice. You claiming you saw a flying saucer and all.
But I tell you, we don't drink. We never drink.
Don't you have some kind of a test? Blow up a balloon or something like that?
Too late for that now. Might not have been when you first came in, but it is now. Hey, besides, you've had one of May Norton's monstrous big suppers on top of whatever it was you had to drink this afternoon. So, best you just spend the night here with us, and we can talk more about it in the morning.
Spend the night here with you?
We've got a right comfortable jail here. Right back there, through that door.
Are you suggesting that my wife and I spend the night in your jail?
Not just suggesting it, Mr. Duncan. That's the way it's going to be.
Michael, Michael, that gun.
Sheriff Marcus, you are going to be very sorry you drew that gun.
Maybe so. Meantime, you two just go on back through that door, and we'll get you tucked in for the night.
Michael?
Good morning.
You awake?
Yeah, I've been awake for quite a while. I thought I'd let you sleep as long as you could.
I'm surprised I went to sleep at all. Did you?
Yes, it's not really so bad, you know. We slept in motels that weren't any better.
Yeah, well, I'd rather sleep in a motel just the same.
Yeah. It's the indignity of being jailed for the night. That's what makes it so bad.
And for drunken driving.
Oh, it wasn't for that, Mary. Listen, I think we got put in jail because we saw a flying saucer. I mean, I figure they're hooked up somehow to that UFO we saw.
Who, the mayor and the sheriff? How could they be?
I don't know, but why else would they want to lock us up?
Well, then you think the drunken driving charge was just an excuse?
Oh, sure, of course it was.
Mr. and Mrs. Duncan?
Who is it?
May Norton. I brought your breakfast.
Oh, well, I'm a lot more interested in getting out of here than I am in breakfast.
Wouldn't want you driving off on an empty stomach.
What time does the sheriff get in the morning?
I don't know. Different times, I expect. I don't have a key to the cell there. I'll have to shove the trays in under the door. There's country-cured ham, fried eggs, home-fried potatoes, hot biscuits and honey. Hope you got a good appetite.
Well, that's one thing we won't be able to complain about, at least.
The food? Well, I'll be bringing all your meals. I'll see to it you're fed real good.
Yeah, well, this is the last meal that you're going to have to bother with because the sheriff has no excuse whatever for holding us any longer. He's going to have to let us go this morning.
Well, I wouldn't depend on it if I was you. Eat your breakfasts before your eggs get cold.
You busy, Annie? Oh, come in, Pat. Come in. You been in to check up on our guests this morning? Ain't been to my office yet. Don't know as I'll get down there for a while. Kind of embarrassing. You decided yet what we're going to do about them? I reckon so. We'll have to check it out first, of course. I don't feel comfortable about it, Annie. Any special reason? Well, this young couple, they're the kind of folks that's likely to have a whole slew of friends and relations fretting over them if they don't show up where they're expected. How long a vacation they on? 3 weeks, I think one of them said. Just starting, too. and just kind of meandering around, camping wherever they happen to feel like it? That's the idea I got. No advance itinerary? You wouldn't think so. Well, then I don't see we got anything to worry about. Sooner or later, their folks are going to be out looking for them. Thad, we're going to have to convert them. We're going to have to take them over and keep them here. It's the only way.
Lunchtime. Start you off with some nice clam chowder.
Where's the sheriff?
Well, I couldn't rightly say, Mr. Duncan. I did see him over at Harry's Diner around 10:30 or 11, but where is he?
We haven't seen a soul all morning. I mean, except for you, there's been nobody in here the whole day.
Well, I reckon he must have had business somewhere.
Well, the sheriff has got no right to keep us in jail, and we want to get out.
Hey, I have the right to make a phone call. Now, I should have been allowed to make a phone call last night.
Oh, it looks like I'm going to have to tell you the whole story.
What whole story?
Here, just let me shove your lunch under the door here. You can eat while you're listening.
I don't want to eat anything.
Might as well, Michael. Well, what story are you going to tell us?
Well, it started a couple of years ago.
What started?
Well, that was when they first landed. The flying saucers.
You mean flying saucers have been sighted here before?
Oh, my, yes. I was sitting out in my front yard there, shelling peas. I recollect like it was yesterday. They came swooping down out of the sky like to scare me out of my wits. 3 of them there was in that first bunch.
I knew there'd been more than one landing in that place.
I seen folks coming out of their houses looking toward where they'd landed, you know. So I put my pan of peas to one side, and I started walking in that direction, along with the rest of them. Well, it's a funny thing.
What funny thing, now?
Well, there's a spell there where everything was real mixed up, and I don't remember very well.
You don't remember what?
Well, for one thing, what they looked like.
Who?
The folks, those things, whatever they was that got out of those flying saucers. I've talked to some of the others, and they can't remember that part either. Like it got erased or something. All I remember is just a kind of jumble. Until that evening, I guess it would be, that same evening.
Why, what happened that evening?
They had us all collected in a place that looked like one of them mad scientists' laboratories. Well, like you see in the old movies, you know. They had the whole town in there, every soul of us. I found out later it was down in the basement of the town hall there. They'd rigged the old cellar down there for a laboratory. Still using it, they are.
Still? You mean they're still around?
Wait till I tell you. Thad Marcus and Arnie Stebbins were already running things. They'd been converted before we woke up. Or we come to, or whatever it was we did.
Converted?
That's what they called it. They was leading us one at a time up to a thing looked like a dentist chair. And they'd make us sit in it and put a thing kind of like a hairdryer over our heads. And then they'd flip a lot of switches, Thad Marcus and Arnie Stebbins, just like they knew what they were doing. And then whoever was in the chair would kind of shiver and slump down for a minute until Thad and Arnie threw some more switches. Then they'd take that one back to his seat and lead up the next one.
Well, what were they doing to the people in the chair?
Converting.
You mean by converting?
Well, you will when I come to that part. They put me in the dentist chair and put the hairdryer thing over my head and started flipping their switches. I got a funny feeling. I'll never forget it. Like my head was being all separated into little bitty pieces and put back together in a different way. Something like that. Well, I passed out for a minute. When I come to, they was leading me back to my seat with the others. Only it wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
Well, it seemed like I was occupying just a little corner of my head while somebody or something else was using the rest of it.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, I didn't either at first, but I did later on. One of the things out of the flying saucers had taken me over. I was still in there, the real me, but I had nothing to do with what my body thought or said or did. I'd been possessed.
But what about the rest of them?
All just like me. Took over. Every last one of them.
And are they still controlled?
Still are. Every last soul in this town.
And get free.
Stubborn, that's all. I just wouldn't give in to all that electrical mumbo-jumbo. Kept on resisting and fighting till I got the upper hand.
How could you do that when the others couldn't?
I've been thinking about that a lot, and I think I've got it figured out. My great-great-grandmother, something like that, was burned for a witch when they had the trouble over in Salem. Maybe I inherited something from her.
So what are you saying, that you're a witch?
Oh, land, no. I don't believe in that kind of nonsense. No, what I'm saying is, all them women that got accused of being witches, all they was just stubborn women. I mean stubborn way past ordinary. So stubborn, they just would have their own way and nothing else would do.
And that's what you think you inherited from your great-great-grandmother. Her stubbornness.
Well, I got it, no question about that. Come to some alien taking over my mind, I was just too pig-headed to let him have it, that's all.
But what about the others? I mean, all the rest of the people who've been taken over.
Well, it's my opinion that if they had just stood up and refused to give in to the aliens, they'd all be free right now.
What happened to the alien who tried to take possession of you?
I just threw her out. Last I've heard of her, I don't know what became of her. Evaporated, I wouldn't be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's quite a story.
It's more than a story, as you'll find out.
What do you mean, as we'll find out?
Oh, don't you see? They'll have to convert you. What else can they do now that you know about the flying saucers? This time tomorrow, unless you can figure some way out of it, you'll be one of them.
What could be more terrifying than the prospect of having your mind and body taken over by an alien being, then being left with nothing of your true self but a small, impotent corner of awareness? To be forced to watch helplessly as your own body performed deeds you found unspeakable. This is what may confront Michael and Mary Duncan when I return shortly with Act 3. If we're to believe May Norton's story, the bodies and minds of all the citizens of Colony, New Hampshire have been taken over and are controlled by alien beings who come and go in spaceships, like the one Michael and Mary Duncan saw on their way into the village. Michael and Mary are being held incommunicado in the Colony jail and are, again, according to May Norton, slated to be taken over themselves by the aliens.
They can't do it, can they, Michael?
I don't know. Take control of our minds?
Do you really believe that all the people in this whole town are being controlled by beings from another galaxy or something?
It sounds pretty outlandish, I grant you. But look, there's something fishy going on here. And it's got something to do with that UFO we saw.
Well, what are we going to do, Michael?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of something.
You made up your mind, Annie, about them, have you?
Yeah.
Been in touch with the folks up on the mothership about it?
I had a long talk with them earlier this morning. They agree with us that there ain't nothing we can do but take over the Duncans.
I just wish I could feel more comfortable about it. What exactly was decided?
The ship's sending down the 2 new colonists around 8 to 9. I figure we can have the takeover down in the lab around 8:30. Sound all right to you?
Sounds fine. Sooner I get them 2 out of my jail, the better I like it. Where'd you figure on putting them up?
Well, I thought about letting them have a couple of rooms over Miss Norton's. She's just rattling around that big old house all by herself. All that extra space just going to waste.
Good idea. Wouldn't hurt to have somebody keep an eye on May anyway.
She's still making trouble, is she?
Kind of halfway subversive talk. Nothing anybody can put a finger on.
I'll schedule the takeover for 8:30 tonight. We'll have everybody in to witness it as usual.
All down?
Every man jack of them.
Want me to let them all know? I guess you better, yes. Tell them 8:30 sharp. We don't want to waste time waiting for anybody. Howdy, May.
I've been looking for you all day, Thad. Where you been?
Oh, here and there. What'd you want to see me about?
Well, that young Duncan boy you got over there in jail, he asked me to tell you he wants to see you. Said you hadn't been in all morning.
No.
Well, he's busting to talk to you.
I had other business round and about. You've been keeping him fed good, ain't you?
Yes, and that was something else I wanted to talk to you about. It don't seem right shoving that tray into them under the door. That's no way to serve a meal. Why don't you let me have a key to their cell so I can bring the trays in and serve them right?
I don't think so, May. Rather not take a chance them jumping you or something. Main reason I stopped around, there's a meeting tonight, basement of the town hall, 8:30.
Down in that laboratory place?
That's right.
I guess that means you're planning to take over the Duncans, don't it?
You just get to the meeting on time, May. That's all you got to worry about.
Marco, what are you doing?
I'm just checking to see if there's a loose bar anywhere. I want to get out of this place.
Oh, escape. I mean, that's a little melodramatic, isn't it?
Well, damn it, we could rot here, Mary. I mean, with May bringing us our meals, there's no reason why the sheriff would ever have to come around.
I don't know. In view of what May told us, I just as soon he didn't.
What do you mean, about aliens taking possession of us? Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Do you believe it?
Well, I mean, we saw a flying saucer, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, we're being held in jail here for nothing. Are the aliens any harder to believe?
Yoo-hoo, it's me again. May? Supper time. Pot roast and mashed potatoes tonight.
Have you seen anything of Sheriff Marcus?
Thad? Sure, I saw him. Told him you wanted to talk to him, but I don't think it done any good.
No. He hasn't been around.
I'll just shove these trays under the door here. You better eat up right away. I tried to get the keys to the jail from Thad, but he wouldn't give them to me. Said I'd like to have them so I could serve you dinner proper.
Were you going to let us out?
Well, of course. What else would I want the keys for? That's very good of you, May. Well, you would have had to take me away with you. I couldn't have stayed on after turning you loose.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that, May. Why haven't you run away? I mean, you're not possessed by these aliens. There's nothing holding you here.
I don't know. I've always lived here all my life. Well, that's one thing. And then for another, I keep figuring sooner or later I'll get the chance to do some good. I mean, help set the others free. Or maybe keep them from taking over somebody like you. I don't know. I just stayed around.
Is there any way you can keep them from taking us over, May?
No way I can think of. I've been racking my brains. And I've got some bad news, I'm afraid.
Oh, what bad news?
They're planning on doing it tonight. Tonight? 8:30 sharp. There's a meeting in the basement under the town hall. That's where they got that laboratory place I told you about.
A meeting?
Yeah. They all turn out, the whole town, whenever there's a takeover.
What do they look like? I mean, these creatures, the creatures from outer space.
Well, some like us. I mean, 2 arms, 2 legs, all that. A face with 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth. Only just not quite exactly in the right places. You know what I mean? And hair, more like young duck's down than hair. Oh, we don't see much of them. They don't show up except when they absolutely have to. You'll see a couple of them tonight. We will? Yeah. The 2 they send down to take you over.
Oh. All right, now look, there's got to be some way to stop them. There must be.
I wish I could think of what it is.
What time is it, Mary? I've let my watch run down.
10 after 8. Michael, they'll be coming for us soon.
All right, now look, when they come, I imagine it'll be the sheriff. Don't make a fuss of any kind, Don't try to hold back or anything like that.
Why not?
Well, I want the sheriff to be as favorably disposed toward us as possible. I'm going to ask him to let me make a little speech before the changeover.
What kind of a speech, Michael?
Well, I think it's just as well you don't know in advance, Mary.
Have you thought of a way to keep us from being taken over?
Well, maybe.
You two can take your places on the podium there to the left of the mayor. I'll be sitting just to your left.
Why do we have to be on the stage?
You'll find out. All in good time.
Michael?
Yes?
Michael, look at those two standing toward the back of the stage. Just behind the mayor.
The aliens.
They're really not human, are they?
No.
Oh, Michael, I don't want one of those things inside my mind.
No.
All right. Let's come to order here. Sheriff Marcus, have these two been informed of the nature of tonight's proceedings?
Not yet, Mayor.
Please so inform them.
Michael Duncan, Mary Duncan, you are hereby served notice that you will this night have the honor of contributing your bodies and the remainder of your lives to the advancement of the great new civilization which is about to be realized upon your earth.
How can you do a thing like that?
You've already been told all you need to know.
I see. Listen to me, you who are enslaved in your own minds and bodies. Hear me and think. Think as yourselves. You can do it if you try. One of your number has done it. There is one of you who has been secretly free the whole time.
Me, I'm free. Me, May Norton, I'm the one.
All right, that'll be enough. You, Mayor Stebbins, I want to talk to you. Not to the arrogant creature who has assumed command of your body, Arnie Stebbins, but you. The Arnie Stebbins who was once the mayor of this town. The Stebbins who can hear me but cannot act. I'm speaking to you, Arnie Stebbins. You can act if you will it strongly enough. Look, you were once a strong man, a leader. That strength is all it takes to set you free. Use it. Resist. Think yourself your own man, and you will be your own man.
Thad, make him stop.
No, Thad doesn't want me to stop. Not the real Thad. He's like you, Arnie Stebbins, and all the rest of you. He wants to be free also. Try, Arnie. Try.
No, make him stop.
You can do it, Arnie. You can.
No.
Arnie Stebbins has won. Arnie Stebbins is free. And what he has done, you can all do. Try. Be stronger than they are. Try.
Duncan, help me. I'm Thad Marcus. Really Thad Marcus. I want out.
Yes, you'll get out. You all will. You're all going to be free.
It ain't quite 24 hours yet, Mr. Duncan, and more than half of them's free already. And them that ain't are harboring some mighty sick aliens.
You think they'll all be able to free themselves?
Every last one of them. No doubt in my mind whatever.
Where? I mean, I just wondered what happens to the aliens when they're cast out.
I don't know. They're out. That's all I care about. We'll be all right here, Mr. Duncan. You two can go ahead with your trip now.
You don't think we ought to stay until they're all free?
I don't think there's any need for it. We're all right now, or soon we'll be, all of us. The only thing that worries me...
What, there's still something, May?
I can't help wondering how many other towns they've got. The way they had Colony.
How many towns the size of Colony, New Hampshire, do you suppose there are in this huge country of ours? And what do you do if you see an unidentified flying object taking off near one of them? Stop at the sheriff's office and report it? Or drive straight on through the town as if somebody or something were after you? I'll be back in a few minutes. Colony is just another small New England town these days. The people go about their commonplace affairs as though nothing more melodramatic than a Sunday school picnic had ever happened there. But they remember.
Arnie Stebbins never meets with the town council without wondering if they are all truly themselves. And Tad Marcus, making his rounds in the sheriff's official car, keeps a weather eye out for unidentified flying objects. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Morgan Fairchild, Francis Sternhagen, Jackson Beck, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's a wise father that knows his own child, said the great poet. From this, we may also infer that it's a wise child that knows its own father. In the same vein, we are also told the child is the father of the man. If we carry this much further, we may discover it's impossible to distinguish between the two. Therefore, when a man dies, does he live on in his son? Well, now, that might all depend on how you define dying and what you consider living.
But Orville, your father is dead.
Is he, Mother?
Of course, 30 years ago, in France. He was killed in action. You know that.
How do I know that, Mother?
Orville, what's come over you?
I know it because you tell me so. And I grew up believing it.
But it's true.
Then, show me, Mother.
Show you what?
Something. Anything. When a soldier dies in battle, the War Department notifies you. It's on record, papers. Show me something, Mother. Anything. It says he's dead. Our mystery drama, Strike Force, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Life is a pattern. Sometimes it's even cast in a mold. The days slip by, one so much like the other, it's almost impossible to tell them apart. And after a while, why bother? We like our routine, the well-worn grooves that guide our journey through life. The Watsons are entertaining the Sandersons at dinner, predictably. This is Wednesday night. The Watsons are Andrea and Bob. The Sandersons are Orville and Alice. Andrea Watson is Dr. Orville Sanderson's mother. Bob is Orville's stepfather. Alice is Orville's wife. Have you got all that? All right. Dinner goes quietly, happily. These people know each other, like each other, even love each other.
I know nobody should, but will anyone have more dessert?
Where did you get that silver serving spoon, Andrea?
Oh, do you like it, Alice, dear?
Bob, you think I should get back into the market?
This lovely spoon was a wedding gift, Alice. That is, from my first wedding, when I married Orville's father. You're probably wondering why I'm using it tonight.
Since you brought it up?
Yes. Well, Bob and I have been married, 30 years now.
31, darling.
And I finally feel secure enough to use some of the things from my first marriage. I'll bet you are. No, the truth of the matter, Alice, I'd forgotten all about it, and I was cleaning out one of the cupboards. Isn't it lovely? I even remember who gave it to us. Polifax.
Polifax, Mother?
And why do I remember that name? Because it's such an odd one, Major Polifax. He was Orville's father's battalion commander.
The man must have had excellent taste.
Oh, yes. He was built like a gorilla. And yet he was a very aesthetic person. I remember one evening, we were also having dinner. Somehow or other, the conversation got around to books. And I happened to ask Major Polifax, what is your favorite reading? And you know what he answered? The Iliad. The Iliad? Homer's Iliad. And in Greek, no less. Well, he's dead. All of them are dead. May the Lord rest their souls. And your father. Well, now isn't anyone going to have more botany?
I'll have some, Andrea.
Bob, you really can't afford the calories.
No, I know, Dr. Orville. But it's an affirmation of faith in your mother's fantastic skill.
A very modest slight.
To answer your question, Orville.
Which question?
Should you get back into the market? Well, you haven't left it.
I did, too. You sold out all my common stocks and put me into bonds and treasury notes.
Well, you're still in the money market. When I see some good values in common stocks.
Oh, Bob, I wasn't questioning your integrity.
Well, you should always question your broker, Orville. There's the fun.
Oh, I'll answer.
Well, not you, Bob. You've done a terrific job for me over the years.
Hello?
I really don't know where I'd have been without you.
Dr. Sanderson? Oh, yes. He's here. Just a moment. Orville.
Oh, I hope that's not important. Hello? Oh, yeah, I see. All right, about an hour. Darling, I've got to make a call tonight.
Oh, I didn't think you doctors made house calls anymore.
I've got to stop at the morgue.
Ooh, how gruesome.
Now, Alice, death is a fact of life.
It's hardly a suitable topic for a dinner table. Is he also this way at home, Alice?
You get used to it, Mother.
Why do you have to stop off at the
The morgue. Well, you know, I agreed to work for the coroner's office and duty calls.
But in the midst of dinner?
Oh, dinner's about over. We're going to leave soon anyhow.
I'll get your coats, Orville.
You said something very nice to Bob just before, Orville.
Did I, Mother?
Yes. When you told him he'd done a terrific job for you, and you don't know where you'd have been without him.
Well, it's true.
Bob's always been so self-conscious of the fact that he hasn't been your real father, and he's tried so hard to make up for it.
Well, when you get down to it, he has been my real father. Who else did I have?
Orville Sanderson Sr. was a man of glamour, lived an adventurous life, and he died a hero's death.
I think the real heroes in this world are the Bob Watsons, who plod along and do their job.
We ought to tell him that more often.
Alice, I'll drop you at the house, and then go to the morgue.
Sorry to get you over here, Doc, at this hour of the night.
Oh, it's all right, Benny.
And for what? Look at him. He's just a bum.
Well, now that he's dead, he may be an angel.
Fat chance.
Just skin and bones. Hardly anything to him.
Yeah. The reason they want to have an autopsy is because it's a homicide.
Yeah, I can see what appears to be a nasty blow on the head.
Yeah, that must have done him in. Him and another bum is having an argument.
Over what?
Over who knows? What do bums argue about? Some rat got booze, more than likely.
We know who he is?
Yeah, he's a bum.
Yeah, let me see if I can find any identifying marks.
Oh, he's got himself a beaut.
What's that?
Well, look, it's the greatest tattoo mark I've ever seen. Here, raise up his arm. Look on the inside. It's just above the elbow, you see?
Oh.
It's a rattlesnake, all coiled up to strike. And there's a bolt of lightning on either side of him, and it says, Hey, Doc. Doc, what's the matter? Hey, Doc, you all right?
What? I'm sorry, Mother.
Oh, it's all right, dear.
I know it's very late.
Don't worry about it.
Is Bob asleep?
Well, yes. Want me to wake him?
No. No, not for this.
Not for what, Orville?
Strike force.
Strike force?
Yes, Mother. Strike force. You remember strike force?
Oh,
My father's Ranger Battalion.
Yes. Well, yes, I hadn't thought of that in here.
And the insignia of the battalion, remember?
Well, I think so.
I saw that insignia tonight.
Yes?
And not on a sleeve, not on a shoulder patch, but inscribed on a man's skin.
Oh.
A tattoo. They all tattooed that insignia under their arm.
Who was the man?
A derelict.
Well, what had happened to him?
He was murdered in a drunken brawl, hardly more than skin and bones, wasted away by too much alcohol, not enough food. And yet this poor, pathetic bag of bones was once big and brawny and bursting with vitality in the peak of condition. The finest fighter in the United States Army.
Yes. They were the best in strike force.
But, Mother, this man must have known my father. He may have been my father's best friend. He may have been there when my father died.
Poor man.
All the time I kept looking at him. I kept thinking, you knew my father. You must have known my father.
Oh, yes, to see that insignia. Why, it must have been a terrible shock.
Mother, we could do something for him.
Well, what is there we can do now?
But we can't let him disappear into a nameless grave in Potter's Field. He deserves better than a pauper's funeral.
Oh, well, of course.
He was one of my father's friends.
Then we shall give him a decent burial.
Mother, do you suppose you could identify him?
Me? Oh, but he's been so long ago, and the man must have undergone such drastic changes.
Yes, but, Mother, if you could recognize him, I know it's difficult for you, but if you would...
Why are you so determined to know, dear?
For my father's sake. It would be doing something for his memory.
Oh, but to go to the morgue...
We'd better go, Andrea.
Bob...
I was wakened by someone coming in, so I got up and well, I heard what Orville said to you, dear.
I'm frightened.
Orville and I will be with you. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Just stand over here, Mother.
Is this where they keep...
Yes, Mother. Look, we'll get this over as quickly as we can. Okay, Benny.
Look out, folks.
Mother.
Oh.
Mother. Try to remember.
Oh, no, I can't seem to.
Andrea, dear, isn't he at all familiar?
Try to remember, Mother.
Are you sure you never saw him before? He does look familiar.
Well, Bob, you never knew any of these fellows, did you?
No. But your mother used to describe it. What is familiar about this one, Andrea? Didn't you once tell me about that officer friend of Orville Sr.'s?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. I remember now.
With the funny name?
Yes, Polyfax. It's Mortimer Polyfax. It's Major Polyfax, the battalion commander.
Are you sure, Mother?
Are you, Andrea?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's Mortimer Polyfax. You see, he used to visit your father and me very often.
But you said he used to look like a gorilla. This fellow he must have been handsome at one time.
Oh, what I meant was that he looked tough. Polyfax was handsome, too. Ruggedly handsome, if you know what I mean.
Major Polyfax?
Yes. Mortimer Polyfax, scholar, soldier.
And my father's best friend?
Yes.
Well, it's our duty to bury him.
Yes, we'll have Bob make the arrangements.
No, Mother. These are arrangements I want to make myself.
Orville, it's 4:00 in the morning.
I know, Alice.
Are you still looking at those pictures?
My father in uniform. And here's his friend, Major Polyfax.
I suppose the Major changed after all these years.
Oh, drastically. He was unlucky. He should have died in glory. Instead, he lived in degradation for all these years.
A bum.
If another doctor had been on call, nobody would have ever known. But we'll give him a meaningful service, a decent coffin, a respectable grave. He was my father's brother.
We'll give him a hero's burial.
Of course. You just said it.
He deserves more than just a quiet private service here. He should have a full military funeral at the Arlington National Cemetery.
Is it possible?
Of course, this man was Major Polifax, commander of the Strike Force Ranger Battalion. If he's not entitled to full military honors, who is? What a great idea. I'll start making arrangements the first thing in the morning.
Bob, why did you insist on my going to the morgue?
You had no choice.
I certainly did. I could have refused.
Well, he wanted you to go. Had you turned him down, the question would have haunted him for the rest of his life.
What question?
You know what question. He needed to be told that the man lying on the slab in the morgue was not his own father.
But why did you get me to say it was Polifax?
Because it had to be somebody. It couldn't be allowed to remain a mystery. The book had to be closed and put away forever. And we've done that.
But, Bob,
We'll have a quiet, dignified private service, and that'll be the end of it.
Yes. Yes, that'll be the end of it. Oh, Bob, I was terrified.
Yes, I was too.
The face. It was so changed, so ravaged, that I recognized him at once.
So did I.
Then he didn't die when we...
Please, you mustn't even think about it.
Bob, do you know what it means? It means that we didn't murder him.
Henry, you must never
We
say...
tried our best, but we didn't.
Don't even think about
it. At least his blood was not on our hands. That's something to be grateful for.
Gratitude comes in many forms, and to learn that you have not committed a murder is one of them. If you thought this was going to be a typical family story, you can see now you'll have to rethink your position. And Act 2, which I shall bring in a few moments, becomes even more untypical. Or maybe it is typical. Full fathom 5, thy father lies. Of his bones are coral made. Those are pearls that were his eyes. Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. We're talking today about dead fathers who were war heroes once, long ago, and about some history that is being rewritten and some identities that are about to be counterfeited.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Good morning, Orville.
Andrea, you're here early.
Well, have you forgotten, Alice? We're to play tennis this morning.
Oh, that's right.
And isn't this late for you, Orville? Aren't you due at the hospital for rounds or whatever?
Orville has canceled his appointment for the day.
Oh, really?
Yep, I'm flying down to Washington, Mother.
What's happening there?
Well, I have to make arrangements for the funeral.
The funeral? Whose?
Major Polifax.
But aren't we having a private little service here?
Nope, that's been changed.
Why don't I understand?
This is going to be the full works, full military honors.
But why?
Well, that's what Polifax would have wanted. He was a professional soldier, and that's what he's going to get.
Oh, but how can you...
I don't know, but I'm going there to find out.
Orville...
Mother, I'll miss the plane.
You better hurry, too, Andrea. We have the tennis court at 9 sharp.
But
I should be back by early evening.
Darling, is it important? I have this very special client coming in for lunch.
He's going to Washington to arrange for an official funeral.
Oh. Well, maybe.
Maybe what?
I don't know.
Bob, he's going to find out. He's going to find out.
No, he won't. He won't find out anything.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I'm reasonably sure.
But, Captain, that's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
You're talking about the late Major Mortimer Polifax, 2 L's.
That's right.
Commanding officer of the 918th Ranger Raiding Battalion.
On a strike force.
Yes, single word, strike force.
Look, Captain Carey, I think... Well, I know we've absolutely identified the man. I know he's entitled to a military funeral.
Yes, that's true, but he's already had it.
Had what?
His military funeral.
When? Where? How? He only died the day before yesterday. He's still in the morgue.
Dr. Sanderson, according to the record I have here,
Major Polyfax Mortimer, no middle initial, was killed in combat.
What are you saying?
I'm reading from his file. He was killed in action in a town called Seltz in Alsace-Lorraine on December 27th, 1944.
That's impossible.
These are the facts.
He's been positively identified. Major Polyfax has been identified by Mrs. Robert Watson of Philadelphia.
Not according to the official record.
The official record? Captain Carey, how many times has the body of a soldier killed in combat been wrongly identified?
Very rarely.
Oh, don't tell me these things don't happen.
Oh, they do, but in movies and in novels.
Oh, Captain, look, I respect your opinion, but I still think my mother is right and the Army is wrong. That's possible, isn't it?
Theoretically, anything is possible. But there's a very simple solution to the whole problem, you know. Fingerprints.
I'm sorry, Orville. He did resemble the Major.
No, Mother. He wasn't the Major. That's been established. And, I wasn't too surprised.
Oh?
Because from the moment I laid eyes on that man's body, I had a stranger sensation. I had the feeling he was my father.
Your father?
You looked at him. You thought he was this Major Polyfax. Why?
Well, from what I remembered of the Major from so many years ago, there was a slight resemblance.
But didn't he look anything at all like my father?
Your father? No. No.
Then why do I have this feeling? Why? Well, we'll soon find out if he is or not.
How can he be your father? Your father died in France. He died in the Ardennes forest.
There could have been a mistake.
Oh, no. No, not about things like that.
That's what this captain said down in Washington. But they're willing to check out the fingerprints.
I thought they already did.
Yes, against those of Major Polyfax. Now they have to find out if they match my father's. You know, I'll tell you something, Mother. I'm sure they will.
We'll have to tell him the truth, Bob.
Why will we have to tell him anything?
Because he'll only find out for himself.
What will he find out?
Bob, I told you I'm frightened.
Nothing is going to happen.
He looked at that body in the morgue and he knew. He knew it was his father. How? How did he know?
Andrea, just don't lose your self-control.
How did he know?
He'll never be able to prove it.
He won't have to. For him, it'll be enough just to believe it. What are we going to do?
Darling, I keep telling you, we don't have to do anything.
Orville, you have to get some rest.
I will. As soon as this identification thing is straightened out.
It can't be your father.
Then, Alice, why do I feel so sure?
I don't know.
I wish I didn't feel this way, but I can't help it. I keep going to the morgue. I look at him. And I become more and more convinced.
I spoke to your mother and to Bob. And they tell me that your father was killed in the Ardennes forest.
It could be a mistake.
They were notified by the Defense Department.
Since when did my mother and my stepfather accept things just because some government official has told them that...
Orville, I just have a feeling a very uneasy feeling. I'm suddenly afraid.
Of what?
Well, these past few days, ever since you came across that body in the morgue...
I'd really rather you didn't refer to it as that body. It's my father.
Orville, well, let's say you happen to be right. See where that takes us. Ask the first questions. If he's your father, what is he doing in the morgue?
You know that. He was killed in a street brawl.
He was supposed to be in his grave all these years in an American military cemetery in France. Now, why isn't he still buried?
Because he wasn't killed there.
For the sake of argument, true. And the Army made a mistake, so he's been alive all these years. Where has he been living?
How would I know?
Why didn't he come back to his wife and his infant son?
Well, maybe he had amnesia.
Darling, that's what they have in the movies. Why did he become a bum?
Don't you call him a bum.
All right. What do you want to call him?
I don't know. Wait a minute. Maybe there's someone I can't ask. You feeling all right? They treating you okay in here?
Who are you?
I'm the doctor. Asked me to look at you.
Listen, Doc, it's a bum rap. I didn't kill that guy.
You didn't?
It's a bum rap.
Did you know him?
No, who?
The man you are supposed to have killed.
Doc, I'm thirsty. I ain't had a drink in so many...
Look, try to clear your head and think. What was the name of the man? The man they say you killed.
His name?
His name.
Yeah, what was his name? Hey, Doc, do you suppose you'd give me a drink?
Oh, look. He had a tattoo on his arm. Would that help you remember?
Tattoo with a snake. Yeah. That was what the fight was about. The snakes, them snakes on his arms. I could see the snakes starting to come after me.
What are you talking about?
He has this tattoo on his arm, and it had this big snake on it. Big snake had become a lot of little snakes, and everyone was out to bite you. That's what happened, see what I mean?
Snakes?
Yeah, see, the snakes would be crawling all over his arms, and he'd yell for me to help him. He'd holler, kill him before they get me. Well, there was this big stick, and I picked it up, and I began hitting the snakes. I guess I hit him on the head by mistake.
It was an accident.
I was only trying to help him out. The snakes would have poisoned him to death.
And that's how it happened? You try to help him. Okay, why?
Why? Because he was my friend.
Well, if he was your friend, surely you must remember his name.
Name?
How long did you know him?
It's hard to remember.
Try to think.
You asked a lot of questions. Yeah, you asked questions very well. I was good at asking questions once. Oh, yes, I could ask what the best...
What was his name?
You're a doctor. Take my advice. Keep away from the booze. I was a member of the bar. That's funny. You should have heard me cross-examine. That's why we were such good friends.
Who? Great friends with whom?
Old Snake Arm. I used to practice with him. He didn't mind. You see, I may come back one day, and I had to sharpen my forensic skill.
What was his name?
I would say to him, Sandy, take the stand.
Sandy, why did you call him Sandy?
Because his name was Alexander.
Alexander?
No. It was Orville.
If his name was Orville, why did you call him Sandy?
Well, it's very simple. I call him Sandy because his name was Sanderson. That's right. His name was Orville Sanderson, Sr.
Orville Sanderson, Sr., and he did not fall in France during the Battle of the Ardennes Forest. He came back to America alive, and the Defense Department made a mistake. Or did they? Our story has taken a new turn, but bear in mind the direction has been set by a half-mad alcoholic. I shall return shortly with Act 3. At the very beginning, we said, the child is the father of the man. Childhood shows the man, as morning shows the day. The father he never knew, the father who died young, lives in the memory of the son. In most cases, as the tragic hero. For this is the image the son wants to cling to. Perhaps it's the image the son must have. But an image is only a reflection. How easily it can be distorted or disturbed.
You say his name was Orville Sanderson, Sr.?
No, that's what he said. You see, Doctor, it's evidence that cannot be established other than by hearsay.
Why would he say his name was Orville Sanderson, Sr. if it wasn't?
That's a good point. I don't remember. That's what the booze does to you. You don't remember anymore. He could have been someone I knew all my life. Or someone I just met that night.
Which was he?
Well, let me think.
Try to remember.
Yeah, try to remember. That's what I kept saying to Sandy. Try to remember.
Try to remember what?
Who they are. Who the people are who were. Who tried to murder him.
Someone tried to murder him?
His wife. Her lover. He used to say, if I can only remember their names, you and I, we'd be on easy street for life.
What are you saying about a wife and a lover?
They tried to kill him, yes.
When?
I don't know.
Try to think.
Oh, no, I can't do that anymore. I can't think straight. All I can do is drink. That's all I want. Please, get me a drink.
I'm sorry I can't do that.
Then who needs you? Who wants you? Get out of here.
Please, I'll help you all I can.
Get out of here. God, get him out of here.
What am I going to do?
About what?
My father.
I don't understand, darling.
This man, this derelict, he identified my father.
Oh, no, that's hardly a
He knew
reliable...
my father's name.
According to the Defense Department, your father died in France more than 30 years ago.
My father, you don't know what he meant to me.
But you never knew him.
I knew him. I'd look at his picture all those years I was growing up. Secretly, because I didn't want to make Bob feel badly.
You never told me this.
I was such a puny kid. When I'd get pushed around, Bob would say, you'll excel in other things. But I'd look at his picture, and my father would say, get in there, kid, and fight. And I did. And after a while,
I understand,
all my life, whenever things were rough, I remember there were courses in medical school I didn't see I'd ever pass, and I'd look at my father's picture. And...
Orville, I can't believe what you're trying to tell me. I can't believe that your mother and Bob tried to murder, actually believe they murdered your father?
How would he know about it?
Who?
This Jerry.
Jerry who?
Oh, he can't remember his last name.
But he can remember a crazy story.
It isn't a crazy story.
That's right. It isn't.
Well, then you admit it's true.
No, I admit it isn't crazy. It's one of the oldest and best stories in the world.
Oh, what are you talking about?
The Iliad. The Iliad by Homer.
Now, what does that have to do with this?
It's the story that you're telling me now. Listen. The Trojan War, Agamemnon, king of Athens, commander of the Greek
forces. Oh, come on, I know that story.
You're actually living it. Agamemnon's wife, Clytemnestra, had a lover, Aegisthus. When Agamemnon came home alive, they murdered him.
Oh, Alice, that has nothing to do with...
The son Orestes, the son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, avenged his father and murdered his mother and her lover. Now, isn't that what you're building toward?
Alice.
You can now believe that Andrea and Bob murdered or wanted to murder...
Or thought they murdered my father.
How can you say that?
At the morgue. Didn't you see the look of shock on my mother's face? Don't you tell me they didn't recognize my father.
We don't know it's your father. But just because some alcohol...
We are going to find out. The Defense Department will match the fingerprints. And then we'll know.
What will we know?
We will know officially what I know to be true now. That my father didn't die in France, that he came back, and that they lied to me.
And what will you do? What Orestes did?
I want the truth.
What will you do with it? Darling, this could all be in your mind. The Iliad. Listen, I remember it was only 2 nights ago we were having dinner with your mother and Bob, and the mention of Major Polifax's name came up. And somehow the Iliad got into the conversation. Oh, yes, I remember. It was the Major's favorite reading. And all that somehow started something...
You're saying that it's all in my mind?
Yes. And when you hear from the Defense Department, they'll tell you that this man was not your father, and that will be the end of it, and you will be thoroughly ashamed of yourself.
I've tried to talk to him on the phone.
Andrea, he could be busy. He's a doctor, after all.
Oh, he's avoiding me. Why? He knows. He suspects.
Now, please, darling.
He knows that dead man is his father.
Something tells him, and it's my fault.
Now, don't say that.
At dinner the other night, I mentioned Major Polifax. Why did I have to bring up that name?
Well, it's true. You shouldn't have.
And that started his mind thinking.
Why did you mention the spoon as a gift from Major Polifax? It isn't true. We never even knew Major Polifax.
Well, once you create a falsehood like we did, it becomes a world of its own. You feel that every now and then you have to enhance it. I just felt I had to say that.
Well, in any event, he would have been called to the morgue, and he would have seen that strike force insignia, and we'd be right where we are now.
Where are we, Bob?
I don't know.
I have a feeling it's going to keep unfolding itself until he'll know everything. And then what will we do?
Then we'll have to tell him the truth.
That we wanted to kill his father?
We didn't want to kill him, but we had to. As it turns out, we didn't do it.
But he'll never believe us. No one will ever believe us. And I'll lose my son. I'll lose him forever.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sanderson.
Now, look here, Captain Carey, you are saying to me that this man is not my father?
That's not what I'm saying, Dr. Sanderson. What I'm saying is I don't know who he is.
But his fingerprints...
His fingerprints do not match anything in our service files.
Then there has been a mistake. The files are wrong. You have the fingerprints of Lieutenant Orville Sanderson, a member of the 918th Ranger Raiders known as Strike Force.
Doctor, there was no Lieutenant Sanderson in the Strike Force Battalion.
That's impossible.
No record, no fingerprints. Nothing at all to indicate that he was even in the United States Armed Forces.
I don't believe it.
I said I was sorry.
I have a picture of him. From the morgue here, you can see the Strike Force insignia tattooed under his arm. Now, that is the Strike Force insignia. The snake and the lightning, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, doesn't that prove that...
All it proves is that this man, whoever he is or was, had the insignia tattooed under his arm.
Orville, where have you been?
Where haven't I been? All over Washington, D.C. They all say I have to accept what's in the official record. My father was never a member of the armed forces.
But then the man, the derelict, he's not your father.
He is. My mother and Bob lied to me. My father was never a soldier. He was a bum. They tried to murder him many years ago, and somehow they didn't, and here he turns up now. Well?
Well, what?
I'm going to face him with it.
Oh, please, Orville, what good will that do?
They destroyed my father. They'll pay for it.
What do you mean? Pay for it? How?
I don't know yet.
Orville?
Mother, what are you doing here?
We decided to wait for you.
What for?
Bob and I, we should talk.
About what? Oh, you lied to me.
Yes.
Oh, Mother. All of it was a lie.
Yes.
My father was never in the Army?
No.
You made it all up? Why?
Because you needed it.
You keep out of this.
Don't talk that way to your father.
He's not my father.
Oh, please. All we need now are facts, not emotions.
Don't think you can smooth talk your way out of this.
Orville, you needed a war hero while you were growing up. We thought we'd give you one. Someone glamorous, exciting, not some old nose to the grindstone stick in the mud like me.
Don't talk that way, Bob.
So, we read a magazine article about the Strike Force Rangers. They sounded like the most exciting troops in the world. So we decided to make your father one of them. And we used the name of the real Major Polifax to make it sound more authentic.
And didn't you think I'd learn the truth one day?
No, we didn't. And if you hadn't gone to the morgue that night, you still wouldn't know.
He was my father, wasn't he?
Yes. We recognized him immediately.
If he wasn't in Strike Force, how did he get that tattoo? Why did you try to kill him? Well,
I won't tell you.
Of course not. I'll tell you. You had an affair with my mother.
He found out you had to kill him. That's the truth, isn't it?
Oh,
No, Andrea, please. Let him believe that if he wants to. Orville is dead and can't defend himself.
but he tried to destroy us while he was alive. He won't succeed now that he's dead. Your father was a thief.
That's a lie.
It is. You've been checking fingerprints and looking up old records, but at the wrong place. Go downtown to the Hall of Justice.
Andrea, don't.
Look up Orville Sanderson, confidence operator, flim-flam artist. You know why he tattooed that insignia on his arm? So he could pose as a strike force ranger and trade on.
I don't believe you.
I married him because I was young and stupid. He deserted me the day after you were born.
You said enough, Andrea, please.
Bob helped me because he loved me. Orville had disappeared. But he came back when you were 3 years old. And he was crazy. Something had snapped in his mind. He believed his own stories. He believed he had been in the war, and he accused me of betraying him with Bob.
It wasn't his fault. He was mentally disturbed.
And he had a gun. He forced Bob and me into a car. He drove us up to the mountains. He said he was going to kill us, and
I tried to get the gun away. There was an accident. We drove off the side of a hill. We had scratches, Andrea and I. But we thought he was dead. It was wild country, deserted country. We thought that would be the end of it.
Maybe it was wrong, but we wanted him dead. Because as long as he was alive, we'd never have a moment's peace.
Evidently, he didn't die. And now, years later, he turns up in the morgue. And you find him.
That's the truth.
You killed my father.
No, darling. They didn't kill your father. They killed a man named Orville Sanderson Sr. Your father is Bob Watson. He always was, and he always will be.
We'd better go now, Andrea.
Orville's son, I...
Come, Andrea.
Yes.
Mother, Bob, where are you going?
We...
This is, Wednesday night. Aren't we supposed to have dinner together?
That's right. And it's supposed to be at our house. Well, we're here.
It's Wednesday night, which means that the Watsons and the Sandersons are having dinner together. Andrea Watson is Dr. Orville Sanderson's mother. Bob Watson is his stepfather. Alice Sanderson is Orville's wife. They are such a close-knit and devoted family. Things run so smoothly and comfortably. Practically everyone envies them. I shall return in just a few moments. Who was really Orville's father? Orville Sanderson Sr., who gave him his body, or Bob Watson, who gave him his mind? Both men have a very strong claim on Orville Sanderson Jr., and for a long time, Orville acknowledged both. But in the end, when he had to choose, he knew which one, because it's a wise child that knows its own father. For you, wisdom consists in knowing enough to tune us in 7 times each week. Our cast included Michael Wager, Patricia Elliott, Mary Jane Higby, Court Benson, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Better face the truth, Akakievich. Better get a new coat, or you're out.
No, I've been here so long. It's my life. Oh, he wouldn't. He knows I work hard. He's a kind man.
Kind? You could sit here till you're hold behind with one big bunion, and all you'd get in reward for your labors would be a badge in your buttonhole. I tell you, you'd better get that coat.
I don't have the money.
Better get it. Get it from your 70-year-old landlady for a wedding gift. She's rich.
What wedding gift?
Why, isn't she going to marry you? We were all sure she was sweet on you.
Why do you torment me so? Leave me alone. I'm your brother.
You won't be long if you don't get that overcoat. Get it.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And I know I'm E.G. Marshall. The reason I stress this is because the world seems to be suffering from an identity crisis. People are turning to the Orient in a search for their real selves. Others turn to drugs, and others to new forms of consciousness raising. Today's story is titled A Question of Identity. But in this tale, the search is not for oneself, but to identify the right husband.
What do you want of me, Hillary?
Proof. Prove to me that you are the real Bob Christie, the man I divorced 12 years ago. Prove it with memories, the little things that only you and I would know.
Things I've tried to forget. Hillary, this is no place for reminiscing. Why is that phony tourist still hanging around?
You can't use him as an excuse anymore. He's leaving.
Yes, and he's also leaving that expensive camera case behind. Come on, Hillary, run!
Mystery drama, A Question of Identity, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Joan Lovejoy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We live in a world filled with kidnapping and skyjacking. Unfortunately, these crimes have become so common that we almost accept them as part of the perils of today's living. Of course, we all know that the motive for kidnapping or skyjacking is either political or involving money for ransom, and sometimes both. Today's story starts with a kidnapping which had neither of these motives. Indeed, it was so unusual that it seemed to be motiveless.
My name is Hillary Cummings, and I'm divorced. I mention this only because it plays such an important part in the incredibly strange things that happened to me. It all started on an ordinary Wednesday as I left my apartment in New York City on my way to my job as court stenographer. It was raining. No chance for a cab, I knew, so I opened my umbrella and started for the bus stop on the corner. Two men ranged up, one on each side of me.
Miss Hillary Cummings?
Yes.
We'd like you to come with us.
What? Who are you?
Oh, I'll be explaining when we get where we're going. Our car's right over there.
Well, thank you, but my bus is right over here. You can ride with me and explain.
That's not satisfactory, Miss Cummings.
Let go of my arm or I'll scream.
Help me lift her into the car. All right, give her a chance to breathe, Harry. Miss Cummings, you can scream if you wish. It won't do you any good.
I was being kidnapped. My first emotion? Utter disbelief. And then followed quickly by anger and fear. Particularly when the man who had been doing all the talking attempted to reassure me.
I give you my word that no harm will come to you. We're simply going to ask a favor of you.
Well, for people asking favors, you go about it in a
calculated way to get a refusal.
I've already apologized for this,
Kidnapping.
Oh, you got it all wrong. You'll understand everything when we reach our destination.
Well, the police won't. They know a kidnapping when they hear about
No
it.
more talking. Now shut up. Unless you want to be gagged.
There was no question that he meant what he said. So I obeyed. The car traveled fast up the West Side Highway, crossed the Henry Hudson Bridge into Riverdale, turned off at Fierceton, and came to a stop in the driveway of a gracious old mansion. My captors politely ushered me in through large double doors and then into a paneled library. A gray-haired man with twinkling blue eyes and the face of a cherub rose from behind a large desk.
Ah, Miss Cummings. I'm delighted to see you. Please, sit down. Would you care for some coffee? Tea? Or rather, excellent croissant, eh?
I'll tell you exactly what I'd like. To get out of here and down to my job. What do you think is going to happen when I don't show up or call in?
Nothing. I assure you everything has been taken care of.
And I'm supposed to take your word for that?
No, not at all. If you wish, you may call and speak to your superior, Mr. Springsteen, I believe.
Who are you, and what do you want?
Who I am is of no importance. What I want is, simple. I want a small favor from you, one which will do your country a great service.
Are you telling me that you're with the government?
That's right.
Then why didn't you just call and ask me to come and see you?
Well, there were considerations. Time for one, security for another.
Security? Look, are you sure you have the right woman?
Hillary Cummings is your maiden name. And some time ago you were Mrs. Robert Christie, correct?
Oh, my marriage to Bob has something to do with my being here, then.
It has everything to do with it. I have no choice, believe me. Miss Cummings, you would know your husband if you were to see him again now, wouldn't you?
Well, I'm not sure. You know he had some plastic surgery done after the accident. I haven't seen or spoken with him since.
We're aware of that. I can only tell you that the plastic surgery did not alter his looks that much. What is much more important, I think, are the things that remain constant, such as memories that were shared by only the two of you.
I'm getting a very bad feeling. I don't know whether I'm Alice in Wonderland or a character in a James Bond story. I would like to leave now. May I?
No.
I'm a prisoner?
Well, only until you hear me out. Just please listen, and if you then decide you don't want to help us, well, you'll be perfectly free to leave. Do we have a deal?
Do I have a choice?
I'm the head of an intelligence operation. One you've never heard of. An intelligence gathering outfit.
And how does Bob connect up with this?
Well, he's done some work for us at various times. No one can question his extensive traveling because of his regular job as a hotel management consultant. He makes an ideal courier. You know, someone who carries messages, you know.
I've read enough spy stories to know what a courier does.
So we come to our problem. Some weeks ago, we were told about an important message that was shortly coming out of Vienna. Our sources informed us that the message had extraordinary importance. We therefore decided to use your ex-husband to pick up the message and bring it back. Bob was legitimately visiting Vienna at that time, and we prearranged with Bob to send us a postcard setting up a time and place where he would deliver this message to us. I've mentioned its importance before, so you may understand our consternation when in the past 3 days we received 3 different postcards, all presumably signed by your ex-husband, setting up 3 different times and places for us to accept delivery. As much as it embarrasses me to admit it, well, there must have been a security breach of significant proportions.
But what has all this to do with me?
Well, in order to make absolutely sure we get the right message, we need you to identify the right Bob Christie.
Mr.
Smith. The Smith will do.
Mr. Smith, now I hope you won't be upset if I say that what you've just told me is the most absurd story I have ever heard.
Well, why absurd?
You have employed a man as a courier for some years, and yet you expect me to believe that you can't identify him?
Bob Christie and I have never met. Actually, he's only had contact with 2 different operatives, none of whom spend more than 5 minutes with him.
But you must have pictures or fingerprints, of course. You must have his prints.
We had. Both in his file and in our computer banks. But unfortunately, his file is missing, and something has happened to foul up the computer tape.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you. It means that I'd have to see Bob again.
And that would be painful.
Yes.
I know. I've read the court record of the divorce proceedings.
Court records? They don't begin to tell you anything. There's no record of the last words I spoke to Bob Christie, is there?
No.
Well, I've never told this to anyone. And I'm only telling it to you so that you'll understand why I must walk out of here. Right after the accident, I went to the hospital. Bob was lying there in his bed. If he saw me come in or heard me, he didn't say anything. And I went to the bed, leaned over and whispered, "Damn you forever, Bob Christie. I hope to God you die." And now you are asking me to meet with this man and identify him for you.
I have to. Are you sure that Bob heard those words you said to him in the hospital?
Well, I suppose he did. I never thought about it. I just know I said them.
Perhaps he was unconscious. I'm not saying he was, but, well, he might have been, and then he would never have heard them.
Suppose I identify the wrong man.
No, it's hardly likely. You're not going to be meeting a stranger. One man will undoubtedly have the memories that only you two can share. You'll see.
You talk as though I were going to do it.
We checked on your background. You have a strong conscience. You can't walk away from this and live with yourself, particularly when I tell you that the moment you appear on the scene, you become a pawn and perhaps expendable.
And what has that to do with conscience?
Well, your record also shows you have courage.
I'd like a little more time.
Come in.
A man with a passport bearing the name of Robert Christie is on TWA's Flight 13 with a stop in Switzerland. He's due to arrive at Kennedy at 3 p.m.
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid you've run out of time, Miss Cummings. Your first appointment is 4 o'clock this afternoon in the Blue Sky Lounge of the Metropolitan Motel.
All motels near airports have the same air of impermanence. I looked for the third table on the left and anxiously tried to recall every word of the hurried briefing I'd been given.
It's really a simple procedure, Miss Cummings. You'll go to the Sky Blue Lounge and be sure to take the third table on the left.
Suppose someone's sitting there.
There better not be. It's been reserved in your name. Now, you'll give the captain your name and order a slow gin fizz.
I loathe them.
Well, you don't have to drink it. Just order it. Now, here's your copy of Great Hostelries of the World. Be sure you have it open so the title shows.
And then?
Wait for the contact. And for your sake and ours, let's hope that he's the real Bob Christie. Your part will be finished after you drop the message off, as you've been instructed.
But what if he...
Now, you have the phone number for all other contingencies, right? There'll be somebody at that phone 24 hours a day. Good luck.
So, there I was, sitting at the third table on the left with my book open as directed, and nothing happened. I looked at my watch, 4:15. Still nothing. I decided to wait a little longer. I'd given him an hour. So I continued to read, the gin fizz untouched. And then the waiter handed me a sealed envelope. This was not according to plan. However, I opened it. It read, "If this is your idea of a joke, it's sick. This is no laughing matter, so get out." It was unsigned. I looked around the room, but saw no one remotely resembling Bob. I glanced up at the waiter. He was obviously expecting an answer. I simply shook my head and tore the note to shreds. It wasn't more than 10 minutes later. I never heard him. I was reading, and the only way I knew he was there was when his hand closed the book, and he said,
"You're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen."
I'll listen.
'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn and spiteful as always. If you have an explanation, I'll listen. 'Cause you're just as stubborn
Everyone knows that love is blind. But how about hate? In the case of Hillary Cummings, she's been asked to identify her own husband, a man she hates. Will this hatred lead her to make a mistake? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I'd recognize him anywhere. How often have we said those words without thinking? And what is there to think about? Certainly it's a simple matter to recognize someone you've known intimately, even if you haven't seen or spoken with him in a dozen years, unless there are 3 remarkable lookalikes, each one of them claiming to be your ex-husband. That was Hillary Cummings' problem. She is face-to-face with the first claimant and desperately unsure.
I'm still waiting, Hillary.
Well, the plastic surgeons did a good job. You look just as you should.
I want to know why you're sitting at this particular table, in this particular lounge, at this particular time.
Because Robert Christie is supposed to deliver something to me.
Agency sure must be scraping the bottom of the barrel if they have to use you as a pickup contact. Here's the message. I can't say it's been nice seeing you.
Wait, just a minute. There's more.
No, not for me, there isn't.
Well, suit yourself. It will make it easier for me when I talk to the other 2 men who claim to be Robert Christie.
What?
The agency received 3 postcards setting up 3 different meetings. That's why, as you so charmingly put it, they scraped the bottom of the barrel and came up with me.
You always were a liar. I don't know how you found out as much as you did, but I do know the agency has my print.
Your file is missing, and somebody was also able to mess up the computer tape.
Oh, somebody's giving you all the answers.
You can check.
I'm going to. Right now.
He left to phone the agency, I suppose. He could have been Bob. He'd had plastic surgery, and maybe this is the way Bob would have looked after aging 12 years. And he talked just as viciously as Bob had. But somehow that bothered me. I wondered if he'd been coached. Shouldn't the years have taken some of the edge off his bitterness?
Straighten me out on just what you want from me. You know damn well that I'm Bob.
How about the other 2 men?
They're imposters.
Well, I'll admit you look about the way Bob might have, considering the plastic surgery. You seem to have many of Bob's characteristics. But I don't want to pass judgment until I'm absolutely sure.
Oh, what a clever little trap. I don't have my birth certificate with me, but would you like a peek at my passport?
That scar above your lip, that's new, isn't it? It doesn't look as though it came from plastic surgery. And Bob didn't have any scar there.
He's very observant. I got this from a dog.
Oh, but Bob
hated dogs. You're right again. But you see, there was this girl. She was a good friend of mine. She had a poodle. One day, the little mutt picks a Doberman pinscher to fight with. In trying to separate them, I was the only one bitten.
I see.
What do you see? If you had any eyes or brains, you'd know that I'm Bob. We were married in the Church of the Good Shepherd on January 31st, 1961. Fred Stone was my best man. Your old college roommate, Gloria Humphreys, was your maid of honor. There was a blizzard, but we didn't care. We were going to the Bahamas for our honeymoon. Enough?
Very convincing. But if you were an imposter, you might have been coached.
Okay. You want absolute proof? I'll give it to you. The hotel has rooms upstairs. I'll register. We'll go up together, and I'll prove it.
That's enough. I suppose you'd suggest that I make that test with all 3 of you.
You wouldn't have to. I promise I'll convince you.
No. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to report your refusal to the agency. Somehow I don't think they'll like it.
Hello?
Yes, Miss Cummings.
Oh, it is you. I was afraid I'd forgotten the number.
I told you this phone would be manned 24 hours. Well, how did it go?
Miserably.
You didn't get the message?
Oh, yes. Yes, he gave me the message.
And you delivered it?
Just the way you told me. I mailed it immediately.
Good. I take it he wasn't our Bob Christie.
I'm not sure. He did know an awful lot about the past. Well, now, what do I do about the next appointment?
I was hoping it wouldn't be necessary. You'll find all the information you need in an envelope, which is on its way to your apartment.
I was completely miscast as a female James Bond. Instead of feeling excited or curious about my meeting with the second man who claimed to be my ex-husband, I dreaded it. I hated the frightening spy jargon of the instructions. You will proceed to the Central Park Zoo. You will arrive at the 5th bench from the south entrance to the zoo, not before 1:30 nor after 1:35. It has been arranged there will be no one sitting on that particular bench. You will seat yourself and prominently display the book review section of last Sunday's paper. A copy has been furnished you. A man will sit next to you who will say the following words exactly. I never can understand people who judge books by reviews, to which you will answer exactly, I much prefer judging them that way than by their covers. I pretended to read the book review section while trying to spot someone who looked like it might be Bob. Finally, a man approached, and I blinked. For a moment, I thought he was the same man I'd seen at the airport, and then I noticed he was a trifle stouter, and his hair was a little thinner.
Hillary? It is you, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is.
Oh, of course. But I don't understand. Oh, excuse me. I never can understand people who judge books by reviews.
I much prefer judging them that way than by their covers.
Hillary, there must be something very wrong.
Well, wasn't that the proper identification?
I don't mean that. They must have had some reason to involve you, but they shouldn't have. Hillary, how did you get into this?
I'll tell you if you explain to me how you got that scar on your lip.
Hillary, this is no game. You're right in the middle of something dark and dangerous.
Oh, that's a switch. You trying to make me believe you're concerned about me.
Still a smart aleck. Okay, it's your neck.
The scar?
I got it from a dog bite.
A dog?
Not mine. I broke up a fight between two dogs. Now, look, I'd like to turn over the message and say goodbye.
I wish it could be that easy. But 3 different men claim to be Bob Christie. The agency asked me to discover which one is really Bob.
Oh, I can't believe that. The agency
has goofed. They've lost the file containing Bob Christie's records and fingerprints.
You saying I have no cover any longer? Someone knows all about me, what I'm carrying? Well, that's even worse than anything I could have imagined.
Why? If you're really Bob, you have nothing to worry about.
Have you any idea what'll happen to the 2 men you brand as imposters?
They'll go to jail?
Sure. If they're lucky. More likely they'll turn up in the morgue.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
Did you ever stop to check on whether or not you were followed when you came here?
Well, I...
Sure, of course not. It never occurred to you. Just look around. Look and see if you recognize anyone who's been here since you came.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Should have my head examined for staying this long. Goodbye, Hillary, and good luck.
You are the one who's going to need the luck if you go before you've proved to me that you really are Bob.
Brother, I've just found a new version of hell. I'm chained to the woman I divorced 12 years ago, chained more securely by fear than I ever was by marriage. All right, Hillary, what do you want of me?
Proof? Prove to me that...
Am I the first of the 3 men you met?
No, you're the second.
Oh, that's good.
Well, what's good about it?
It proves you weren't sure about the first guy. The fellow in the wild sports shirt over there.
Where?
Look, leaning against the tree with a camera. You see him?
Oh, yes, he's obviously a tourist.
So obvious that he bothers me. He's just been standing there fooling with his camera ever since I sat down.
Oh, relax. Now, look, if you are Bob, you would remember moments we shared that only the real Bob Christie would know.
Things that I've tried to put out of my mind the past dozen years.
Oh, that's a cop-out.
Why isn't that phony tourist going on about his business? Why is he still hanging around?
All right. If you can't give me anything...
All right, Hillary. How's this for openers? Philadelphia. The Playhouse in the Park. Remember the play Star Spangled Girl? We left early and got lost. We couldn't find our way out of Fairmount Park. No one asked directions. We laughed till we had to stop the car and seriously debated going to sleep right there in the park.
That's not bad. Not completely. Now you can relax. That phony tourist, as you call it, is leaving.
Now, wait a minute. I'm leaving that expensive camera case behind. Come on, Hillary.
What?
Don't ask stupid questions. Move! Well, now maybe you'll believe me. You know that bomb was meant for me. There are other countries involved, foreign agencies, and they want the real Bob Christie dead.
If that's the truth, isn't it possible that these other governments want the woman who can identify him dead also?
You're not very good at your job.
Just tell me something that will prove to me beyond any doubt that you're Bob.
Oh, Hillary, you're too much. Someone just tried to kill me, and you're still asking for romantic reminiscence.
Not necessarily romantic, just something so personal that only you and I would know about it.
Okay. Look, would anyone but I know about the crazy notion you had that death somehow arrives when you run out of memories?
I think you'll have to fill me in more.
Come on, you know, we both love to walk, ramble around the city, exploring. And frequently we'd come to a street that held memories for you. The old-fashioned ice cream store where you had sodas when you were a kid, or maybe the house where your old high school chum lived. And you'd always say, I wonder. Maybe if you live in one city your whole life and store up all those memories, and then suddenly there's nothing left, no more memories, I think that's when a person finally dies. Now, would anyone but me have known about that?
Well, it's certainly what I asked for. But I still can't. I can only say you've given me something to think about.
There is nothing more untrustworthy than an autobiography. Make a little test. Find an old friend and reminisce. Recall some incident that happened to both of you more than 10 years ago. I'll wager you'll have two very different versions, and each will honestly believe that his is true. That, more than anything, is Hillary's problem. I'll be back shortly. Shakespeare said it's a wise father that knows his own child. Shakespeare never wrote anything about a woman knowing her own husband. Of course, he had also never heard of plastic surgery, which made Hillary Cummings' problem of picking the right husband from among 3 claimants more than ordinarily difficult. It was also becoming dangerous.
Do you know about the bomb that exploded in the park?
We were informed.
Well, what about the bomb?
The second Bob Christie. Is he genuine?
I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking about the bomb.
The bomb indicates 2 things. 1, that you pose a threat. And 2, that the information is as important as we were led to believe.
Couldn't it prove that the man I was with was the real Bob, and someone wanted him dead?
Or you, Miss Cummings. I'm concerned. And you should be, too. The faster you can tell me this man is my husband or this man isn't, the better off we'll be. Now, about the second man. Why won't you eliminate him?
Well, he knew something about a silly superstition of mine. A way I had of thinking about memories and places.
Was it something unusual and personal?
Oh, yes.
Wasn't that fairly conclusive?
Well, I'm hesitating for 2 reasons. One is that any organization that could steal Bob's file and get into your computer setup certainly would have the resources to check into my life and come up with a number of incidents and then instruct the impersonator when to use them.
Yes, that's a possibility.
And secondly, this man used the phrase,
how's this for openers? Now, not only was that a jarring speech pattern for Bob, but he hated cards and card playing. Openers is a word Bob would never have used.
What do you mean, 12 years ago?
Well, there's that, of course. So that's why I must keep the next appointment with the third man. The Red Rooster was one of the smarter East Side restaurants. My instructions said the man would carry the identification. He would be seated with an ice bucket for champagne, but there would be no bottle. He would also have a cigarette holder in his mouth, but no cigarette. The table was to be reserved in the name of John Christoffel. The maitre d' led me toward a man sitting at a rear table. He looked up and smiled. He didn't seem as surprised as the others had. And we sat for a short while in silence. I began to feel nervous, so I asked a rather silly question. Aren't we supposed to have something to say to each other?
You mean that nonsense about the proper identification with passwords? Okay, here goes. I hope I remember it. Let me see. Now, don't you feel that there's something sad about empty ice buckets and empty cigarette holders?
Only if they're empty unintentionally.
Oh, really? Who do you think makes up these silly bits, Ah, well. Now that the formalities have been taken care of, let's order a marvelously expensive dinner. After all, it's only agency.
Where did you get that scar on your lip? It's not from surgery, I know.
Are you feeling all right, Hillary? Maybe meeting me after all these years...
Meeting you hasn't bothered me at all. You are the third man claiming to be Bob Christie. And quite frankly, in my opinion, the least likely. Because you're giving the worst impersonation.
Maybe that's because I'm not trying.
Very clever, but still unconvincing.
Why?
Because if the other two were putting on an act, they obviously were better coached than you. I was more shaken than I cared to admit. This man did look more like what I had expected Bob to look like after 12 years. And then he shook me even more when he ordered not only Bob's favorite dishes, but mine also.
How's the food?
Delicious. Now, how did you get that scar?
Oh, this? I got the scar trying to be a peacemaker between two fighting dogs.
Damn.
3 men, 3 scars, 3 tales of a dogfight,
You seem to take this very lightly.
Well, now, I know who I am, and I know who you are, and I know what I'm carrying. I'll give it to you, and you make your own decision.
I'd like more specifics on our past before I make up my mind.
I'm sorry I refuse to oblige.
Refuse? Or can't?
Oh, poor Hillary. You're attracted to me and you resent it. You resent it because of the quarrels and bitterness that made us break up. But why should I dredge up the past to prove to you that I'm Bob? You could set your mind at rest and make me very happy by using the final irrevocable test.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, I expected to be turned down. But really not quite so emphatically.
The reason I am so emphatic is the real Bob simply wasn't as charming as you.
You have a short memory, love.
Not as short as yours. You've forgotten that night when the neighbors called the police.
And you've forgotten the 3 great years. The 2 years at Lake Dumore and all the other times before.
Before what? Go on.
Before David died. Before everything went rotten. Before you blamed me for David's death.
I begged you not to take David in that horrible jazzed-up sports car. But you did.
And you always forget that it was the other car that jumped the divider and hit us head on.
And if you hadn't been going more than 80 miles an hour, it wouldn't... He would never...
Oh, no, stop. Please, stop it.
No,
listen to me, please. I'm not Bob Christie. I never was your husband. My name is Charles Shelburne, and I can't stand to see you cry.
What? What are you saying?
Look, I'll prove it. And wet the napkin and rub off all the fake scars. Look, you see? I'm not Bob Christie. And I'm sick of this stupid masquerade. I wish I'd never started with it.
And why did you?
Because I'm an idiot.
Did you say your name was Charles Shelburne? The Charles Shelburne who wrote Eagles Victorious?
6 years and not another line since. At least not another line I liked.
But what has that to do with your being here and trying to fool me?
Oh, that's very simple. If you're a writer who's had a smash hit novel right off the bat, and then you find out that somehow nothing seems to come, nothing flows. So you run away, as I did, to a little town in France, and you teach English. And all the time you're at yourself, and then suddenly an old college chum turns up. You haven't seen him in 20 years, and he tells you he's with the government. Oh, very hush-hush, and you'll be doing the country a big service, and maybe you could even get an idea for a book. All because I happen to look like I might be a guy called Bob Christie.
If I hadn't read Eagles Victorious, I don't think I'd believe what you're telling me. You're a romanticist.
I think sucker is a better word. What I thought was going to be sort of a lark turned out to be something else. Now that I've met you.
Oh, now, this is ridiculous. What's going to happen to you when your old chum finds out that you've told me the truth?
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Here, I'll give you the message, but you can tell whomever you report to that it's a phony.
But aren't you afraid that something...
I suppose the stakes are high, but I can't see how hurting me will help them.
But what are you going to do?
Go back to my hotel, the Berkeley Plaza. Stay there for the next 2 days. And then go back to France and teach.
What about your writing?
If you're really interested, you know where to find me.
I don't remember exactly how I got back to my apartment. My head was in a whirl. The real Bob now had to be one of the first two men I'd met. But which? And what would happen to the last Bob, Charles Shelburne, if I could believe his story? And I did so desperately want to believe. I didn't even look up after I closed the door to my apartment.
Welcome home, Hillary.
How did you get into my apartment?
I'm here because I want to know exactly what you're going to tell the agency.
None of your business.
Entirely my business. I was able to get in here with a key I had made because I got nervous. I saw you running around interviewing prospective ex-husbands. Put that phone down.
All right. You're stronger than I am. But you've just given yourself away. Now I know you're not the real Bob.
Do you? Damn you forever, Bob Christie. I hope to God you die.
You really are Bob. You remember what I whispered to you in the hospital. Why didn't you tell me this right away at the airport bar?
Oh, come on, Hillary. When you told me there were two other guys pretending to be me, and I knew the agency wouldn't involve you unless they were willing to take your word. Then, remembering how you felt about me, I figured there was a good chance you'd make a mistake on purpose.
And hope the agency would kill you for me.
Go to the head of the class.
I could still do that, though, couldn't I?
That's why I'm here. To give you a reason to tell the truth.
That's almost funny, to need a reason to tell the truth.
How would you like $50,000?
You mean you're that frightened? You're offering me $50,000 because you think...
I'm not offering you any. This money will come from my employers.
From the agency? Oh,
forget the agency. This is my own deal. I've been planning this for years. The agency ran me all over the world like an errand boy and paid me peanuts. Now, I made my contacts. I knew someday something really big would come along. And it did. This message. My employers are anxious to make sure the agency gets it and believes it. I warned them that this whole elaborate charade with 3 different Bob Christies was too much. They felt it would guarantee the agency believing it.
Are you telling me that you're a traitor?
I'm me. I drive cars too fast, spend too much, live too hard, and never am really happy. Well, now I'm taking the ultimate gamble. I'm offering you $50,000 for just telling the truth.
Yes?
This is Hillary Cummings, Mr. Smith. This is the last time I'll be talking to you. I'm leaving the country.
What, have you solved our problem?
No. I can't make up my mind.
I warn you, Miss Cummings. You've embarked on a foolish course. Which one are you trying to protect?
Myself.
Who's threatening you? From whom do you need protection?
From myself. And thoughts of revenge.
Miss Cummings, you're deliberately talking in riddles.
And riddles are exclusively your area, Mr. Smith. All right. I'll make it very simple. You can stop worrying about which is the right message. Because all the messages are false and designed to mislead you.
Oh. But then that means that Bob Christie is a...
Bob Christie is no longer my problem, Mr. Smith. Whatever he is, he's all yours.
One of the in things today for people seeking identity is to spend 2 weekends or 60 hours at a transcendental meditation session. Hillary Cummings did it faster and perhaps easier, but not everyone is given the opportunity to play Mata Hari. I'll be back shortly. Spy stories go back as far as 2400 B.C., when a party of spies under the command of Joshua were dispatched by Moses to bring back reports of conditions in the land of Canaan. They did, and the reports were in conflict. Ever since then, the intelligence services of the world have recognized the importance of the gathering of information and the distribution of misinformation. You can trust me not to misinform you. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Robert Dryden, Joe Silver, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I went downtown to your office building. I got a look at her. Oh, a very good look, let me assure you.
Mommy, I've only seen her exactly 3 times, and all 3 times she was at my desk. And at no time did I see her for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
It's all she requires. The idea of her, the seductive idea of her has been planted in your soul. Drive her from your mind.
Mommy, if I don't bring in proof of how Daddy died, I can be forced to quit my job.
Perhaps that would be for the best.
But I have seniority, an equity, and a pension plan. I'm 40 years old. I mean, where can I go to start all over again?
Now, Normie, you have a great amount of ability. You could get a good job anywhere.
Why won't you tell me what Daddy died of?
It's getting late. I think I'll go to bed.
Don't you understand? You're going to fire me.
Well, dear, who knows? After all, it may just turn out to be for the best.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
E.G. Marshall. What if each one of us were absolutely isolated from everyone else, doomed to travel the earth alone from birth to death, destined never to see another face, touch another hand, hear another voice, denied the least contact with another of our own kind? Unthinkable, isn't it? For each one of us, there has to be a meeting in some place at some time. Else we should all go mad.
Strange, isn't it? The two of us showing up here?
Both at the same time? In this weird place?
How do you figure it happened?
Well, it was the storm, of course.
It's getting so bad, really terrible.
Actually frightening.
Impossible to go on any further.
Absolutely.
By the way, do you know where we are?
I know. Don't you?
I haven't the least idea.
Our mystery drama, Meeting by Chance, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mandel Kramer and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Some meetings are casual. Some meetings are unavoidable. Some are planned, and others are artfully contrived. Some occur in the natural course of ordinary living, and others come about purely and simply by accident. It is one of these incidental meetings that concerns us here.
Damn it, I can't see a thing. Wow, that sounded close. Dumb windshield wipers are worse than nothing. Just slosh the rain from one side to the other. I bet she forgot to get new blades. Simple thing like that, and she forgets. I told her 12 times, get new blades. Where am I, anyway? Did I get off the road somewhere? That fork a ways back. Did I take the left one instead of the right? I swear I don't know. I can't see a thing. Boy, that was even closer. Wouldn't it be swell to get hit by lightning out here in the middle of nowhere? Come on, I can't be nowhere. I must be somewhere near home. Only I can't see. Damn rain makes it impossible to see. Maybe I should get out and take a look around. Yeah. Oh, cow. What a soaker. Too close for comfort, like they say. Is this a driveway? Looks like a driveway, sort of, under all this water. A mailbox? Yeah. No name, though. No name that I can make out, anyway. Driveway and a mailbox adds up to a house. That figures at the other end of the driveway there must be a house. People. Gotta get a roof over my head till this downpour stops. It's dangerous out here. Nobody's used it much by the trees. Hang over it. Stands to reason, though, there's a house at the other end. Some kind of a house, any kind of a... Ah, sure, there it is, sure. I knew there'd be a house. There had to be. Right in the nick of time. Now, where's the doorbell? No doorbell?
Hey, in there, do you mind? Please? Somebody mind opening the door? It's wet out here in case anybody cares. Come on.
Could be anybody. This is certainly not the owner. The owner would have a key. It could be a tramp of some kind. You can't be too careful these days. Thank goodness I locked that door. There's no way anybody could get in. All the windows are locked, and the back door, too. I don't care who it is. He's not going to get in it. It must be a man because the way he pounds on the door. He could be a thief or a lunatic or a rapist. There's plenty of those around. I think he's gone away. Gave up finally. Went away. Well, that's something. Oh, help! Help, somebody! Help! Stay out of here, you. Don't you just stay out. Don't you come in here.
What's the matter with you?
What do you mean breaking in like this? I'll call the police.
Did you hear me knock on the door?
I heard you.
Why don't you open it?
Why should I?
Don't you ever open the door?
No, not just to anybody.
Well, look, I'm sorry I broke your window.
It's not my window. This isn't my house.
Well, how'd you get in here then? Somebody let you in?
The front door was open.
Oh? And then you locked it?
Well, I was afraid not to.
Look, I'll pay for the window. I can leave some money. Yeah, $5 ought to cover it.
My car stopped all of a sudden, and I went through a big puddle, and it just stopped.
Oh, the timer got wet.
No, well, I don't know anything about automobiles. What was that?
What was what?
I heard something.
I didn't hear anything.
It sounded like a cat.
Probably a cat in the house.
Well, I guess there must be. What am I supposed to do? Stuck here with this stranger. I hope he doesn't get any funny ideas. He looks all right, but you can't go by appearances. You read about a murderer or a rapist in the newspaper, and then they show you a picture of him, and he looks just like anybody else.
Don't care much for cats myself.
They're very decorative, people say.
I like dogs, all right. Dogs are okay.
Yes. Dogs are nice.
Not a bad-looking dame. Not what you'd call good-looking either. Not my type at all. Dull. Miss Dull in person. Dull from Dullsville. Dressed dull, too. I bet she made that little number herself. Loving hands at home.
I wonder who lives here.
No idea.
Whoever it is isn't very tidy.
Yeah, it is kind of messy.
I hate a messy place.
Yeah. Do you live near here?
South Glenville.
That's so? I live in Glenville Heights.
Do you really?
Yeah, new development.
Is it nice?
It's all right.
I don't think he's going to try anything funny. I think he's safe. But I hope the storm lets up soon. I mean, I'm running out of things to talk about. I don't know anybody in Glenville Heights. And I think that new development is horrible. Ugly as sin. Did you hear that?
Hear what?
The cat.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder where it is.
The kitchen, probably.
Oh, it sounds hungry.
Yeah, speaking of hungry, I haven't had any lunch.
Neither have I, now that you mention it.
What do you say we see if there's any food in the house?
Oh. Well, if you think it's all right.
Well, we can leave a couple of dollars.
All right.
Anyway, it's something to do. Eat a sandwich. Maybe there's some beer. Pass a little time. Oh, boy, what a way to spend an afternoon holed up in some creepy old house with some dull woman doesn't even know how to conduct a conversation. Yeah, what the heck, it's not her fault. What do we got in common, anyway?
Well, let's see what's in this fridge. Oh, there's some milk. That's something.
Any beer in there?
No, I don't see any. Would you care for a glass of milk?
I guess it'll have to do.
There's a little jar of shrimps.
No, thanks.
Well, then, we'll just have milk.
Great. Swell.
Well, it's better than nothing.
Be grateful for small favors, I always say.
Huh? There we are.
You want to go back in the living room?
No place to sit down here.
Lead the way.
It's really infuriating. I've got so much to do at home. All that transplanting. Well, I just couldn't do that in the rain anyway, but... Well, I could be sorting the linen instead of being stuck here with this Glenville Heights person.
You find it cold in here?
A little.
Kind of damp, don't you think?
Yes, it is damp.
I have this bursitis in my left arm, and dampness always makes it worse.
There's a fireplace.
You think I ought to make a fire?
Would they mind?
Who?
The people who live here.
Well, I don't see why they'd mind.
I'm always afraid of catching cold. Once I catch a cold, I can't get rid of it. It just hangs on and hangs on for weeks, it seems like.
Now, there's a fascinating piece of information for you. She gets colds that last for weeks. What do you know? Boy, I wish I was home. The golf clubs need cleaning and polishing. Must be an ideal day for it. Instead, I'm marooned here with... No, I think she's all right. Stop picking on her. You know, shining light yourself.
There doesn't seem to be any kindling, does there?
Well, if you roll the paper up tight enough...
Those logs look kind of green.
I'm pretty good at making fires.
It really is damp in here, and if you've got bursitis, we better...
Wait till I get the fire going. It'll dry out.
I don't think it's going to work.
Give it a minute.
It's gone out.
Yeah.
You want me to try?
You think you can do better?
I guess not. Manly pride. They're all alike. Oh, they can all make fires and hang pictures and fix cars, only when it comes right down to doing it, they can't. So we'll just sit here and freeze and catch our deaths.
I wonder what time it is.
I don't have a watch. I took mine to be repaired. I keep forgetting to pick it up.
Can't tell the time of day by looking outside. Black as pitch out there.
It most certainly is. Pitch black.
Yeah, black as pitch black. Where do we go from here? Looks like a long, dreary afternoon, all right. If we had a deck of cards... Yeah, but she probably doesn't play cards.
You lived in Glenville Heights long?
A little over a year.
I see.
I'm in real estate.
Oh, really?
Things are kind of slow right now.
I can imagine.
Maybe they'll pick up, though.
My husband's a lawyer.
Don't say.
Yes, he's a lawyer. Well, there goes that cat again. Wonder where it is.
As long as it stays out of here, I don't much care.
But it sounds hungry.
And I think I'm allergic to cats.
I suppose it's waiting for its owners to come home and feed it.
They're probably stuck somewhere, same as we are.
Probably.
I wonder if they got a TV set around here someplace.
I hope that cat isn't trapped somewhere.
Did you see a TV?
I'm going to go look for that cat.
Or a radio? A little music might help. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. I wonder what these people do for amusement. What's the matter?
Come here, quick.
What is it?
Come here. I found the cat.
Every meeting is a touching. Sometimes the touch is so light that it is scarcely felt. Sometimes the touch ignites something. Something as mild as distaste, perhaps. Or something as strong as hatred. At times, the touch can kindle interest. Sometimes attraction. Sometimes even love. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Two people, a man and a woman, have sought refuge from a violent storm in a strange house. Two people with very little to say to each other. A strange house, rather unkempt, seemingly inhabited by a solitary cat, heard but as yet not seen by either of the intruders. As our last act ended, however, we heard...
What's the matter?
Come here. Quick.
What is it?
Come here. I found the cat.
Where? Where is it?
Up there. At the head of the stairs. See? Looking down at her.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Well, what else could it be?
It looks like a little white cloud.
It's the cat. I'm sure of it. See? There. It's hungry.
I'm going to go and get it some milk. I think we left some.
You want me to come with you?
You stay here. Unless you're afraid to.
I'm not afraid. What's there to be afraid of?
And if there isn't any milk left, I'm going to open that jar of shrimps.
Stuck here with a lady who's cat crazy. Women and cats, they go together. Cat, what's with you? You're the biggest cat I ever saw. Big and white. White as a... Whiter than anything. Pure white. All white. You even got white eyes. Yeah. White eyes. Is that possible? A thing like that? White eyes?
There wasn't any milk left, so I just brought this shrimp. I put the dish here, at the foot of the stairs. And if it's really hungry, it'll come down and get it.
Hey, doesn't it strike you as kind of peculiar, a house that's only got cat food in it?
Well, now that you mention it...
I mean, what if we hadn't showed up here? Or would that cat have gone to the refrigerator and fed herself, or what?
Well, I hardly think... Why doesn't it come down and get the shrimp?
Scared of us, maybe?
Let's move back a little.
Oh, we could just leave it.
Somehow... For some reason, I don't want to do that. I know. I'll put the dish halfway up the stairs. How would that be?
What do I know about feeding cats?
What would you know about anything? Crass, stupid, terrible man. The second the rain stops, I'm going to get out of this house. Oh, I hope my car starts. If it doesn't, I suppose I'll have to ask him to drive me home. Oh, well, it can't be helped. It's an emergency. And maybe that'll do it.
Cat's still standing there, just looking.
Just wait. Cats love shrimp.
Maybe not this one. Did you notice this one has white eyes?
Cats don't have white eyes. No cat has white eyes.
This one does.
Pale blue, maybe, not white.
He's still standing there.
I wonder why she doesn't just... Well, she must smell it.
Let's leave him.
What makes you think she's a male cat?
What makes you think he's a female cat?
I think she wants the shrimp brought upstairs to her.
Don't you think you've done enough?
No, I don't.
Wait till my wife hears how I spent the afternoon. She won't believe it. I broke into a spooky old house to get out of the rain, and here's this simple-minded woman, and she and I spent the whole time trying to get a big white cat to eat some shrimp. That's what I did all afternoon, sweetie. Sue me, but that's what I did.
Would you mind coming up here for a minute?
What for?
Just come upstairs for a minute, will you?
I don't get the point. Is there something wrong?
Please, come up here.
I've never done this much for a cat in my life. Actually, I've never had anything to do with a cat before. Now, what is it? What's up?
Come with me.
Where? Where's the cat?
In the bedroom.
Well, you think it's okay to go in there?
I know what you're thinking. It's not nice to make free with other people's houses.
Well, it's kind of pushy, don't you think?
Yes, I do think so, but... There's the cat.
Ah, she did want to eat the shrimp up here.
When I came upstairs, she led me right into this room. She waited for me to open the door. So I did, and I went in. And she started to purr. And I put the dish down by the window, and she started eating right away, purring all the time.
Well, look, I guess we've done our duty by the cat, so...
Don't go. Wait a minute. I want you to look at something.
What?
Look out the window.
Okay. Any window?
Any window. What do you see?
Wow. That's beautiful.
Have you ever seen such a garden?
No. I never have.
Such flowering trees.
Those little winding paths. I wonder where they go to.
It isn't raining.
That's right. There's no rain.
The thunder stopped.
But just a few seconds ago. Downstairs. I heard it. I know I heard it.
Look out there. The grass isn't wet. The flowers are all standing up straight. The paths are dry.
Well, now, look, that's not possible. I mean, there couldn't have been a terrific storm in one part of the house and sunlight and roses and all those beautiful things in another part. That's just not possible.
I know it isn't possible. It's unbelievable.
But it's true.
I have this funny feeling. I think it has something to do with the cat.
You mean the cat is some kind of a I don't know, a magician or something? You mean some kind of a magician in disguise, maybe?
Well, maybe not a magician, but a spirit, something unearthly. Don't laugh.
I won't laugh.
Something intangible, immaterial, captured in a cat's body. Something saintly. Promise not to laugh.
I don't feel a bit like laughing.
And whatever it is, it's not real. But it is real. The storm, the rain, the thunder, the lightning, it all stopped as soon as we came upstairs. You can't deny that.
Look at the cat. She asleep?
Don't think so.
Didn't I tell you she has white eyes?
She doesn't have white eyes. She's blind.
Blind?
Beautiful and blind.
Is that why she wouldn't come downstairs?
Maybe. And also, she doesn't have any claws. See, if she had claws, she'd be able to feel her way down.
So I guess she stays up here all the time.
Yeah. Why wouldn't she?
Yeah. I would. If I could be lucky enough to live in this room, I'd never leave.
What makes it so wonderful, do you think?
I don't know. It's so different from the rooms downstairs.
So clean, so restful.
But so exciting. Don't you think so?
Yes, restful and exciting. That's about it. What it is... Well, it's open. It's free.
You feel as though anything could happen here.
As though you could make anything happen.
But everything is so nice the way it is. Why bother?
Oh, what a perfect way to feel.
Everybody could feel this way. They wouldn't drink, or they wouldn't take dope, or they wouldn't start wars.
Or be mean or spiteful to anybody.
It just seems so easy here.
I never want to leave. Never.
You know you're very attractive.
Me? Attractive?
Very.
I'm just a middle-aged suburban housewife.
You're an attractive woman. Go look at yourself in that mirror.
Are you serious?
Go on.
Well, if you... Oh, it seems so silly, but if you really... I look... It's not what I expected at all. I mean, it's Neil, right? But it's not what I'm used to.
There's a glow on your face. It looks real.
I'm not going to pretend I don't see it, too.
Well, don't pretend, because that's part of the magic here in this room.
I think you look different, too. Come on, look at yourself.
If you say so.
Oh, I wish you would.
Well, I'm different.
Somehow younger.
That's true.
And you look vulnerable.
Me? Vulnerable?
As though you could be hurt.
I never thought of myself that way. Not for a long time.
But now you do.
I don't want to be hurt. I think it's terrible to be hurt. Only it's worse to be somebody who can't be hurt.
I know just what you mean.
You can get over being hurt, I guess. It might take a long time, but you could get over it. But to be... What's the word? Invulnerable?
Yes.
Well, that's to be dead, really. Walking around and talking, but really dead. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, oh, yes, I do.
Something I have to get used to.
Do you know what I want to do? I don't know why. I want to do it, though.
What? What do you want to do?
I want to take my shoes off. They're still wet.
Yeah, mine too.
I want to go and lie down on that big bed.
Go ahead. Do it.
I want to lie down and dream.
What about?
Oh, things about love and kindness and what lies in back of the stars and how the sun warms everything and how it feels to stretch out and feel good.
Say, the bed hasn't been made up. Did you know that?
Really? That's strange in this neat, tidy room. Why wouldn't they straighten the bed?
I don't know.
Oh, Linen sheets. Been a long time since I've seen linen sheets.
Look, I don't think you ought to disturb anything. I don't know why I think that. I just feel...
I know what you mean. I won't touch a thing. I'll just lie down on the bed the way it is.
Hey.
Can't
She doesn't want you to lie down on the bed.
She's, protecting it. Or...
How did she know what you were going to do? She's blind. She couldn't have seen you.
It must be true. She is a spirit, a specter.
She ate the shrimp like a real live cat.
And there's a spirit lodged in her. I don't know. Don't ask me how, why, but there's something here we don't understand.
There's plenty I don't understand. Plenty. Like the way I feel about you.
Be careful. Be careful of what you say.
No, I don't want to be careful anymore. That's what this room has done to me. Or this cat or whatever. I love you.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Why were you afraid? Is that such a terrible thing to say?
No. But now I have to say something to you.
Well, please. Say it.
I love you.
Was that so awful?
But that's not what I felt about you before downstairs. Down there I thought you were crude and insensitive. I didn't like you at all.
Down there I thought you were silly and dull, and I hated the idea of spending an afternoon with you.
What happened? What happened? What changed?
What was that noise?
A door.
It was a door that opened and shut.
It's a door downstairs.
Front door, I'll bet.
Lizzie? I'm home, Lizzie.
It's the owner. The owner of the house.
He came home.
Lizzie, girl. You all right?
What do we do now?
I don't know.
You okay, Lizzie?
He'll be coming up here. I just know it. He'll be coming up here.
This is what a meeting can do. Even a meeting by chance. Change attitudes, change feelings, perhaps even lives. A whole set of circumstances which had seemed so stable, so permanent, so unalterable, can shift and become something else for no other reason than two people have met and touched. We'll be back soon with Act 3. Quite fortuitously, two people have met in a house strange to them both, driven there to escape from a riotous rainstorm. Neither is to the other an ideal choice for such enforced companionship, until they followed the plaintive mewings of a large white blind cat to the second story of the house, into a beautiful bedroom from whose windows they could see an exquisite garden bathed in sunshine. Tranquility seemed to fill the room, and to their intense surprise, new feelings began to stir in their hearts.
I have to say it. I love you.
Is that such an awful thing to say? Because I love you.
Downstairs, I thought you were silly and dull.
I found you crude and insensitive. I didn't like you at all.
What happened? What changed us?
A door just opened downstairs.
Opened and shut. The front door, I bet.
Lizzie? I'm home, Lizzie.
It's the owner of the house.
The owner of the cat.
Lizzie, girl. You all right?
Oh, what do we do now? He'll be coming up here. He is coming up here.
But we can't hide. There's no place.
I don't want him to find us here. He'll be angry. He'll throw us out.
Oh, you don't want to leave?
Not when we've just found whatever it is we've just found.
I forgot your food, my girl. I clean forgot. You must be hungry. I'll fetch it for you.
He's going into the kitchen.
What did you mean when you said what we found out, whatever it is?
I don't know. It's just this feeling, this strange new feeling.
You said you loved me.
I know I did, and you said you loved me.
Did you mean it?
Did you?
I think I did. Didn't you?
I think so. But maybe...
Maybe what?
Maybe I just felt what love was like. Does that make any sense to you?
No shrimp this time, but I've got sardines for you. I'm late, Lizzie, because of the storm. It was a terrible storm.
What will he do to us? Will he call the police?
So, my little sweetheart. Come. Well, good afternoon, madam. Sir?
Oh, I hope you'll forgive us.
We can explain how this happened. Well, I imagine it was the storm.
Yes, it was. The storm. My car went over a huge puddle down the roadways, and it simply stopped. There was thunder, lightning, and...
There certainly was.
I stopped my car just outside your house because I couldn't see a thing. The windshield wipers might as well not have been working at all for all the good they did.
You, weren't in the same car, both of you?
Well, no. Actually, we just met here.
A little while ago. I was here first. Your front door was open. I'm afraid I just walked in.
How did you happen to get up here?
It was the cat.
Lizzie?
Was that her name?
It's what I call her.
Well, she kept mewing, and we didn't know where she was. She sounded hungry.
Well, I was late getting here.
I'm afraid we drank most of the milk in the refrigerator. So then we put that shrimp in a dish, and we left it at the foot of the stairs.
But you wouldn't come down.
And then we put it halfway up the stairs, and that didn't work either.
Lizzie's blind.
Yes, we found that out later, after I took the shrimp upstairs. She sort of led me to the bedroom.
And this is where she lives.
Nobody could blame her for that. I'd like to live here myself.
Oh?
I mean, downstairs there was this terrible storm, wind and rain.
Terrible thunder and lightning.
But up here...
Everything's different up here. If you look out the window...
I've looked out the window.
Well, then you know. It's all sunlight and flowers and peaceful.
It's just sort of benign, if you know what I mean. It's gentle-like.
I do know.
And the mirrors? If you look in the mirrors in this room, you look different somehow.
Younger.
Prettier.
Not so worried and not so harassed. You know what I mean?
Sure, I know.
But why should that be?
Well, it's kind of a long story.
Well, we'd love to hear it if you don't mind telling it.
I'm not sure you'll believe it. I'm not sure I believe it. Except that it's so.
Oh, please, tell us.
Well, this house used to belong to a couple. They bought it when they got married, almost 100 years ago. They were very happy here. They loved the house, and they loved each other. That's a good beginning for happiness, wouldn't you say? But then they became even happier when a daughter was born to them. Elizabeth, they named her. Beautiful girl, sweet girl. But she was blind.
Blind?
Born blind. Blind from birth.
Oh, how terribly sad.
Oh, it's not as sad as you might think. There was so much love. The love of the parents for each other and their love for her. No, it wasn't sad. Unfortunate, maybe, but not really sad. Love can drive out sadness, provided there's enough of it.
I'm starting to think that that's true.
What happened to all of them?
Well, Elizabeth died.
Oh, no. Oh.
And her parents' hearts were broken.
Of course.
How old was she when she died?
Getting on for 30. Her father and mother went into mourning, not just for the year that's customary, but for year after year after year. I knew them well, and I saw them every day, and I worried about them. They were getting older. They were getting feebler. They were getting sadder. They were losing themselves in their grief. And I couldn't stand to see it. So one day, I brought them a cat.
Lizzie?
I rescued her from a laboratory where they'd put out her eyes.
Oh, why did they do that?
Who knows? Some experiment they were conducting to prove something or other.
Oh.
And after they blinded her, they were going to kill her. But I said, don't do that. Give her to me. And they did.
And you brought her here? To this house for the old people?
They took to her right away. Partly because she was blind, I guess, like their daughter.
And so at least they had something to love.
They had something to share their love with.
How long ago was this? How long ago did they take the cat to live with them?
24 years ago.
She's that old? The cat is that old?
Probably older.
I didn't know cats ever lived that long.
Well, it's my idea she'll live to be 30.
You mean as long as Elizabeth lived?
That's what I mean.
You don't mean... I mean, you can't mean that the girl's spirit has come back in a cat's body.
Why not?
Well, because...
Because why?
Well, such things aren't possible.
Why not?
Well, they're not real.
The old people believe they were real. I believe they're real.
So they're real. Maybe not for other people, but other people don't know everything that went on in this house. And I do.
But how does it happen that you know so much about it?
Well, I was in love with Elizabeth. I was going to marry her. So I know.
Of course. Would you tell us one more thing?
Whatever you want to know.
Why does the cat live upstairs?
Because the old people moved upstairs after I brought them the cat. They lived in this room. I ran their errands. I brought them their food, whatever they needed. And after they died, the cat went on living here. I went on dropping in twice a day to feed her, make sure she's all right. It's the least I can do, don't you think?
There's one more thing I'd like to know, if you don't mind our being so curious.
I don't mind.
The bed. It's not made up. And the rest of the room is so beautiful and so neat and tidy. Why isn't the bed made up?
The old people died in that bed. They died there with their arms around each other. And both of them were smiling. And the cat was watching them from the foot of the bed.
When I wanted to lie down, just to take a little rest, the cat wouldn't let me.
She wants to keep it the way it was for the time when the old people come back. Can't blame her, can you?
You mean she's really Elizabeth? Elizabeth reincarnated?
I'm not saying she is. I'm saying she could be.
Is that why you call her Lizzie? Her name is really Elizabeth?
Her name isn't Elizabeth.
Oh,
the old people called her Elysium.
That's a strange name.
Why'd they call her that?
Well, Elysium is the dwelling place of happy souls after death. That's what they tried to make out of this room, a happy place for their dead child to live. And while they did that, they made a happy place for themselves. It couldn't help but be that way.
I don't suppose it's possible for anybody to buy this place.
No, it belongs to the cat.
You mean it?
It's in the will.
Well, after the cat dies?
It comes to me, but she isn't going to die for a long time.
Tell me one more thing. Will you, if it isn't too painful? How did Elizabeth die?
What didn't I tell you? She broke her neck. She fell downstairs and broke her neck.
Oh, well, that's why the cat has no claws, isn't it?
Yes. Well, I think the worst of the storm must be over by now. Let's go downstairs, shall we?
I'll drive you home. I don't think your car's dried out yet.
All right.
Take a couple hours of sunshine before it'll start.
Remember all that sunshine back in that upstairs room?
You can't take it with you.
No, you can't.
You haven't told me where you live.
Oh, it's straight along this road. It's not far. I'll tell you when.
We've never introduced ourselves. Do you realize that?
I don't think we should.
You may be right.
We said some pretty impetuous things to each other up there in that room.
I know we did.
Things about love and all that.
Seems so natural up there to say those things.
But it isn't here.
I wonder why. We're the same people.
Are we?
Of course we are.
Then why don't we feel the same?
I wouldn't know.
I think that in that upstairs room, we were different because we were using a different part of ourselves. The upper part, you might say.
The better part?
Yes. The part that reaches out and touches and doesn't hold back and protect itself all the time.
What happens to that part?
It gets smothered somehow. Strangled.
It gets killed.
Why don't you let me off at the corner?
I can take you to
No,
your
I really
house.
rather you wouldn't.
Better to leave things the way they are.
I think so. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
For what?
I don't know.
I should thank you.
For what?
I don't know.
Anyway, I'll never forget you. I don't think I will.
I'll never forget you. At least I hope I won't. Is there a room someplace where the heart expands and accepts and is generous? Where we cease to be petty and irritable and sullen? Where we stop being against and start being for? Where we can relax and enjoy and stop resenting and envying? Every heart longs for such a room. And for fleeting moments, each heart finds it. Does it really exist? I don't know. Do you? I'll be back shortly. Suppose such a room does exist. How do we find and keep it? Does it have an address? Does anyone live there all the time? Even a cat? A cat who is really a ghost waiting for other ghosts? Or is the room within the human heart? Is it a room that has been closed off, locked, shuttered? Is it possible we can open the room, unlock its door, and fling wide its shutters? If it is possible, then only love can do it. Of that much I'm sure. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Mandel Kramer, and Bobby Reddick. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Maria, I'm afraid to sleep. That's when it creeps over me like a black fog. And in it I see those terrible things.
And they're in Buenos Aires, aren't they?
What do you know about Buenos Aires?
I know that your deep anxiety comes from there, from something that happened there that drove you to the United States.
You know something.
God knows.
What?
God knows, Henry. You have no choice but to pray to God. Whatever you did.
No, I cannot pray. Prayer sticks in my throat.
Then you know what can happen.
Something will snap, and I'll become mad. I want to die.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band radios and True Value hardware stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
That's a neat rifle. Let me see it.
Can't. All the firearms are locked up.
Locked up?
Yeah, and all the ammunition's locked away. And Dad says no one touches those firearms unless he's here.
Well, that's dumb.
It is not. The only thing dumb about firearm safety is people who don't play it safe.
Yeah, who says?
My dad and the National Rifle Association.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everything, it is said, happens to everyone, sooner or later, if there's time enough. What does that mean? Obviously that we can expect the best and we can expect the worst, which might be quite tolerable if we were to receive equal amounts of each. The trouble is, most of us get more than our fair share of one or the other. Is there a way to redress the balance? Well, yes,
But this will call for a rearrangement of life and death.
Tell me your name.
What's the difference?
How else will I know who you are?
If I tell you my name, what will you know? Tom Smith, John Doe, Bob Jones. Those are all good names. Choose anyone.
Which one is yours?
None of them.
Well, I need a name I can call you.
Let me give you the name that describes me. Killer.
Our mystery drama, The Awakening, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A sadder and wiser man, he rose the morrow morn. What is the poet telling us? Simply that a different person woke up in the morning than had gone to bed the night before. If you accept a basic principle, the proposition doesn't necessarily have to operate for the better. You don't have to awaken sadder and wiser. You can also arise happier and dumber. A man of evil can become a man of good, and it's just as likely the other way round. What fantastic transformations can occur overnight. Listen.
Thank you, Doctor. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your giving up your lunch hour to see me.
You said it was an emergency.
It's a matter of life and death. Rest assured, it's true.
Why did you choose me?
The fact is, I don't know any psychiatrists here, and I opened the classified pages under physicians and surgeons, psychiatrists. And like Abu Ben Adam, your name, Dr. Abbott, led all the rest.
Talking about names, what's yours?
My name, must I tell you my name?
Yes, I can't help you if I don't know who you are.
Well, can't you look at me, listen to me, and know who I am, what I am?
I'm sorry. I must insist. I cannot treat you if you don't have complete confidence in me.
Yes, of course. You're absolutely correct, but... Well, I require a certain amount of time to develop that confidence. Doctor, believe me, I'll tell you my name. Now, not just yet. Soon. Please help me.
To do what?
I woke this morning and...
Yes?
And I didn't know who I was.
Well, what do you mean?
I still don't know who I am. I become somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Who?
I don't know. Doctor, do you know who you are?
Yes.
How? How do you know who you are? I'll tell you. It's not just that you know your name. Your name is just a label given to you by your mother or father to label you on the outside. But it's what you feel inside that's you. Your feelings, your thoughts. That's what you are. Do you understand?
Yes.
That bundle of feelings and thoughts. That was the me I had lived with for 20 years. This morning, that me was gone. Inside now, there's another me. A me I don't know. A me that is terrific.
Why?
Because it's a strange, sinister, alien me.
In what way?
I am made up of only one single feeling. One solitary urge. To kill.
You, never felt it before?
I can't think of anything else. Just killing.
Well, have you had a physical examination lately?
It's my only feeling, my only emotion.
Do you have a headache?
To kill. Just like a shark that knifes through the water. A tiger that prowls through the jungle. What are they? Each in his way is the personification of an elemental, irresistible killing force.
Have you noticed shortness of breath?
They kill anything that crosses their path.
Well, have you had any serious illness?
Yes, this one. Can't you hear what I'm telling you? Why do you waste our valuable time with these nattering, nitpicking questions that have absolutely no bearing on what
Sir, I am asking the necessary questions.
Is it possible you haven't heard what I've said to you? To what I have awakened this morning? What has possessed me?
Now, if you're going to start to talk about possession and devils and spirits...
I am possessed. Not by an evil spirit, perhaps, but possessed.
By what?
Oh, perhaps a germ, a virus. Perhaps an idea, a thought, a belief. I don't know. But it's possession. Or perhaps it isn't possession. It could be an awakening.
An awakening?
An awakening to my true and essential nature. Yes. It's an awakening, that's what it is.
Please, sit down.
I can no longer fight against it.
Now, sit down, and everything will be all right.
Yes, everything will be all right as soon as I can give in to it. As soon as I can kill. That will bring me relief.
Now, relax.
As soon as I kill anyone, anything that crosses my path. You!
No, you don't want to do that.
I shall kill you.
Just a minute.
I'm going to kill you.
No.
Kill anyone that crosses my path.
No, I'll have to call the police.
You'll be dead.
No. Go. What are you?
How easy I can kill. I can kill. I feel better. I feel so much better.
And that's all we've got on the tape, Dr. Zeltner.
I suppose I'm lucky my name is Zeltner. I have the last listing in the directory. Poor Fred Abbott.
You knew Dr. Abbott?
Oh, yes. An excellent man.
Well, Dr. Zeltner, what does all this tell you?
Well, he believed in tape recording all his sessions.
And you don't?
I don't have any hard and fast rule, Lieutenant. In this case, we're fortunate he turned on the recorder the moment his patient began talking. What was the exact cause of death?
Well, the killer evidently knew karate and used it. There were several sharply placed blows which did considerable damage. Now, you could hear on the tape how quickly, how deftly the thing was done.
No one saw him enter or leave the office?
No, Dr. Abbott's nurse had already left on her lunch hour when he arrived, and the doctor was dead when she returned.
Well, did anyone in the vicinity notice anything suspicious?
You're asking a detective's questions, Dr. Zeltner. Now, we've covered that ground already without results. I'm hoping you might be able to ask a psychiatrist questions. You know, we're dealing with someone mentally disturbed. Now, what kind of clues are on this tape?
Well, Lieutenant Katz, we know several important things.
Such as?
He's a stranger. Because he didn't know any doctors in town. Nor did he have any friends who could recommend one. You know, Dr. Abbott was 6 feet tall, in excellent physical condition. Yet the killer handled him easily. The killer could be anywhere in his late 30s to early 40s.
Yeah, I get that picture, too.
Well-spoken.
Yeah, he's obviously educated.
Oh, he doesn't have to be educated exactly, Lieutenant.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure. Something about his speech.
What?
Well, let me think about it. Ask yourself this question. What does the killer do for a living?
Well, how would I know?
Well, we agree he's a stranger in town. What is he doing here?
Well, I don't know that either.
Is he visiting someone? Not likely. If it were a social thing or even a business trip, he would have someone to talk to. Someone he could ask to recommend a doctor.
Okay, Dr. Zeltner, you tell me. What was the killer doing here? Passing through?
Perhaps.
And he gets this seizure, and he goes to the first psychiatrist he can find.
It appears that way. But our basic question remains unanswered. What does the killer do?
Well, why do you say he doesn't necessarily have to be educated?
Something bothers me about that tape.
What?
I don't know. Was anything taken from the office?
No, there didn't seem to be.
Lieutenant, Dr. Abbott's office, is it still exactly the way it was when the body was discovered?
It should be. We've had a man on guard.
Do you suppose I could see it?
I don't know what good it'll do.
Well, since you don't know, why don't we find out? You're Miss Boyers? Beatrice Boyers?
Yes, Doctor. I used to ring your number for Dr. Abbott.
Well, what are you doing here today?
Life goes on. That is, for the doctor's wife. You see, she still has bills to pay, and so I'm working on the doctor's books for her.
Oh, I understand. You were not here when the man who killed Dr. Abbott phoned for the appointment?
No, and I'll never forgive myself.
And why do you say that?
Well, because, Lieutenant, had I answered the phone, I simply would not have given them the appointment, but Dr. Abbott couldn't say no to anybody. I usually have lunch in here every day. It's just on that particular day.
You have lunch in the office every day?
Oh, yes. I think that was the first time I'd gone out in months.
Oh, look, I'm sure this must be a very difficult time for you, Miss Boyers. Please, don't let us disturb you.
Well, I'll be in the reception room if you need me.
Lieutenant, this is Dr. Abbott's desk. He was sitting behind it. And this chair is for the patient. And here's the tape recorder.
Yes, we know all this, don't we?
Well, notice the position of the tape recorder.
What about it?
It's standing on the desk, in full view.
What are you trying to establish, Doctor?
Well, the fact that the taping wasn't a secret. The killer knew that his conversation was being recorded.
Okay. Well, where does that lead us?
Why didn't the killer destroy the tape?
Well, does it make any difference?
It's a clue. He left his voice behind.
A voice on a tape recorder doesn't stand up as positive identification.
Well, perhaps, but some of his statements could be quite revealing.
Such as?
I don't know yet. I want to study the tape.
Maybe the killer didn't notice.
Oh, how could he not notice?
Well, he may have been too excited. After all,
he did commit murder.
Yeah, we know that.
And after he did it, if you remember the tape, he seemed very calm. Such a person who realizes that he has committed a serious crime but becomes very careful. He looks about to make sure he's covering his tracks, not leaving any clues. Why didn't he destroy the tape?
Why does it bother you?
Well, we have to find the answers to 3 questions. Who is he? What is he doing here in town? And why didn't he destroy the tape?
Doctor, we're up against a stone wall. Now, he could be any nut who walked in off the street. Didn't you hear what he said in that tape?
He says a great deal. Let's go back to your office and listen again.
Okay. Miss Boyers, I don't know what we're going to listen for. We heard it all.
Yes, we heard it. Now we have to try to understand it.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
We're leaving now, Miss Boyers. So if you can think of anything that might be of use to us, you have my number at headquarters.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Goodbye, Miss Boyers.
Goodbye, Dr. Zelter.
Hello?
Ben?
Hello, Angel.
Ben, why didn't you destroy that tape?
The tape?
When you were talking to Abbott in the office, it was all being recorded. Didn't you know it?
Of course I knew it. And afterward, I even played it back.
You what?
It was such a beautiful scene. How could I erase it?
You should have destroyed it.
I've never been better.
Do you realize the police have that tape?
Of course.
They'll listen, and sooner or later...
Sooner or later what?
They'll find out something.
Beatrice, darling, they will listen and be thrilled by the greatest theatrical performance that has ever been recorded. What can they possibly find out?
What can they possibly find out? What can you find out by listening to a tape recording? Did you find out anything? Actually, practically every clue that's needed is on that tape. You are also already ahead of Dr. Zeltner and Lieutenant Katz because you just heard the scene that took place after they left the office. Let's see what we can all find out in Act 2, which follows in just a few moments. What do the psychiatrists tell us? Consider. Mr. Booth shot Mr. Lincoln. Where? In a theater. Why? Because Mr. Booth was an actor, and he saw his deed primarily as a theatrical performance. But all of us are actors, in a sense. All of us perform. All of us require applause, of one kind or another, even when we turn to murder.
I'm a peaceable person. I studiously avoid arguments, conflicts, unpleasantness. The mere thought of violence makes me ill.
Hold the tape there for a moment, Lieutenant. Thought of violence makes him ill. Yet he's accomplished in the art of karate. It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't have to. He's crazy.
Well, even so-called crazy people behave in what for them is a logical manner. What we're supposed to get from this tape is a profile of a hitherto mild-mannered man who has suddenly gone berserk. Those are not the facts. This is a man who is no stranger to violence.
Okay, what difference does it make? He's still a psychotic killer.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Maybe he wants us to think so. Now listen to this.
That dynamic package of feeling and thought. That was the me I had lived with for 20 years. The me I knew. The me I always loved. The me I sometimes hated. But the familiar, dependable, comfortable me.
What do you think of that, Lieutenant?
Oh, I still think it's the raving of a nut.
Now, notice the smooth flow of language. Notice how the sentences build. Notice how there's practically no hesitation, no searching for words. Who talks like that?
I don't know.
An actor.
An actor? No, not always.
He sounds like an actor who has rehearsed and prepared his lines.
Well, assuming you're right. How could he do that?
Well, listen again.
To kill. Just like a shark that knifes through the water, a tiger that prowls through the jungle. What are they? Each in his way is the personification of an elemental, irresistible killing force.
This speech has been written.
By whom?
By the killer. The killer who happens to be an actor.
Once again, where is the proof?
You're listening to the proof. When I heard this tape for the first time, I said it bothered me. You tried to pin me down. What bothered me about it?
And I am still trying to pin you down, Doctor.
I can now tell you everything. Everything about that tape bothers me. It's a phony.
Okay, but you still haven't been able to prove...
Well, what have we got? A presumed psychopath comes into Dr. Abbott's office. He claims to be very disturbed. But I don't think he's disturbed at all. Let me spin back that tape. Why did you choose me? Asked Dr. Abbott. Listen to the answer.
I opened the classified pages under physicians, surgeons, psychiatrists. And like Abu Ben Adam, your name led all the rest.
So what do you want me to make of that?
He's always on stage. Always ready with the epigram or the quotation from beginning to end. The whole thing has been superbly prepared. I'll run the tape ahead. Listen.
Why do you fritter away our valuable time with these nattering, nitpicking questions?
Who would possibly put together a sentence like that on the spur of the moment?
I am possessed. Not by an evil spirit, but possessed. By what? Perhaps a germ, a virus. Perhaps an idea, a thought, a belief. Perhaps it isn't possession. It could be an awakening. An awakening? An awakening to my true and essential nature. Yes, it's an awakening.
That is not the raving of a maniac.
Okay, I'll quit fighting you. You're convinced the guy isn't crazy?
No, but I'm convinced the killer deliberately chose Dr. Abbott.
Why?
I don't know. But here, the psychiatrist must yield to the detective.
And what do you want me to do?
Change your hypothesis. At this point, you believe the killer chose Dr. Abbott at random.
That's what happened.
How do you know?
Because
he says so on the tape. I happened to look in the classified, and your name led all the rest. See how he uses the tape to convince you. And now I know why he didn't destroy it. Assume, Lieutenant, that the killer had a motive to murder Dr. Abbott.
I have to keep asking. What motive?
Well, that's a policeman's question. You shouldn't be asking me.
Enemies? Oh, no, not Walter. Everyone loved him. Dr. Zeltner here knew my husband.
Of course, Mrs. Abbott. Did you notice anything unusual about Walter's behavior?
Unusual?
Is that he seemed nervous, worried, upset. You know, out of sorts.
Oh, no. Not with me. Never with me. I never heard an unkind or impatient word from him.
And nothing bothered him that you knew of, Mrs. Abbott?
Oh, everything bothered him. He worried about the slightest little things. How things were going on in the world. About his patients. Was he doing enough for them?
Was there any unusual worry, Mrs. Abbott?
Unusual? Well, he came home to dinner. It was just the night before. Night before he was... Well, we were having his favorite, steak. He didn't seem to know or even care about what he was eating.
Then he was troubled.
I suppose you could say that.
And do you know what it was about, Mrs. Abbott?
No.
You didn't ask him?
Well, yes, I did. And he said it was a professional problem. Once he said that, I knew I couldn't press it. Dr. Zeltner, you're a psychiatrist. You can understand.
He said it was a professional problem. That means it concerned a patient.
Yes.
Who was the patient?
Well, I don't think I'm allowed to tell that.
Well, you don't have to tell us what the problem was, but you can tell us who the patient is.
Oh, all right. I think it was Roy Butterfield, because he went into his den right after dinner and got on the phone, and I think he was talking to Roy.
You can't tell us what he was saying to Roy Butterfield.
No, Lieutenant. She can't. But, we can ask him.
I have nothing to tell you.
Mr. Butterfield, the night before he was murdered, Dr. Walter Abbott had a very long conversation with you on the telephone, now didn't he?
Who says so?
His wife?
Mrs. Abbott said he seemed quite troubled when he spoke to you. Can you tell us why?
No.
And the next day he was killed. Was there a connection?
Oh, I understand. Some homicidal maniac did it. I really don't know how I can help you.
Well, perhaps you can tell us how we can help you.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Butterfield, you're a badly frightened man. Why?
Well, that's my business.
Then you don't deny it.
Look, if you don't have any more questions to ask me, do
you have any questions to ask us?
What questions would I have?
One very important question might be, why are we here?
Listen, I'm in enough trouble now.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, if I told you, you might try to pin the murder on me.
Oh, hardly, Mr. Butterfield. You're too short, too fat, too old.
Are you a karate expert, Mr. Butterfield?
Karate? I can hardly play croquet.
It would be better if you told us, Mr. Butterfield. Better for you.
Oh, all right. Now, look, I've been married 30 years. I'm very happy. Wonderful woman in every way. Well, I ran into a very beautiful young lady. She was also very intelligent. I really wanted to keep it platonic, you know what I mean, but, well, we're all people of the world here.
Of course.
I was sorry I started. And my conscience bothered me, so the young lady and myself, we parted. And I thought I'd never do anything like that again, but, well, shortly after, I became acquainted with another young lady, and, well, I tried to stop it by going to a psychiatrist to find out why I needed that sort of thing. You understand?
Certainly.
Yeah, Dr. Abbott. We would have sessions. I spoke all my thoughts into a tape recorder so he could analyze them. Well, I held nothing back. I described everything in detail. I'm sure you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yes. And then last week, a package came for me in the mail. It was a tape cassette. There was a letter that said, unless I paid $10,000, a copy of that tape would be sent to my wife.
Was there any way to identify...
No. It was just typewritten on a plain piece of paper. No signature, no address, no nothing.
Do you have a copy of the letter?
No, I burned it up.
Mr. Butterfield, there's been a murder. Anyone who withholds evidence becomes an accessory. Now, think hard. Did you really burn that letter?
I was going to burn it just as you people rang the bell. Here. I have it right here in my pocket.
Thank you.
All it says is they're going to be in touch with me and tell me how they want me to pay the money.
We have another copy of this same tape. We mean business. In a few days, we will contact you with further details of how to pay the $10,000.
Nice clean typing.
And you know where it was typed, don't you?
No.
In Dr. Abbott's office.
But what are you talking about?
It should be plain. His assistant, Beatrice Boyers, decides she can blackmail some of his patients. Roy Butterfield is particularly vulnerable. She sends him the tape and a note, but Butterfield makes a fuss about it. Abbott confronts her that morning and fires her. She has a confederate. He poses as a psychopathic killer to create the impression that this is a crime of random violence.
You see, that's the big difference between a psychiatrist and a detective. Now, you doctors can get rich on theories, but we can't get to first base without evidence.
Oh, there's evidence, just the evidence we need.
Where?
Where it's always been. Where we saw it with our own eyes. In Abbott's office.
Some evidence is strong, said the philosopher, as when you find a trout in the milk. Dr. Amelia Zeltner says she has the evidence. But what may be evidence to a psychiatrist may very well be way over the heads of the rest of us. However, Act 3, as you know, is where it's all added up. And that curtain shall rise in just a few moments. There is the evidence of things not seen, the testimony of things not heard. These form the professional diet of both the detective and the psychiatrist. Things reveal themselves. Things speak to them in a manner not readily perceived by the rest of us. But is what they see and what they hear always true?
Well, what kind of evidence are you talking about, Dr. Zeltner?
The evidence of this note. Look, it's typed.
All we have to do is find the typewriter. Now, do you know how much of a job that can be?
But we know where it is. It's in Dr. Abbott's office. Because Beatrice Boyers typed it.
That's only a hypothesis.
She typed it on her office machine.
Okay. Now, let's go along with your theory for the sake of argument. Beatrice Boyers and a pal are going to use Dr. Abbott's files for blackmail purposes. Now, would she be so crazy as to use the office typewriter to type the blackmail note?
Yes.
No, I don't believe it. No one would be that stupid.
She's a stupid woman. Sooner or later, she has to be caught.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Oh, Dr. Zeltner and Lieutenant Katz.
May we come in, Miss Boyers?
Well, certainly. Now, is there anything I can do for you?
Would it be too much trouble for you to give us a list of the appointments Dr. Abbott had on the day he was murdered?
Oh, that'll be no trouble at all. I have his book here, and I can just type the names for you.
Well, that's very kind of you, I'm sure.
Oh, well, it won't take me a minute.
Now, here's the list Miss Boyers typed on the office machine. And here's the blackmail note Roy Butterfield received. So?
I find this hard to believe. Impossible.
Well, I'm not an expert, but I don't think there's any point calling one in. It's obviously a different typeface.
But it has to be Miss Boyers. It has to be. I still say she's guilty.
Well, saying isn't enough. There has to be evidence that a district attorney can present to a jury. Now, do you have that?
Listen to the tape again. It is so patently a device to make us think a homicidal maniac is at large.
All right, Dr. Zeltner. Let's consider the tape. It gives us a sound recording of a crime. Now, I bring it to you, a psychiatrist, in order to get some psychological insight into the perpetrator.
I've tried to...
Sure. You listen to it. You form a whole theory, which holds that the guy isn't a psycho, but knew what he was doing and why he was doing it.
I have pointed out inconsistencies in the man's talk.
Theoretical inconsistencies. Stuff that made sense to you. Now, I should tell you that other psychiatrists who analyzed the tape did not come up with the same conclusions you did.
I'm telling you how I see it.
Good. There has to be an anchor. Something to hold it all in place. Now, if Beatrice Boyers and her accomplice planned this murder, the anchor would have to be the typewriter.
Well...
You yourself set that up.
Well, I assume she'd be stupid enough to use the one in the office. Very well. The fact that she's smarter than I gave her credit for doesn't change the veracity of what
Dr. Zeltner, I want to thank you for your time and your effort and your sincere interest.
But goodbye.
Well, we've come to a dead end. But if anything else occurs to you...
You still insist on a random killing. But the fact is, you have a psychiatrist whose files are being used for blackmail. And if Beatrice Boyers isn't using them, who is?
The blackmail and the murder might be connected. Then again, they might not.
There's only one explanation. Abbott confronted her that morning. He accused Beatrice Boyers. He fired her. She had him killed. Why? A, he would see to it that she could never work again in this field. B, he would take away from her the source of blackmail. She'd no longer have access to the files. She didn't leave the office to go to lunch. She never went out to lunch. She left the office because she was fired.
But we can't prove that.
If she isn't doing the blackmail, who is?
Who? All right. A, any thief could have broken in. B, Dr. Abbott himself.
Dr. Abbott? That's ridiculous. I can't believe that.
You mean you don't want to believe that a psychiatrist could be involved in a secret blackmail scheme against his own patients? It isn't possible, theoretically?
You actually believe that, Lieutenant Katz?
No. Because before I believe anything, I need evidence. I'm just doing what you're doing. Theorizing. Well, see you around.
Ben.
What are you doing here?
Ben, I had to see you.
I don't want to see you when I'm at rehearsal. How many times
Ben,
do I...
listen. Let's leave town. Now.
We haven't collected any money, my darling. Money. We require money.
Please, Ben, listen. You don't know how close we came to getting caught.
What are you saying? How could we possibly come close? This is the perfect crime.
Ben, forget it. We don't know how to do such a thing. We've been doing one stupid thing after another. First, the tape.
How can you say the tape?
Please, listen. Then I did something even more stupid. You know the note I sent Roy Butterfield?
Yes?
I typed it on the office machine.
How could you?
For the same reason you didn't destroy the tape. Now, the police and Dr. Zeltner, they're wise. They came by and made an excuse to get me to type something on the machine.
And did you?
Well, how could I refuse? But you see, we're lucky.
Huh?
The day before yesterday, the typewriter people took the machine away for repairs and left a substitute one for me to use.
Well, then they didn't discover...
No, but we can't keep hoping for miracles. Oh, it was such a good idea. Blackmail some of the most vulnerable people.
They're rich enough to afford it.
But we just don't know how to do it. We lost control. They suspect us.
Who, the police?
Well, maybe not the police so much, but this psychiatrist, this lady doctor, Dr. Zeltner, she scares me.
Should the random killer strike again?
Ben, no.
All right. Whatever you say, darling. I'm ready, willing, and able at all times to protect our interests.
Dr. Zeltner. Oh, yes, Harry. I'm fine. No, I haven't seen it. I haven't heard of it either. What is this, a traveling theatrical company in town? A play with very valid psychiatric insights, The central character talks about an awakening. He wakes up one morning and finds he's someone else, a murderer. Oh, well, I'll certainly have to see it.
I awoke this morning, and I'm somebody else. Who am I? I know my name, but what is your name? A label used to describe you on the outside, but it's the inside that's you. I have but one desire, to kill. Kill like a shark knifing through water. Kill like a tiger prowling the jungle. At deadly sickness burns within me, a raging fever. To what have I awakened this morning? What has possessed me? Am I possessed? Or have I awakened?
Dr. Zeltner.
Oh, hello, Miss Boyer.
Oh, it's a small world.
Enjoying the play?
Oh, yes. Were you leaving, Doctor?
Yes, I have an appointment. Pity I can't stay for the second act. Goodbye, Miss Boyer.
Yes, goodbye. Every word you said in the play tonight is on that tape.
I know it is.
That's why I said erase it. She's on her way home to call the police.
How do you know?
Because I saw her get into a cab, and I heard her tell the driver the address. Oh, get there. Go now.
I have a second act.
You'll play your last act in a courtroom if you don't get to her first.
Lieutenant Katz, please. Well, have him call me at once. This is Dr. Zeltner. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Zeltner.
Oh, it's you.
Do you have a tape recorder, too, Doctor?
You're the very fine actor I saw tonight. Ben Bentley.
Don't bother to play that recorder, Doctor. This time, I'll erase the tape.
Why?
You know why. You know why I'm here. I didn't fool you when I killed Dr. Abbott. I'm not fooling you now.
How did you get into this fantasy?
What fantasy?
The fantasy that you killed someone.
Well, I killed Abbott. I had met Beatrice. We talked about ways of raising money. I'm producing, directing, and starring in The Awakening.
Yes, I saw it tonight. Beautiful play.
You saw it. You know the truth.
What truth are you talking about?
Stupidly, I talked like that to Dr. Abbott before I killed him.
Are you serious? How could you have killed Dr. Abbott?
Listen, don't try anything.
When did you kill Dr. Abbott? A few minutes ago?
What? Or the day before yesterday. I went to his office.
Dr. Abbott, his wife, and I were at the theater tonight.
Huh?
We saw your play.
Oh, now, listen.
You've come to the right place. You bear a tremendous burden. You're a genius. You have to fight the critics, the public. It's a wearing battle. You're not a killer. You're a genius. A genius. And the world is finally ready for you. I saw the play. The audience, how they sat in silence. It was a moving experience. A religious experience. It was theater.
What are you saying?
No, you sit quietly, calmly. Don't lose your mind now. Relax. You have victory within your grasp. Relax. Don't fall prey to delusions. You didn't murder anyone. You couldn't murder anyone. You're an actor. You live your fantasies on the stage, in the theater. Think of your lines. Your lines. Rest. Relax. Sleep. Sleep.
Dr. Zeltner.
You wake him up.
I was afraid he came here to kill you.
He did. I thought you'd never show up.
You were right about the typewriter. It bothered me, so I asked Roy Butterfield to show me a copy of his last bill from Dr. Abbott's office. The typeface matched. Oh, she was smart. She did not use the same machine. How did he find you?
I went to the theater. Word for word, the lines from his play are on the tape.
We got them both, thanks to you.
Oh, I'm glad you arrived when you did. I don't know how long I can keep him under.
Why? Look at him. He's out cold. What are you so nervous about? You did a great job hypnotizing him.
Yes. But you see, it was the first time I ever tried it.
And with that, she promptly fainted. Ah, well. We talk about an actor's vanity. But why is it different from anyone else's? Poor Ben. He was distracted from doing what had to be done by some very fulsome praise. But let's face it, who among us really hates applause? I don't. I'll be back for more in just a few moments. The Awakening, a play starring Ben Bentley, is what the poster proclaimed. But The Awakening can also be a real-life drama that can star any one of us. How do you know who you will be when you wake up tomorrow morning? You really don't. That's why going to bed at night can be so suspenseful. But before you do go to bed, make sure you will have tuned us in. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Leon Janney, Bryna Rayburn, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. To return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Come to lead you, safely I hope, through another encounter with the sinister happenings in which we specialize. We become involved in circumstances not dealt with in the nice, conforming, normal world we're used to. We run afoul of things not considered quite natural in our workaday world, and we may find them just a little frightening. Are you up to it? Heart sound? Nerves steady? Well then...
Are you going to start with that crazy bit, too? Kyle was into that this afternoon, and now you.
Not crazy, Max. Just a temporary sickness.
I'm all right, Helen. I just know what has to be done, and I intend to do it.
No, Max. No.
I will shoot you, Helen. Honestly, I will. I'd rather not, you know that. But I will if you make me. Now, promise me, you won't call the police.
Mystery drama M.U.R.D.E.R. by Fielden Farrington and stars Larry Haynes and Ralph Bell. In the usual course of things, the future is mercifully hidden from us. I say mercifully because few indeed are those among us who have only joyous elements in their futures, and who wants premature knowledge of the troubles that lie ahead. Oh, people go looking for it, that's true enough. Fortune tellers make a living. Tables tap and Ouija boards are brought out on quiet evenings at home. But in the main, the future keeps its secrets pretty well hidden. When it fails to do so, well... the results are unpredictable.
Do you want to taste this, Helen, and see if it needs more wine or anything? Oh, sure. I'm glad you told me you're having beef bourguignon. I'm not sure anything else would have got Max out of the house tonight. Isn't he feeling well? Well, I've been worried about Max, Gwen. How come? He's, I don't know. He just seems withdrawn. He doesn't laugh anymore. He doesn't enter into things. To tell you the truth, Helen, that's the reason Carl suggested this little dinner party.
Well, I hope it helps. I've really been concerned.
Well, we all know that Max has been having business worries.
He's been having business worries ever since I've known him, but he's never acted like this before. I mean, it's been like living with a stranger. If I didn't think he'd blow up in my face, I'd suggest he see a psychiatrist.
You about ready for another of these martinis, Kyle?
Well, I have a feeling the girls are going to announce dinner before long.
So, I'll take my drink to the table with me.
Sure, Max.
I'm not going to drown myself in martinis, Kyle, if that's what's worrying you.
No, that's not what's worrying me, Max.
Well, then what is it?
Well, I think we've got the shoe on the wrong foot here. That's what I was about to ask you.
What's troubling me?
Mm-hmm.
My partner kills himself. My business is in a total mess. And you ask me what's troubling me.
Dinner's all ready, you two.
Yeah, I'll be right with you. You want your drink, Max?
I'll take it in with me.
Gwen, there's nothing in all this world quite like your beef bourguignon. Isn't it great, Max?
Oh, yes. Delicious. Very good.
You ought to try eating some of it, Max.
Oh, I said it was good, didn't I? For Pete's sake. What do you all want from me, huh?
Helen, did Gwen tell you about her Ouija board?
Her what?
Well, tell it, Gwen.
I went to this garage sale over on Ridgewood Avenue, and I bought a Ouija board, that's all.
That's all. There's been time for nothing else since she came home with the thing. Every evening, and it takes two of us to use a Ouija board.
Do you really believe in that? No, not really. Not seriously.
Well, it uses bad language sometimes, and it can get very personal.
You keep talking about what it does. Surely it doesn't do anything, not on its own. I mean, you have to push it, don't you?
Well, Gwen swears she doesn't push the thing, and I know I don't, not consciously at least.
I'll show you after dinner, Helen. Do you want to work it with me? Well, sure, why not?
Fine. That'll give Max and me a chance for a little private talk.
What do we have to talk privately about?
Max, don't be rude.
You're all trying to help, huh? Invite poor old Max out to dinner. Good old Kyle and Gwen to the rescue. Who asked for it?
You can't blame us for trying, Max.
Well, it sure isn't getting us anywhere.
Oh, that's my fault, I suppose. Sure, my fault. You don't know the troubles I got. None of you. You don't know.
Not even me, Max?
No, not even you. What would you say if I told you that my partner's been stealing me blind, huh?
Tom Garth?
Stealing me blind, and I caught him at it. That's why he blew his brains out.
Well, that's hard to believe of Tom Garth.
Tom was into the firm for almost $100,000. Hey, you calling me a liar?
No, I wasn't calling you a liar.
Max, please don't be like that.
All right. I couldn't believe it either until I'd gone over the books. Not even then. Not even when I'd seen it in black and white. But it's true. It's been going on for over a year, almost $100,000.
It's an awful lot of money.
Too much for Pickett and Garth, I'll tell you that. We're not big enough to drop $100,000 and go on as if nothing had happened.
Max, if there's anything I can do...
I can handle it.
All right.
There's no way I can get the money back. His wife doesn't have it. He left Maud practically penniless.
Penniless?
Ah, well, I guess she has enough to live on, but not enough to account for that $100,000 he stole.
Yeah, that's a mess, all right.
Then why do we have to keep on and on about it? I'm sick to death of the whole thing.
Max, while the girls are still busy out in the kitchen, Well, I can't swing it myself. I don't have that kind of money lying around, but I have connections over at First National, you know, and if you need a loan to get you back on your feet, I'm sure.
No, wouldn't help. Might buy me a little time, maybe, but in the long run, wouldn't solve my problem.
All right, we're going to play with Gwen's Ouija board.
You don't play with a Ouija board, Helen. You work with it.
Okay, play, work, whatever. You want to try it?
I'll get it out. Carl, would you make some room so I can set it up on the coffee table?
Sure. Now, don't get Helen hooked on the thing, Gwen. That's all I need, a Ouija board telling me to relax and take it easy.
All right, now pull up the footstool, Helen.
Oh, okay.
That's what Carl always uses, because we have to sit on opposite sides of the table.
All right.
Now, let's see. We start with a planchette here in the middle.
Planchette.
That's what they call this little table thing that moves around on the board. This thing.
Oh, okay.
All right, now rest your fingertips very lightly on the top of the planchette. Lightly. Sometimes the planchette even moves under your fingers.
Sure it does.
Oh, that's the wrong attitude. Now, come on. Sit quietly and think about the planchette moving. Concentrate on it. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. You have to be patient. Is there a message for anyone? It's moving. M. U. R. D. E. R. Murder.
Good Lord.
That's what it said. What about murder? It's going again. M. U. R. D. E. R. What is it you want to tell us about murder?
Somebody's pushing the damn thing.
I'm not pushing it, Max. M. U. R. D. E. R.
Well, how about another rubber?
I don't think so, Carl. I haven't been getting too much sleep. I'd like to get to bed early tonight. Besides, we're losing.
Oh, come on. It isn't even 11 o'clock.
We really ought to go, Gwen.
We'd have been better off staying with a Ouija board.
Too spooky for me.
Well, you have to admit it works, though. Don't you, Helen?
It's got a one-track mind, and it's morbid. M-U-R-D-E-R. Now, what kind of talk is that?
Gruesome.
Come on, Helen, let's go.
So, listen, maybe you two can come over to our place next week. Give us a chance to get our money back.
I'm going to be pretty busy next week, Helen. I don't know whether I'll have a free evening or not.
Well, we'll play it by ear. Gwen, it was a lovely dinner. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We'll see you next week or whenever.
Yeah, so long, huh?
Bye.
Would you like a cup of coffee or something, Carl?
No, I don't think so, Gwen. It wasn't a very successful evening, was it?
What's the matter with him, anyway? Helen's right. He's like a stranger.
Well, you can understand Tom's death upsetting him, especially since Tom had been embezzling the firm's funds.
That's really hard to believe of Tom Garth, isn't it? The Ouija board seemed to upset Max.
Oh, you mean yelling murder? Upset me, too. You know, darling, I'm going to break that thing up for kindling wood.
You didn't seem to enjoy the evening much, Max.
I didn't enjoy it any. I told you we shouldn't have gone.
Well, they're just trying to help.
I wish everybody would stop trying to help. I can straighten things out if everybody would just leave me alone.
Are you going right to bed?
I don't know. Maybe I have a nightcap. You go on up if you want to.
Max, I know you won't like this, but you've been drinking an awful lot lately.
You're right, I don't like it.
I mean, it isn't like you. Nothing you do lately is like you.
He's out to get me.
What are you talking about? Who's out to get you?
Kyle Abbott.
What? Max, Kyle Abbott is your best friend.
Now that Tom Garth's dead, you mean? He was my friend, wasn't he? He stole $100,000 from me.
Well, Kyle hasn't stolen anything from you, has he?
He put her up to it, all right.
I don't know what you're talking about half the time.
I'm talking about Gwen Abbott and her stupid Ouija board. You push those things around, you know. They don't just go by themselves.
I still don't see what that has...
Murder, that's all. She made it say murder, murder, murder.
If she was pushing it, why would she make it say murder?
Because Kyle told her to, that's why.
Why on earth would he tell her to do a thing like that?
Because he thinks I killed Tom Garth.
Should a Ouija board be taken seriously? Those who do, and there are more of them than you might think, these believers will tell you that the Ouija board is a means of communication with the dead. Myself, I am a professional fence sitter in these matters. I study the evidence and try to keep an open mind. There'll be more evidence to study when I return shortly with Act 2. The cry of murder is a shrill and terrifying thing, even when articulated with a Ouija board's silence. Gwen Abbott's Ouija cried murder this evening and then steadfastly refused to explain. Whose murder? Committed by whom? For what purpose? When? Where? How? No explanation. The repeated use of the word, however, was dramatic enough to give pause even to those who considered the Ouija nothing but a silly spelling game. Not one of the four who were present has had a good night's sleep.
Hello?
Carl.
Oh, yes, Gwen.
I'm sorry to bother you at your office, dear. I can't meet you for lunch today, after all. At least I don't think I should.
Why not?
Helen Pickett just called me and asked me if I could meet her for lunch. She sounded terribly upset, and so I said I would.
Something about Max?
Well, she didn't say, but what else would she be worrying about right now? I'm sorry I'm late, Helen. The traffic was absolutely awful today. Have you ordered?
No, I thought I'd wait for you. Have you been running?
I hurried. You sounded so upset on the phone.
Well, I am upset.
About Max.
Gwen, do you know anything about paranoia?
No. Are you serious, Helen? Do you actually believe that Max is... Well, I can't believe that.
Well, I don't want to, but something's wrong with him, and to tell you the truth, I'm scared.
Scared of Max?
Of him? Maybe. For him, certainly. He said this morning he's going to see Maud Garth.
Well, what, sympathy call? I think he should.
Not a sympathy call. He thinks she's out to get him. Now, those were his words. He thinks everybody's out to get him lately.
Out to get him? In what way?
Gwen, will you tell me something truthfully?
Yes?
Does that Ouija board really work on its own? Doesn't somebody have to push it?
No, it goes by itself. I swear to you, Helen. I don't push it. Kyle certainly wouldn't. He hates the thing.
You didn't push it last night. You weren't making it say murder the way it did?
Absolutely not. Why do you ask?
Max thinks you did.
Look, even if I was manipulating it, why should that worry Max?
He thinks Kyle put you up to it.
Kyle? And I just don't understand it all.
He thinks it's Kyle's way of accusing him, indirectly, of murdering Tom Garth.
Who is it?
It's me, Maud, Max Pickett.
Hello, Max. How are you?
Okay, I guess. You all right?
Well, as all right as I can hope to be under the circumstances. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Well, I'm afraid the place is in a mess. I'm in the middle of packing.
Oh, you're going away?
Yes. I found a little apartment. I'm moving. You know, this house is much too big for just me. Anyway, I seem to see Tom everywhere I look.
Yeah, it must be pretty tough for you. I miss him a lot myself. Why do you keep looking at me that way?
What way?
Well, Tom was my friend, you know. We were more than just partners. We were friends.
I know that.
And I can't understand why you think... what you think.
Think what, Max? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you think I had something to do with Tom's death, don't you? That somehow I'm responsible for it?
Max, such a thought never entered my mind.
No, I wouldn't expect you to admit it, not to me. Look, I have a lot of enemies. And you're one of them. I can see that clearly now. I come here and offer you help, offer you money, and you still sit there looking at me that way, thinking how best you can ruin me, huh?
Max, that's not true.
But I'll win out in the end. You'll see, Maud. I'm smarter than all of you put together. And I'll win out in the end.
Are you busy, Carl?
Oh, no, darling, not too. Come on in. How was your lunch with Helen?
Pretty ghastly, if you want to know. She's worried sick about Max.
Well, after last night, I can't say I blame her.
Do you think that he could be paranoid, Carl?
I don't know enough about it to say. Is that what Helen thinks?
Well, she suggested it. Kyle, how do you think Tom Garth died? How he really died?
Well, suicide. I thought that was established.
You don't think Max had anything to do with it?
Well, good Lord, no, Gwen. Why would I think a thing like that?
Max seems to believe you do.
He believes that... Oh, come on.
According to Helen, he thinks you put me up to making the Ouija board say murder. He thinks it was your way of accusing him of murdering Tom Garth.
Well, Helen imagined it.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I'll get this settled once and for all.
What are you doing?
I'm calling Max at his office. I'm going to settle this.
Pickett and Garth.
Max.
Yes. Is that you, Carl?
Yes, Max, I want to talk to you.
All right. Go ahead.
No, not on the phone. Will you have time after you leave the office this afternoon?
I don't know. What is it you want to talk to me about?
Well, I said not on the phone.
You're not trying to set me up for something, are you, Carl?
Now, Max, what the devil are you talking about? I want to see you.
All right, where?
Kelly's Pub, 5:30 be all right?
Kelly's Pub, 5:30. All right.
Maud, come in.
I hope I haven't caught you at a bad time, Helen.
No, not at all. Sit down, Maud. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I'm having a little trouble adjusting to be alone, of course, but... Well, I'm all right.
It must have been terrible for you.
Not very pleasant. Helen, Max came to see me today.
Oh, yes, he said he might.
Well, he was very strange. I really didn't understand what he was talking about. He thinks of me as an enemy. He said so. In just those words.
Well, I'm afraid he's seeing enemies wherever he looks these days.
But why me?
He's just not himself right now, Maud. We spent yesterday evening with Gwen and Kyle Pickett, and Max got all upset about something a Ouija board said.
A Ouija board?
Well, Gwen's been on a Ouija board kick lately, and she and I were just fooling around with the thing last night, and it spelled out murder. Max was terribly upset.
Has he said anything to you at all about thinking of me as an enemy? Given you any reason why he should feel that way?
What? I don't think so. He said so many strange things.
Oh,
that...
there's just no reason.
Well, he'll be all right again soon, Maud. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you.
Except that, Helen, if he thinks of me as his enemy, then that makes him my enemy, doesn't it?
What do you have, Max?
Scotch and soda, I guess.
2 Scotch and sodas here. Ready, please? How'd it go today, Max?
Like every other day lately. Lousy. Is somebody else going to meet us here, Kyle?
No, I told you I just want to talk to you alone.
I know that's what you said. These days, though, I don't put much stock in what people say to me. I can't afford to. Everyone's so crafty.
Oh, now, you just imagine that, Max.
Oh, sure. That's what you'd all like me to believe, isn't it? You must think I'm very stupid not to see what's going on.
Nothing is going on, Max.
I suppose you call it nothing? Gwen making that damn Ouija board of hers keep spelling out murder, murder, murder?
Well, Max, actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Now, I understand you think that I've been making accusations against you.
How do you know that?
Well, there's no mystery about it. Helen told Gwen, Gwen told me.
You see?
See what?
You're all working against me. Even Helen. Going behind my back, repeating things I've said in private, plotting against me. Good Lord, I can't even trust my own wife anymore.
Max, what's the matter with you? Well, now, why would I accuse you of murder? What earthly reason would
The same reason all the rest of them have, to destroy Max Pickett.
Max, you've got to stop this.
Oh, yeah.
Now, look, I'm your friend. We've been friends for how many years
We've
now?
known each other for a long time. That's true enough.
We've been friends for a long time. Now, Max, you're not well.
Oh, now we're getting around to that, are we? Next you'll be saying I ought to see a psychiatrist, huh?
Well, I was going to suggest it, as a matter of fact.
And then let it get around, right? Not only is old Max Pickett all the other things you accuse him of being, he's a loony, too, right?
Max, I think a good psychiatrist could help you.
Help me what? Ruin myself?
All right, forget the psychiatrist. Just listen. I want you to trust me. I don't care about the rest of them, whoever they are. I want to help you, Max. I'm on your side.
Nobody's on my side.
Well, I am. Will you just believe me and trust me?
Okay. Sure thing, Kyle. I trust you.
All right. And you don't believe that nonsense you were talking to Helen last night, do you? About accusing you of murder?
Oh, of course not. It's ridiculous.
I don't think you're serious.
Hey, you see? You don't trust me.
Max?
What is it?
Oh, I thought I heard you come in. Where are you?
I'm in my study.
Are you busy? Will I disturb you?
I'm busy, but you won't disturb me.
Why didn't you call out when you came in the way you usually do? I thought maybe... Max, what are you doing?
I'm cleaning a gun. What does it look like?
What for?
I don't like dirty guns. You mind? I had a drink with Kyle a little while ago.
Oh? Any special reason?
Do we need a reason? We're buddies, aren't we? Old Kyle and I?
Yes, of course.
At least that's what he kept telling me.
Well, you are. You've been friends for years.
Yes, he kept telling me about how long we've been friends. What difference does it make how long? It's what good friends we are. That's what counts, huh?
You are good friends.
Oh, you bet. Another thing he told me he didn't accuse me of murder.
Well, of course he didn't. I've said that all along.
Helen?
Yes?
How did he know I thought he was accusing me of murder?
How did he know?
That's what I asked you.
I don't know.
Then I'll tell you. He knew that I thought he was accusing me of murder because you told him. That's what I thought.
I haven't even seen him.
You told Gwen. She told him.
Oh. Well, I guess I did mention it to Gwen, yes.
Yes. So what that means is I can't trust my own wife any longer. There's nobody in the world I can trust. It's me against all the rest of you, isn't it?
Max, you did it, didn't you?
Did what?
You killed Tom Garth.
The human mind is an extremely delicate instrument. It serves us well when it is in proper working order, but it can serve us ill indeed when, through some maladjustment, it departs from its normal way and improperly dictates our purposes. We are prone in this condition, which is known as madness, to commit serious crimes, including the crime of murder. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. They say that in every man's psychological makeup, there are criminal tendencies held in leash only by the thin veneer we call civilization. And civilization is nothing more than a code of behavior we have imposed upon ourselves because the alternative is chaos. If our minds were not strong enough to hold in abeyance our purely animal tendencies, we would surely lapse into what we call insanity. It happens in individual cases, and the results are appalling.
Hello?
Hello, Gwen?
Yes?
This is Maud, Gwen. Maud Garth.
Oh, Maud, how are you?
I'm okay. A little lonely, of course, but that's just something I'll have to get used to.
Are you seeing people? Are you getting out now and then?
Well, enough. As much as I want to. Gwen, Helen tells me you're a Ouija board freak.
Oh, well, I do have a board. I mean, I don't know if that makes me a freak. I just fool around with it, you know. When I can get somebody to work it with. Oh.
Well, I had one when I was a kid. I always get a kick out of
Maud,
it.
could you hold on a minute?
Yeah.
Carl, is that you?
Yes, it's me.
I'm on the phone, dear. I'll be with you in a couple of minutes.
No hurry.
Sorry, Maud. Carl just came in.
Oh, well, I won't keep you.
No. I'm in no rush. What about Ouija boards, Maud?
Well, I was just wondering if I could come over sometime when you're free and maybe we could have a session with yours.
Oh, sure, anytime. What about later this evening?
Oh, that would be nice. Are you sure you're not busy?
Oh, I haven't got a plan to my name. Maud?
Yes?
How come? I mean, why do you want to work with a Ouija board all of a sudden?
Well, I suppose it's silly, but with Tom gone and everything, they do say Ouija boards are a kind of contact with people who've passed away, don't they?
I don't take it quite that seriously, Maud.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to try, would it?
I don't know. To tell you the truth, it doesn't sound very healthy to me.
I'd like to try it all the same, Gwen.
Okay, but don't be too disappointed if it doesn't work, though.
Oh, I won't. I promise.
Around 8:30, then.
That'll be fine. And, Gwen, thank you.
Oh, forget it. I'll see you at 8:30.
Who are you seeing at 8:30?
Maud Garth.
Maud, how come?
She wants to work the Ouija board with me.
Oh, that darn Ouija board. What's her interest?
Well, it's sort of morbid, apparently. She wants to see if she can get in touch with Tom.
Oh, Lord. Next we'll be having seance.
Well, I couldn't say no, could I?
No, I guess not.
Did you see Max?
Yes, I sure did.
And?
Weird. Gwen, I'm afraid he's in trouble.
Oh, dear. Carl, why would it occur to him to think you suspect him of killing Tom Garth?
I really don't know. If he's really slipped a cog, there's no point in trying to analyze his thinking.
But what if... Carl, what if he did kill Tom Garth?
You're like all the rest of them, aren't you, Helen? You think I killed him?
I only asked you.
You couldn't testify against me, you know. You're my wife.
Did you, Max?
Yes. Well, he's the one who made it necessary. I didn't want to kill him. He just wouldn't have it any other way.
Max, you really did.
A man has to protect himself, Helen. That's biological. When you're in danger, you have to take steps to avoid the danger. It's what evolution is based on, survival of the fittest.
Why, Max? Oh, Lord, why?
He was threatening me. He should have known I'd have to do something about it. It was his fault.
Threatening you how?
He was talking about sending me to jail. Can you imagine that? We've been partners and friends for all these years. He was going to send me to jail. Just the way he would a stranger.
How could he have sent you to jail?
He had the evidence, of course. The books were rigged. He had it all right there in front of him.
Are you saying it was you who stole money from the firm? You? Not Tom?
The firm was half mine, wasn't it? How can you call it stealing? Besides, I meant to pay it back when I could. There wasn't any big rush, was there? But he wanted it all back, all of it. My half as well as his.
Max, why did you do it? We were all right. We didn't need the money.
Oh, no? What about that swimming pool out back you spent half the summer in? You think that came out of my salary? The salary I take from Pickett and Garth? No way, no way. What about the country club? Where do you think that money came from? And other things. Lots of other things that you enjoy just as much as I do.
But we didn't need them. We could have lived without the pool or the club.
Helen, why did he have to go snooping in the books anyway? Why couldn't he have trusted me?
Max, What are we going to do?
I didn't enjoy it, believe me. If you're thinking I did, you're wrong. I didn't like doing it at all.
Oh, if only you had.
He was pacing back and forth in his office there, back and forth, accusing me of stealing and all that. He should have known it would make me angry.
But if you were stealing...
Back and forth. So when he was facing away toward the window, I took the gun out of his desk drawer. Everybody knew he kept a gun there.
Max, I don't want to hear anymore.
And then I waited until he sat down at his desk again. And I put the gun up against his head and I pulled the trigger.
Max, please. Please. What are you going to do now?
Well, it's hard to know. I'm going to have to kill Kyle Abbott, of course. And Gwen, too, I suppose. They both guessed.
Max, you can't.
But I've got to, Helen. Don't you understand? There's no other way.
I'm not putting you to too much trouble, Gwen.
No trouble at all, Maud. Kyle and I fool around with the Ouija board almost every night anyway.
Yeah, well, we just fool around with it. We don't take it seriously, Maud. I'm not sure I approve of what you're going to try to do.
Well, I just want to see if Tom is... if I can speak to him.
Well, let's try it. Now, you know what to do, Maud.
Oh, yes.
You just ask it the questions.
Oh, well, Is it possible to communicate with Tom Garth?
Give it a moment. Ask again.
I'm trying to get in touch with the spirit of Tom Garth. Is it possible to speak with him? It's moving.
It's going up to the yes corner.
Is this Tom?
Yes.
Is it all right where you are?
Yes, again.
Oh, now that I've done it, I don't know what to say.
Do you have a message for Maud? M-U-R-D-E-R.
Oh, no, not again.
Wait, was it you who kept saying murder last night? It says yes.
Do you mean you were murdered, Tom?
Yes.
Who did it? Who?
Oh, wait a minute. It hasn't finished. A-N-D-Y-O-U. And you.
Me?
A-L-L-T-H-R-E-E.
All three. Do you mean that all three of us in this room are going to be murdered?
M-A-X.
Max! I have to go, Gwen. I can't stay here all night.
Well, I don't see why not.
Well, I have to go home sooner or later. I mean, can't we call the police?
And tell them we've been warned by our Ouija board that somebody's planning to murder us? I don't think they'd pay much attention.
You don't think we ought to take the warning seriously?
Well, I admit I feel sort of uncomfortable about it, but no, I don't think we should take it too seriously. It's only a Ouija board, a gadget.
Well, then, there's nothing to keep me from going home, is there?
Well, unless you're going to be frightened.
No, I think you're right. I'll go now.
Where are you going, Max?
Out.
Are you going to the Abbott's house?
I thought I'd pay them a call, yes.
Max, you mustn't. If you leave here, I will call the police and tell them. I will. I'll call them and I'll tell them. Max, please, don't point that gun at me.
You're like all the others. You bring it on yourself. I can't let you call the police. You'll spoil everything. Everything I've planned.
Max, please listen to me. You are sick. They will take care of you. The whole thing's been too much for you. The police will know that, and they will take care of you.
I'm all right, Helen. Don't you think I'd know? I'm perfectly all right. I just know what has to be done, and I intend to do it.
No, Max. No.
I will shoot you, Helen. Honestly, I will. I'd rather not, you know that, but I will if you make me. Now, promise me you won't call the police. Well, if you won't promise.
All right. I promise. I won't call the police. Carl, I'm worried about Maud.
You shouldn't be any more worried about her than about you and me. The Ouija board said we'd all three get it.
I don't think it's funny.
Well, neither do I, darling, but I don't think we ought to let it get out of perspective in the other direction either. After all, it was a Ouija board that warned us, Gwen. It's a Ouija board, a toy.
I don't consider it a toy.
Well, maybe not, but neither is it an oracle.
That must be Maud. She promised to call when she got home. Hello, Maud?
Maud? No, it's Helen, Gwen. Helen Pickett.
Helen, what's the matter? You sound so...
Gwen, you've got to get out of there. You and Kyle.
Get out of here?
Out of the house right away. Go someplace where he can't find you and stay there. Don't let him find you there at your house.
Find us? Who, Helen? What?
Max. Don't you understand? Max is on his way there right now with a gun. He's going to kill you.
Max is on his way here?
He'll be there any minute. Just get out of the house. Run.
What was all that?
Max is on his way over here with a gun. That was Helen. She said we should get out of the house.
Good Lord, did she call the police?
No, I don't think so. Oh, darling, should we just go? We can phone the police from somewhere else.
This will take a minute, darling. Hello. Yes, please. I'm calling from 434 Oak Street. We've been warned there's a man coming here with a gun intending to kill us. Yes, 434 Oak Street. Abbott. Kyle Abbott. Wait, he's on. Down, Fred, get down. Hello, did you hear the shot? Now, please get over here as fast as you can.
Are you all right, Kyle?
Yes, darling, are you?
I'm all right. I'm so scared.
Stay down. Just stay down, Gwen. Now, listen, I'm going to work my way around to the light switch.
Careful. Hurry, Kyle. Hurry.
Yes, I've got it.
That won't do you any good. Turning the lights off. You'd have saved yourself all this trouble, Carl, if you'd only minded your own business. You hadn't got nosy about Tom Garth. It's just a matter of time, you know, until I find the light switch. You couldn't leave well enough alone, huh? Why don't you answer me, Kyle? Why don't you say something? Did I get you with that one? Well, as soon as I find the light switch...
Are you all right, Gwen?
Yes. Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. I hit him with a bookend. Can you find the light switch?
Yes, I think so. Oh, he's bleeding.
Well, I hit him pretty hard. He's coming around now.
But he's still bleeding.
That's tough. Max, can you hear me?
What happened?
I belted you over the head with a bookend.
Oh, Max, why did you do it?
I had to. You knew I'd kill Tom?
No, actually, we didn't at all.
Oh, yes, you did. You can't fool me.
But why did you kill Tom?
I never had enough money. Not for the things we wanted. That's the whole thing. I never had quite enough money. Oh, don't let them take me. Please, don't let them take me.
No, they won't hurt you, Max. They know you're sick.
I'll answer the door.
I can't say that we've made out an airtight case in favor of Ouija boards. Many people explain their odd behavior by blaming the unconscious segment of the mind of the person whose fingers are on the planchette. How will you react the next time a planchette under your fingertips spells out M-U-R-D-E-R? I'll be back in a few minutes. Murders have been averted, and the mystery of a fourth one solved. And there's no denying that the Ouija board played an important role in this. Unfortunately, it appears to have been the Ouija's swan song, for it leans now against the back wall of one of the closets in the Abbott house. For Gwen, its charm is gone. When she dusts it each spring, she does her best not to study it too closely. For one set of letters stands out as though painted in red. M-U-R-D-E-R. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ralph Bell, Terry Keane, Marion Seldes, and Marion Haley. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Well, you're going to Germany to do a series on the army maneuvers tonight. Now, you can't stay and resist the devil. Success requires flight. Immediately. Pack your bag.
Oh, Mr. Torpenhow, you're not leaving.
Yes, he has a special assignment.
I'm asking him.
And I'm answering.
Oh, please.
You may leave now, Bessie. Be back here tomorrow at 11 sharp.
I hate you.
But your feelings are of no account to me.
You'll pay for what you've done to me.
Bessie, I do have to leave. I do.
Oh, you took away my only chance for happiness, Mr. Eldar. But you'll pay. Oh, you're thinking, she's only a low and common girl. What can she do to a gentleman like me? But I'll find something. I'll do something. Something worse than death.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Moonwatch is next on AM 97 KOIN.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Anger is a branch, and hate is a tree. And prejudice and bigotry are the undergrowth and the brambles. And they all form the forest, the unwholesome forest of intolerance. And so far, this is a forest that has always flourished. How well has it been protected and preserved over the centuries? Yes, and for how much longer?
Hello, darling.
Penelope. It's Penelope.
Of course, it's Penelope.
But you're dead.
Who says so?
It's been in all the papers.
Really? Aren't you the one who says believe half of what you see, a quarter of what you read, and nothing of what you hear?
But I went to your funeral.
Well, if it really was my funeral, then obviously I didn't stay put.
Our mystery drama, The Man Who Couldn't Get Arrested, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Society endures, which is not to say it always will, but as of now, the work of the world goes on. Most people can be depended on to do their jobs. Most people accept their responsibilities. Most people obey the law. And why? Is it morality? Is it citizenship? What keeps most people on the straight and narrow? Our little drama may cast a ray of light on the subject. On
On the other hand, you may find yourself deeper in the dark than ever. It is night. Late at night.
Yeah? What do you want?
Madam, your sign says...
Ringing the bell at this hour.
Your sign says rooms for rent, and I thought...
You know what time it is.
Oh, I apologize for the lateness of the hour.
I run a respectable place.
I'm convinced of it, ma'am. I wouldn't have rung your bell, but I saw the light on in your window.
Well, come on in. Do I have to catch my desk standing out here jabbering?
Thank you.
Well, you want a room? This one at the foot of the stairs. Bathroom's at the end of the hall.
It's very nice.
Yeah, well, so what do you want? A palace it ain't. But for $25 a week, take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
In advance.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll write you a check.
A check, huh?
I'm accustomed to paying all my bills by check.
Yeah, I'll bet you are. Listen, Buster, first thing in the morning, I'm at the bank. If this thing bounces, you bounce right out after it. And one thing I don't put up with here, women in the room. I run a quiet, respectable house.
Oh, yes, I approve. I'm actually a rather quiet person myself. Mrs.
Mumford.
Mrs. Mumford.
Yes.
And my name is Carnahan. Hector Fremont Carnahan.
Yeah, I'll bet it is. Where's your bags?
Bags?
Luggage, your belongings, your stuff.
Oh.
Are you on the lam?
I beg your pardon.
I ain't running a hideout. So if you're in wrong with the law, you...
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, I assure you it's nothing like that.
Yeah? Well, what is it like?
Well, I'm in Wall Street.
Yeah, I miss America.
No, it's true. I'm a stockbroker.
Yeah, sure. And you're also a millionaire.
Yes. Even with the depressed state of some of my holdings, my net worth is in the...
Yeah, well, so tell me, Buster.
My name is Hector.
Yeah, so what are you doing in a flea bag like this?
Why, now, Mrs. Mumford, you underestimate the sheer beauty of this building.
Oh, yeah?
This is what's known as a Madison brownstone.
So what?
Which means it's over 100 years old.
You're telling me?
The last of them were built in the 1870s.
No, which answers my first question.
Question?
Where's your belongings?
Well, you see, I don't intend to live here on a permanent basis.
You don't?
You see, there are times when I need solitude, intervals for meditation, contemplation, self-communion, as it were.
Yeah.
And I do not wish to be disturbed by my associates.
Well, then why don't you go on up to the woods? Millionaire like you. You could have one of them hunting lodges.
That would not answer the purpose. You see, I must be available for various business decisions at a moment's notice. At this address, I am not more than 5 minutes from my office by taxicab. And who would think to look for me here?
Well, to each his own, as they say. Good night.
Yes, good night. Yes, good night, Mrs. Mumford. What a perfectly horrid woman. But that doesn't matter. I must think clearly.
Help me.
I must try to remember.
Please, help me.
What's that?
Help me.
Who's that?
I'm going to be killed.
Who are you?
I don't want to be killed.
Who is speaking?
Don't let me be killed.
Who are you? Where are you?
I don't want to die.
Who is that talking? Who?
I never did anything wrong.
You're in this room.
He's going to kill me.
Why can't I see you?
Stop him, please. Stop him. He's going to kill me.
Who are you? Where are you?
What's going on in there? Open up.
Who are you?
Open up, I said.
Yes. Just a minute.
Okay, now what's happening?
I don't know.
Who's in this room with you?
I guess nobody.
What do you mean, you guess nobody?
Well, I don't see anybody, do you?
Well, if there ain't nobody in the room, who are you yelling at?
I heard somebody.
Who?
It was a woman.
I thought we laid down the ground rules here. No women in the room.
She was in the room before I got here.
Oh, you're crazy.
I heard her voice.
Are you nuts or something?
We'd better call the police.
The cops? What for?
She was calling for help.
Who was calling for help?
The woman in the room.
Well, you said there was no woman.
I said I didn't see her, but I heard her. Heard her distinctly. She's begging for help. Somebody's going to murder her.
And when was this?
It was just now.
Yeah? Well, so why don't I hear her?
Well, let's just be quiet and listen.
I still don't hear her.
But it was just as plain
Are you
as...
sure you haven't been taking too much sauce?
I tell you, I heard her. Her voice. She's pleading. She doesn't want to be killed. She's begging for help.
Oh, all right. Let's put a stop to this. Now, look. Is there anybody in this room? Any place that needs help? Now, is there? Speak up. Well, go ahead. Speak up. Let's hear from you. Well, you hear something, Mr. Hector Carnahan? Yes or no?
Well, I did just before.
I mean right now.
But, Mrs. Mumford, I distinctly heard...
Mr. Carnahan, I don't rent to drunks.
Mrs. Mumford, I swear to you, I'm absolutely sober.
Oh, well, then it's worse than I thought. You might bear in mind, I don't rent to nuts either. Good night.
But I heard it. I heard a voice, a woman's voice. Oh, I must think clearly. Clearly.
Please, somebody help me. I don't want to die.
No, it isn't true. It's my imagination. It isn't true.
I never hurt anyone. I don't want to die.
I have to think. Think.
Help me.
Who are you?
Help me.
I'm getting out of here.
What do you have?
What? Oh, where am I?
Where are you? Well, if you have to ask, you don't have any business being in here. This is Harry's bar, pal.
Oh, I'll have a drink. Anything.
You sure you can handle it?
Oh, I'm fine. Just fine.
You're the doctor.
Help me.
Bartender.
Yeah?
Listen.
Do what?
Don't let him kill me.
Who is she?
Who's who?
That woman.
What woman?
I don't want to die.
Don't you hear that woman?
What are you talking about, buddy?
I'm going to be killed.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't you hear her?
Listen, friend.
Answer me. Don't you hear her?
Friend, you better not have one.
You don't hear a woman?
Why don't you just go home?
I don't want to die.
Sleep it off.
Don't you understand? We have to help her.
Yeah, sure.
Can we let a woman die?
Oh, well, why don't you go home, huh?
You don't believe me. You're trying to humor me.
Now, look, mister.
You think I'm a nut. Well, okay, read this. My card.
Now, look, why don't you just...
Just read my card.
Yeah. Hector Fremont Carnahan, okay.
Read the rest of it. Go ahead.
Carnahan, Dale, and Wolstein, yeah.
CD&W, one of the largest brokerage firms on the street.
Yeah, sure.
You don't believe me?
I believe you, yeah.
You can't treat Hector Fremont Carnahan as if he was some kind of nut who wandered in here.
Now, look, all I'm saying, pal, is you better not have a drink.
What are we going to do about her?
Her?
The lady who is going to die if we don't help her.
Look, friend, just take a walk, huh?
You're going to let that woman die?
Well, there's a lot of women in the world. One less, is it really going to matter?
All right, I'll go. But I hope you can live with yourself. The recent fall in the prices of precious metals should not tempt the prudent investor into thinking he can get in on the ground floor.
Hector, am I interrupting anything?
Oh, certainly not, Dale. I'm just doing my market letter.
Oh. Where were you last night?
Last night?
Yes, you and Penelope were supposed to have dinner with us.
Were we?
Well, of course. Don't you remember?
How would I know? Penelope handles all the social engagements. Check with her.
Well, Eleanor did.
Yes, and what did Penelope say?
I don't know. She couldn't reach her.
She's been trying to phone Penelope all day. Do you know where she is?
Probably at the garden club or the women's club.
Well, it's strange. Where were you last night?
Last night?
Yes, you were supposed to be at our house, and when you didn't show up, we kept calling and calling.
Well, as far as I can tell, we went out to dinner. If it was supposed to be at your house, then signals were crossed. Now, let's see. Afterward, we went home. Why? What's the matter?
The matter?
Well, you have a rather strange look on your face, Dale.
Well, to tell you the truth, Hector, there's a...
Yes? What is it?
There's a woman in my office.
Yes?
And she told me a rather unbelievable story.
Yes, about what?
About you.
About me?
Yes. Her name is Mumford. Mrs. Marguerite Mumford. Do you know her?
Marguerite Mumford. Never heard of the woman in my life.
Well, let me tell you what she said.
Well, we know what she said, so this is as good a time as any to take our usual intermission. At any rate, we have presented you with two Hector Fremont Carnahans. One, the impressionable and frightened man who hears voices. The other, the hard-headed, no-nonsense man of business. Which one is he, really? He could be either. Neither. Or both. Act 2, very shortly. There are voices in the night, voices in the starry stillness, voices that whisper secrets, voices that cannot be stilled, voices that laugh, sing, cry, voices that tell of love and joy, voices that speak of death. And Hector Fremont Carnahan is hearing voices. Or is he?
Then I'll send her on her way.
Just a minute. What's this all about?
Well, I don't know. It's probably a confidence racket of some kind.
Now, I insist, Dale. Explain it.
Well, it beats me. Come into my office. Mrs. Mumford?
Oh, well. Good morning, Mr. Carnahan.
Do you know me, madam?
Well, sure.
From where?
Mr. Carnahan, you don't remember me?
How could I remember you if we never met?
Oh, it's worse than I thought.
Madam, state your business.
Well, I don't know where to begin. You came around to my rooming house on Hudson Street late last night.
Whatever would I be doing on Hudson Street? Near the waterfront, especially late at night?
Well, sir, that'd be your affair. You rented a room.
Room? Whatever for?
Well, I can only tell you what you said. You said you needed it for intervals of meditation. Was it contemplation? And I guess it was communion.
I said that?
Yes, sir. And you paid me 1 week's rent in advance, $25. You wrote me a check. And I took it to the bank this morning. And I asked, is it good? And they said, well, as good as gold.
Let me see that. Look at this, Dale.
Yes, it appears to be your signature, Hector.
Exactly. It's a very clever forgery. I'd better destroy this at once.
Well,
It was not me.
Yes, sir. But I had to go along with the idea. It was you. You see, you was acting very strange.
In what way?
You were hearing voices.
Voices?
Yeah, a dame.
Woman? What sort of woman?
A woman who was calling for help.
Why?
Well, because someone was fixing to kill her.
Who?
Well, I don't know. I didn't hear her. You're the one who claimed you heard her.
But it wasn't me.
Well, what do you want from me? 10 o'clock at night, a guy, he's an image of you. He rings my bell. He rents a room. He gives me a check for a week in advance. And then he starts screaming. He hears some dame who's in trouble. Well, I figure this guy's got to be sick. Well, I find out he's a big Wall Street businessman. And I say, well, why don't I go to this guy's office? Oh, look, I ain't no angel of mercy. I had an angle.
I figure maybe the guy's partners or somebody would slip me a couple of bills for my trouble. Well, it's worth it, ain't it?
You did the right thing, Mrs. Mumford.
Yes, thank you. So, there's an imposter.
Oh, I tell you, that guy is the spitting image of you. Just like you had a twin brother.
Thank you for your trouble, Mrs. Mumford. And here's $25 that the man was supposed to have paid you, and something for yourself.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
So, someone's going around claiming to be you, Hector. What's the fellow after, do you suppose?
I could see where someone might use my name to steal service at a luxury hotel, but for a dive on the waterfront.
Oh, excuse me, Hector. Yes? I'll put her on.
Is that my wife?
No, it's mine. Eleanor? Uh-huh. No, I just spoke to Hector. He doesn't know about the dinner date last night. Oh, he doesn't know where Penelope is either. Well, dear, I'm sure there's an explanation. Oh, well, all right. All right. Goodbye. Well, she's been trying to reach Penelope.
Oh, I'm sure there's some explanation. We'll get it all sorted out when I see Penelope tonight. The recent fall in the prices of precious metals should not... No. Strike that. I've already said that. Been saying it all day. I have to think clearly. It's 6:30. What's happened to the time? Everyone's gone. I have to think. I'm slipping again.
Hector, dear.
Penelope.
Well, what is it? Well, you look as if you've seen a ghost.
Is it you?
Well, I'd like to know who else it would be.
Oh, Penelope. I had a dream.
Yes?
A terrible dream.
Oh, well, if it was a terrible dream, you'd better forget it.
No. I have to tell it to you.
Well, whatever for? I don't tell you my bad dreams.
Well, that's because you never have any. Penelope, I look at you now. I see how beautiful you are.
Oh, flattery. I love it.
And how good you are.
Well, about that.
Listen and forgive me.
Well, did you do something wrong?
I dreamed I did something wrong.
Well, darling, you can't be held accountable for that.
Well, I was jealous.
Jealous? Of what?
Of whom? Of Ben Walston.
Ben Walston? Whatever for?
Well, I thought you had fallen in love with him.
With Ben Walston?
And that you were having an affair with Ben Walston.
With Ben Walston? Oh, but that's impossible.
Well, when you're jealous, anything's possible.
Ben Walston.
I was so angry, I decided to kill both of you.
Oh, you're kidding.
I'm telling it the way it happened.
But, Hector, dear, I've only known you to become passionate over stocks and bonds.
I don't show it, Penelope. But I love you very deeply.
I know that, darling.
And the fact that you and Ben were having an affair...
That's only in your dreams?
It became too much for me. You had made an excuse that you had to visit a friend somewhere out of town. But I knew that you and Ben were going up to the lake house together.
And did we?
Yes.
And did you surprise us in flagrante delicto, as they say in the tabloids?
No, not exactly. But you were both up at the house, and so I sneaked into the study where Ben was reading. He didn't see me or hear me. I got very close to him, and I shot him. You heard the gun, and as you came into the room, I shot you.
Oh, Hector, how could you?
I told you I was insane. I was crazy with jealousy.
All right, darling, I forgive you.
Well, before I went up to the country, I was able to get into Ben's apartment. I wrote a note on his typewriter.
I'd love to read it.
And as near as I can remember it was a suicide pact note. He was supposed to have written that I wouldn't give you a divorce. And so the two of you preferred death to being apart.
Oh, you are a romantic, darling.
Yes. Better to be together in death than separated in life.
Darling, word of this must not get around Wall Street.
I left you and Ben and the note in the summer house, and I came back to the city. Incidentally, did you know we had a dinner date with the Dales?
Oh, I knew I had forgotten something.
I was in a daze. I went back to the apartment, but I couldn't stay.
Well, too many memories of me, I suppose.
It was dreadful. There was a voice. It sounded like yours, but I refused to recognize it. And the voice kept begging for help, imploring someone to save her from death.
Oh, how dramatic.
I ran out of the house. I ran and ran down the deserted streets. The voice kept following me. I suddenly found myself in a neighborhood near the docks. I was frightened. I was exhausted.
Well, this would have been a good time to wake up.
I saw a sign on a tumble-down building. It said, rooms for rent. Well, any port in a storm. I went in there. Some slattern of a landlady rented me a dreadful little cubicle. But your voice followed me there, too. So I ran out.
Oh, you poor darling.
Into a bar. But your voice wouldn't let me be. Finally, I woke up. I was home in bed, and I remembered. You were spending the night at your mother's. How is she?
Oh, she sends you her love.
The Dales will want to know why we didn't have dinner there last night.
Oh, I wish I could come out with it and say they bore me.
Please don't.
Well, I shall make up a most delicious excuse.
Well, shall we go home to dinner?
Oh, you go, darling. I have something, committee meeting tonight, and we're having dinner sent in.
Oh, will you be home early?
Oh, very early.
Okay, then. I'll stay here a while and finish this.
Good. And then we'll both get home about the same time, and you won't have a chance to miss me.
Hector...
Dale, come in.
Hector, I don't know if you're going to appreciate what Eleanor and I are doing, but friendship imposes certain obligations.
Well, sit down. Drink?
No, I think all this is better clear, cold, sober.
It sounds grim.
Well, last night you didn't show up.
Yes. Penelope didn't...
Didn't what? Didn't remember?
It's possible.
You know about Penelope and Ben Walston.
Now, look, Dale.
If not, you're the only one who doesn't. And that's what friends are for. I'm telling you.
Why?
Because a man who pretends not to see what's crystal clear to everyone else is laughed at as a fool. She went away with him last night.
Yes, and if she did?
You found out about it. It almost drove you mad.
Is that so?
That woman in your office today, she wasn't lying. There's no imposter. You roamed the streets like a lost soul. I went into all of the neighborhood bars, and most of them remember a nut. Yes, that's what you were to them. A nut who tried to convince everyone that he heard a woman's voice. Hector...
It's my affair.
No, it's Penelope and Ben's affair. Hector, would you take her back?
Dale, there's something you should know.
Eleanor's going up there now.
Going where?
To the lake house. She's going to try to convince Penelope to come back.
She's driving up the country to ask Penelope to come back to me?
Well, it's what you want, isn't it?
She's going to have that long drive for nothing.
You mean you know she won't come back?
She's here.
Here? Where?
I spoke to her at the office around 6:30.
Oh, well, then everything's all right?
She's at a committee meeting. She's due home any minute.
Oh. Well, Eleanor and I have egg on our faces.
There was never anything between Penelope and Ben.
Well, it sure looked that way.
Oh, you know Ben. He's like a stray cat. And Penelope has a heart that's big enough for all the world.
Yes, well, Hector, we meant well. You must believe that, yes. Will you have dinner with us tomorrow night?
Have Eleanor check with Penelope in the morning.
Yes, of course. Well, good night, Hector.
Good night, Dale.
Darling?
What? Oh, no. I must have fallen asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. The meeting ran a little later than we expected.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, I just want to get into my nightgown and... Oh, I'm sleepy, too.
Oh, I'm glad you woke me. Oh, am I glad. I had this dream.
Oh, another one?
It was about Ben.
Oh, go back to sleep, dear.
He was so terrible. I have to tell him about it.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't care to...
I must. I'll call him now.
Darling, I'm sure he's asleep.
All right, then you call him. Say I have to tell him this dream. Tell him he must come over right away.
To hear a dream?
Yes, to hear a dream. Please, Penelope.
Well, it's midnight, and we're dealing here with a dynamite dreamer. Now, before you put any of this down, remember, nobody really knows what a dream is. For all we know, the dream life may be the real one, and vice versa. Especially to those people who have learned how to develop the capacity to dream. What's this about a capacity to dream? Is there proof such a thing exists? Well, is there proof it doesn't? In just a few moments, I'll prove to you that we have a third act. Mr. Hector Fremont Carnahan keeps weaving in and out of a dream world, and in and out of the world that we hold to be reality. And so far, no one can really tell which is which. And that's par for the course, because who really knows what's what about anything these days?
Now, what's this all about, Hector?
Ben, we must make peace.
Why, are we at war?
Yes, you and I are at war.
Oh, it's the craziest thing I ever heard of.
Please, Ben, just listen to Hector.
I felt so strongly, I was sure. Some of my emotion had to be communicated to you.
Well, perhaps it was.
I would dream violent dreams about it.
Oh?
Just this evening, I dreamed I was at your house and I was waiting there to kill you.
What for?
Jealousy.
Ben, he had the same dream about me.
I just want you to know how I felt, Ben.
Well, you have nothing to be jealous about, Hector.
I think hatred cannot be concealed, especially when it's so all-consuming. The one who is hated must be able to sense it. Did you?
Well...
will you forgive me?
Well, certainly. That is, if you think I have anything to forgive.
Ben, I killed you. In my dream, I killed you. But I want us to be friends, the three of us, the way we always were. Can we go back to that?
Ah, Hector, I'm not aware that we ever left it.
Oh, Ben. Ben, that's a load off my mind and a weight off my heart and a burden lifted from my soul.
Oh, that's beautifully put, Hector. Beautifully.
I couldn't have said it better myself. You're not supposed to talk like that, you old stockbroker, you.
Suddenly I feel tired.
Oh, it's late. Very late.
Well, I'd better be running along. Good night, folks. Oh, don't bother. I'll let myself out.
Good night, Ben.
Yes, darling, I'm tired. But for the first time in ever so long, I'm pleasantly tired.
Oh, that's good.
Happily tired. The way you're supposed to be.
Now, dearest, you just close your eyes.
Yes.
And get to sleep.
Yes, I'll do that. Penelope.
Shh, darling. Get to sleep.
You would never leave me, would you?
Oh, you're so silly. Why would I?
Well, because I'm so dull.
Oh, nonsense.
I'm not an exciting person. I'm not a clever person.
Now, dear, that's enough.
Like Ben Walston. Like Ben Walston. What? All right. For crying out loud, I hear you ringing. I'm coming. What kind of idiot would be at the door at this time? Who's that?
It's me, Dale.
Dale.
Hector.
Yeah, it's me, Hector. Who did you expect?
I have to talk to you.
It's 4:00 in the morning, Dale.
I know that.
Well, what is this thing you have to tell me at 4:00 in the morning that can't wait?
Hector, I don't know how to say this, but...
Yes, but what?
Well, I never had occasion to tell something like this to anyone before.
Something like what? Come on, out with it, man.
I just got a call from Eleanor.
So?
She's up in the country. And, well, I told you she'd gone up there to see if she could effect a reconciliation between you and Penelope.
Didn't I tell the two of you were dead wrong?
Well, she'd already left our house by then.
So she had the trip for nothing.
She's up there now. And she found Penelope.
How could she find Penelope up there?
Now, let me finish this, Hector. It's hard enough to say. Penelope's dead.
You're crazy.
I wish I were.
Let me prove it. Penelope's here.
But I just spoke to Eleanor on the phone, and she
You were
said...
dreaming.
Now, Hector, please, get hold of yourself and listen.
Come with me.
Where?
Into the bedroom. You'll see for yourself.
What'll I see for myself?
Penelope. She's here. She's been in bed all night.
Hector, you have to stop fighting it.
Will you please come on in? Come on.
You have to accept it.
What are you waiting for? Just come this way. Dale, in here. But don't wake her up. She hates it when somebody breaks up her sleep. There. See?
See what?
Penelope. Fast asleep in bed.
Hector, there's no one in that bed.
Dale. She was here just a minute ago.
Hector, sit down.
Ringing the bell. You probably woke her up.
Should I get you a drink or something?
So she must have gotten out of bed for a minute. Penelope?
Hector.
Penelope. I know you're here.
He isn't.
But we were just in bed.
Eleanor went up to the summer place.
I don't care what Eleanor says. I know.
She says she walked into the house.
Dale, this is the strangest thing.
The lights were on, and the first thing she saw Ben Walston. He was dead on the floor.
Now I know you're crazy. Ben was here in this room around midnight. How could he have been up to the summer house?
You can imagine what a shock it was for Eleanor. She phoned the sheriff, and then she passed out.
Is this your idea of a joke?
Don't fight it, Hector. Please. Sooner or later, you have to accept it.
Penelope. Dead? Then why was I able to see her so clearly? To talk to her, to hold her in my arms? Is Penelope really dead?
Get dressed, Hector.
Where are we going?
You know where we're going. We have to drive up to the country.
Go. Dead. Both of them. Yes. I accept it. I accept it now.
It's going to be very bad for you for a while, but this is the first step you have to take. Until you do this, you'll never recover.
All right, Dale. Let's go. I'm ready.
Good evening, Mr. Carnahan.
Hello, Sheriff.
Let me tell you what happened. We all knew they were carrying on, your missus and Ben Walston. I'm sorry I have to say that, Mr. Carnahan, but it's part of a police record, you understand?
I understand.
Well, I guess they could see no future. People in a setup like that, they can get awful depressed. I've seen it happen. Well, anyhow, they must have made a suicide pact. He shot her, and he then turned the gun on himself. We got the note. You want to read the note?
It isn't necessary. I know what it says.
Well, anyhow, the thing's open, and... what do you mean you know what it says? How could you possibly know what it says?
I wrote it.
Sheriff, don't listen to him. He hasn't been right, and this thing is obvious.
I understand, Mr. Dale. It's enough to disrupt anybody.
I know what it says, and I know what happened, and you must listen to me.
Sure, Mr. Carnahan. Just relax. Take it easy.
Don't patronize me, Sheriff. I'm doing your work for you.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate that, sir.
And don't be sarcastic, either.
Hector, the sheriff's only
And you
trying...
keep out of it, too, Dale. I'm not a fool. I knew what was happening behind my back, and it wasn't even behind my back. It was in front of my eyes.
Hector, don't punish yourself.
What does a man do in these things? It's all very well to say, divorce her, get rid of her, kill her. But what if you love her? You understand?
Yes,
Oh, we like to talk like two-fisted, red-blooded fighting men, but that's propaganda we sell ourselves. Most of us go through life adjusting, don't we?
Sure.
And so you try to live with it. You settle for half a loaf, because it's better than none. Understand?
Yeah, I believe I...
And I could even see her point of view, because I'm dull and stodgy and boring. And she was, well... She liked to get out. She loved the theater, concerts, lectures. Everything that just meant nothing to me. Well, you figure if the thing could be kept within decent limits... I don't know how I mean that word decent.
Well, I believe I follow your true meaning.
Yes, well, the more I closed my eyes, the more I pretended not to notice. The more flagrant they became. Finally, I couldn't pretend anymore. I couldn't disregard it anymore.
Yes, sir.
I'm a stockbroker. I must maintain a certain amount of credibility. It was becoming a scandal. So I said to them, just plain cut it out. You know what they did, both of them? They laughed at me. So I decided to kill them.
Now, Hector...
I decided I would make it look like a lover's death pact. I knew they'd be up there. I wrote that note. I shot him in such a way that it would look like he killed himself. And then I shot her.
I see.
I didn't want to be held for it, so I arranged it that way. But after I did it and I saw them lying there, dead, a terrible feeling came over me. It was more than guilt, more than remorse. I wanted to take it back. Do you understand?
Yes.
I refused to accept the fact that I had done this monstrous thing. I insisted to myself that they were still alive, and I heard a voice. It kept following me. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. The voice wouldn't let me alone. I wanted to bring her back to life so badly. I forced myself to be able to see her again, alive. Penelope and Ben. I made them come alive. For me.
Sheriff, can't you see how ridiculous that is?
Of course it's ridiculous. Well, the coroner is satisfied with murder and suicide.
What do you mean the coroner is satisfied?
Everybody's satisfied.
But I'm telling the truth.
I'm going to get you to a doctor. You need something that'll let you sleep, Mr. Conahan.
I can prove it. I wrote the note.
It was typed on his own typewriter. We established that.
Because I sneaked into his apartment?
Yeah, sure.
I fired those shots. He didn't. He couldn't. Look at his hands. Give them a paraffin test. It'll show he has no powder burns. When you fire a pistol, there have to be powder burns on your palm.
Only in detective stories.
Okay. So he killed her. And then he killed himself. That's what you say. But I killed him first. Shouldn't the coroner's report show how he died before she did?
How long did you say you waited between killings?
At least a minute or two.
Well, you can't establish time of death with any accuracy within a quarter of an hour, maybe a half.
All right. Here's the proof. Maybe subconsciously I knew I wanted to get caught. He was found holding the pistol in his left hand, wasn't he?
You're telling the story.
I inserted the gun into his left hand. He's right-handed. That's a known fact. Everyone knows that, don't they, Dale? Ask Dale. He knows it. We all three played golf together, didn't we?
All right. Even if it's true. The fact that a man is left-handed or right-handed don't mean a thing at a time like that. Killing yourself is an awkward thing to do. And so people do it awkwardly.
You must listen to me.
I've been listening. This gentleman here's my witness. I've been listening.
I tell you, I did it. I'm guilty.
What you got is a guilty conscience. You believe you drove her to it. So you feel you're as guilty as if you'd pulled the trigger yourself.
But I did. Twice. I'm guilty. Won't you believe I'm guilty?
Well, do you believe it? No one else did. The louder he shouted, the more people smiled tolerantly. Then, of course, as happens in these affairs, people's patience wears a bit thin. And finally, the only way to handle the situation was to place Hector Fremont Carnahan in an institution, where he insists to this day he is guilty. I shall return in just a few moments. It's one thing to hear people accused of murder insist on their innocence. It's quite another to hear people who are not even suspected insist on their guilt. Well, is
he or isn't he? Did he or didn't he? We left enough clues in the story, but unfortunately, they could support either point of view. The only people who know for sure are Penelope and Ben. And how can they possibly tell us? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Joan Shea, Bill Griffiths, and Cork Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Remember a few years ago when I come home after my chores and you found me flat on the bed?
Mm-hmm.
I told you I was tired and my stomach was upset. I didn't want to worry you, Emma. It wasn't my stomach.
You heard the voice, Rob?
Yeah. I didn't say nothing for fear people would say I was an old fool. But I heard the voice.
Oh, Mother, please let me in. Please, Mother.
That's what I heard.
Heaven have mercy on whoever it is.
Amen.
Who could it be?
I don't know, Emma. But you couldn't pay me enough to walk past there after sunset.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No one can ever forget the shock and horror of the first nuclear bomb produced by World War II. Now we realize that wars generate new and unwelcome surprises, dilemmas, which we must face and solve. As a rule, they're ugly problems. But there was a war in the not-so-distant future that sprang a bomb which might have been the salvation and delight of mankind if the top brass had known how to handle it. Our mystery drama, Now You See Them, Now You Don't, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Alfred Bester and stars Robert Dryden and Leon Janney. It is sponsored in part by the Greyhound Ameripass and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
What do you say, bud?
Professor Harry Scrim is serving 20 years hard labor in Alcatraz, which was reactivated for the conscientious objectors to World War V. This is his story to tell because Dr. Scrim solved the mystery of the fantastic bombshell which burst on the Western world in the year 2175.
This one wasn't the last war or the war to end wars. They didn't even call it WW5. No, it was, quote, the war for the American dream, end quote. General Harp invented that slogan and repeated it over and over again.
My fellow Americans, this great nation of ours is not fighting for money or power or conquest. We are fighting to bring the American dream to the free nations of the world.
There are fighting generals, political generals, and public relations generals who have to sell a war to the consumer. U.B. Harp was a great salesman.
My fellow Americans, we are fighting solely for the American dream. We are fighting for the American meaning of civilization, for art, for poetry, for culture, for the only things worth fighting for. The American dream is the better things in life, which must not disappear from the free world.
Oh, he sold the war for the American dream, and we fought. General Harp asked for 10,000 intercontinental missiles. 10,000 were delivered to the enemy, and the enemy returned the compliment. Most of our cities were destroyed.
New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, St. Louis, Washington. Thank heavens we moved the government to Colorado. Cleveland, Atlanta. Most of the pride of America. But we can't despair. That's not the American dream.
Yes, General Harp.
Get me 1,000 mining engineers.
1,000. Yes, sir.
Brief them. Their mission to design and supervise the construction of 100 underground cities.
Yes, General Harp. Are we going into hiding?
Never. We will carry on as before. I also require 500 sanitation experts, 500 managers, communication chiefs, and personnel specialists.
Yes, General Harp. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what is it?
I've been relaying your requests by telex as you ordered.
Good, very efficient.
The replies are coming in.
Yes?
Well, sir, the country doesn't seem to be able to meet your quota for technical experts. They don't know what to do.
They don't, eh? I'll tell them. Book me for a speech to the National Association of American Universities tomorrow. These long-hair intellectuals need a lesson.
The universities trained and delivered the hardened and sharpened experts that General Harp demanded. The entire nation became a hardened and sharpened army of specialists to win the war for the American dream. But the American dream wasn't fulfilled on any of the 7 fronts where millions of men and women were locked in bitter combat. No, it came to life in Ward J of the military hospital.
General Harp sent for me, Major?
No, I sent for you, Captain Edsel.
Oh, why, Major?
Because I don't want to bother the General with details. About these reports from St. Albans Hospital.
But I'm not attached to St. Albans, Major.
You will be now. There's something funny going on there, and intelligence recommends you as a reliable expert in psychotherapy.
Oh, thank you, Major.
It's a question of morale. Something's gone sour at St. Albans. Ward J is a mystery.
Ward J? There's no J classification in military hospitals.
That's the start of a mystery. Now here's the rest. The ward is kept locked up. No patients are permitted to leave or enter.
That's odd.
Staff doctors have been seen entering and leaving, and they all look bewildered and absolutely flabbergasted.
Oh, well, that can happen to the best physicians.
Cleaning women who have been in Ward J have been gossiping. They say that none of the beds look used.
Oh?
The kitchen staff has been gossiping. They say that food trays go into Ward J 3 times a day and come out untouched.
There's no one in Ward J?
There must be someone, Captain Edsel. One of the paramedics reported passing the locked doors and hearing singing inside.
Yeah, singing?
He was vague about it.
Well, what do the staff physicians say?
Nothing, Captain Edsel. Obviously, they're afraid to talk.
Well, why? What could it possibly be?
That's why I've taken it upon myself to request your transfer to St. Albans. The hospital is in a ferment. Now, you know how sick people can fly into passions. Morale is deteriorating. General Harp cannot be plagued by this. Captain Edsel, go into St. Albans and find out what the devil is going on in Ward J.
Captain Edsel reporting.
Go ahead.
Percentage of recoveries at St. Albans falling off. Malingering has set in. Suggest permission to order staff shake-up.
Anything on Ward J?
No, nothing yet.
Have you inspected Ward J?
Affirmative. Exactly as gossip has reported.
Statements from the staff?
They refuse to talk. They're afraid to talk. That's why I urge shake-up.
Roger. We'll assign new Surgeon General to St. Albans.
Captain Edsel reporting.
Go ahead.
The new chief is doing no good. St. Albans is close to open mutiny.
On account of Ward J.
Ah, yeah, that's the plague spot.
And what's the plague, Captain? Any idea yet?
Well, I've been in and out of Ward J for weeks, and I'm beginning to figure it out.
Yes, go on.
Well, it's too soon to report, mostly because I can't believe the evidence.
What evidence?
Oh, and you won't believe it either.
Captain Edsel, what evidence? Report. This is an order.
Respectfully rejected, Major. I'm taking no chances on a Section 8 discharge.
I have read your report, Major. Most explicit and mystifying. This captain you sent to investigate Ward J.
Captain Edsel, sir. Psychotherapist. Expert.
Good. This captain has suddenly stopped reporting to you about Ward J.
Yes, General.
But the situation must be remedied.
Yes, General. St. Albans is in a ferment. I think he's on to something he's afraid to talk about.
What?
Damned if I know. Oh, excuse me, sir.
You know my slogan. A job for every man and every man on the job. This Edsel is not doing his job. Get him.
How, sir?
In our fight for the American dream, we must not ignore those who have already suffered for our ideal. Send a squad of MPs and drag Edsel to me by the scruff of the neck. Now, look here, Captain Edsel. We're all of us tools today, hardened and sharpened to do a specific job. You know my motto, a job for everyone and everyone on the job.
Yes, General.
Now, the Major sent you into St. Albans to find out what is going on in this Ward J, which is getting the hospital uptight.
Yes, General.
All of a sudden, you cut off communications. Why?
Well, sir, no one will believe me.
Let's take it from the top. Are there patients in Ward J?
Oh, yes, sir. 10 women and 14 men.
Then it isn't a spook ward like the reports are saying.
No, sir.
All right. So they've got these 24 crocs in Ward J. Their job's to get well and go back to the fight. The hospital's job is to get them shaped up. Why the morale fuss?
Well, sir, because St. Albans keeps the ward locked.
I know, it's in the reports. Why?
To keep the patients in, General.
Keep them in? What do you mean? Are they trying to bust out? Are they dangerous, violent, or something?
No, sir. They're not violent, not dangerous.
Then why?
I'm afraid to tell you, sir.
I'll make it easier for you. What about that J classification? I checked with a filing expert from the medical corps, and there is no J classification in our hospitals. From A to I takes care of all war wounds. Left arm amputees, right arm amputees, left leg, right leg, radiation burns, busted gut, crunched heads, and so on.
Oh, yes, sir, I know that.
Then what's the J class?
Well, sir, you see, the staff invented the J class for something special. They're shock cases. Blanked out, almost catatonic. Slow pulse, slow respiration.
You've examined them?
Oh, yes, sir, as often as I get the chance.
What the devil does that mean?
Wait a minute. So, let me just explain. See, they don't eat and they don't sleep.
Never?
Well, not in this hospital. Never.
And why don't they die? I mean, you can't go without food and sleep.
We don't know, General. They just disappear, sir. Vanish.
They disappear? Right in front of your eyes?
Yes, sir. Now you see them, now you don't. I mean, they disappear with a kind of a pop, like a cork being pulled out of a champagne bottle. And now you know why we're afraid to report it.
Good Lord.
Oh, I've seen it over and over again, sir. They'll be in Ward J, sitting on a bed or standing around, making the strange noises that shock cases make. 1 minute you see them, and the next minute you don't. Sometimes there's 24 in Ward J, and other times none. They disappear and reappear without rhyme or reason, General.
I don't believe you.
They disappear, sir. They disappear.
No one will believe you.
General, they disappear.
All right. At ease, Captain. Bring me 3 cases and prove it.
24 men and women in Ward J of St. Albans Military Hospital. All shock casualties of a future war. They disappear and reappear with the pop of a champagne cork, without rhyme or reason. If this brand new combat injury of World War V has any meaning, what is it? Act 2 may tell us.
Dad, you know what I'd love? A Singer sewing machine.
For what? You were born in blue jeans.
But, Daddy, it's on sale. Look, it has a free arm for sewing necklines and blouse cuffs.
Blouses. Maybe you'll even make dresses. I haven't seen your legs since you were 3.
Right now at our Someone Special sale, you can get a stylus machine by Singer for just $199.95.
Daddy, how do you like the dress?
Oh, you look too terrific. Why can't you wear jeans like other little girls?
Price is optional at participating dealers.
Remember the first pickup in your life? You were probably just a kid, and the truck was probably a dull blue, had big round fenders, and rode like a stone. You loved it. Well, your GMC dealer can rekindle that love of trucking you with GMC pickups that can be luxurious like the family car and do things no car can. It was fun once, get trucking again with a GM.
Do you remember this old rhyme? The other day upon the stair, I saw a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. My God, I wish he'd go away. Yes, it's amusing nonsense. But now we're going to find out whether it really is nonsense. And if it's not, where the little man goes when he goes away.
Hello, operator. This is Nathan Riley in the penthouse. Get me Diamond Jim Brady and put in a call to Detroit, Michigan. I want to talk to a youngster who runs a bicycle repair shop. Name of Henry Ford. That's right. Hello, Jim? It's Nat Riley. How are all the diamonds today? Uh-huh. Listen, Jim, that $10,000 I'm betting on Gentleman Jim against John L. Sullivan, I want to parlay the payoff. What? Oh, I'll win, all right. Getting me down for the short end of the Truman-Dewey election. Uh-huh. I'll take Truman for president at 7-5 against. Yeah, I know. I'm always taking the short end, but they always come in, don't they? I'm also taking Notre Dame over Army. And bet the Mets to take the pennant and the series. Right, Jim. Bye. Love to all the diamonds. Come in, it's open. Ah, breakfast. Just wheel the table out on the terrace. Thanks. Hello? Oh, the Detroit call to Henry Ford? Put him on. Hello, good morning, Henry. You don't know me, so I better introduce myself. My name's Riley. Nathan Riley, and I'm an investor. Yeah, that's right. Now, Henry, I heard some talk about a crazy new invention you've got in your bicycle place. I'll invest $200,000. Yes, you heard me, $200,000. I'll mail you a draft on Johnny P. Morgan's trust today. No, thanks. We're going to go a long way together. Bye. This is the life. It's great here. Just great. What a difference from St. Albans. I really ought to go back to the ward for a last goodbye. I'm going to miss some of those other poor crips.
There's one. That's Private Riley. Shoot him, quick. Full syringe. And hold on to him.
Got a light, Ben-Hur?
Yes, Lady Leela. Right here.
Thanks, Ben-Hur. You are a think. You're the disgrace of all Rome.
Oh, no, Lady Leela, no.
You are not Ben-Hur. You are Julius Caesar in disguise.
I admit it.
Why did you trick me?
To obtain admission to your private boudoir. I know you hate generals.
Not true. Some of my best friends are generals.
Oh, let me be your best friend, Leela.
No, Caesar.
I will do anything for your favor. I will divorce Calpurnia.
No, Caesar.
I will divide all Gaul into 3 parts.
No, Caesar.
I will cross the Rubicon.
You forget. I am consecrated to the goddess Vesta and to the tending of the sacred fire which burns in her temple.
Oh, consecrate yourself to me, Leela. We can go far together. The goddess will release you.
She will?
Well, she has before. Ask her, Leela. Tell her the truth. Vesta respects love.
Oh, I'm afraid. Are you worth it, Caesar? To give up everything for you?
Oh, I am, Leila. Now I will reveal the truth. I am not Julius Caesar disguised as Ben-Hur. I am Ben-Hur disguised as Julius Caesar, pretending to be Julius Caesar disguised as Ben-Hur.
What?
But I'll put it another way. If anybody asks the real Ben-Hur to stand up, I will stand up.
You overcome me. Oh, go. I will call the goddess on our CB, and I must be alone for the sacred ritual.
There's another one. That's Sergeant Leila Tibbett. Shoot her quick. 10 cc. And hold on to her. Ah, that's 2. 1 more to go.
I can say no more, gentlemen of the house. I will fight for this mill on the beaches. I will fight in the cities of England, the towns, and the hamlets of our blessed isle.
Will the Right Honourable Member, Mr. Clive Hammer, yield?
No, Mr. Disraeli, I will not yield.
Will the Right Honourable Member yield for a question?
For a question only, Mr. Disraeli.
Tell the House how much this canal of yours...
The Suez Canal, sir.
You tell the House how much this Suez Canal, for which you so eloquently plead, will cost Her Majesty's government.
£100,000.
What?
£100,000.
You have the audacity, Mr. Hammer, to ask Her Majesty's government to squander £100,000 on a fly-by-night speculation called the Suez Canal?
I do, sir. I do not ask. I demand for England, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in a silver sea. We must own the Suez Canal.
Well done, Clive. Bravo!
Thanks, Mr. Disraeli. Your heckling came at just the right moment. But the House, entirely on my side.
Yes, it did. I admit it, without false modesty. I am a brilliant politician.
You are the greatest of us all.
No. I'm not your equal. I shall be Prime Minister to Her Majesty someday. But you will always be the real power behind the throne.
You flatter me, sir.
I only pay just due. Now, how about grilled bones at Tattersall's? My Rolls Royce is waiting outside.
Oh, Mr. Disraeli. Another treat like the ones we had when we were schoolboys together. Grilled bones with barbecue sauce.
With what? Is that something new?
Yes, of course. We don't have it yet. I know where to get some. You go ahead. I'll join you in the rolls in a minute.
There's number 3. Corporal Hammer. Grab him. Shoot him. All right. Now we'll need 3 stretchers to haul them to General Harp.
So there they sprawled in General Harp's office. Private Nathan Riley, Sergeant Leila Tibbett, and Corporal Clive Hammer. They were in their hospital graves. They were torpid with sodium thiomophate. The big office had been cleared and blazed with lights. It was lined with General Harp's experts from espionage, counter-espionage, security, and intelligence. When Captain Edsel saw the steel-faced, ruthless men awaiting him and his patients, he was frightened.
What's all this, sir?
My experts want to have a talk with you.
With me, General? I thought you wanted the patients from Ward J.
And you. Didn't occur to you that I mightn't buy your disappearance bluff, eh?
But it's not a bluff, sir. You can ask anyone at St. Albans.
The staff still isn't talking, Captain. The General has nothing but your story.
That's so. I'll spell it out for you. The war's going badly. We've had intelligence leaks that have been disastrous. I got my experts together, and we agree that Ward J may be the source.
Oh, no, General. No.
And maybe you've been paid off to cover up. You and the St. Albans staff.
But they do disappear. They do. It isn't a bluff or a story. They
Work
just...
him over, gentlemen.
My name is Edward Edsel. America is my nation. St. Albans is my dwelling place. And heaven is my destination.
Has he broken yet?
No, General.
What are they using?
Truth serum, sir.
Tell him to try LSD inhibition release.
That's against the law, sir.
For Pete's sake, forget the law. We're fighting a war for civilization.
Roger, General.
Edward Edsel is my name. America is my nation. The Army is my dwelling place, and hell is my destination.
Well, Major?
No break yet, General.
Stubborn, isn't he?
I don't think there's anything to break, sir.
You think he's telling the truth?
No, sir. I think he's suffering from an honest illusion.
Then try the id and ego pressure point treatments. That'll break his delusions.
General, we can't. It may wreck Edsel's mind forever.
Don't be squeamish, Major. We've got to protect the American dream no matter what the price. Get to it. Break him.
Add Edsel nation to dwelling destination.
It's no use, sir. We've brought Captain Edsel to the breaking point 3 times, and there is absolutely nothing to break. He can't tell you anything.
All right, let him stew. Tell them to go to work on the patients.
General Harp, isn't that a bit much? 2 sick men and a woman?
Who says they're sick? This whole thing may be a cover-up for a covert operation in Ward J. And we've got to get to the bottom.
I don't think your experts will cooperate, sir.
What? They squeamish too? All right, I'll show them what a pro is. Come on, Major.
Sir, I don't think I...
Call yourselves experts, eh? Where are those crocs? Oh, still out, eh? Major, give me 3 adrenaline shots.
General Harp, you may be risking their lives.
Come on. What's a life when I'm protecting an ideal?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Here we go. This one's Nathan Riley, eh? Come on, Riley. Wake up, boy. And Tibbet. Get with it, girl. Rise and shine, Hammer. Everybody up. You're going to tell me what's going on in Ward J, understand?
Good Lord. Captain Edsel was telling the truth.
Captain Edsel, are you awake?
Yes, sir. General, you saw them. You saw them disappear.
I did. Captain Edsel, I apologize. I wish to do the handsome thing. Colonel Edsel, this is a field promotion for a discovery over and above the call of duty. You have just won the war for the American dream.
Yes, it's all very well to talk about a discovery that will win a war, provided you know what the discovery is and how to use it. Exactly what has been taking place? Where are the disappearing patients going, and how do they get there? Can anyone follow them? Act 3 may tell us.
When you say bud, you said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beer. There is no other one. There's only something left, because the king of beer is leading all the rest. When you say bud, my dear, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, headquarters, St. Louis, Missouri.
The 1977 Buick Regal. It comes with Buick's terrific V6 engine. It carries 6 people and lots of Buick comfort. It's lean. It's maneuverable in city traffic. It's the most luxurious mid-sized car Buick builds. Yeah, this new Regal is pretty much everything a car should be, except for one thing. It isn't yours yet, but it can be. Just see your Buick dealer for a test drive soon.
knows about everyone. You know all about diamonds when you know about sales. Sales is the diamond store. You don't buy diamonds every day, so let Sales show you the way. 'Cause we know what you're looking for. We're the #1 jewelers the whole world round. But we're people that you know. We're the name that you trust. Sales is the diamond store. We know diamonds and you know us. Sales is the diamond store. We're people that you know. We're the name that you trust. Sales is the diamond store.
You know, all airline fares to Jamaica are basically the same. And we all have gleaming big jets and good pilots. So what's left? What's left is what happens on board. And on board Air Jamaica, Jamaica happens.
Feeling good on Air Jamaica.
Reggae music recorded at the source, a free bamboozle, our own special concoction, a fantastic fashion show of all the latest island creations. Stewardesses who can tell you secrets about Jamaica that girls from Tallahassee, no matter how helpful, just wouldn't know. What we have that sets Air Jamaica apart from any other airline is Jamaica. On Air Jamaica, we give you a lot more than just a plane ride. We make you feel good all over.
Ask your travel agent about Air Jamaica's special holiday packages.
It has been said that when one meets an unusual situation, one must handle it in an unusual manner. Unfortunately, General Harp is meeting the unusual situation of disappearing Army patients in his most usual manner. He is reaching into the reserve of hardened and sharpened experts that America has become for more and more experts.
All right, Colonel Edsel. You will sum up the medical aspects of Ward J for us.
Yes, General. Well, certain facts are obvious. This must be a new and fantastic syndrome brought on by the horrors of modern war. This new syndrome must involve something beyond strategy and tactics.
What?
Teleportation, General.
Oh, what portation?
Teleportation. The power of mind over space.
You mean those crocs in Ward J think their disappearance?
Yes, sir. Evidently, combat shock, while destroying certain known powers of the mind, must develop other latent powers which were unknown up until now.
You're sure of this? They can think themselves somewhere else.
They must, General. They get food and sleep somewhere else. They never need it in Ward J.
That's right, Major. Where do they get food and sleep? I want our intelligence to check.
Well, our men might simply be going home, sir. They do get homesick, General.
Right. Good suggestion. I want security to check family, wives, sweethearts, homes of every one of these crocs. Let the FBI handle that, but under my command.
Right, General.
Now, here's the procedure I worked out. Edsel, you will set up extra beds in Ward J. I'll send in experts to live there and observe.
Can do, General. But we'll have to work fast, sir. They seem to be returning to Ward J less and less frequently. In the beginning, they would come and go almost every day. Now they seem to be staying away for weeks and months.
My experts will find out what they're doing fast.
I hope so, sir.
The experts hustled, security checked, intelligence probed. The tension increased.
General?
Any reports, Major?
Yes, sir. All negative.
Damn.
Security reports not one strange case of unexpected appearance has taken place anywhere in America. Intelligence reports the enemy has no such cases.
Maybe they're keeping it secret, too.
I'm sure they'd try, General.
This is all brand new. We've got to get specialists to handle it. We've got to develop new tools.
General, excuse my breaking in like this, sir.
Yeah?
Our first lead. One of your experts in Ward J asked for the help of another expert. If you've got him...
I've got them all. What's he want?
A laboratory.
You mean an expert in precious stones?
Yes, sir.
What the devil for?
He picked up a reference to a precious stone. He's a personnel specialist, and he can't relate it to anything in his experience.
Now that I approve of. A job for every man and every man on the job. What kind of a stone?
It's some kind of diamond nobody's ever heard of. A Jim Brady type.
A Jim Brady type diamond?
General, we've got it. Your experts delivered.
And you won't believe it.
Easy, Colonel, Major, one at a time. What have you got?
The archaeologist identified Jim Brady at once. Diamond Jim Brady. The diamond was a nickname.
Yes?
He was a historic person who'd been famous in little old New York sometime between Governor Peter Stuyvesant and Governor Fiorello LaGuardia.
That's ages ago. Who'd the name come from in Ward J?
Private Nathan Riley.
And where'd he get it?
We don't know.
He's not a former history student, is he?
No, sir. I'm afraid to say this. There's no way he could have gotten it except if...
If what?
Well, if it's something bigger than teleportation.
What could be bigger than teleportation?
Time travel?
Time travel? You mean that's where they're going to? Somewhere back in time?
Yes, sir. They're going somewhere back in time.
How? How?
We don't know, General. And maybe that's why they're not coming back. They like it better there.
You mean time travel is here? Not discovered through expert research by qualified physicists?
Oh, no, sir. It's come as a plague, a disease of the war, a combat injury to ordinary man.
Do you realize the colossal significance? We could send an army back in time and win the war before it started. We could protect the American dream of poetry and beauty and art from barbarism without ever endangering it.
Yes, sir. If we could find out how they do it.
That's the point. Those crocs can't communicate the secret of the miracle. It's for us to find the key. We'll need advanced specialists, a cerebral mechanist, a cyberneticist, an autonomist, and a first-rate philosophic historian. They'll go into Ward J, and they won't come out until they've learned the technique of time travel.
The first three experts were easy to draft from other war departments. But there was some trouble locating a first-rate historian until Alcatraz cooperated with the Army and released me, temporarily, from my sentence. Me, Harry Scrim. I was professor of philosophic history at Stanford until I spoke my mind about Harp's war for the American dream. That got me the 20 years. But I'm still contemptuous of you and your war, General. Never forget that.
Then why'd you agree to come, Scrim?
Well, I was intrigued by the problem of Ward J. But I'm not an expert. In this benighted nation of specialists, I'm the last singing grasshopper.
Major, get me an entomologist.
Don't bother, I'll translate. You're a nest of ants, all working and specializing for what?
We're fighting to preserve poetry and culture and the finer things in life.
Which means you're fighting to preserve me. That's what I've devoted my life to. And what do you do with me? Put me in jail.
You were convicted of disloyal criticism.
I was convicted of believing in my American dream. Having a mind of my own. Don't let's waste time arguing. Let me have all those expert reports and lock me up in Ward J. I've got to talk fast, General. You're running out of time. All the while I was in Ward J, only 3 came back. They're all disappearing for keeps.
Go ahead.
I want to give you the clues to something so fantastic, it'll need all your fine edge to cut into it. Now listen. Nathan Riley goes back in time to the turn of the 20th century. There he lived the life of his fondest dreams. He's a big-time gambler, friend of Diamond Jim Brady. He wins money because he always knows the outcome of events in advance.
Such as?
Truman to win the election for president. Corbett to win the heavyweight title from John L. Sullivan. He makes money investing in an auto company Henry Ford is starting. That mean anything to you?
Not without a sociological analyst.
All right, more clues. Leela Tibbet escapes into the Roman Empire, where she lives the life of her dreams as a Vestal Virgin plus a femme fatale. Every man adores her. Julius Caesar, Savonarola, the 20th Legion, Ben-Hur. Well, you see the fallacy?
No.
She also smokes cigarettes and uses a CB radio.
Well?
Clive Hammer escapes into 19th century England, where he's a member of Parliament and a friend of Benjamin Disraeli, who takes him out in his Rolls Royce for spare ribs with barbecue sauce. You know what a Rolls Royce was?
No.
It was an automobile.
So?
General, this is a bigger discovery than teleportation or time travel.
What?
This can be the salvation of mankind. Those shock victims have been bombed into something so staggering, it's no wonder your experts couldn't understand it.
What could be bigger than time travel, Professor?
Listen. Truman didn't run for president until the middle of the 20th century. Riley couldn't have been Diamond Jim Brady's friend and bet on Truman at the same time. John L. Sullivan and Henry Ford don't go together either. Riley's time travel is full of anachronism.
What?
Leela Tibbet couldn't have been her for a lover because he never existed. He was a fictional character.
She's lying?
And cigarettes weren't invented in Roman times. More anachronism. Automobiles weren't developed until long after Disraeli died. He couldn't have taken Clive Hammer for a ride in a Rolls Royce.
They're all lying.
No. They've discovered how to turn dreams into reality. And they know how to enter them and live a happy dream life. By heaven, Harp, this is your American dream. It's miracle working, immortality, creation, mind over matter. It must be studied, explored, given to the world so that everybody can learn.
Will you do it, Scrim?
I can't. I'm non-creative. You need a poet, an artist who understands the creative process and practices it.
A poet? Are you serious?
Certainly. Don't you know what a poet is? You've been telling us for 5 years that this war is being fought to save the poet.
Don't be sarcastic, Scrim.
Send a poet into Ward J. He's the only man who can learn how they do it. A poet is half doing it himself anyway. He's the only man who can tell us and teach us this miracle. But hurry up. Time is running out.
I believe you're right.
Yes, General.
Get me a poet.
Right away, General. Trying, General. Still trying, General. Attempting to locate your poet, sir. Still locating your poet, General. Bound to be a poet somewhere, General. There used to be lots around.
That's right. Used to be.
What are you laughing at, Slim?
If you'll be patient and wait, General.
Sure, wait, General. Wait, you sad fool. Wait. Wait for your poet.
Yes, he waited and waited and waited, while America sorted feverishly through its millions of hardened and sharpened experts, its special tools to defend the dream of beauty and poetry and the better things in life. General U.B. Harp waited, not understanding the endless delay, the hopeless search, or why Harry Scrim laughed and laughed at this final, fatal disappearance. I'll be back shortly.
Now, a warm Christmas message from Scrooge. Flying home for the holidays? Bah, humbug. Greyhound announces 2 penny-pinching travel plans from December 1st through January 2nd. The Holiday Ameripop. 2 weeks unlimited travel for only $139. Save 1, 2, even $500 over regular round-trip air coach, depending how far you journey. Or Greyhound Santa Claus fare. Saves parents extra on shorter round trips out of state. Charged with bank cards. Each plan allows you to take your child under 12 along free, like this tidy chap. Tim?
Bless you, Greyhound.
And Greyhound will carry your gifts, too. Ship them in time for Christmas for sure from any Greyhound station or from special gift-shipping centers in many major city shopping centers. One more time, Nipper.
Bless you, Greyhound.
Any day, anyway, what you say?
Hey, Dubonnet is a really special drink that started over in France, but you can enjoy it right here. Straight up, on the rocks, or mixed with your favorite beverage. Dubonnet before lunch or dinner, or whatever you got cooking. There's a drink you may not know about. It sort of whispers what those others have to shout.
Dubonnet, anyway.
A taste that's not too sweet. Oh no, it's not too tart. Girl, it's made for those who finish what they start.
Dubonnet, any day, anyway, what you say?
Dubonnet, a product of USA. Dubonnet Corp., New York, New York.
Dubonnet, any day.
Hi, I'm Fred Feldman, Helicopter 710. I'm also on the board of directors at the Queensboro Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. Now, let me ask you a question. What are you going to do for Christmas for a 6-year-old kid who was thrown out of his house without a stitch of clothing on? We don't have all the answers, but the WOR Children's Christmas Fund does bring Christmas to a lot of kids in a lot of places like the Queen's Shelter. Now, I know times are tough, but if we don't bring Christmas to these kids, no one is. So please, send whatever you can to the WOR Children's Christmas Fund, Box 710, Times Square Station, New York, 10036, and I thank you.
No, it's not a happy story. And it's a story of an unhappy future, which we hope will never come to pass. But there is one consolation. Now, at least, we know where the little man who wasn't there goes when he goes away. To a time that never was, of course. There are moments when I dream of going there, too. Don't we all? The people in this dream... I'm E.G. Marshall. You cannot fly like an eagle with the wings of a wren. Ordinarily, this proposition would be only of interest to wrens, and not to all wrens either. Just those tiny, puny birds who have an eagle's mentality. Well, fate plays her ironic little jokes on us all, doesn't she? Sometimes the smallest people can get the biggest ideas. The piranha, a fish that's half the size of your little finger, is more than a match for the whale, which could be twice the size of your house. Our mystery drama, How to Kill Rudy, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The nutritionist will say, you are what you eat. There may be some validity to that, but isn't it also true that you are what you read? The ideas, the principles that govern your life, where did they come from? Did you just create them out of nothing? Or did you read about them somewhere? So many books do not end on the last page. They go on and on forever and ever.
Hello, Rudy.
Good morning, Lieutenant Foster.
Well, now, if you're going to call me Lieutenant Foster, I'll have to call you Mr. Slaymaker, huh? I thought we'd become friends by now. Joe and Rudy.
I appreciate your efforts to help me, but
Oh, come on, Rudy. You'll feel better after you tell her.
Why can't we just leave things the way they are? I killed them. I admit I killed them. I'm willing to pay for killing them. Meanwhile, there are plenty of other crimes you could be concerned with.
Okay, Rudy. It's one of those mornings. I can see that. I'll drop by after lunch. Hey, anything I can bring you?
Oh, yeah. There's a new book out by Mace Hacker.
Sure.
Yeah, he writes the best murder mysteries in the world. Don't you read it?
No. Tell you the truth, after a hard day's homicide, my taste runs to Stendhal and de Maupassant.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. Mace Hacker is truly a giant of literature. This is the last book. It's been published posthumously.
I'll pick up the book for you, Rudy. I could also bring you some of the critical essays of Anatole France.
No, thank you. I prefer Mace Hacker. I saw that, Lieutenant. I saw that patronizing smile. You are a literary snob. Just let me tell you something, Lieutenant. If you'd read Mace Hacker, you'd see, you'd know beyond all shadow of a doubt why I killed him. You'd realize what destiny is. Destiny. This is the story I'll never tell you or anyone else. My story, my very own story, as written by destiny in the form of Mace Hacker. To begin with, life was pleasant. Some would have found it placid. But not I. I had Ramona, the loveliest woman in the world, for my wife.
Oh, dear, I had no idea it was so late.
Oh, it's all right.
No, it's not all right. A wife should make her husband's breakfast before he leaves for work.
Oh, all I ever want is coffee. That's easy enough.
No, you want more than coffee, and my job is...
Dearest, I'll miss my bus.
Oh, Rudy, darling, you're so kind, so patient, so understanding.
I can see you're sleepy. You just go back to bed, huh?
Oh, darling, you're so good to me.
I love you, Ramona.
And I love you.
Where would I be without you? Must have missed the bus. Jack Jessup glowers at me if I come in late.
He glowers? By that mean old thing.
Yeah, although recently he's taken to coming in late himself.
Is that so?
Yeah. Some days he doesn't get in till 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Something ought to be done about that.
What? He's the boss, darling. And besides, the less I see of him, the more work I can get done.
Oh, you're just too nice for your own good.
Well, can't finish my coffee. Have to run. That's how it was at home with my wonderful Ramona. Of course, at the office, things were... Well, I didn't have an easy time of it. Because Jack Jessup was not an easy man to work for.
Rudy, why didn't we bid on this North Side project? How could you be so... I mean, the biggest job in town, we didn't even...
Jack.
I don't want to hear any excuses now.
Jack, look...
The fact of the matter is you're losing your grip.
If you read the morning paper...
Oh, yes. What else are we missing out on?
Did you look at the paper?
Oh, for crying out loud, I'm sitting here talking business. You're shoving a newspaper at me. What do I care? Who murdered whom?
The North Side project is on the front page.
Yeah, sure. It's making history. What are we getting out of it?
We're getting out of it with our lives. It's bankrupt.
It's what?
It folded. All the contractors are stuck.
Now, let me see that. Huh. Well, sure. What did anybody expect? You know that gang that's in there. They've been involved in one shady deal after another. Well, we'll see if their City Hall connections keep them out of jail this time. What'd I tell you? The minute I heard who was in it, keep away from that North Side project. Isn't that what I always said?
Yeah, that's what you always said.
And as I recall, you suggested preparing a bid, didn't you? Well, let this be a lesson. Look behind the corporation. And doesn't this prove it?
Oh, yeah, sure does. That's Jack Jessup, owner of Jessup and Company Electrical Contractors, the most difficult man to work for. But these days, a job is a job.
Why do you put up with him, darling?
Oh, I have a rather pacific temperament, as you know, Ramona.
Oh, but still,
Besides, I understand him. You see, he was an all-American football player at college. He was a hero, a celebrated man of importance. Afterward, well, there are what are known as triumphs of the flesh.
Triumphs of the flesh? What an odd phrase. Wherever did you get it?
I read it somewhere.
Oh, and I know where. Mace Hacker.
Yeah, I know it's fashionable to make fun of Mace Hacker, but his insights...
Yes, dear.
We were discussing...
Triumphs of the flesh.
Yeah. Well, these were the triumphs Jack Jessup knew very well. He graduated, grew older, and then, well, the body no longer ruled supreme. He went into his father-in-law's business, an enterprise he simply cannot understand.
You do all the work.
Well, yeah, he knows that, and resents it.
You should be told in no uncertain terms.
It doesn't matter, darling. Believe me, it doesn't matter. And it didn't. I was happy. I didn't mind my job. It was just an interlude. The important part of my life was the time I spent with Ramona and reading Mace Hacker. Hacker is, without a doubt, the most prolific writer in the world. A new novel comes out almost every month, and each one is better than the last. Why, I ask myself, am I so enthralled by Mace Hacker? Look, I do have taste, and he deals in sex, violence. Well, so does Shakespeare, for that matter. But Mace Hacker, well, his language is so explicit. Nothing is left to your imagination. It was a mystery. Until one evening, I found the answer. I was rereading an old Mace Hacker, and suddenly... Ramona.
What is it, Rudy?
Do you remember reading about the man who murdered those 3 women?
Darling, why do you bring up such a gruesome subject?
What was his name?
I'm sure I don't remember.
His name was George, wasn't it?
Yes, it was George.
Yeah, and the 3 girls. One was Felicia, the other was Prudence, and the third was Charity.
Very good. So you remember, too?
No, I don't remember. How could I remember?
It was in the papers. Only last month.
Yeah. This crime, this triple murder, it came to light last month, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. This is an old Mace Hacker novel, published 7 years ago. The murders are described here minutely.
Well, a story of a man who murders 3 women. What's so special about that?
It tells exactly how he murdered the women, why he murdered them, and their names.
There must be an explanation.
Ramona, darling, he predicted these murders some 7 years ago. It's uncanny.
I'll say it again. There must be an explanation.
There was. And I found it. Everything Mace Hacker wrote happened years afterward, years after a particular book was published and forgotten. I checked through all my old Mace Hackers. I went back almost 20 years. And sure enough, all of them had come true. And all the murderers and all the victims had the exact same first names as they bore in the Mace Hacker story. It was a fantastic discovery. Somehow, Mace Hacker could foretell the future. My story, Lieutenant. Yeah, the story I'll never tell you or anyone else. Began on the day of the building contractor's annual golf tournament. I'm a rather indifferent golfer myself, poor actually, but Jack insists that I play in the same foursome because he, being a scratch golfer, has an opportunity to feel superior.
Keep your head down, Rudy. You're bending that elbow. Don't sway. Well, what do you expect? In the rough again. Listen, you were lucky you hit the ball at all. Well, fellas, we may as well help Rudy find his ball.
Do you see any signs of it, Mr. Slaymaker?
Well, I don't believe so, Mr. Tallow. I think we'll never find that ball. I'll put a new one in play. I'm just slowing up the game.
Oh, I'm in no hurry. It's such a lovely day, I'd rather sit under a tree, like this one here, and just read.
Yeah, so would I.
As a matter of fact, I wish I could sneak back to the locker room and get my favorite book.
Oh, what's that?
The latest Mace Hacker mystery.
Triumphs of the Flesh. Hey, that's fantastic.
Why, are you a Mace Hacker fan?
Oh, from way back. I've read all 140 Mace Hacker mysteries.
141?
No, I think you're mistaken, Mr. Tallow.
Oh, no, I'm sure I'm quite right.
If you read your jacket on the latest Mace Hacker book, it says the 140th greatest...
Oh, I know it says that, but it happens to be wrong. You see, this particular publisher has brought out 140.
Yeah, but that's his only publisher.
No. The very first Mace Hacker was called...
Yeah, I know what it was called. Death is a Lonely Woman.
I'm sorry, but that's not so.
Mr. Tallow, I don't like to boast, but I can name all 140 of Mace Hacker's books.
Oh, I'm sure you can, my boy. But there is one other book. His very first. It was with another publisher long since defunct.
I've never heard of it.
Few people have. A fantastic book.
Oh, yeah? What was it called?
The name of it is Rudy, Jack, and Ramona.
All right. Here we have Mr. Rudy Slaymaker, a dedicated fan of mystery writer Mace Hacker. And why? Because Rudy is convinced that Hacker's stories are all prophecies of murders that will occur in the future. Hacker even names his fictional characters after the real-life ones, who will one day make his tale come true. You only have a few moments intermission until I return with Act 2. Rudy Slaymaker is 40 years old. Quiet, shy, even retiring. A man who sincerely believes in turning the other cheek. He is convinced that a soft answer turneth away wrath. Rudy Slaymaker, who, despite his rather threatening last name, is really a man of peace, has just received an intimation that he is about to be involved in a murder.
What did you say the name of that book was, Mr. Tallow?
Rudy, Jack, and Ramona.
That's impossible.
Impossible? Why is it impossible?
Oh, because
It was Mace Hacker's very first published work. A rather small-time publisher who went out of business shortly afterward. And then Mace Hacker caught on with the present firm where he's been ever since.
Rudy, Jack, and Ramona. What is the book about?
I don't know. Do you know? I've never read it. I've only heard about it. However, I would assume one of them kills the other two, wouldn't you?
Where can I get a copy?
Oh, I don't think you can. The book's out of print and the publisher is out of business.
Rudy, Jack, and Ramona.
It's probably the only cast of characters that didn't come true.
What do you mean?
Well, you call yourself a Mace Hacker fan and you ask that, you know what I mean. After he writes the book, somewhere, that story really comes true. Same names, everything.
Well,
do you remember any murder cases involving three people named Rudy, Jack, and Ramona?
Rudy, Jack, and Ramona. I'm Rudy. My boss is Jack. My wife is Ramona. I felt a cold chill down my spine. I didn't know what to do. One of us was a killer. But which one? I must find that book. I must. I haunted all the second-hand bookshops. I rode away to the companies that specialize in finding rare books. And then, one day, after considerable trouble and quite a bit of expense...
Darling, there's a package for you.
Oh, what's in it?
Oh, I didn't open it. I think it's a book.
A book?
The return address reads, Bookfinders Incorporated.
Oh, yeah. Let me see that. I grabbed the package, ran into my den, closed the door behind me, and tore away the wrapping paper. And there it was. The book. A book that was almost 25 years old. Rudy, Jack, and Ramona. A murder mystery by Mace Hacker. The very first Mace Hacker ever written. I sat down, turned to the first page, and began to read. Rudy was boiling water for his coffee when Ramona walked into the kitchen.
Oh, dear, I had no idea it was so late.
It's all right.
No, it's not all right. A wife should make her husband's breakfast.
All I ever want is coffee.
No, you want more than coffee. And it's my job to...
Dearest, I'll miss my bus. My blood froze. I looked at the printed page. That was the dialogue. Those were the actual words that passed between Ramona and me on any given morning. And here, Mace Hacker had written it all down 25 years ago. Why, that would have been 12 years before Ramona and I were even married. I closed the book. I was afraid to go on. What would be on the next page? I didn't want to find out. I didn't want to know. But that was a resolve I could never keep. Never. And so I turned the page. The dialogue was still familiar. Mustn't miss the bus. Jack glowers at me if I come in late.
He glowers? Why, that mean old thing.
Although recently he's taken to coming in late himself.
Oh, you're just too nice for your own good, darling.
Can't even finish my coffee. Have to run. There the page came to an end. What would I find on the next page? I took a deep breath and turned. Ramona watched him hurry down the street to the corner bus stop. He and the bus arrived simultaneously. He stepped on board and was gone. She smiled. Her hand strayed to the telephone. She lifted it and began to dial.
Hello? Hello, Jack, darling. He's gone. Yes, he just got on his bus. Oh, yes. Get here as fast as you can. You know I do, darling.
I let the book fall to the floor. I couldn't believe my eyes. I could not accept what I had just seen in black and white. Ramona. My Ramona. It couldn't be true. It couldn't. I picked up the book again. I had to read that scene between the two of them, the scene I knew would have to begin on the next page. She knew it would take him no more than 10 minutes to arrive at the apartment. She sat calmly, quietly, controlling her excitement. Finally, the doorbell rang. She raced across the room. Threw the door open.
I wish we could go away, Ramona, darling.
I want that more than anything in the whole world.
Yes, I know. So do I, but how would we live? Loretta's father would fire me in a minute.
I know. And I'm content with what we can have, even if it's only a stolen hour.
You know, I didn't know you'd turn out to be like this.
Like what?
Soft, sweet, understanding.
Jack, what are we going to do?
I should divorce Loretta and you should divorce Rudy. Rudy should marry Loretta and I should marry you. Yes. Loretta and Rudy are made for each other. Two sticks in the mud who don't like to do anything, go anywhere.
But that can't happen, darling.
Yes, I know.
And you should be returning to the office.
I know.
Rudy talks about it sometimes. He says he covers for you when your father-in-law happens to drop by. Your father-in-law gets very upset when you're not around.
Yes, I'm aware of that. But I hate to go to that office. You know something, Rudy scares me.
He scares you?
I give him a hard time. But it's only in self-defense. It's just he knows so much about the contracting business and I know so little. I couldn't care less. Listen, maybe we should get divorced and you and I
Rudy
go.
would never give me a divorce. He doesn't believe in it. Besides, darling, you're absolutely unfit for any work at all. In 6 months, you'd hate yourself and you'd hate me.
Yes, I guess you're right.
What we have now
isn't enough.
But it's better than nothing. Now, darling, you better get back to the office.
Those were the next 3 pages of dialogue. Is that the way things had been going when I was out of the house? I refused to believe it. I hid the book in my desk, and I went into the dining room. Ramona had just started serving our dinner.
I made you those Brussels sprouts you like so much, darling.
Oh, yeah.
Is something wrong?
What? Oh, what should be wrong?
Well, I don't know, darling. It just seems to me that you're very...
No, I'm fine. I'm all right.
You seem very upset, very nervous.
I'm not aware of it.
Did you have a hard day?
No, harder than usual.
Was Jack Jessup troublesome again?
Jack Jessup?
Honestly, Rudy, darling, you're not yourself tonight. What's bothering you?
What was I going to tell her? Yes, I was determined to get to the bottom of this thing. So I decided that tomorrow morning after I got on the bus, I would just get off a few blocks away and come back and catch them. So that's exactly what I did. I boarded the bus, got off after it turned the corner, waited about half an hour, and I went back to the apartment. I opened the door very carefully, quietly. I could hear music on the radio. And suddenly...
Oh, Rudy. What are you doing home?
What am I doing home?
Oh, goodness, you scared me. I heard the door open. I couldn't imagine who...
Oh, I forgot something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I better get it. It's in the bedroom.
Oh.
Yeah, in the bedroom. He wasn't there. Nobody was in there or anywhere else either. So what did that mean? It meant Mace Hacker was wrong. That Jack Jessup wasn't coming here mornings after I left. But my relief was short-lived. That night, I finally got all my courage together and got out the book. This time I was determined to read it through. If he was seeing her here at the house, I had to find out. But why hadn't I caught them at it? I soon got the answer. According to the book, when Rudy left that morning, Ramona had a premonition. She couldn't explain it, but she was a woman who lived by the psyche, and so she refused to ignore it. She dialed Jack's number once again.
Jack? Darling. Yes, he just left, but don't come here. No, please, don't come here. Yes, my darling, I want to see you more than anything in the world, but I have this feeling, this terrible feeling. No, meet me for lunch. Yes, the usual place. Yes, darling, at 12.
She hung up the phone. She knew something was wrong, terribly wrong, something that could destroy all of them. But she couldn't put her finger on it. At 12 o'clock, she arrived at the little East Side restaurant where they had spent so many happy hours.
Darling, what's wrong?
It's Rudy.
What about Rudy?
He knows, Jack.
He knows. How much does he know?
He knows about us, and he knows everything.
Are you sure?
I had this premonition. I can't account for it, but I can't disregard it either. I told you not to come? Well, a half hour after he left, he came back.
He what?
He came back to the apartment.
Why?
He said he'd forgotten something.
Well, maybe he did.
No, Jack. No, you know he didn't. He came back expecting to find us together.
Huh. Well, what are we going to do?
We'll have to stop seeing each other.
Oh, no, we can't.
For a while.
Not now, we can't. Loretta's going out to the coast to spend a few weeks with her aunt. I planned for us to use that time.
No, darling. But Rudy suspects, and
I can't let Rudy come between us.
But Rudy exists.
I'll kill him first.
No. Don't say that. It wouldn't solve the problem. Loretta would be alive. He wouldn't be able to marry me.
There's got to be some way to kill Rudy. Some safe, foolproof way.
There probably is. But the problem is to find it.
Just like that. Just as cold-blooded as that. There's got to be a way to kill Rudy. A safe, foolproof way. That's how Mace Hacker has them talking in his book. And here I am, reading all this in a 25-year-old detective novel as if it's all happening to some fictional character. But it's going to happen to me. I'm Rudy. And Ramona is Ramona, my wife. And Jack is Jack Jessup, my boss.
Well, it looks as if our hero, if he is a hero, could very likely be in the soup. However, Rudy has an advantage. Rudy knows something that evidently Jack and Ramona are unaware of. Rudy has a copy of the script to this little scheme. Assuming, of course, that A, it's a scheme, and B, there's a script. I'll be back in just a few moments with Act 3.
The 1970s.
Our story thus far concerns Rudy Slaymaker, who is in a prison cell where a homicide detective is urging him to make a confession. Well, Rudy isn't paying very much attention. Rudy is reviewing the events in his mind. And as Rudy relives them, he is convinced no one would ever believe him. He may be right.
It was out in the open. They realized I knew about their affair and that they would have to find an opportunity to kill me. And since all this had been carefully plotted out some 25 years ago by Mace Hacker, all I had to do was to continue reading about it in Hacker's book, Rudy, Jack, and Ramona. You think that's easy? Suppose someone handed you a book and said, here is the story of the rest of your life. Would you be anxious to read it? I would have thrown the book away, but I had to read it because my life depended on it. So, from the book, I continue. Ramona Slaymaker led a double life with brilliance and flair. She was Jack Jessup's ardent lover, and she was also Rudy Slaymaker's wife. Then, one afternoon, the bell rang. She opened the door. Her eyes grew wide with fright.
Jack.
Ramona, darling.
You shouldn't come here.
I know.
Rudy suspects. He could do something desperate.
I just had to see you before I left.
Where are you going?
To the coast. Loretta.
What about Loretta?
She's dead.
Oh, my.
Yes, she was thrown from a horse at Tavern this morning.
Oh, I am sorry.
I had to see you. I'm on my way to the airport, but I had to stop here first. Ramona, Ramona, I can't pretend to be overcome by grief.
I know, darling.
For years, there's been nothing between Loretta and me, so now I've got to tell you that we've got to start planning.
Planning? Planning what?
Oh, come on. You know very well what. We'll have to find a way to kill him.
Yes.
You see, that means you'll be a widow, I'm a widower. My father-in-law can have no objection to our marriage. They'll even think it's logical for us to get together, and you'll be an excellent mother to his grandchildren.
What we're doing is wrong, Jack. It's murder.
My darling, it's the only way we can find happiness.
I looked up from the book. Finally, the plot was arranged to kill Rudy, to kill me. That was the way Mace Hacker had written it. It had worked out for Hacker because he could kill off Loretta, Jack's wife, but in real life, Jack's wife, Loretta, was still very much alive, and as long as she was alive, there was no point in their trying to kill me. And then one day, I was at the office. The telephone rang. It was Loretta's father.
Rudy?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be the one to break this to Jack, but I'm afraid I have very bad news.
What is it, sir?
It's Loretta.
Loretta?
Poor Jack. I know how much she meant to him. It's very bad. Tell him Loretta's dead. She was out riding and the horse stumbled.
Dead. Loretta was dead. Jack's wife dead. And that meant that the way was clear to kill me, that I would soon be dead. I read the rest of the book as quickly as I could. How clearly Mace Hacker wrote it down.
He likes to go for walks at night near the river where it's deserted.
I keep telling him how foolish it is.
Well, right near the old bridge, there's a clump of birch trees. I'll be waiting there. When he comes by, I'll shoot him.
Oh.
I'll take his wallet, watch and his ring so it'll look like burglary.
Jack.
Yes, what is it?
Be careful, darling.
Of course, my dear. Next time he goes out walking, call me.
Now I knew what I had to do. I had to see Mace Hacker. I had to talk to Mace Hacker. But I ran into trouble. Nobody seemed to know Mace Hacker. Nobody had an address. There had to be something, some line on Mace Hacker. At the publishers, they maintained a stony silence, but I knew how to break through that. $50 invested in the right people can bring you all sorts of useful information. And so, in a few days, I found myself in a modest apartment building, and a small, neat plate on the door read, M. Hacker. I rang the bell, and an incredibly old lady answered the door.
Yes?
I am looking for Mace Hacker.
Go away.
Please, it's a matter of life and death.
That means nothing to me.
Please, you must let me see Mace Hacker. You can't turn me down.
Oh, very well. Come in.
Thank you. I can't tell you how grateful I am. Tell Mr. Hacker I won't take too much of his time.
Mace Hacker has little enough to spare.
Oh, I'll wait.
For what?
For Mace Hacker.
I am Mace Hacker.
You?
Yes.
But you...
I'm a woman. Does that mean anything?
But
Speak quickly. I have no time to waste.
All right, tell me, who is Mace Hacker?
I am Mace Hacker.
No, but who are you? I mean, do you have the gift of prophecy?
I have a gift. I don't know what it is.
You write stories about murder, and years later they come true.
Do they?
Oh, yes, even the people's names. How do you account for it?
How do you account for it?
Look, I came here for answers, not questions.
There are no answers. There are only questions.
25 years ago, you wrote a book called Rudy, Jack, and Ramona.
Did I?
It's about me. It's about me, my boss, and my wife.
Is it?
How did you know about us? How? I mean, even the words we speak to each other in private. How did you know?
I'm very tired. I usually nap about this time.
How did you know?
I've never been so tired, so sleepy.
Tell me first. Tell me.
Goodbye,
No.
Rudy.
No, don't go to sleep. Tell me what I must do.
I've already told you. It's in the book. In the book. Follow the book.
Mace Hacker closed her eyes and never opened them again. I went home, read the rest of the book, and I found the little .22 caliber pistol I kept in a desk drawer, made sure the clip was filled. I put the gun in my pocket, and I went into the living room where Ramona was sitting.
Hello, darling.
Lovely night. I think I'll go for a walk.
At this hour?
Well, there's a bright moon. Would you like to come?
No, dear. I have a slight cold.
Ah. Well, I won't be long.
Don't walk too far, and please, dear, do be careful.
Yes, I would be very careful. I headed for the clump of trees near the bridge. I'd get there before he would. She couldn't call before I left the house, and that was just the head start I needed. I arrived at the bridge. I hid behind the trees, and I waited. I waited until I heard the sound of footsteps. I waited till he came into view, till he was almost upon me. And then I fired. The little pistol barked like an angry dog in the night. He fell on his face in an ungainly sprawl. He was dead before he hit the ground. So much for Jack Jessup. And now I must finish the story the way Mace Hacker had commanded me to finish. I walked home. Slowly, very slowly, I opened the door. And when she saw my face, a look of terror came into her eyes.
Rudy.
Surprised to see me, Ramona.
Surprised? Why should I be surprised?
It wasn't supposed to work out this way, was it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sure you do.
Rudy, what are you doing with that gun?
What do people usually do with a gun, darling?
No, Rudy, no. Have you gone crazy?
Goodbye, darling.
Why? Rudy, why?
You had your friend Jack try to kill me. You told him I'd gone for a walk. But I saw him first. I killed him first. And now, you...
Rudy, I don't know anything.
Your affair with Jack is over.
What affair? Rudy. You're killing me for nothing. For nothing.
Don't lie.
Nothing. Why would I have an affair with...
You should not have died with a lie on your lips. Yes?
Rudy, did you take home the figures on the Marine project?
Jack.
Hello. Rudy. This is Jack Jessup. Rudy? Are you okay?
You see, I killed her because I thought that she was... But it was wrong. And that man who was there by the bridge, Guess it wasn't Jack. Which means she didn't tip him off. And I guess they weren't having an affair, but according to Mace Hacker...
Rudy, you ready to make a statement?
Lieutenant, you'd never believe me.
You'll be surprised some of the stories I hear.
You never heard a story like this one.
And neither did the jury. So they voted to put Mr. Rudy Slaymaker away for the rest of his life. A pity. He certainly thought it was self-defense. For all we know, maybe it was. You just stay there, and I shall return in a few moments. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of